Lin Chuan woke up to the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains, warm and tranquil as it fell on him. Yet, despite the peacefulness of the afternoon, he seemed unable to savor the moment. At around 16 years old, Lin Chuan had a bright and handsome appearance, with short black hair casually falling over his forehead and healthy skin. However, there was a subtle air of laziness and melancholy about him. This indolence wasn't innate, but rather a lingering shadow from the bitter memories of a past life. In that life, he had been a relentless cog in the machinery of a bustling city, buried in endless overtime and cutthroat competition. It was only after his eventual disillusionment and profound reevaluation of what success truly meant that he chose to return to his hometown and embrace a life of quiet detachment. The moment he woke, a flood of fragmented memories surged through his mind. In the haze, Lin Chuan realized he hadn't been transported to another world but had instead awakened to the memories of his past life. The world before him was not the familiar jungle of steel and concrete he once knew, but a strange and fantastical realm teeming with spirit beasts and extraordinary powers. Despite the unfamiliarity, Lin Chuan was acutely aware of who he was. Lin Chuan, 16 years old, a recent graduate of Tianshan Town's first Beastmaster Academy. An ordinary yet not so ordinary teenager. The clamor outside his room abruptly broke his train of thought. Lin Chuan frowned slightly and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains. The sunlight outside was even more intense, flooding the room with a warm radiance. He squinted as he glanced back at his room, a peculiar yet familiar sensation surfacing in his mind. This was a modernized world, yet it wasn't entirely the kind he used to know. It was a world imbued with fantastical elements and the presence of spirit beasts. Standing by the window, his gaze drifted through the golden light and settled on the peculiar fields outside. Spirit beasts frolicked among the orchard trees, occasionally letting out low growls. The very air seemed to hum with energy, stirred by their presence. A surge of emotion welled up within Lin Chuan as fragments of past memories stirred a momentary confusion in his subconscious. But he quickly regained his composure. Everything around him indicated that this was a civilization centered on beast mastery, and he, perhaps, was a part of it. This was Kanglin's star, a planet where extraordinary powers were dominated by magical creatures. Since ancient times, these creatures had not only shaped the geography and ecosystems of this world, but had also become essential to humanity's survival. Without them, humans would have long perished. Over time, a bond was forged between humans and magical creatures, granting humans supernatural abilities and even allowing them to rival the creatures in certain respects. Magical creatures, spirit beasts, and the supernatural forces they embodied formed the foundation of the world's order. Yet the origins of humanity remained shrouded in mystery, steeped in rumors and unanswered questions. Over the past 2 millennia of human existence, humanity has struggled to survive amidst powerful magical creatures and mythical beasts, often finding itself on the brink of peril. Through extensive research into magical creature contracts, humans gradually freed themselves from dependency, ultimately reversing their roles from subjugation to control over these beings. However, such contracts were limited to creatures of lower intelligence. High-level magical beings, such as dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants, remained beyond humanity's control. These mighty entities would only enter into equal contracts voluntarily, a rare occurrence as most of them refused to submit. Even so, humans, through relentless cultivation and training, managed to elevate lower-tier magical creatures into formidable beings capable of rivaling legendary beasts. Over time, they secured a foothold on the planet Kanglin star. These contracted and trained creatures were categorized into 3 types: magical beasts, and spirit pets. Magical beasts required no further explanation. Spirit beasts referred to magical creatures that, after thousands of years of coexisting with humans, had been deeply influenced by them. Spirit pets, on the other hand, were spirit beasts that formed contracts with beast tamers and were professionally nurtured, trained, and commanded. By mastering the arts of contract forging, cultivation, training, and command, humans developed a powerful system of spirit beast abilities, ultimately creating a unique beast-taming civilization. Over 2,000 years, this civilization evolved, expanding humanity's reach. Today, humans occupy a quarter of Kanglin star and have become one of the most dominant species. Once mighty races like dragons and phoenixes can no longer rival the power of humanity. Among humanity's territories, 3 renowned beast-taming nations stand out. The Tianlong Empire, which reveres dragons, the Shangtian Kingdom, allied with phoenixes, and the Xingyan Federation, which has established equal contracts with cheelants. Lin Chuan, an ordinary citizen of the Xingyan Federation, had just recalled these fundamental facts about the world and its nations. As the fragmented memories of his past life faded, the disorienting sensation in his mind gradually subsided. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze toward the fields ahead, where a group of about 30 spirit beasts bustled noisily. These spirit beasts stood no taller than 30 centimeters, with a rotund shape resembling oversized green potatoes. They were chubby, with small, glimmering black eyes and a narrow, black line of a mouth. Atop their heads bloomed a lotus-like flower, its stem extending into two large, leaf-like appendages that dragged along the ground like hair. Known by the scientific name Hui, these creatures were wood elemental beings. Hui bore fruit 3 to 5 times a year, with each harvest offering highly nutritious and uniquely flavored produce. When specially cultivated by humans, their fruit could transform into a variety of delectable foods, making them a prized ingredient in salad-based dishes and a favorite among fitness enthusiasts and those seeking healthy diets. Lin Chuan was quite familiar with these spirit beasts, particularly the Hui he cultivated on his farm. He knew that well-cared-for Hui could produce fruits with extraordinary flavors, such as 5-spice beef, garlic lobster, and spicy rabbit. These fruits were not only rich in nutrients, but also highly sought after. In fact, they often attracted eager buyers who traveled long distances to secure them even before the fruits had fully ripened. The flowers and leaves before him split into two distinct groups, one on the left and one on the right. On the left were the ones with a scent reminiscent of spiced beef jerky, their blossoms tinged with pale pink and their leaf edges faintly white. On the right were those with a garlic lobster aroma, their flowers a deep crimson and their leaves resembling dark green velvet. The two groups of spirit beasts let out crisp, chirping sounds of ya-ya-ya, as if in agreement, before charging at each other in a mad frenzy. Fighting, colliding, wrestling, they became an entangled mess. Lin Chuan stared at the chaos unfolding before him, his eyelid twitching and a wave of frustration rising in his chest. He slammed his hand on the windowsill and roared, "What are you doing? What are you doing? It's the middle of the day, why aren't you using this time to photosynthesize instead of brawling out here?" His voice reverberated across the entire farm, causing the flower-leaf creatures to scatter instantly in fright. Before Lin Chuan could even make his way downstairs, they had already fled like startled birds and beasts, quickly disappearing into the paths between the fields, burrowing into the soil to hide. All that remained were the faintly swaying flower tops, basking in the afternoon sunlight as if nothing had happened. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and couldn't help but chuckle, a helpless smile spreading across his face. These little troublemakers really were like mischievous children caught red-handed by their teacher. Reflecting on it, he realized these flower-leaf creatures had only recently transitioned from their juvenile phase to their growth phase, just learning how to move around on the ground. No wonder they were so lively. However, this brawl was a first. Lin Chuan frowned slightly, puzzled. These creatures were usually gentle and well-behaved, like model students. What had caused them to suddenly start fighting? Deciding to set aside the mystery for now, Lin Chuan resolved to investigate it later. But for the moment, punishment was in order. A sly smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. I can't punish all of them, that would be too much work. But at least I need to catch the ringleaders and make an example out of them. The flowers in the field trembled slightly, as if sensing Lin Chuan's growing anger. Step by step, he approached one of the creatures. Finally, as he drew near, one of the short-legged flower-leaf creatures couldn't bear the pressure any longer. It leapt out of its hiding spot and bolted, legs pumping frantically. Lin Chuan didn't hesitate for a second. With long strides, he closed the distance in no time, his hands swooping down like an eagle to accurately seize the creature by its head. The flower-leaf creature instantly went limp, much like a kitten grabbed by the scruff of its neck, losing all ability to resist. Without any mercy, Lin Chuan tied it up tightly with a prepared rope and hoisted it onto a street lamp. Under the blazing sun, it dangled high in the air, swaying gently in the wind as if it were dancing alone. Clicking his tongue softly, Lin Chuan eyed the flower-leaf creature hanging from the street lamp before turning to catch another culprit. Soon, two ringleaders had been strung up side by side, left to endure the sun and wind. They squirmed and kicked their stubby legs, trying in vain to free themselves. Despite their predicament, they continued chirping ya-ya-ya, even kicking at each other, as if blaming one another for their plight. Leaning against the trunk of a fruit tree, Lin Chuan watched the two dangling troublemakers with a calm expression. A faint, resigned smile played on his lips, but he made no move to intervene. As long as they weren't engaging in the kind of harmful brawls they had earlier, he didn't mind letting them fuss around. All right, you can hang there and cool off for a couple of hours, Lin Chuan thought to himself. He slid down to sit against the tree, relaxing slightly as his thoughts drifted back to the earlier question: what exactly was his beast-taming talent? The coexistence of humans and magical creatures had lasted for thousands of years, and beast-taming talents had long become an integral part of every adult's life. Most people awaken their talents at the age of 16 through an official ceremony. The process of awakening often came with peculiar signs. For example, dreaming of a sky filled with dragons or the descent of an angel would be strong indicators. But Lin Chuan's awakening was different. There was no dream of dragons, no angels, no omens. Yet, in a sudden moment, A powerful stirring welled up within his Minda sensation that was unmistakably otherworldly. He realized this wasn't an ordinary awakening but something far more unique. Fragments of memories from a past life. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented, leaving Lin Chuan unsure of what abilities he might awaken. Well, I'll wait and see. The awakening ceremony in a week should provide some answers, Lin Chuan resolved silently. He wasn't in a rush. After all, in just 1 week, the Starrock Federation's unified awakening ceremony for all graduating students would take place. By then, all his questions would finally be answered. Sitting under the shade of the tree, Lin Chuan stared at the two Huayi hanging from the street lamp nearby. Under the blazing sun, the two little creatures swayed weakly, their leaves drooping lifelessly. As wood-element spirit beasts, Huayi naturally possessed the ability to perform photosynthesis, allowing them to quickly restore their energy and stamina when exposed to sunlight. However, this ability isn't unconditional. Photosynthesis requires trace elements and moisture, usually sourced from soil and ambient humidity. If removed from such an environment for too long, the trace elements and moisture within their bodies deplete rapidly, leaving them weakened or even at risk of damaging their core essence. Lin Chuan was well aware of this. His original plan had been to hang these two troublemakers, the ringleaders of a group fight in the street lamp, for 2 hours as a lesson. But now, after just half an hour, the two were already listless, devoid of their usual habit of nudging and kicking each other. They looked utterly defeated. Lin Chuan felt his heart soften. With a sigh, he stood up and walked toward them. Will you dare to do this again? Lin Chuan asked sternly as he untied the two Huayi. He feigned anger while grabbing a cartoonish yellow duck water bottle to hydrate them. His tone was harsh, but his eyes betrayed a sense of helplessness. Now, tell me what had happened? He carefully replanted the two Huayi back into the field. Once they were back in contact with the nourishing soil, their spirits began to lift slightly. They absorbed moisture while making soft, chirping noises in response to Lin Chuan. One had a sharper, more high-pitched voice, while the other sounded gentler. Though Lin Chuan couldn't understand what they were saying, their obedient postures and lowered heads seemed to carry a hint of remorse. If you know you're wrong, then apologize to each other and make peace, Lin Chuan said, crouching down like he was talking to children. His tone softened considerably. Your family, growing in the same field. Stop fighting with each other. However, just as they had seemed repentant moments ago, the two Huayi suddenly turned defiant. They glanced at each other before letting out indignant cries, Ya, Ing, and then turned away, backs facing each other. The gentler-voiced Huayi even wrapped its leaves around itself, curling into a small ball like a sulking potato, silently protesting, I'm not listening, I'm not listening. Lin Chuan felt a headache coming on, his forehead practically lined with frustration. He let out a long sigh, the weariness akin to that of a parent dealing with stubborn children. Rubbing his temples, he tried to sound patient. All right, can you at least tell me why you're upset with each other? Why did you fight? The two Huayi let out brief, half-hearted responses, Ya, Ing. Their soft, airy voices were dripping with perfunctory indifference. Head still lowered, they showed no intention of explaining themselves. Lin Chuan's head throbbed even harder. If these two refused to cooperate, there was no way he could figure out the root cause of their conflict. Left with no choice, he sighed and muttered to himself, fine, if you're not going to talk, I'll just have to figure this out myself. The Lin family farm is not only a home for Lin Chuan and his family but also a bustling workplace. Alongside the Lin family, the farm employs several workers tasked with managing daily farm operations, such as tending to the regular crops and the sprawling orchard that covers the hillside. However, the core work of cultivating the Huayi plants remains strictly within the purview of the Lin family. This critical and confidential process is overseen by Lin Chuan's father, Lin Xuedong, who leads research efforts, while his mother, Su Xiaoxier, teaches at Xinjiang Agricultural Beast University in the neighboring city and rarely comes home. As a result, the daily feeding and maintenance of the Huayi plants naturally fall to Lin Chuan and his two siblings. Over time, though, this responsibility has increasingly shifted to Lin Chuan alone. His elder brother, Lin Lini, became a beast tamer and left to start his own venture, while his sister, Lin Linger, pursued her dream of becoming a beast tamer idol. In recent years, Lin Chuan has shouldered this burden almost entirely by himself. Having grown accustomed to this routine, he greeted the farm staff before making his way back to the small villa at the center of the farm. This building serves as both the Lin family's residence and the core workspace for cultivating the Huayi plants, housing vital data and research materials. After taking a short break, sipping some water, and enjoying a sweet fruit, Lin Chuan began investigating the recent anomalies among the Huayi plants. He started by reviewing the records of fertilizers and other supplies used for their care over the past 2 weeks. After half an hour of combing through the logs, he found no irregularities. He then turned to the surveillance footage, carefully observing the plant's daily activities, paying particular attention to when the signs of conflict first emerged. Finally, he uncovered a clue. The footage revealed that the discord between the two Huaye plants seemed to have begun early in the morning 3 days ago. However, the exact cause remained elusive. There were no signs of competition over nutrients or any other apparent triggers, nothing akin to a "what are you looking at?" or "why are you looking at me?" kind of confrontation. For now, his investigation hit a dead end, and time slipped by as Lin Chuan patiently analyzed the situation. By early evening, at 6:30 p.m., the door suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man walked in. He wore glasses, a blue work vest, and gray trousers with the legs casually rolled up, exposing his hairy shins. His short hair, damp with sweat, looked disheveled. Without a word, he grabbed an unopened water jug, lifted it, and began gulping down the water straight from the container. After drinking roughly a quarter of the jug, his stomach slightly bulging, he finally stopped and let out a satisfied. This middle-aged man was none other than Lin Chuan's father, Lin Chuan, the owner of the Lin family farm and a researcher and cultivator of spiritual beasts. Though his official titles were modest, only a junior researcher and cultivator's dedication to studying the Huaye plants had earned him a reputation as a master in this specialized field. Today, Lin Chuan had just returned from an exchange meeting hosted by the private beast tamer guild in town. The event brought together independent scholars, researchers, cultivators, and moderately well-known professional beast tamers. During the gathering, he not only traded for or purchased rare materials for his Huaye research, but also took the opportunity to procure other supplies needed for the farm. "Sanzi, you haven't had dinner yet? Didn't I tell you not to wait for me?" Lin Chuan said as he stepped through the door. He immediately noticed his son, Lin Chuan, sitting at the dining table, with an unopened takeout box by his side. Tossing his blue work vest onto the back of a wooden chair, he patted his water-filled stomach and walked over. The house was unusually quiet. His wife and daughter were out, and there was no one else around. His voice echoed clearly in the stillness. "Yeah, I'll eat later," Lin Chuan replied without looking up, his eyes glued to the computer screen as his fingers flew across the keyboard. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting from the takeout box to his son's focused back. Suspicion began to creep into his mind. At this hour, Lin Chuan was usually holed up in his room playing on his phone. Why was he sitting here with such a serious expression? Taking a few steps closer, Lin Chuan glanced at the computer screen and saw Lin Chuan fast-forwarding through surveillance footage. Nearby were several files containing detailed notes, records of Huaye's feeding, watering, and other daily activities over the past 2 weeks. "What are you looking at? Did something happen?" Lin Chuan asked with a frown, cutting straight to the point. Lin Chuan didn't hold back and explained everything in detail. When Lin Chuan finished listening, he froze for a moment, then exclaimed in disbelief, "A brawl?" Although he had a good grasp of Huaye's temperament, hearing Lin Chuan's account still left him stunned. However, his shock quickly gave way to excitement. As Huaye's dedicated researcher, this unusual incident immediately piqued his academic interest. The exhaustion from the day's exchange conference vanished in an instant. Snatching up Lin Chuan's meticulously prepared records, he began scanning through them with great enthusiasm. "Kid, you're still too green for this. Go eat your dinner and let your dad handle it," Lin Chuan declared, shoving Lin Chuan aside without hesitation. He plopped down in the chair, his hands swiftly taking over the mouse and keyboard to review the footage himself. Lin Chuan, unbothered by being pushed aside, simply sighed and let it go. He knew his father was indeed the undisputed expert when it came to studying Huaye. Sitting down nearby, he opened his takeout box and started eating, all the while keeping an eye on Lin Chuan's actions. Lin Chuan's eyes were sharp as he meticulously reviewed Huaye's daily surveillance footage. Occasionally, he rubbed his chin in thought, his expression shifting as he pieced things together. After a while, he suddenly pulled up footage from the area surrounding the small villa. The screen flickered rapidly as he scanned through various scenes, seemingly searching for a critical clue. Gradually, his eyes lit up, and a satisfied smirk began to form on his face. "Ah, I've figured it out," Lin Chuan announced, pushing up the black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his tone brimming with confidence. "What is it?" Lin Chuan immediately put down his chopsticks, his curiosity piqued as he leaned in closer. Just as Lin Chuan was about to reveal his findings, he paused dramatically, giving Lin Chuan a meaningful look. Then, after a moment of deliberate contemplation, he broke into a sly grin. "Kid, I'm not going to just hand over the answer. Think of this as a little test to see if you're worthy of inheriting your old man's legacy, this farm, this empire I built with my own 2 hands. Puffing out his chest with pride, Lin Chuan looked as if he was ready to laugh triumphantly to the heavens. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes and mercilessly burst his father's bubble. "Oh, please, old man. I don't care about your so-called legacy. Once the awakening ceremony is over next week and I bond with my own spirit beast, I'll get into a beast tamer university and carve out my own path. I'll create my own future. You. Lin Chuan's face turned beet red with anger as he pointed at Lin Chuan, struggling to find the words. Finally, through gritted teeth, he managed to spit out, "Ungrateful brat. The main account's gone, the second one's gone, and now the third one is planning to disappear too?" Lin Chuan slammed his hand on the table, his face dark with anger. His voice was so loud that the vases in the living room trembled slightly. He fixed a burning gaze on Lin Chuan, as if trying to read something from his expression. "You people, one after another, are really something. First your brother, then your sister." He paused, his tone tinged with frustration and disappointment. "The family business I've built, it's not small, is it? I wouldn't call myself a billionaire, but at least we're financially free, a decent middle-class family. And you just don't want it?" The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. He even stood up, pointing at Lin Chuan as he continued to vent. "Or are you saying raising Huaye is somehow beneath you? Is Huaye not adorable? Not obedient? Do you even understand Huaye is the heavens? Huaye is the earth. Huaye is the most invincible, eternal, #1 divine beast in the universe." Listening to his father's nearly fanatical declaration, Lin Chuan rubbed his temples in exasperation, unable to stop himself from silently complaining in his mind. Sure, Huaye is cute and well-behaved, but eternal #1 in the universe? That's going a bit too far, isn't it? However, he didn't argue back, knowing full well that whenever his father entered this irrational Huaye fan mode, any attempt at logical communication would be futile. So, he chose silence, sipping his tea nonchalantly as if he hadn't heard a word. As expected, Lin Chuan's calm reaction gradually brought Lin Chuan's emotions back under control. Within half a minute, his father had snapped out of his fervent rant, sinking back onto the sofa. The anger on his face eased a little. Seeing this, Lin Chuan finally spoke up. He shrugged, his tone casual. "It's not that I don't want to inherit the family business. I just want to go to college first, maybe explore the world a bit. Who knows? I might even become a professional beast master, maybe even a heavenly king. If not, they'll come back and take over the family business." The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Chuan's frown deepened, but Lin Chuan remained unfazed. He knew that the old version of himself would never have added that last compromise. Back then, he idolized his older brother and sister and saw inheriting the family business as a disgrace. To him, carving out his own path with his own hands was the only way to prove he was a real man. But ever since fragments of memories from his past life had surfaced, things had changed. The resentment he felt toward overwork and competition, coupled with a longing for a more laid-back and carefree life, had subtly shifted his perspective. He began to accept the idea that if he couldn't make a name for himself, returning home to inherit the family business might not be such a bad option after all. Even so, Lin Chuan didn't fully reveal his thoughts. Instead, he met his father's gaze with a faint smile, as if to say, "I know what I'm doing." Lin Chuan stared at him for a few seconds, then finally let out a sigh and waved his hand, tacitly agreeing to his son's decision. Lin Chuan exhaled in relief and turned his gaze toward the window. Thoughts of the world of spirit beasts began to flood his mind. The rules, the legends, all of it fascinated him. A spirit beast's bloodline, quality, and potential determined its ultimate strength, while its actual combat power depended on the quality and quantity of the energy within it. These metrics were meticulously categorized by scholars and officials into tiers and levels. For instance, a Tier 3, Level 3 spirit beast had an energy quality of 3 and an energy quantity of 3. However, among beast masters, it was more common to use numerical levels for simplicity. Tier 3, Level 3 would simply be referred to as Level 33. Yet, this method was imprecise, as some powerful spirit beasts could far exceed conventional energy levels, reaching Tier 3, Level 10, or even Level 18. Simple numerical levels couldn't fully capture their strength. The same applied to beast masters themselves. By nurturing their spirit companions and benefiting from the feedback of their contracts, beast masters could enhance their own energy quality, achieve life transformations, extend their lifespans, maintain youthfulness, and even gain heightened memory and other unique abilities. Those who reached Tier 7 or Level 70 and above were honored with the title of Heavenly King. All of this only made Lin Chuan's resolve grow stronger. He knew the path to becoming a Heavenly King would be fraught with challenges, but that only fueled his determination. Clenching his fists, he silently made up his mind no matter what, he would give it his all. Even if it meant returning home to inherit the family business in the end, he would at least try his best to carve out his own path first. Title-holding kings are elite beast tamers who have reached the pinnacle of their profession with a Level 79 ranking. These individuals must have made significant contributions to the Xingyan Federation and are honored with unique titles reflecting their achievements and associated beasts. As for those who surpass this level and enter the mythical realm of Level 80 or higher, they are crowned with the title of Emperor, a status that exists only in legends. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Lin Chuan's face instantly became a canvas of conflicting emotions, joy mingled with restrained disbelief. Internally, though, his thoughts were anything but restrained. A professional beast tamer? Well, that's within the realm of possibility. But a title-holding king? Kid's dreaming big, isn't he? However, despite the mental tirade, he chose to hold his tongue. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, seemed to have read his thoughts. A sly and confident smile curved his lips as he casually added, "Oh, right, old ding. I forgot to mention I naturally awakened today." The declaration hit Lin Chuan like a bolt of lightning. He choked on air, coughing violently as his glasses slipped askew on his nose. Between gasps, he stared at Lin Chuan in utter disbelief. Cough, cough, cough natural awakening? You. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, his expression calm but unable to hide the flicker of pride in his eyes. Lin Chuan froze, staring at him with eyes as wide as saucers, momentarily forgetting to adjust his glasses. He didn't press for details about the natural awakening. In the world of beast taming, it was an unspoken rule to respect such matters unless the individual chose to share. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Chuan finally exhaled deeply, his expression becoming more serious. He gave Lin Chuan's shoulder a firm pat, his gaze filled with a mixture of pride and encouragement. Then, with a faint smirk, he slipped back into his usual teasing tone. Well, if you've naturally awakened, I suppose becoming a professional beast tamer is pretty much a given for you. But a title-holding king? Huh, don't kid yourself. If you ever manage that, they'll eat the entire farm's grass raw. Before Lin Chuan could retort, Lin Chuan's expression grew earnest. All right, enough of that. Let's focus on the task at hand. In a week, you'll go through the formal awakening ceremony and figure out the specifics of your beast taming talent. Once that's clear, you can decide on your first beast. Now, let's get back to the earlier question about Hua Ye and why they were fighting. He paused for a moment, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief as he offered a clue. Think back to when you were little, around 4 or 5 years old. How did you get your mom's attention? And remember, Hua Ye's innate traits. It offers its very first fruit to the person it's closest to, the one it cherishes most. At this point, Lin Chuan's face lit up with unmistakable pride. Speaking of which, your old man here has been gifted 237 of Hua Ye's true love fruits over the years. My life, oh, what a burden of affection I carry. He sighed theatrically, as if lamenting the twists of fate, before waving his hand dismissively and heading off. All right, that's enough hints for now. I've got more research to do on Hua Ye. Sure, we know why they're fighting, but that's just the surface. Their behavioral changes, psychological shifts, and other resulting actions are worth digging into. With that, he gave Lin Chuan's shoulder another pat, grabbed the leftover takeout from the table, and hurried off toward the Hua Ye field. Over his shoulder, he called out, they'll be camping out in the fields for the next few days. Eating, sleeping, everything right alongside them. Research never stops, my boy. Watching Lao Deng dash off toward the Huai field with great urgency, Lin Chuan lowered his head in contemplation, his mind beginning to sift through the clues Lao Deng had provided. He tried to recall how did he manage to get his mother's attention as a child? Lin Chuan's lips twitched slightly before curling into a faint smirk. What a joke. I was the most well-behaved kid ever. He muttered to himself, his tone tinged with a hint of disdain. Memories began to surface. As a child, Head never done anything as outrageous as planting firecrackers in the Huai fertilizer storage or burying the food bowl of his mother's contracted spirit pet, the little Yu dog, in the fields just to watch it frantically search for it at mealtime. Lin Chuan prided himself on being the most obedient child on the farm. Those ridiculous nicknames like Farm's Little Tyrant were nothing but slander. He rubbed his chin, his gaze growing momentarily distant. Since Head been such an exceptionally well-behaved child who never resorted to mischief for attention, maybe he could approach this from a different angle by observing how other kids behaved. For instance, those rowdy children from the neighboring kindergarten would go to great lengths to capture the attention of their beautiful teacher, Miss Lei. Helping with chores like washing faces and serving meals was common, but so were their frequent brawls. The pattern was clear. The more obedient a child was, the more likely they were overlooked, while the more mischievous ones consistently drew attention. So, these Huai, are they trying to get my attention? A flash of realization crossed Lin Chuan's eyes as he finally grasped the thread of thought Head been chasing. By now, the sky had begun to darken, the sun dipping below the horizon. Streetlights across the farm flickered on one after another, their gentle glow dispelling the encroaching twilight. Lin Chuan walked to the window, his gaze settling on a scene illuminated by the lamplight near the edge of the field. A human figure stood surrounded by a group of smaller, humanoid shapes, the Huai. This particular patch of Huai had just emerged from their juvenile phase, and some of them were under Lin Chuan's care. Recalling those earlier days, he remembered how Head meticulously tended to them, loosening the soil, fertilizing, watering, and keeping pests at bay, all on a strict schedule. Occasionally, he would even pick them up and place them on his lap, playing spirit animal-themed cartoons on his phone for them. Back then, the Huai hadn't yet grown limbs and could only stay rooted in the ground. relying entirely on Lin Chuan's attentive care, which fostered a deep sense of trust and affection toward him. So, it's only natural that they see me as their closest person, Lin Chuan murmured softly. He recalled the initial fruits he had received. While not as extravagant as Lao Deng's 237 fruits, he had still been gifted 5. Yet, the Huai had never fought or argued over his attention. These little ones had always been harmonious and friendly, never displaying jealousy or possessiveness, let alone forbidding others from offering him their initial fruits. So, why is this time different? Lin Chuan furrowed his brows, his thoughts grinding to a halt. The answer seemed to hover just out of reach, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly elusive. At that moment, his phone buzzed faintly in his pocket, the low hum snapping him out of his reverie. He pulled it out to check. It was a notification from his class group chat. Homeroom teacher Mr. Liu. Everyone, you're all 16 now, young adults. I shouldn't need to say this, but here we are. Let me remind you. This week's break is meant for you to rest and recharge at home, to prepare yourselves mentally and physically for the upcoming awakening ceremony. It's not meant for staying up all night gaming or binge-watching romance dramas. I hope you all take responsibility for yourselves and don't mess around with your future. Zhang Yu. Sir, I didn't stay up all night gaming. Homeroom teacher Mr. Liu. Oh? Then who was the blind monk across from me yesterday who got 28 kills and even typed? If you're bad, practice more. If you can't take losing, don't play. Zhang Yu. Sigma. Zhang Yu. Sir, let me explain. That wasn't me last night. It was my mom's spirit pet, Plushie, playing on my account. Homeroom teacher Mr. Liu. Oh, really? So the one who pinned me down and obliterated me was a plush doll? Do you think I'd believe that? Not only was the gameplay impressive, but the trash talking was at least grandmaster level. Funny, I didn't see your plushie showing that kind of intelligence when I visited your house for a home check. Zhang Yu. Feng Xiaofeng. Posts a doge emoji. Lin Chuan. Doge 1. Lin Chuan chuckled as he read through the chat, casually joining the fun with his own message. But just as the laughter lingered on his face, his expression froze, and a flash of realization struck him. In just 1 week, it would be time for the awakening ceremony. His heartbeat quickened. The awakening ceremony, the pivotal moment every 16-year-old must face. It was the event that would mark the start of his journey as a beastmaster. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan's eyes gleamed with determination. His mind began racing, considering the possibilities that might unfold after his awakening. As long as his beastmaster talent wasn't something completely incompatible with wood element creaturesa, highly unlikely scenario was almost certain he would choose a Huai as his initial spirit pet, one cultivated by his family. This wasn't a coincidence. His older brother, Lin Lini, and sister, Lin Linger, had both chosen Huai as their first spirit pets during their awakening ceremonies. Even though their beastmaster talent, strength, amplification, and heart of water weren't directly tied to the wood element, their choices were well thought out. Their family had an elder whose expertise in Huai care and training had reached a master level. With this elder's guidance and training strategies, their Huai had quickly stood out. While their talents couldn't fully shine at the beginning, this advantage gave them a significant head start. And it paid off. Although Lin Lini and Lin Linger didn't reach the level of being considered prodigies among their peers, their strength still far surpassed that of most others. In the competitive world of beastmasters, being ahead at the start often meant staying ahead. Lin Chuan's gaze grew resolute. As for fully utilizing his beastmaster talent, he could always adjust later when contracting his second or even third spirit pet. For now, the most important thing was to seize this opportunity at the awakening ceremony and take the first step towards shaping his destiny. The cultivation of Huai is never a waste, especially when they evolve into Hualing Ling, becoming highly capable support-type spirit beasts. That's right. At first, the Huai didn't fully understand the situation, but as word spread among the farm's Huai community about how Lin Chuan's elder siblings had chosen Huai from the family as their initial spirit pets, it's certain that the Huai on the farm are now well aware. They know Lin Chuan is about to become a beast tamer, that he will soon choose and bond with his first spirit pet, and that there's a high chance one of them will be the chosen one. Many of the Huai on the farm have their own little thoughts, especially the ones Lin Chuan personally raised. These particular Huai have always shared a special bond of dependence and closeness with him. Now, with the day of Lin Chuan officially becoming a beast tamer just around the corner, how could these Huai not be excited or full of anticipation? Some of them have even started displaying unusual behaviors to capture his attention, like today's squabble. Yes, there's another critical piece of evidence. Lin Chuan suddenly recalled that the 2 Huai he personally raised had timed their initial fruit-bearing to occur exactly a week from now, right around the time he would complete the awakening ceremony and officially become a beast tamer. Remarkably, they had even managed to precisely adjust the timing of their fruit-bearing by either absorbing more or less of the nurturing fertilizer, ensuring that their fruits would be ready when Lin Chuan returned home to choose his first spirit pet. And coincidentally, these 2 Huai were the very ones leading today's fight in the farm. The ones Lin Chuan had hung on the street lamp as punishment were none other than them. Lin Chuan's thoughts raced, piecing together all the details like parts of a puzzle. The behavior of the two Huaya Yi couldn't have been clearer. They were vying for his attention, competing to become his first spirit pet. The initial fruit they bore was undoubtedly their gift, their way of securing the greatest advantage. If one of them were to present the fruit during the bonding ceremony, Lin Chuan was almost certain he wouldn't hesitate to choose that one as his first spirit pet. As he imagined the scene of that day, a surge of unprecedented emotion and guilt welled up in his heart. These two Huaya Yi had worked so hard for him, even to the point of jeopardizing their friendship, and yet he had punished them by hanging them on a street lamp. How could he have been so harsh? Lin Chuan's sense of remorse grew stronger by the second. He needed to apologize. An apology was absolutely necessary. At the same time, Lin Chuan began seriously considering the future. A week from now, if his beast tamer talent didn't naturally counter wood-type beasts, he would undoubtedly choose one of these two Huaya Yi. But what about the other one? The chosen Huaya Yi would certainly be overjoyed, but the one left behind would undoubtedly feel heartbroken and dejected. How would he console it? How could he comfort it so it wouldn't feel utterly devastated? These questions, Lin Chuan decided, could be dealt with tomorrow. For now, the most pressing matter was to reconcile the two Huaya Yi and restore their harmony. Lin Chuan glanced at the distant street lamp where the two Huaya Yi were hanging, their eyes brimming with pitiful grievance as they looked at him, seemingly waiting for his next move. With a sigh, Lin Chuan started walking toward the street lamp. First, he needed to apologize and soothe their hurt feelings. Rebuilding their trust and mending their relationship was the most important task at hand. How do you apologize? Words alone don't work, or at least they're not enough. As the caretaker who raised them with his own hands, Lin Chuan knew exactly what they loved. They loved being held in his arms while watching short videos together, loved snuggling up close, cheek to cheek, and loved being spoiled by him with unreserved affection. That settled it. At night, he'd hold them while sleeping, left and right, making sure no one felt left out. In the Huayi field, the golden glow of the setting sun bathed the crops, casting a gentle shimmer. Lin Chuan sat on a small stool at the edge of the field, a notebook in hand. He was recording observations while carefully watching the scene in front of him. Rows of Huayi Yi stood neatly in two lines, quietly waiting for their health check. A soft breeze swept through, causing their leaves to tremble slightly, as if responding to his attentive gaze. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the side. Lin Chuan looked up and saw Lin Chuan striding briskly along the ridge. His steps were quick and purposeful, his eyes scanning the Huayi crowd with determination. In no time, he stopped in front of two particular Huayi, bent down, and scooped them upon in each arm. Lin Chuan lowered his head, gently nuzzling the Huayi in his left arm before turning to do the same with the one in his right. The two Huayi burst into soft giggles, their leaves playfully tapping his cheeks, making little eek-eek and hee sounds. Watching this, Lin Chuan froze for a moment, then a fatherly smile spread across his face. There was pride in his expression, mixed with a hint of satisfaction. It seemed Lin Chuan had figured things out. Silently, Lin Chuan nodded to himself. But in the next moment, his expression turned mischievous. Clearing his throat, he suddenly raised his voice with a teasing tone. Well, admit it. Aren't Huayi absolutely, ridiculously adorable? Come on, say it with me. Huayi are the sky. Huayi are the earth. Huayi are the invincible eternal number one in the universe. Lin Chuan froze mid-motion, his arms slightly stiff as he held the Huayi. He said nothing, his face a perfect mask of indifference. The two Huayi in his embrace immediately quieted down, shyly wrapping their leaves around themselves until they resembled two little oval balls. The other Huayi in the field followed suit, wrapping themselves tightly as if afraid of being dragged into the situation. The air grew heavy with awkwardness, the kind of tension that could make someone want to dig a three-bedroom apartment into the ground with their toes. Lin Chuan remained expressionless, choosing to ignore Lin Chuan's antics entirely. He didn't respond, not even with a glance, making the silence even more palpable. After a moment, a cool evening breeze swept through the field, rustling the leaves and breaking the suffocating stillness. Lin Chuan finally spoke, his tone contemplative. I figured out why these two little ones were fighting, but there's one thing I still don't understand. Why did other Huayi get involved? It turned into a full-on brawl, and many of those Huayi weren't even ones I raised. They're not close to me, so it couldn't have been about competing to be my first spirit companion. What was the reason? Lin Chuan chuckled softly. Setting down his notebook, he pointed to the Huayi in Lin Chuan's left arm, the one with deep red blossoms atop its head and dark green leaves. Tell me, what's this one's name? Bugua. Guachijio, Lin Chuan replied without hesitation. Bugua. That's the name for Huayi Yi that produce garlic lobster-flavored fruits. And Chijio is its specific number. Lin Chuan nodded, his tone calm but meaningful. Do you know why they have two names? Lin Chuan blinked, momentarily taken aback, before looking at Lin Chuan expectantly for an explanation. It's because human language and spirit beast language aren't fully compatible, Lin Chuan explained patiently. Human language relies on sound to convey information, with emotional undertones being secondary. Spirit beast language, on the other hand, is the opposite. It's primarily about emotional resonance, with sound serving only as a medium to transmit that emotional intent. For these hua yi with garlic lobster-flavored fruits, their name in the spirit beast language is universally guagua, shared emotional connection. He paused for a moment, then continued, but if we only used guagua to address them, humans wouldn't be able to tell them apart, not even me. That's why we assign them numbers, to distinguish between individuals. Lin Chuan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze falling on the hua yi in his arms. A flicker of understanding seemed to dawn in his eyes. For the hua yi creatures, when someone calls out guagua, the specific one they're thinking of, like Gua 79, can precisely sense the emotional intent behind the voice. As a result, Gua 79 will immediately recognize it's being addressed, while the other guagua individuals with different numbers remain completely indifferent, clearly understanding the call isn't meant for them. To the hua yi, the name guagua alone carries enough meaning. Adding a numerical designation, such as Gua 79, feels entirely unnecessary. After all, even though their intelligence is comparable to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child, as sentient beings, they obviously resist being reduced to mechanical labels. Unless, of course, the name contains a pun or some special meaning like the naming style used for Lin Chuan and his siblings that might make them feel a bit more connected. Lin Chuan nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to the hua yi nestled in Lin Chuan's right arm. Its pink flower atop its head quivered gently under the soft light, and the edges of its leaves glimmered faintly with a pale white hue. He pointed at it and asked, "What about this one?" Sakura 67. Lin Chuan replied curtly. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, his expression immediately transforming into a "haven't you figured it out yet?" Look, he shrugged exaggeratedly, his face filled with exasperation, and rolled his eyes like a teacher dealing with a particularly clueless student. Then, as if resigning himself to the task, he adopted a fatherly demeanor, shaking his head in a mock display of patience, as though preparing to guide his son through the fog of ignorance. Clearing his throat, Lin Chuan glanced around at the animated hua yi creatures, his gaze sweeping over them one by one. Then, with a dramatic pause, he coughed twice, as if setting the stage for a storyteller's performance. His voice suddenly took on a sonorous and solemn tone. Ahem. In the Great Lin dynasty, there have always been 5 noble families: the Guagua, Sakura, Hong Hong, Lon Lon, and Tang Tang clans. The unexpected and overly dramatic statement made Lin Chuan's scalp tingle with secondhand embarrassment. He could almost feel the awkwardness in the air solidifying. Even so, he took a deep breath, suppressing his growing urge to launch into a tirade, and tried his best to maintain composure. Despite the overwhelming cringe, he managed to discern the logic behind his father's speech. The so-called Lin dynasty referred to none other than the Lin family's farm, and the 5 noble families were the 5 distinct varieties of hua yi, each cultivated for their unique flavors. Guagua, Sakura, Hong Hong, Lon Lon, and Tang Tang were the names of these groups. However, one name clearly stood out as inconsistent in style: Sakura, which had been named by his mother, Su Xiaoxia, while the other 4 were evidently the whimsical creations of the chronically overdramatic man standing before him. Lin Chuan's tale continued. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he seemed to be conjuring a grand and vivid mental image. The crown prince of the kingdom married the eldest daughter of the Lon Lon family upon coming of age. The second princess swore sisterhood with the eldest daughter of the Tang Tang family on her coming-of-age day. And now he paused dramatically, his eyes suddenly lighting up. The third prince is about to come of age. His voice grew more intense, as though narrating an epic saga. The Lon Lon family, with the crown prince's backing, and the Tang Tang family, supported by the second princess, have already secured their positions in the dynasty. But what about the remaining 3 families? Without question, the Guagua, Sakura, and Hong Hong families all seek to seize this opportunity to form an alliance with the third prince and secure their own standing and influence. Lin Chuan's brow twitched. He had a nagging feeling that something about this didn't sit right. However, Lin Chuan continued, drawing a deep breath as his tone darkened, building suspense for the climax. The Hong Hong family has no suitable daughters of the right age this generation and must regretfully withdraw from the competition. That leaves only the Guagua and Sakura families. And wouldn't you know it, the eldest daughters of these 2 families just so happen to have grown up alongside the third prince, practically childhood sweethearts. As he finished speaking, Lin Chuan's eyes gleamed as he locked his gaze on Lin Chuan. He glanced briefly at the 2 hua yi creatures cradled in Lin Chuan's arms, then shifted his focus to the others, particularly the Guagua group emanating a garlicky lobster aroma and the Sakura group exuding a scent of 5-spice beef. A grin slowly spread across his face, as if had uncovered some thrilling revelation. "This is for," Lin Chuan suddenly declared, his voice rising as he dramatically pointed to the air. "The war between the Guagua and Sakura families for the position of the third prince's consort. Lin Chuan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, his forehead nearly hitting an invisible wall of frustration. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to quell the boiling embarrassment surging within. After a moment of silence, he fixed his gaze on the man in front of him, this father of his, who seemed to be in the terminal stages of a melodramatic imagination disorder. Finally, as if confirming some long-held suspicion, he gave a slow, deliberate nod. Dad, it's a real shame you never pursued a career in writing novels. Ignoring Lao Deng, who was still caught up in his juvenile antics, Lin Chuan headed back with Tu Huayi nestled in his arms. The Tu Huayi had just passed their juvenile stage, meaning they couldn't be away from soil for extended periods, especially not for a whole night, which could last up to 8 hours. Prolonged separation from their natural environment would hinder their growth. However, this wasn't a difficult problem to solve. The solution was as simple as transplanting a plant. Lin Chuan grabbed 2 pieces of cloth and carefully wrapped the Huayi's bodies, filling the fabric with moist soil. To secure everything, he tied the cloth with pretty little bows, ensuring it wouldn't come loose. As a result, the 2 Huayi looked like they were dressed in adorable outfits, their chubby short legs sticking out comically. The sight was both amusing and endearing. So cute, Lin Chuan said with a heartfelt smile, dusting off the soil from his hands. Though his comment wasn't as over-the-top as Lao Deng's dramatic proclamation of Huayi are the cutest in the world, it carried a genuine warmth. Hearing his words, the 2 Huayi let out cheerful, high-pitched squeals and began bouncing excitedly on the table. Eventually, they leapt into Lin Chuan's arms, clearly overjoyed by his compliment. As Lin Chuan watched their pure, unfiltered happiness, he couldn't help but feel a slight headache. On his left was Guogua, and on his right was Inghua. He found himself wondering who should he favor more? But the thought only lingered for a moment. Quickly shaking his head to brush aside such trivial concerns, he got up to wash up and change into his comfy loungewear. When he returned, he placed the 2 Huayi on his lap, holding one in each hand. The 3 of them snuggled together on the couch, watching a TV drama about spirit beasts. The cozy atmosphere made time fly by, and before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock. Lin Chuan turned off the TV and got up to head to bed. Despite how appealing the idea of falling asleep with 2 Huayi cuddled in his arms sounded, Lin Chuan knew it wasn't practical. Not for any sentimental reason, but purely for their health. Humans sleep lying down, but Huayi, as plant-type spirit beasts, enter a resting state in an upright position. If they were to lie down for too long, the flowers on their heads could grow crooked under the pull of gravity. If his mother's spirit pet, the Xiao Yu Quan, had been in their place, or if it had been a plush-like Ling Shou called Bu Rong Rongon of those spirit beasts formed from animated stuffed dolls, or even Huayi's evolved form, Hua Ling Ling, which resembled the figure of a 3-year-old girl, Lin Chuan wouldn't have hesitated to cuddle up and sleep with them. But for now, the 2 Huayi were carefully placed into small flower pots decorated with cute cartoon patterns. The pots were set on the bedside tables on either side of his bed. Lin Chuan lay down, and just as he closed his eyes, a soft, ethereal sound began to echo through the room. Ing. It was the sound of the 2 Huayi, almost like a gentle murmur or a delicate lullaby. The melody was soothing and serene, resembling a natural cradle song. This sound wasn't random. It was Huayi's unique wood element ability called grass flute. Their soft whispers and hums had a magical effect, helping people fall asleep, much like a mother's lullaby or the calming scent of burning incense. This skill was an innate talent of all Huayi, and Lin Laodeng's cultivation plan had included regular exposure to relaxing music during their juvenile stage. Over time, even without formal learning, they could instinctively master this ability as wood element spirit beasts. As the grass flute melody filled the room, Lin Chuan's consciousness began to blur. Sleepiness washed over him like a gentle tide, and before long, he drifted into a peaceful slumber. Both of the Huayi creatures had just transitioned out of their juvenile stage and had not undergone any specialized skill training. The melodies they played on their grass flutes carried no wood elemental energy, only pure emotion. Their music wasn't suited for combat, but it had an unexpected ability to induce sleep. The soothing sound of their flutes, reminiscent of a gentle breeze, carried the essence of nature as it surrounded Lin Chuan. Within less than half a minute, he closed his eyes and slipped into a deep slumber. From the calm posture of his body, the gentle rise and fall of his chest, and the steady rhythm of his breathing, it was clear that he was sleeping exceptionally well. Even his long-exhausted body seemed to find complete relaxation in the natural melody. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Tianshang Town's first Beastmaster High School, Class 7 of Year 3. The classroom was abuzz with chatter, the students unable to hide their excitement and anticipation. The week-long break had evidently worked wonders. Normally, the students were bogged down by not only the heavy academic workload, but also the responsibilities of caring for the school's spirit beasts, grooming their fur, trimming their claws, cleaning up after them, and feeding them. These tasks left them utterly exhausted, often sporting dark circles under their eyes and looking utterly drained. But now, everyone in the classroom was full of energy, their eyes sparkling with vitality. Among them, Lin Chuan, sitting in the second-to-last row by the window, stood out the most. His once healthy, sun-kissed skin now seemed to emit a faint glow, as though he had used some luxurious skincare product. He exuded an aura of renewed vigor and spirit. This transformation was thanks to the companionship of the two Hua Yi. During the day, they filled his life with endless joy, and at night, their flute music granted him deep, baby-like sleep. The atmosphere in the classroom was lively as everyone animatedly discussed the upcoming awakening ceremony. The students chattered excitedly about the beast master talents they might awaken. Majestic abilities like the king's aura, molten heart, or celestial vision were treated as if they were treasures within easy reach. The more they talked, the more exhilarated they became. Some even broke into goofy smiles, chuckling to themselves in excitement. At that moment, a slightly chubby male teacher strolled into the classroom. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with a close-cropped haircut and a round physique. This was Lu Qizheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, whom the students had privately nicknamed Little Fat Lu. The nickname, coined by a few mischievous students, was so fitting that even Lu Qizheng himself had accepted it with good humor. Today, however, Lu Qizheng's appearance was a stark departure from his usual casual and slightly disheveled look. He was dressed sharply in a tailored suit and tie, with his hair neatly styled and his face freshly groomed. His polished appearance earned a wave of surprise from the students, quickly followed by a chorus of playful jeers. The ever-spirited Zhang Yu even let out a whistle, teasing, "Looking sharp today, little fat." The classroom erupted in laughter, and even Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile, joining in the cheerful commotion. But Lu Qizheng didn't banter with the students as he usually would. Instead, he stepped up to the lectern and tapped lightly on the desk. The room fell silent almost instantly. He scanned the room with a faint smile, a hint of sentimentality in his tone as he began to speak. "There's so much I want to say, but if I were to say it all, we'd be here forever. So, I'll keep it short." His words were met with a wave of good-natured boos, but before the students could start up again, he continued, "In just half an hour, you will participate in the awakening ceremony. At that moment, you will awaken your Beastmaster talents and officially become proud Beastmasters. You will form contracts with spirit beasts that are uniquely yours. Hey Race, wishing all of you the awakening of powerful beast-taming talents and the chance to bond with a spirit beast that suits you best. May your journey as beast tamers be smooth and successful." Before Lu Qi could finish his words, the students erupted into spontaneous applause. The enthusiastic clapping reverberated through the room, as if it could lift the ceiling. Lu Qi paused slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips, and added, "May fortune and strength be with you all." This time, as soon as his words landed, another wave of applause surged, even louder and more fervent than before. Lu Qi didn't rush to interrupt. Standing at the podium, he let his gaze sweep over the youthful faces before him, his eyes reflecting a flicker of complex emotions. The applause wasn't just a response to his words. It was also an expression of the students' hopes for the future, their mutual encouragement, and silent support for one another. Half a minute later, Lu Qi slowly raised his hand, signaling for quiet. The applause gradually faded, and the classroom returned to stillness. Lowering his hand, Lu Qi's smile softened, replaced by a more restrained expression. Adopting a playful tone, he remarked, "Those kind words and blessings I just shared, take them to heart. And yes, I meant every word." His tone was light-hearted, but then his expression shifted, becoming serious, even stern. The sudden change in his demeanor caused the students to tense up, a subtle unease creeping into the room. Some began to suspect that their usually easygoing and non-threatening teacher might be about to deliver some unwelcome truths. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Qi tapped his fingers on the podium, the sound crisp and deliberate. The atmosphere in the classroom grew heavier. Drawing out his words, he spoke in a low, deliberate tone. However, reality is often far from ideal. For 90 of people, the beast-taming talent they awaken will only be of the first-tier average in effect, and sometimes even utterly useless. Most of you here will likely fall into this category. As his words settled, the classroom became deathly quiet. Many students lowered their heads, some bit their lips, while others clenched their fists. The hopeful energy that had filled the room moments ago seemed to dissipate, replaced by an air of unease and disappointment. Lu Qi's eyes flickered with subtle emotion. He wasn't trying to crush their spirits, but rather employing a tough love approach, first grounding them in the harshness of reality to ignite a stronger determination. Still, he knew overdoing it could backfire, so he needed to strike a careful balance. Tapping the podium again, Lu Qi recaptured the students' attention. His tone lightened slightly as he continued, "All right, let's move on. Today, I'm giving you one final lesson: textbooks, no note-taking required. I only have a few questions for you, questions about beast-taming talents. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of gravity. Who can tell me what exactly are beast-taming talents? How are they formed? And one more thing. Are these talents fixed, or can they be improved? A brief silence followed, broken by the low murmur of discussions among the students. They exchanged uncertain glances, clearly caught off guard by the unexpected questions. Inwardly, they wondered what had prompted their usually laid-back teacher to suddenly adopt such a serious tone. Eventually, a few hands hesitantly rose. Lu Qi glanced around before settling his gaze on a bespectacled girl. Nodding toward her, he said, "Huang Shuya, go ahead." Huang Shuya stood up, gently adjusting her glasses and organizing her thoughts. Known as the class top student, she consistently ranked first in academics. In fact, her performance placed her among the top 3 in the entire school. For someone like her, these questions pose little challenge. After a brief moment of deliberation, Huang Shuya began, her voice steady and articulate. Beast-taming talents are extraordinary abilities that allow humans to directly or indirectly nurture, assist, and command spirit beasts. Some talents temporarily enhance a spirit beast's capabilities during battle, while others boost their growth and development in everyday training. She paused briefly before continuing. The use of beast-taming talents often consumes varying amounts of physical strength, mental energy, or even more enigmatic resources, depending on the type and strength of the talent. Much like the levels of spirit beasts, beast-taming talents are also categorized into tiers. Low-tier talents are less effective on high-level spirit beasts. For instance, the Mighty Strength talent temporarily increases a spirit beast's power. This talent itself can be further divided into tiers, such as first-tier Mighty Strength, second-tier Mighty Strength, and so on. Huang Shuya's voice was clear and confident, and the classroom remained utterly silent as everyone listened attentively. A Tier 1 strength boost can enhance a Tier 1 spirit beast, temporarily increasing its original strength of 1 to 1.5. However, its effect diminishes when applied to Tier 2 spirit beasts, with the strength boost decreasing exponentially as the tier increases. Conversely, when a Tier 2 strength boost is applied to a Tier 1 spirit beast, it can temporarily amplify the original strength of 1 to 3. The higher the tier of the talent, the greater the enhancement effect on lower-tier spirit beasts, with the specific values also increasing exponentially. However, this kind of enhancement is not without limits. There is a critical bottleneck: the physical or mental capacity of the spirit beast to endure the boost. Once this limit is surpassed, not only does the enhancement effect cease, but it could also cause irreversible damage to the spirit beast. Huang Shuya paused, her gaze sweeping across the room as if ensuring that everyone was paying close attention. Then, she continued speaking, her tone low and solemn, as though she were unveiling a long-buried secret. As for the origin of Beastmaster talents, we must trace it back to the earliest humans, she said, lowering her voice slightly, adding a tinge of mystery. In the beginning, humans not only lacked Beastmaster talents, but were also far weaker in physique and strength compared to today. It was a time of turmoil, from the ancient era to the medieval and then the modern era. Humanity endured countless trials, including the Dragon Phoenix War, teetering on the brink of extinction. Huang Shuya paused again, took a sip of water to soothe her throat, and continued. Over the course of history, humans gradually learned to form pacts with spirit beasts, thus becoming beastmasters. These pacts were not one-sided but mutual. During the growth, breakthroughs, and even evolution of spirit beasts, the beastmasters received feedback in return. This feedback, in the form of extraordinary factors, gradually integrated into the blood, genes, and even the very souls of the beastmasters. Her voice grew more passionate, as though recounting an epic tale of triumph. Over time, as humans formed more and more pacts with spirit beasts, these extraordinary factors collided and fused within beastmasters, eventually giving rise to a completely new power: the Beastmaster talent. This talent has since been deeply imprinted into human genetics, passed down from generation to generation as an inherited ability. At this point, Huang Shuya paused briefly, as if giving the audience time to digest the information. The classroom fell silent, the only sound being her slightly quickened breaths. She took a deep breath to steady herself before continuing. Moreover, Beastmaster talents are not static. They can be improved. Just as the earliest humans progressed from having no talent to developing it, one only needs to choose the right spirit beast to form a pact with and persistently nurture it. Through this process, the talent can grow. She provided a straightforward example. For instance, a beastmaster with a fire element talent who forms pacts with multiple fire element spirit beasts and continuously helps them grow and break through will gradually accumulate fire element extraordinary factors within their body. When this accumulation reaches a certain threshold, it can trigger a qualitative transformation, elevating the talent from Tier 1 to Tier 2, or even higher. As she reached this point, Huang Shuya visibly relaxed, her gaze shifting toward Lu Qizheng, awaiting his feedback. Lu Qizheng gave a slight nod, his expression one of approval. signaling that she could take her seat. However, whether out of a sense of pride or a desire to showcase her knowledge on the final day of class, Huang Shuya hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak again. "There's one more thing you may not know," she said with a hint of pride in her voice. "In the Xingyan Federation, we have the 3 sects, 5 clans, and 8 academies. The 5 clans refer to the Li, Song, Wang, Qian, and Nangong families' 5 prominent beastmaster families. These families have stood strong for centuries, even millennia, because they have continuously passed down their legacy. By forming pacts with spirit beasts of the same element and species across generations, they have accumulated extraordinary factors, steadily enhancing the beastmaster talents of their family members." Her voice stopped abruptly as she finished the last word, as though waiting for the astonishment of those around her. And as expected, the classroom erupted into a chorus of whispers and exclamations. Among the 5 great clans, anyone who emerges from their lineage possesses extraordinary talent in beast taming. The baseline aptitude is at the 4th rank, with an average of 5th rank, top tier being 6th rank, and, astonishingly, some are born with 7th rank beast taming talent. Such individuals rival, or even surpass, the heavenly king-level beast tamers, and are the most likely to break through to the 8th rank, earning them the title of. "Alright, that's enough. Huang Shuya, please take your seat." Lu Qijing interrupted hastily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had initially intended to use a setback then encouragement approach to motivate the students, but he hadn't anticipated that once the top student Huang Shuya started speaking, she would lay bare the harsh realities so bluntly. If she were to continue, Lu feared the entire class might spiral into despair, losing their fighting spirit even before the awakening ceremony began. Scanning the room, his suspicions were confirmed. Many students already wore dazed or disheartened expressions. Lu Qijing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had always thought Huang Shuya, the obedient and diligent top achiever, was the model student. Yet, at this moment, her straightforwardness was proving to be a headache. The problem was, what she had said couldn't be undone, and he couldn't simply tell the other students to ignore it doing so would only make them dwell on it even more. What now? Lu Qijing's eyes narrowed slightly. Having been a teacher for over a decade, he was well-versed in the art of communication. Quickly adjusting his mindset, he decided to steer the students' emotions in a different direction by shifting the topic and rebuilding their confidence. "Huang Shuya made some excellent points," Lu Qijing said, his tone softening into a warm smile. "What she just mentioned is actually a good opportunity for us to review and reflect. Now, I imagine you're wondering why I would bring this up again, especially with the awakening ceremony just around the corner." He paused briefly, ensuring he had the attention of the entire class. Then, his voice grew firm and resolute. "I want to tell you all this. Even if you awaken with low-tier or ordinary beast-taming talent, don't be discouraged, and certainly don't give up or stray off course. If you still dream of becoming a professional beast-tamer, then hold on to that dream. Low talent? That's finite, just means your starting point is a little behind." Lu Qijing's voice rose, infused with a stirring energy. He gestured emphatically, as if sweeping away the gloom that had settled over the room. "The beasts you contract in the future, if you care for them, nurture them diligently, and never abandon them, they will one day repay you." Huang Shuya mentioned the 5 great clans, and yes, the gap between their talents and yours is significant. But that gap is the result of generations of effort by their ancestors. The reason you're not on par with them isn't because you're inherently inferior, it's because your ancestors didn't work as hard as theirs did. By now, his gaze was sharp, his words ringing with conviction. "If you put in the effort and persevere, you may take longer than they do, and your path as a beast tamer may be more arduous, but that doesn't mean you won't reach the same heights. You might even surpass them. And who knows? Among you, there might be someone who will one day establish a family lineage of their own, someone whose descendants will kneel before their portrait and call them ancestor with reverence." The oppressive atmosphere that had settled over the classroom following Huang Shuya's words seemed to ignite with energy. The students' eyes began to shine, their spirits rekindled with a renewed sense of determination. Lu Qijing's every word was like a spark, burning away their earlier despondency and replacing it with a fervent resolve. "So what if my beast-taming talent is low?" one student muttered, clenching their fists. "It just means you'll start a little slower." "Exactly. Talent isn't something that can't be improved," another chimed in, their eyes gleaming with newfound hope. Lu Qijing observed the transformation in his students, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He knew that if he hadn't stepped in to redirect the mood, the end of the awakening ceremony would likely have seen many students succumbing to despair over their mediocre talents, perhaps even straying down the wrong path. But now, he had successfully reignited their fighting spirit, helping them believe that even the most ordinary flower could bloom with unparalleled brilliance. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed through the air. But it didn't come from the students inside the classroom, it came from outside. Lin Chuan instinctively turned his head toward the sound, and so did the rest of the students. Even Lu Qijing, who had been explaining something at the podium, paused mid-sentence. The figures at the doorway became clearer. A pair of young men stepped into the classroom, one leading the way, the other following closely behind. Their arrival swept through the room like a sudden storm, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The way they were dressed was striking, their outfits in stark black and white, making their identities unmistakable. The quiet murmurs that had filled the class moments ago died down at once, as if the students were afraid of missing this rare scene. Even Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and nervousness. Just moments earlier, Lu Qizhang had been calling on top student Huang Shuya, who mentioned the 3 sects, 5 clans, and 8 academies of the Xingyan Federation, names that were both familiar and distant to the students. Yet, almost no one had brought up or perhaps subconsciously avoided mentioning the true overarching power that stood above all beast-taming factions: the Xingyan Federation government. The Xingyan Federation government was the true authority of the nation. Unlike the 3 sects and 5 clans, which dazzled people with their grandeur and publicity, the Federation government operated in a subtle, pervasive manner, quietly embedding itself into the everyday lives of ordinary citizens. From the creation of textbooks to the supply of food and medicine, and even the production of tools for nurturing spirit beasts, the government's reach was everywhere, yet often unnoticed. Among the many institutions under the Federation government, the Beast Tamer Association was undoubtedly the one closest to the people and the most watched. This organization managed all affairs related to beast tamers and spirit beasts, providing beast tamers with comprehensive support in areas such as material trade, skill training, certification, and task assignments. More importantly, the association organized large-scale public events like the Awakening Ceremony, directing the power of beast tamers to where it was needed most. The 2 young men who had entered the classroom were staff members of the Beast Tamer Association. Their attire clearly signified their roles: long coats in black and white tones, with cloud-patterned embroidery on the sleeves and collars, and polished leather boots. These were the standard uniforms of the association. However, there was a distinction between the 2. The one in white was a civilian staff member, while the one in black, with his predominantly dark coat, was a professional beast tamer. In this era, any law-abiding citizen had the chance to awaken their beast-taming talent through the Awakening Ceremony, form a contract with a spirit beast, and become a beast tamer. However, a newly awakened beast tamer was merely at the starting line, not even considered amateur. To become a true professional beast tamer required passing rigorous assessments, raising one's spirit beast to a formidable level, and standing out among countless competitors. Only then could the Beast Tamer Association issue an official professional license. And now, standing in the classroom was one such professional beast tamer, a living embodiment of the dream shared by countless aspiring tamers. His gaze swept across the room, carrying an invisible pressure that silenced the once lively classroom. The students held their breath, and even Lin Chuan could feel his heartbeat quicken. The arrival of the Beast Tamer Association was anything but coincidental. Only by becoming a professional beast tamer can one truly embark on the path of beast taming. At that point, the doors of the Beast Tamer Association will open to you, granting access to advanced beast taming knowledge and the privilege to purchase or exchange rare materials and tools. This is a status countless people dream of achieving. A professional beast tamer does not need to worry about making ends meet. Their sole focus is on nurturing spirit beasts to grow stronger. In fact, even if someone chooses to slack off and stops training their beasts, it doesn't matter. They only need to respond to the association's summons when necessary, and the federal government will provide monthly subsidies to cover their living expenses. What's even more remarkable is that the family and close friends of a professional beast tamer also benefit from the federal government's preferential treatment, securing suitable jobs and relieving them of any financial worries. In short, becoming a professional beast tamer isn't just a personal breakthrough, it's a blessing for the entire family. It's often said, when one person reaches success, their whole family rises with them. For ordinary people, this path is perhaps the best shortcut to achieving a leap in social status. My name is Zhao Tong, the man standing at the podium began, his voice deep and commanding, carrying an innate sense of authority. There's no need for a lengthy introduction. After today, most of you will likely never see me again. His words were firm and decisive, yet they carried an air of superiority that made some feel slightly uncomfortable. However, the students in the room didn't show any discontent. Instead, they gazed at the professional beast tamer with awe and reverence. After all, anyone who could stand here as a professional beast tamer was undoubtedly a towering figure. Zhao Tong was 1.8 meters tall, with a square-shaped face and sharp, eagle-like eyes. His entire demeanor radiated an intense sense of pressure. His gaze swept across the class before finally settling on their homeroom teacher, Lu Qizhang. Zhao Tong gave a slight nod, and Lu immediately understood, quickly stepping aside to make room. Zhao Tong stepped to the center of the podium, paused briefly, then spoke in a steady tone. I just took a walk around your school and visited all 10 graduating classes. Your class gave me the best impression. However, this isn't because of you, it's because of your teacher." He shifted his tone and cast his gaze toward Lu Qijing. Liu's round face immediately turned bright red, overwhelmed with excitement. To be praised as a good teacher by a professional beast tamer was far more gratifying than any compliment from the principal or reward from the administration. If Xiao Tong were to gift him a banner of appreciation, it would be the cherry on top, Lu thought to himself with a mix of pride and anticipation. Xiao Tong chuckled lightly, withdrawing his gaze and turning back to the students. He continued, "Your teacher is right. If you persevere and don't give up, you'll eventually reap the rewards. But I must remind you, the path of a beast tamer is not as glamorous as you may imagine. It's a road filled with thorns and immense challenges, and countless people fall along the way. I hope that when you face hardships, you'll remember the lessons your teacher has taught you." He paused, his sharp eyes scanning the room, his tone now carrying a hint of reflection. "Let me give you a piece of personal advice. Whether you choose to heed it is up to you. Persistence doesn't mean being stubborn or inflexible. To become a competent beast tamer, you must know when to hold on and when to adapt. Sometimes, knowing your limits, understanding when to stop, and having the courage to let go is just as important." As his voice softened, it seemed as though he didn't want to elaborate further. "That's all I have to say. I'm sure you're all eager to get started." With that, his gaze shifted to the assistant standing beside him. Xiao Yu. The young man addressed as Xiao Yu wore round glasses and had a slim, scholarly appearance. He immediately understood Xiao Tong's cue, offering a slight nod as he began preparing for the next steps. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yu stepped down from the podium and began distributing small cards of an unknown material, resembling paper cards, to each student in the class. These were referred to as spirit guidance cards. Standing at the podium, Xiao Tong scanned the room with a calm yet authoritative gaze. His tone, though steady, carried an undeniable weight of command. For those who know, no explanation is needed. For those who don't, there's no need to ask. All you need to do is follow my instructions. Once the cards were handed out, Xiao Tong raised his hand unhurriedly and demonstrated a simple action. Place the card in the palm of your hand or keep it close to your body in whatever way feels most comfortable, maybe under your arm, for instance. Just find a way that works for you. His voice was composed, yet firm, leaving no room for half-hearted compliance. No one in the classroom dared to act differently. Quietly, the students mimicked his movements, cupping the cards between their palms and pressing their hands together to fully enclose them. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Clear your mind. Then, use your spirit to sense and connect with the card. It will guide you into the awakening ritual, Xiao Tong instructed, his deep voice resonating through the room with an almost hypnotic clarity, as though each word struck directly at their core. The students obediently shut their eyes, the air growing tense with a mix of nervous anticipation. The awakening ritual was a moment every student had long awaited, though not everyone would succeed in entering it. Those unable to focus their minds, or who were in poor condition, often failed to establish a connection with the card. This was why the school had given students a week off to prepare themselves physically and mentally. Among them, Lin Chuan stood out as someone who had prepared exceptionally well. His energy and spirit were so vibrant that it seemed he was on the verge of breaking through some invisible barrier. It took only a brief moment for Lin Chuan to feel his spirit connect with the card. Between his palms, a soft glow began to escape through the gaps between his fingers. On the podium, Xiao Tong, Xiao Yu, and Lu Qijing all turned their attention to him, their eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and approval. Lin Chuan had become the first student in Class 37 to successfully enter the awakening ritual. His natural talent and focus had clearly impressed the three instructors. The awakening ritual, as its name suggests, is not merely a meditation session but a formal ceremony imbued with a sense of ritualistic significance. It requires careful preparation, including selecting an appropriate time and location, setting up an altar, and offering tributes, all under the guidance of professionals from the Beast Tamer Association. While the process might seem archaic and overly elaborate, it is undeniably a mysterious and solemn occasion. However, Lin Chuan and his classmates did not need to be physically present at the ceremony. The Starrock Federation held the awakening ritual only once a year, organized by the Beast Tamer Association in collaboration with the 3 sects, 5 clans, and 8 academies. Within a specially designated pocket dimension, the spirit guidance cards served as conduits to channel the participants' mental consciousness into the ritual, allowing them to awaken their beast-taming abilities. With his eyes closed, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a tremor deep within his spirit. It wasn't a physical sensation but a ripple that seemed to resonate through his very soul. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to find that everything around him had vanished: the classroom, his classmates, the instructors at the podium. All that remained was a vast, boundless void, a world stripped of everything tangible. Before he could fully process what was happening, a sensation of falling overtook him. It was as if he were plunging into an endless ocean, surrounded by impenetrable darkness and a bone-chilling cold. Deeper and deeper he sank, the pressure mounting steadily, as though the entire universe was closing in on him. The suffocating weight and overwhelming helplessness were indescribable. He struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. His consciousness began to waver, yet deep within him surged a stubborn defiance, an unyielding determination to fight against the despair. Gradually, Lin Chuan stopped moving, stopped resisting, allowing his body to sink into the abyss, succumbing to the mounting pressure surrounding him. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the omnipresent sense of oppression, until all sensations blurred into nothingness. Just as he thought he was about to be consumed, the pain in his body suddenly vanished, replaced by an indescribable clarity. He shuddered violently, his consciousness fully awakening as memories surged into his mind like a flood. Scenes from his childhood flashed before him, riding his mother Su Xiaoxia's spirit pet, the little moonhound, and frolicking on the farm at the age of 3. Fragmented memories of a previous life, once hazy, began to piece together into a coherent picture. He saw a vibrant blue planet, an ancient country, the majestic Great Wall, the roaring Yellow River, and even his past self, tirelessly working overtime. Every scene felt so vivid, as if he were witnessing it firsthand. It was as though Lin Chuan had adopted the perspective of a god, overlooking another world in its entirety. The joys, sorrows, and struggles of his past life surged over him like a tidal wave. Yet, just as he was lost in this flood of memories, a faint glimmer of light appeared, piercing the tranquility. It was a soft blue glow, followed by a second golden light, then a third, a fourth, an array of colorful lights emerging one after another, like an infinite expanse of stars twinkling before his eyes. Eventually, these lights converged into a dazzling sea, flowing like a galaxy, mysterious and breathtaking. Lin Chuan was stunned. He looked down and noticed that his heart was emitting a gentle green light. The glow radiated vitality, like a tender sprout breaking through the soil. A wry thought crossed his mind. Good thing it's my heart that's glowing. If it were my head, that'd be embarrassing. Focusing his attention on the green light in his heart, a sudden realization emerged in his mind. Heart of the Spirit Wood, Tier 2. Enhances the cultivation efficiency of wood and illusion-type spirit beasts, aids in overcoming bottlenecks, and slightly amplifies the power of wood and illusion-type abilities. So, this is my beast master talent? Lin Chuan murmured to himself, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. The Heart of the Spirit Wood was already a rare talent, and to awaken a Tier 2 version was extraordinary, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It gave him a significant advantage on the path of a beastmaster. With diligence and steady progress, he was almost guaranteed to achieve the rank of a professional beastmaster. But soon, his brows furrowed as a trace of doubt surfaced in his mind. While the Heart of the Spirit Wood was indeed powerful, records indicated that its awakening was typically accompanied by visions of an endless misty forest, not the awakening of memories from a past life. Could this mean he had awakened a second beastmaster talent? Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Although there was a 20% chance of awakening a second talent through a special ritual after a natural awakening, such an occurrence was rare enough to be considered a stroke of incredible luck. He marveled at his good fortune, but couldn't help wondering about his initial awakened talent. Where had it gone? He glanced around, but aside from the green glow in his heart, there were no other apparent anomalies in his body. Suddenly, he realized that he was currently in a soul state, and some things might not be visible to the naked eye. He closed his eyes and used his spiritual consciousness to sense his surroundings. In an instant, he detected a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from the top of his head. His awareness quickly focused on it, revealing a peculiar light radiating from his brain. It wasn't a single color but an interwoven mix of black and white, forming a rotating orb of light that seemed to hold boundless mysteries. Lin Chuan couldn't help but marvel. This little guy is quite unique, definitely extraordinary, just like a natural awakening should be. He directed his spiritual consciousness closer to the black and white orb, and in the next moment, another wave of insight surged into his mind. Reincarnation, Tier 1. Legacy of Reincarnation. Allows contracted spirit beasts to inherit abilities such as skills, attributes, and combat experience from other spirit beasts through materials like their remains. Rebirth of Reincarnation. Allows contracted spirit beasts to revert to their initial form, with a high likelihood of breaking through their bloodline limits. Additionally, special materials can be used to induce species mutations. Lin Chuan's pupils constricted, and a storm of emotions surged within him. The reincarnation talent. Not only was it rare, but it was also an ability that defied conventional limits. Whether through inheritance or rebirth, it meant his spirit beasts would possess limitless potential. So this is my natural awakening talent, utterly astonishing. Lin Chuan couldn't help but clench his fists, his heart racing with excitement. With these two talents, his future held boundless possibilities. Opening his eyes and emerging from the awakening ritual, Lin Chuan took a deep breath, feeling mentally drained and drowsy. He rubbed his temples, trying to shake off the fatigue and clear his mind as he glanced around the room. The classroom was already filled with several classmates who, like him, had completed their awakening. The professional beastmaster, Zhao Tong, had left at some point, leaving only Lu Qi and the clerical assistant known as Xiao Yu behind. Lin Chuan gave them a brief glance before closing his eyes again and leaning back in his chair, quietly resting. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, the last student in Class 7 of Year 3 completed their awakening. Xiao Yu, holding a stack of spiritual guide cards, went around collecting them before handing out a form to each student. The form required them to report the rank of their beastmaster talent and their specific abilities after awakening. On the surface, this seemed like routine data collection, but Lin Chuan knew better. As memories from his past life surfaced in his mind, he understood the deeper purpose behind these actions. In his previous life on Blue Star, there were no supernatural powers, yet wars and chaos were unending. In this life on Azure Star, however, the existence of beastmaster civilization and extraordinary powers meant that individuals could become strong enough to shake the foundation of entire nations. In such a world, creating a stable and secure society was no easy task. The Beastmaster Association and the federal government's efforts to gather information on every beastmaster were clearly aimed at maintaining order. Yet, adopting a direct or forceful approach to collect such data would surely provoke dissatisfaction and even resistance from those with extraordinary abilities. History had already witnessed countless bloody examples of this. Thus, the Beastmaster Association opted for a more subtle approach. The association mandated that both professional and amateur beastmasters must register and update their information annually. While participation was technically voluntary, those who complied received a generous reward, with the amount varying based on their level of ability. Even the most basic amateur beastmasters could earn a reward equivalent to 2 months' salary for an average person. This seemingly gentle method was highly appealing, leaving few able to refuse. At this moment, the students faced a similar choice. Based on the talent rank and the initial spirit beast they would contract, as reported on the form, the association would provide each of them with a starter gift package, a gesture of encouragement and support for their journey as beastmasters. Though not overly extravagant, the gift package was sufficient to help a newcomer take their first steps. Of course, filling out the form was entirely voluntary. Students could choose not to provide the information, but doing so meant forfeiting the gift package. What about false reporting? The association had anticipated this possibility. Anyone daring to underreport or overreport their abilities would face the consequences. Underreporting might simply result in receiving an unsuitable gift package, leading to regret. Overreporting, however, if discovered to be false, would bring penalties far more serious than just losing the gift. Lin Chuan stared down at the form in his hands, already calculating his next move. He knew that from this moment on, every decision he made would mark the beginning of his official journey as a beastmaster. The Beastmaster Association meticulously records every individual's abilities and their respective levels. Using this data, along with information on the contracted spirit beasts, they can roughly estimate a student's potential performance in the entrance exams 3 months later. By then, the association expects students to have developed their spirit beasts to a certain standard. Their evaluation system is extremely rigorous. If a student's results fail to meet the benchmark, it indicates that they lack the potential to pursue the path of a beastmaster. Without a major opportunity or significant change, it would be nearly impossible for them to become a professional beastmaster in the future. Additionally, if a student's actual progress differs greatly from their submitted data, suspicions of falsified reporting will inevitably arise. If someone is found guilty of falsifying their information, the consequences vary depending on the severity of the discrepancy. For instance, if a level 1 individual claims to be level 5, the association will immediately reclaim the costly resources provided in the level 5 starter pack. On the other hand, if a level 1 individual reports being level 2, the lower value of the resources might mean no reclamation is pursued. However, the false reporting would still be recorded, and the individual would be blacklisted as untrustworthy. Being placed on the blacklist carries severe repercussions. Future opportunities, access to welfare programs, and even basic public services could be restricted. Worse still, their family and close friends might also face collateral consequences. Such a price is enough to deter most people from risking falsification for a small starter pack. Lin Chuan was well aware of these rules. Staring down at the form, he thought for a moment before truthfully filling in level 2 Spiritwood Heart. He understood that honesty was the only sustainable path forward. After a brief hesitation, he also filled in level 1 Skill Master under the second Beastmaster Talent section. This talent increased the efficiency of a spirit beast's skill learning and proficiency training. While not exceptionally powerful, it was highly practical, a watered-down version of the mythical legacy of reincarnation. However, what truly excited Lin Chuan was his hidden talent, Rebirth of Samsara, a game-changing ability that defied all conventional logic. Lin Chuan knew that this talent had to remain a secret. It wasn't that he distrusted his family. He simply understood the old saying, loose lips sink ships. The more people knew about his secret, the greater the risk of exposure. If the truth ever came to light, it would undoubtedly bring endless trouble. After all, the effects of rebirth of samsara were so extraordinary that its very existence could incite chaos. Keeping it hidden was the safest choice. Staying low and making quiet progress is the smartest move, Lin Chuan thought to himself, his expression calm and composed. He understood that only when he became strong enough to stand unchallenged could he truly act without fear. That would be the moment to reveal his full potential. After completing the form, Lin Chuan carefully reviewed it to ensure there were no mistakes. Satisfied, he gently blew on the paper, flicked it lightly, and placed it into a prepared envelope. Handing it over to the administrative assistant, Xiaoyu, he nodded politely. Around the room, his classmates were also finishing their forms, sealing them in envelopes and submitting them. The classroom grew livelier as students began chatting in small groups, discussing their newly awakened Beastmaster talents. Some were brimming with excitement, while others appeared downcast, clearly disappointed by their abilities. A few emotionally sensitive girls even broke into tears. Lin Chuan's gaze landed on one of Thema girl sobbing at her desk. It was Huang Shuya, the class's top student. It seems her awakened talent is probably level 1, and not a very effective one, Lin Chuan speculated silently, a flicker of mixed emotions crossing his face. After exchanging a few encouraging words with some close friends, Lin Chuan stood up and walked toward Lu Qizheng. He directly explained his situation and mentioned his intention to head home. You've already decided on your initial contracted spirit beast? Lu Qizheng asked, looking up at him. Lin Chuan nodded firmly, his eyes resolute. Xiaopeng, you know my family's situation. My awakened beast-taming talent isn't anything that counters with attributes, so I've decided to choose Huayeyi, the spirit beast raised on our family farm, Lin Chuan said calmly, with a hint of resolute determination in his tone. He understood that his choice might seem ordinary to outsiders, but to him, it was the most suitable beginning. That's a great choice. Congratulations. Lu Qizheng nodded with a sincere smile. He was well aware of Lin Chuan's family circumstances. Awakening a beast-taming talent was already a rare blessing, and Huayeyi, meticulously nurtured on their family farm, was indeed a reliable option. Go on, Lu Qizheng said, patting Lin Chuan on the shoulder with an encouraging look in his eyes. Lin Chuan grinned, swinging his shoulder bag with a hint of playfulness. When I become a professional beast tamer, they'll come back and bring you a banner of gratitude. They'll make sure you shine and soar with me. Huh, that sounds great. Lu Qizheng laughed heartily, responding with equal cheer. They'll be waiting for that banner. The two shared a knowing smile before embracing warmly. Lin Chuan turned and left the classroom, his steps brisk and eager, as if he couldn't wait to embark on his new journey. The other students in the class also began wrapping up their conversations, leaving in small groups after saying their farewells to Lu Qizheng. Some had already made up their minds about their choices, while others needed to discuss with their families first. Students like Lin Chuan, whose families had prepared spirit beasts in advance, were rare. Most students would take their graduation certificates and the proof documents issued by the Beast Tamer Association to the local breeding center to select their starter spirit beasts. They understood that arriving late might mean missing out on the well-qualified and docile ones. If they weren't satisfied with the options in town, they could visit breeding centers in neighboring towns or larger cities. However, the additional cost for higher-tier access often made such choices unattainable for ordinary families. For Lin Chuan, his middle-class family could perhaps manage the expense, but he had never considered that route. After all, the Huayeyi raised on their farm were not only of decent quality but, more importantly, had grown up with him, forging an unbreakable bond. Lin Family Farm. As Lin Chuan approached the farm, even before stepping through the gate, he spotted his father, Lin Xuedong, standing at the entrance with two Huayeyi by his side. Under the sunlight, the leaves of the two Huayeyi gleamed with a healthy sheen, as if they were both nervous and excited about the upcoming contract. Seeing Lin Chuan in the distance, Lin Xuedong gave a small nod toward the two Huayeyi, signaling them to greet him. The two little creatures immediately trotted forward on their short legs, resembling fluffy little sprites, and happily bounded toward Lin Chuan. Ya. Their soft, sweet calls rang out as they leapt into Lin Chuan's arms. Their tiny legs kicked excitedly, and their leaves gently patted his chest, as if playfully seeking attention. Lin Chuan froze for a moment, glancing down at the two lively little ones in his arms. A smile naturally spread across his face. Although he couldn't understand their chirps, the pure affection they conveyed was unmistakable. They weren't competing for favor, but were instead welcoming and congratulating him in the simplest, most direct way. Just then, one of the Huayeyi, Guagua, snuggled its tiny face against Lin Chuan's chest, rubbing affectionately. Meanwhile, the other, Yinghua, lightly lifted one of its leaves and delicately wiped the sweat from Lin Chuan's forehead. Lin Chuan was caught off guard, looking down at Yinghua in his right arm. The leaf's gentle gesture seemed to say, big brother. You've worked hard." For a moment, he almost imagined hearing a soft, tender voice. Noticing his gaze, Yinghua's leaf trembled slightly before using another leaf to half cover its small body, striking a shy pose. Lin Chuan's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, "Wow, not even bonded yet, and you're already pulling tricks? Where did this little green tea come from?" He glanced up at his father, Lin Chuan, who stood a couple of meters away. To his surprise, his father's eyes seemed to be avoiding his, as though deliberately dodging any questions. Lin Chuan shook his head with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Looking back at the two Huayi in his arms, warmth surged in his heart. He knew that his journey as a beast tamer had quietly begun on this familiar land. No need to look for evidence. The culprit is definitely him. It must have been old Deng who taught Huayi some weird stuff while I was at school undergoing my awakening ceremony. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind quickly flashing through Huayi's recent strange behavior. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that it was old Deng's masterpiece. But honestly, I like it. Bring it on. Don't stop. A sly smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he laughed inwardly. This time, he decided to let it slide, but not again. Still, rules must be set, no more teaching his Huayi bizarre knowledge. Seeing that Lin Chuan wasn't going to press the matter, old Deng immediately let out a cheeky laugh, adjusted his glasses, and stepped closer, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "So, how is it?" he asked tentatively. Lin Chuan smiled faintly, raised his hand to make an okay gesture, and replied with a hint of pride in his tone, "It's great, so great, in fact, that I've even awakened a second beast master talent, the second-tier spiritwood heart." "What?" Old Deng's smile froze instantly, and his glasses nearly slipped off his nose. His eyes widened with a mixture of shock and delight. First, a natural awakening, and now a second beast master talent? And it's the second-tier spiritwood heart? Could it be that our Lin family's third young master is truly chosen by destiny? Lin Chuan's lips curled slightly, but he said nothing, his expression radiating quiet confidence. "Spiritwood heart," old Deng muttered to himself before his eyes lit up with excitement. With this beast master talent, even if your family were as ordinary as they come, Lin Chuan's choice for an initial spirit beast would still have to be Huayi. Across all the spirit beast breeding centers in Tianshan Town, and even in the neighboring towns, there's no spirit beast better suited as his starting companion than Huayi. As he spoke, old Deng grew more animated, as if already envisioning Lin Chuan's brilliant future. The spiritwood heart's effects only apply to wood and illusion-type spirit beasts, and Huayi is wood type by nature. Upon evolving, Hualingling and even the third stage evolution, Hualingxian, are wood illusion dual types. The compatibility here is simply divine like fate itself. So, if Lin Chuan didn't choose Huayi as his initial spirit beast, it would be an unforgivable crime, a violation of the natural order. Old Deng's tone grew increasingly righteous, even a bit indignant. To be more realistic, if he picked any other spirit beast, the Beast Master Association would surely give him a negative mark in his record. Someone who doesn't even understand their own talent and chooses the wrong initial companion. How could such a person ever succeed as a Beast Master? Lin Chuan shook his head as he listened but couldn't help chuckling. Exactly. I'm the legendary innate Huayi saint. As soon as he said this, Lin Chuan's mind wandered to his first naturally awakened beast master talent, reincarnation. He originally planned to reveal it as a first-tier skill master to Lin Chuan, but the latter raised a hand to stop him. "Come on, make your choice." Lin Chuan's tone carried a mix of urgency and teasing anticipation. "So, will it be Guagua or Sakura?" He spoke while wearing a look that said he was ready to enjoy the show. Clearly, he wanted to see which Huayi his son would pick. Not only that, but he also seemed eager to witness the tantrum and tears of the unchosen Huayi, curious to see how Lin Chuan would coax the neglected one afterward. While Lin Chuan felt a bit sorry for the one not chosen, this was a rare opportunity to observe extreme emotional reactions valuable for studying Huayi's behavioral patterns and emotional responses. For this experiment, Lin Chuan had gone to great lengths. He meticulously arranged everything inside and outside the farm, granting all employees paid leave, clearing out any unnecessary individuals, and even placing no entry signs at the road's entrance. On top of that, he installed countless high-definition cameras and infrared sensors around the area to gather data from all angles. Lin Chuan glanced at the setup and immediately understood what was going on. A faint, meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Knowing old Deng's intentions, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a bit mischievous himself. It seemed this time, old Deng might end up disappointed. Only kids make choices. As an adult, I want it all. Before Lin Chuan could process this sudden declaration, Lin Chuan had already made his move. Stretching out both hands, he lifted the two Huayi, one in each hand, high above his head as if presenting treasures to the heavens. Then, swiftly pulling them back into his arms, he hugged them tightly. With a tone of determination mixed with excitement, he declared, I've decided. I'll contract with both of them together. For most rookie beast tamers, choosing just one spirit beast as a starting point is an unspoken rule. After all, contracting a spirit beast isn't merely a ceremonial act, it involves a wide range of considerations, including resource allocation, training time, and emotional bonds. Contracting too many spirit beasts often stretches resources too thin and divides attention, leading to poor growth for both the beasts and the tamer. However, Lin Chuan had no intention of adhering to these so-called rules. To him, these supposed obstacles were hardly issues at all. First, there was the question of resources. Huaiyi, being a plant-type spirit beast, was fundamentally different from combat-oriented beasts. They thrived simply by basking in sunlight and absorbing enough water, producing high-quality fruit in return. In contrast, combat spirit beasts required comprehensive development, physical strength, endurance, power, and elemental energy, all of which demanded significant resources and nutrition. While Lin Chuan's family wasn't wealthy, as dedicated Huaiyi farmers, they had easy access to the resources needed for their growth. Under their current circumstances, supporting the early development of two Huaiyi simultaneously was entirely manageable. Next was the matter of emotional bonds. This was even less of a concern. These two Huaiyi had been raised by Lin Chuan since they were seedlings, and their relationship was as close as that of a parent and child. Their bond was already unshakable, and contracting with them would only deepen that connection. There was no risk of emotional division here. Finally, the most challenging aspect: skill training. Lin Chuan had worried about this before, but everything changed after his awakening ceremony, during which he uncovered the mysteries of the power of reincarnation. While the ability to reincarnate was still beyond his grasp, the inheritance aspect of the power was enough to give him immense confidence. By obtaining the remains or materials of suitable spirit beasts, he could enable his Huaiyi to quickly learn new skills and master them at an impressive pace. With this advantage, nurturing two Huaiyi was no longer a daunting task. In fact, it was an incredible boon. Lin Chuan had already mapped out his future strategy. One Huaiyi would focus on offense, while the other would specialize in healing and support, creating a perfectly balanced partnership. Against particularly tough opponents, he could activate the double custard strategy, relying on sheer endurance and attrition to wear the enemy down. The thought filled Lin Chuan with boundless confidence, and a faint, self-assured smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Lin Chuan had fulfilled all the conditions for a double contract start. Looking down at the two Huaiyi in his arms, he could almost feel their excitement mirroring his own. They let out soft, cheerful sounds, their leaves gently swaying as if to affirm his decision. So old ding, jackpot secured. Are you serious? Really? Lin Chuan froze for a moment at Lin Chuan's words. Then, his expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chuan, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. Are you sure you've thought this through carefully? This isn't just a moment of weakness, is it? Not just a decision you made because you didn't want to hurt any of the Huaiyi spirits. He paused, seemingly to emphasize his point, and spoke again. Third brother, let me tell you something. As a man, the worst thing you can be is indecisive. When it's time to act, you act. When it's time to make a choice, don't hesitate. That's what it means to be a true Sigma male. Being wishy-washy, trying to please everyone, that's not kindness, that's just being a spineless loser. As he spoke, Lin Chuan's voice grew more passionate. He even reached out to jab Lin Chuan's chest with his finger, as if trying to drive his philosophy deep into his younger brother's heart. Lin Chuan, however, simply shook his head. His expression remained calm, and his tone carried a quiet determination. To be honest, at first, it was because I felt soft-hearted. But later, I gave it serious thought. He paused briefly, his gaze sharpening. Even if I don't form contracts with both Huaiyi spirits at the same time now, I would still contract one first and then the other later. Dad, you know this, every beast tamer chooses their own path. Some specialize in a single element, others focus on a particular species, and some build their teams around a specific skill. As for Mu, he looked directly at Lin Chuan, his voice growing steadier. For now, with the entrance exams for the 8 grade academies just 3 months away, I've decided to take the extreme survival route, focusing on sustain and defense. I want to reach the point where, as long as I don't go down in one hit, no one can outlast me. At this, Lin Chuan's tone took on a faint trace of self-mockery. Dad, you know as well as I do our family is middle class at best, comfortable but nowhere near the level of the truly wealthy. Those kids from affluent families, their starting point is leagues ahead of ours. Their initial spirit beasts are often commander level, or even rare general level creatures. And me? I know I don't have the resources to go head-to-head with them. So, after thinking it through, I realized that the only way I might stand out in the exams is by taking this extreme survival route. For that, I need 2 Huaiyi spirits. One just won't cut it. Lin Chuan finished speaking, his tone calm, and without further explanation. He simply looked at Lin Chuan, his gaze steady and clear. as if he'd already run through every possible scenario in his mind countless times. Lin Chuan lowered his head in thought. After a moment, he looked up again, his expression complicated as he regarded Lin Chuan. He couldn't deny that Lin Chuan's reasoning was sound. A pang of bitter self-reproach welled up in his heart. It was his own lack of ability that had failed to provide his children with a stronger starting point. If only he had become a mid-level researcher, he might have been able to secure a commander-level spirit beast for them. And if he were a senior researcher, perhaps even a general-level one. He thought of Lin Lini and Lin Linger. Back then, they didn't have better starting spirit beasts either, yet they chose to go head-to-head with the truly privileged kids. The result? They lost in the entrance exams. While they still managed to get into reputable beast-taming universities, it was a tier below the 8th-grade academies. And only by entering one of those 8th-grade academies could they hope to join the ranks of the Federation's elite beast-tamers. With these thoughts, Lin Chuan let out a bitter laugh. But soon, his gaze softened, and he looked at Lin Chuan with a mix of pride and relief. Third brother, in terms of talent and mindset, you're far more mature than your brother and sister were when they were your age. Most importantly, he paused, as if searching for the right words. You have the ability to see yourself clearly, to recognize the gap, and not to charge in recklessly out of sheer defiance. That is truly rare. Lin Chuan smiled faintly but didn't say much in response. In truth, this calmness and rationality were traits he developed gradually after fragments of memories from his previous life began to resurface. The Lin Chuan of the past might have charged ahead recklessly like his older siblings. But now, he had learned to strategize and play it safe. His first priority was to maximize his health and recovery abilities, ensuring that his healing outpaced any damage dealt by his enemies. With self-awareness, meticulous thinking, and the second-tier spirit would heart coupled with his innate beast-taming talent, perhaps, just perhaps, the Lin family might truly see a dragon rise from its ranks. Lin Chuan's gaze toward Lin Chuan was filled with unprecedented anticipation. Lin Chuan, seemingly unaware of the fiery expectation in his father's eyes, remained calm as he continued his analysis. Even within the same species of spirit beast, there are countless developmental paths. Take the evolution of Hua Yi into its final form, the flower spirit Immortal, for example. There are those specializing in would attribute skills focused on healing, others in illusion skills to create obstacles, and even some rare and unconventional toxic healer builds, he explained confidently. As for whether raising 2 spirit pets simultaneously would be overwhelming, don't worry about that, old ding. My naturally awakened beast-taming talent is skill mastery. Even though it's only first tier, it's more than enough. The skill learning and training progress for Guogua and Sakura will absolutely not fall behind anyone else. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chuan paused, his gaze calm as he looked at his father, seemingly waiting for a response. Lin Chuan was silent for a moment, his emotions in turmoil, though he worked hard to maintain a composed exterior. He wanted to shout, "My son is incredible. The third young master of our family has the bearing of an emperor." But in the end, he merely nodded, pretending to be indifferent as he said, "If that's the case and you've made up your mind, then go ahead and contract with both of them." Lin Chuan smiled faintly, saying nothing more as he moved directly into action. He gently placed the 2 Hua Yi in his arms onto the ground, then retrieved 2 contract spheres from the satchel slung across his shoulder. The spheres were pitch black, roughly the size of ping-pong balls, and covered in intricate, arcane patterns that exuded a mysterious aura. In ancient times, forming a contract between humans and spirit beasts was far from simple. It required elaborate rituals, including drawing sigils, reciting lengthy incantations, and even engaging in synchronized dances to achieve mental and emotional harmony before the contract could be sealed. However, over time, top researchers among humans, perhaps frustrated by the awkwardness of such ceremonies, streamlined the process. Through continuous optimization and the integration of spirit beast technology, they eventually developed convenient tools like the contract spheres. Lin Chuan held a sphere in each hand, but didn't crush them immediately. Instead, he knelt on one knee, crouching slightly to meet the gaze of the 2 Hua Yi. His voice softened, becoming tender and sincere. "Guogua, Sakura, are you sure you want to become my contract spirit pets? I have to warn you, training and cultivation will be tough, and you might even get hurt. It could be painful. So, if you want to back out, now's the time." The 2 Hua Yi exchanged a glance, their eyes resolute. They didn't shy away but responded in a way unique to their species. Clenching their tiny fists tightly, they exerted a little force, and the flowers atop their heads, previously closed, slowly blossomed. A small, nodiotripe fruit emerged from each flower, which they caught steadily before presenting to Lin Chuan like a cherished offering. Lin Chuan stared at the 2 little creatures, his chest tightening with emotion. For a moment, his nose stung, and a wave of warmth surged through his heart. Though he prided himself on being a tough and unyielding man, he couldn't help but be moved by the gesture of these 2 tiny spirit beasts. Taking a deep breath, His eyes gleamed with determination as he gently accepted the fruits they offered. Then, without hesitation, he crushed the contract spheres in his hands. Lin Chuan carefully received the two initial fruits, storing them securely as he took a deep breath. His gaze sharpened, and with a sudden motion, he crushed both contract spheres simultaneously in his hands. Crack, crack. Two crisp sounds rang out as the shattered spheres released radiant white light, flowing softly as if imbued with life itself. The light coalesced midair, forming two small, silver-white, translucent circles. Within the circles, intricate runes shimmered and danced like living entities, intertwining to exude an ancient and mysterious aura. Taking another deep breath, Lin Chuan steadied his hands and gently pressed the two circles onto the heads of Guagua and Sakura. In an instant, the circles merged seamlessly into their bodies through the tops of their heads, like droplets of water, dissolving into the ocean, silent yet undeniably powerful. Almost immediately, the intricate contract patterns erupted within Guagua and Sakura, sending transparent energy ripples outward. A faint wave of air swept out from their small forms, rustling the leaves on their bodies and lifting bits of dust from the ground. As the energy ripples and air currents subsided, Guagua and Sakura fully absorbed the power of the contract ritual in the span of just 2 breaths. Lin Chuan felt a subtle yet profound pull deep within his soul, a connection that defied description. It was deeper than blood ties, more direct than words, as if their lives had become inextricably intertwined. The contract was complete. Lin Chuan looked down at the 2 little creatures nestled in his arms. They nuzzled affectionately against his chest, their leaves swaying gently, radiating a sense of joy and trust. A soft smile spread across his face. As he lifted his gaze, his eyes met those of Lin Chuan, who had been watching from a short distance away. Lin Chuan stood there, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Seeing Lin Chuan holding Guagua and Sakura in his arms, he broke into a proud, fatherly smile, nodding repeatedly. After a moment, however, his expression turned more serious, as if recalling something. Clearing his throat, he spoke up, "Lin Chuan, there's something I need to discuss with you." Hearing this, Lin Chuan raised his head, his attention shifting to Lin Chuan. Guagua and Sakura, sensing the resonance of their bond, turned their heads in perfect unison with Lin Chuan to look at Lin Chuan. Momentarily taken aback by the synchronized stares of 3 pairs of eyes, Lin Chuan coughed lightly, adjusted his tone, and adopted a more solemn demeanor. "I provided your older brother with a starting fund of 1 million Starrock coins for his beast-taming journey. I gave your sister the same amount," Lin Chuan said in an even tone, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. "I believe in fairness. I won't give you more just because you've contracted 2 flower-leaf beasts." Lin Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded, showing no sign of surprise. In truth, he had anticipated this arrangement. A starting fund of 1 million Starrock coins was already a generous sum. For an average family, managing to gather even 50,000 to 100,000 Starrock coins would be a monumental effort. With 1 million, a novice beast tamer from a modest background could easily navigate the 3-month development period between graduation and the entrance exams without financial worries and even have some to spare. However, Lin Chuan was fully aware that if he wanted to stand out during the entrance exams and secure a place in one of the 3 sects, 5 clans, or 8 academies, 1 million Starrock coins would not suffice. The wealthier elite often started with tens of millions or even more, using their vast resources to provide their initial beasts with an abundance of cultivation materials. The heirs of beast-taming families were even more formidable, benefiting not only from immense financial support, but also from superior beast bloodlines and innate talent in beast-taming. Still, Lin Chuan's thoughts remained calm as a faint smile crossed his lips. His gaze sharpened slightly, and his hand gently brushed against the leaves of Guagua and Sakura. This competition would ultimately come down to intelligence and strength, not just the accumulation of resources. His eyes gleamed like stars, carrying a hint of determination and an almost imperceptible sharpness. Beast tamers from prominent beast-taming families are only wealthier. Their starting spirit beasts are always more formidable, with monarch-level or even king-level bloodlines being the norm. But that's not even the most important part. The key lies in the top-tier resources that no amount of wealth or power can buy, resources that ordinary people can't even dream of accessing before becoming professional beast tamers. Yet, these elite families can acquire them effortlessly. Not to mention, some families even have exclusive, one-of-a-kind legendary resources handed down through generations, treasures that might even surpass the collections of the Xingyan Federation government. If Lin Chuan was willing to give him more Xingyan coins voluntarily, Lin Chuan certainly wouldn't complain. After all, getting more Xingyan coins meant he could buy better nutritional supplements for Guagua and Sakura, purchase rarer resources, and avoid the grind of working odd jobs to make ends meet. Who wouldn't want an easier life? Why make things harder for oneself unnecessarily? That said, if Lin Chuan didn't offer more, Lin Chuan wouldn't hold any grudges. After all, the initial 1 million was already a hefty amount. Plus, he was an adult now, fully capable of earning his own coins through hard work. Seeing that Lin Chuan showed no objections, Lin Xuedong smiled in satisfaction. However, Lin Chuan quietly let out a cold chuckle in his heart. Old ding. You're smiling way too early. After all, he would eventually have to work to earn coins, so why not start here? And whose coins he earned didn't really matter, did it? With a cheerful grin, he asked, Old ding, does your farm happen to be hiring? Do you need someone to provide research data? As he spoke, he lifted the two Hua Yi nestled in his arms. The Hua Yi on the farm were primarily bred for practical, everyday purposes, while his two were being nurtured as combat pets. Naturally, their training methods and data would differ significantly. Moreover, with the added advantage of his dual beast-taming talents, Heart of Spirit Wood and Legacy of Reincarnation, the growth data he could provide was something Lin Chuan was confident Old Ding wouldn't be able to resist. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Chuan finished speaking, Lin Xuedong's breathing hitched, and a flicker of complicated emotions flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, but his expression gave him away. He stared at Lin Chuan, inwardly cursing, You sly devil, Lin family's third young master. What a genius you are using this tactic to squeeze coins out of your own father. That brain of yours is something else. Even your brother and sister never managed to pull this off, but here you are, succeeding with flying colors. Despite his inner reluctance, Lin Xuedong ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. Stretching out his right hand, fingers splayed, he said firmly, 50,000. 50,000 a month. Lin Chuan chuckled lightly, nodding with a hint of satisfaction in his tone. It's good you're willing to pay. 50,000 a month sounds all right. However, just as Lin Xuedong felt relieved that Lin Chuan hadn't tried to extort him too ruthlessly, Lin Chuan suddenly added with a sly grin, But I have two Hua Yi. Old ding, are you planning to hire both, or just one? Lin Xuedong's smile froze instantly, his expression shifting from delight to resignation. Looking at Lin Chuan's seemingly innocent demeanor, he couldn't help but curse inwardly, this kid is as ruthless as ever. In the end, he clenched his open hand into a fist and said through gritted teeth, 100,000. For the next 3 months, I want all the growth data for both Hua Yi. That's 300,000 total. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled, clearly pleased, though he had no intention of stopping there. 300,000 is for Guogua and Sakura's wages. What about mine? Old ding, I'm a genius beast tamer with 2 rare talents, a second-tier Heart of Spirit Wood, and a first-tier skill mastery. You should know how valuable the growth data of Hua Yi is under the influence of these extraordinary talents. So, let's add another 200,000. 500,000 for 3 months sounds fair, doesn't it? Lin Xuedong's face turned ashen, and he felt like crying. He couldn't help but lament internally. What kind of karma did I accumulate in my past life to deserve a son like These, a Blackheart prodigy and a shrewd businessman? Yet, in the end, he nodded, agreeing to the terms. Seeing Lin Xuedong's reluctant nod, Lin Chuan immediately leaned in, draping an arm over his shoulder in a friendly manner. With a cheeky grin, he said, Old ding, we're so close, asking for an advance on 3 months' wages isn't too much, right? 500,000 plus the 1 million starter fund. You were already planning to give MedHats 1.5 million Xingyan coins. Old ding, you know my bank account number. Just transfer it over, preferably before dinner. Thanks a lot. Hearing this, Lin Xuedong's face turned completely dark. He glared at Lin Chuan, grinding his teeth, and finally managed to squeeze out one word, scram. Lin Chuan finally managed to extract some gold coins from Lao Ding. After having lunch together, he took out his phone and saw a bank notification confirming a deposit of 1.5 million yuan. A bright smile spread across his face. Tomorrow and tomorrow, how many tomorrows must there be? Since the funds were already in place, there was no need to wait for tomorrow. He decided to officially kick off his spirit beast cultivation plan starting today. What's the first step? Of course, it's to eat and drink well. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Without a full stomach, where would the energy for intense training come from? However, Lin Chuan quickly realized that the diets of Guogua and Inghua couldn't be the same as those of the farm's Huai. The Hua Yi were cultivated for production purposes, aiming to yield more, higher quality, and more nutritious fruits. But Guogua and Inghua were being developed as combat pets, so fruit production was irrelevant, at most a secondary concern. Although in the future, once they matured, the fruits they bore could become rare resources sold at high prices, the priority right now was to lay a solid foundation and enhance their combat attributes: physical constitution, endurance, agility, energy intensity, as well as skill learning and training. A skyscraper starts from the ground up, Lin Chuan thought to himself, clenching his fist with determination. To make Guogua and Inghua stronger, the foundation must be rock solid. With a decisive wave of his hand, he used the farm's special channels to purchase 30 pounds of high-end nutrient soil at a discounted price of 10,000 Xingyan coins per pound. This nutrient soil was crafted from the ash of fifth-tier wood element spirit beasts' fallen branches, mixed with rare minerals in a meticulous blend. It was essentially the ultimate supplement for plant-type spirit beasts. Although the price was steep, Lin Chuan knew it was an internal cost price. If purchased through the official spirit beast stores, after passing through multiple middlemen, the price would soar to at least 15,000 per pound. Even so, this expenditure made Lin Chuan's heart tighten, his teeth ache, and his wallet weep. As expected, cultivating spirit beasts was like pouring money into a bottomless pit faster than burning paper. But Lin Chuan took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and dialed the supplier's number. In no time, 300,000 of his newly acquired funds vanished into the ether. With the soil secured, water was next on the list. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth again and called another supplier, this time for a special water source. This water was formulated using the bodily fluids of fifth-tier water element spirit beasts, combined with rare spring water from secluded mountain wildernesses. Priced at 2,000 Xingyan coins per pound, Lin Chuan ordered 100 pounds in one go, spending another 200,000 Xingyan coins in the blink of an eye. In just 3 minutes and 2 phone calls, the gold coins Lin Chuan had painstakingly extracted from Lao Ding, along with his salary for the next 3 months, were burned through. He let out a helpless sigh but felt no regret. To lay a solid foundation for Guoguo and Yinghua, to stand out among other rookie spirit beast trainers, and to secure admission to one of the 8 great academies, this money was well spent. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without risking the sheep. Lin Chuan knew that only by gritting his teeth and investing now could he hope for greater returns in the future. As for those who might think the prices for these fifth-tier spirit beast resources weren't particularly high, Lin Chuan could only scoff. Only amateurs would think that way. The value of spirit beast resources has never been determined solely by the beast's tier. When it comes to the human body, things like hair and nails are obviously no match for vital organs like the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Similarly, the important organs of a fifth-tier spirit beast are undoubtedly high-grade resources so rare that they are often impossible to buy, and access to them is restricted until one becomes a professional beast tamer. On the other hand, fallen branches are like shed hair. Even if they're labeled as high-grade resources, they're really nothing special. And as for the body fluids of a fifth-tier water element spirit beast, well, urine is technically a body fluid too. So yes, raising spirit beasts is indeed a money pit, a real money pit. But on the flip side, it can also be incredibly lucrative. Rare spirit beasts with height ear, pure bloodlines can be worth a fortune. Even a few shed hairs from one of these creatures could fetch an astronomical price. Clenching his fist, Lin Chuan silently made up his mind. Don't underestimate a young man with nothing. One day, they'll raise spirit beasts to their peak. By then, they'll be able to sell even their bathwater and earn back not just double, but 10 times the money I've spent today. Back to the matter at hand. The delivery service was impressively efficient. Although Lin Chuan had purchased the items at a steep discount, it was still a sizable order. Just an hour after he placed his order, a specialized beast tamer courier descended from the sky on an iron feather eagle, delivering both the nutrient soil and nutrient water directly to the farm. After receiving the goods, Lin Chuan carefully inspected them. The nutrient soil was nothing like ordinary soil. Next to it, regular black soil looked utterly lackluster. This nutrient soil, priced at 10,000 yuan per pound, had a dark silver sheen and felt as smooth as silk when rubbed between the fingers. When poured from the bag, it flowed like a cascading silver river, shimmering as if from a dream. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up at the sight, and he couldn't help but exclaim, just based on how it looks, this was worth every penny. As for the nutrient water, Lin Chuan gave the bottle a quick glance, shook his head, and decided, no need to test it. If it doesn't work, he'll file a complaint. Honoring the Lin family's long-standing principle of fairness, Lin Chuan divided the nutrient soil evenly between 2 pots, with 15 pounds in each. He then added 1 pound of nutrient water to each pot, planning to adjust the watering as needed later. Next, he carefully planted Guoguo and Sakura in the 2 pots, and moved them to the rooftop terrace of his small villa to bask in the sunlight. Why not plant them in the field instead of on the rooftop? Lin Chuan had his reasons. First, it was to avoid making the other flower leaves jealous. After all, Guoguo and Sakura were being treated to a royal feast of gourmet resources, while the plants in the field could only make do with a humble 3 dishes and 1 soup. Such stark contrast would undoubtedly draw envious gazes. Second, the rooftop was already equipped with light-reflecting mirrors to concentrate sunlight, significantly boosting the efficiency of photosynthesis. This, in turn, would enhance Guoguo and Sakura's ability to absorb the nutrients from the soil and water. Of course, this came with risks. If their photosynthesis skills weren't proficient enough to break down sunlight and convert it into energy, there was a chance they could get sunburned. Skill proficiency is divided into 6 levels: beginner, basic, proficient, expert, specialist, and master. The higher the proficiency, the more powerful the skill becomes. Currently, Guagua and Sakura's photosynthesis skills were still at the basic level, even lower than many of the plants in the farm. But this wasn't surprising. Guagua and Sakura had just entered their growth phase after emerging from infancy and were barely 6 months old. In contrast, most of the other plants in the farm were fully grown, with some even over a decade old. Having soaked up years more sunlight, it was only natural that their photosynthesis proficiency far surpassed that of Guagua and Sakura. Ordinary-level photosynthesis might not withstand the scorching afternoon sun magnified by a sunlight-focusing mirror. However, Lin Chuan was well prepared. His trump cards were his beast-mastering talents, Heart of the Spirit Tree, and Legacy of Reincarnation. The Heart of the Spirit Tree, as the name suggests, is a powerful tool for enhancing the efficiency of nurturing wood and illusion-type spirit beasts. Put simply, it's akin to double or even triple experience cards in certain online games. On the other hand, the Legacy of Reincarnation allows for rapid skill acquisition and mastery by utilizing materials such as spirit beast remains. While not as straightforwardly powerful as skill books and games, it makes skill learning significantly more efficient. Lin Chuan planned to start with the Heart of the Spirit Tree, and if the results were insufficient, he would then supplement it with the Legacy of Reincarnation. This was his first attempt at using his beast mastering talents, and while there was a hint of nervousness, anticipation dominated his emotions. Using such talents requires the consumption of either physical stamina or mental energy, depending on the nature of the ability. The Heart of the Spirit Tree consumes stamina, while the Legacy of Reincarnation depletes mental energy. Lin Chuan understood this well and had a clear plan. He began with Guagua. Gently placing his palm on Guagua's tiny head, he followed the method Lu Xiaoping had taught in class, guiding the flow of talent energy with his mental focus. In an instant, a faint green glow emerged from Lin Chuan's chest, coursing through his arm and into Guagua's small body. Guagua trembled slightly as the little flower on its head blossomed vividly, bathed in a dreamy green light that enveloped its entire form. The Heart of the Spirit Tree is a second-tier talent, while Guagua is only at the first tier to be precise. Not even that. Guagua is still in its juvenile phase, yet to form a spirit core, commonly referred to as zero-tier in layman's terms. Using a second-tier talent to assist a zero-tier spirit beast should theoretically pose no strain, and indeed, that was the case. Lin Chuan felt only a mild shortness of breath, akin to running a kilometer, an insignificant effort for someone who grew up doing heavy labor on a farm and boasts 8-pack abs. After catching his breath, Lin Chuan wasted no time and channeled the Heart of the Spirit Tree's energy into Sakura. The results were equally impressive. The dark silver soil in the flower pot gradually turned black, indicating the rapid absorption of nutrients. After observing for a while, Lin Chuan concluded that the enhancement from the Heart of the Spirit Tree was sufficient, and there was no need to resort to the Legacy of Reincarnation. Absorb as much energy from the nutrient soil as you can until your bodies are saturated, Lin Chuan instructed Guagua and Sakura with a firm tone. If you feel any discomfort or swelling, stop immediately and push yourselves. Today's goal is to maximize photosynthesis until the sun sets. After giving his instructions, Lin Chuan glanced at the time 2:30 p.m. There were still 4 hours until sunset. He could have taken this opportunity to relax, but upon reflection, he thought, if Guagua and Sakura were working so hard, what right did he have to slack off? Sharing hardships with one's spirit beasts is a fundamental quality of a competent beast master. Determined, Lin Chuan brought over a small table and chair, positioning them just outside the sunlight-focusing mirror's illuminated zone in the shade. There, he sat quietly, keeping watch over the two diligent little companions. Sure thing. Here's the translation. Sure, sharing joys and hardships is important, but as humans, we all have our limits. After all, he had just become a beast tamer, a complete novice with a newly registered account, still in the beginner phase. He hadn't yet experienced the feedback loop of a spirit beast's growth, transformation, or evolution. At the moment, he was only at level 1. Lin Chuan sat at his desk, a laptop positioned beside him. The faint glow of the screen illuminated his focused expression. He had just given his father, Lin Chuan, a general outline of his plans for cultivating Guagua and Sakura. Extreme survival strategy, healing, and shielding sustain builds. This was the path he had decided to take for now. His goal was clear. The advancement assessment 3 months from now. In this world, the importance of the advancement assessment was akin to the college entrance exams back on Blue Star. In his previous Lifia, pivotal opportunity for ordinary people to rise above their station and transcend social class. Now that the overall direction was set, it was time to fill in the details. Since he chose a healing shielding build, skills focused on healing and defense would naturally be the core. Buff-type skills would be added as needed, and as for offensive or DOT damage over time skills, even if they only provided minimal damage, they were still essential. After all, without any offensive capabilities, a healing shielding build would simply be a sitting duck. Lin Chuan opened his laptop and skillfully logged into the Beast Tamer Association's official website. He clicked on the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia and began researching information about Huaya Yi and its related skills. Lines of text scrolled rapidly across the screen as Lin Chuan's eyes focused on the wood attribute category, carefully filtering through skills suitable for Guagua and Sakura. Healing skills, photosynthesis, rooting, aromatherapy, sweet fruit. The first two were innate skills of Huaya Yi, while the latter two required additional training to master. Defense skills, vine armor, thorn shield, wooden spirit shield. Buffs, petal dance, paralysis powder, sleep powder, grass whistle. Offensive or DOT skills, explosive fruit, poison powder. Time slipped by unnoticed as the light outside the window gradually dimmed. 3 hours later, as the sun set, Lin Chuan rubbed his temples and exhaled deeply to ease his mental fatigue. After this period of research and contemplation, he had drafted an initial skill framework. For Guagua and Sakura, he had designed 2 skill sets. 1. Physical entity-focused build, photosynthesis, rooting, growth, aromatherapy, poison powder, paralysis powder, sleep powder, vine armor. 2. Magical energificus build, photosynthesis, rooting, growth, sweet fruit, petal dance, grass whistle, explosive fruit, wooden spirit shield. These 2 builds were currently the optimal choices, balancing healing and defense while incorporating a degree of crowd control and offensive capability. However, this was merely a preliminary concept. To bring it to fruition, further refinement would be required. Given the constraints of time and high-level resources, Lin Chuan estimated that even with the advantage of his reincarnation legacy, he could only complete a simplified version within 3 months. Nonetheless, compared to other novice beast tamers, his progress was practically cheat level. For most people, mastering 2 or 3 skills was already a significant achievement. As for the descendants of beast tamer families, while their resources far exceeded those of ordinary people, centuries of accumulated wealth and knowledge weren't something he could catch up to in just a few days. Lin Chuan stood up, stretched, and shut down his laptop. At that moment, a series of soft chirps caught his attention. He instinctively turned to look. Guagua and Sakura had somehow pulled themselves out of their flower pots and were toddling toward him on their tiny legs. The sun had already set, and the focusing mirrors could no longer gather enough sunlight. Naturally, the conditions for photosynthesis no longer existed. While they could still absorb some nutrients if left in their pots, Lin Chuan didn't intend to push them too hard. After an entire afternoon of intense photosynthesis, they had done more than enough. Balancing work and rest was key. However, just as Guagua and Sakura leaped into his arms, Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, noticing something unusual. They had grown chubbier. Originally resembling large potatoes, their bodies were now rounded like small honeydew melons, their size comparable to fully grown huai on a farm. Well, would you look at that? Lin Chuan thought in amazement. As Guagua and Sakura launched themselves into his embrace, he instinctively reached out to catch them, but this time, he felt a noticeable weight. His body sank slightly, and he had to steady himself with a couple of steps to regain balance. Upon closer estimation, these little ones had each gained at least 3 pounds in weight. Night had fallen. From the depths of the Lin family farm came a series of excited, strange cries, high-pitched like the howls of apes, echoing through the still night. It was Lin Xuedong's voice. He was circling around Guagua and Sakura, his face alight with excitement, his eyes wide open, and his hands constantly feeling the 2 spirit beasts as he let out bizarre sounds of ooh-ooh-ah. In just one afternoon, Guagua and Sakura had grown noticeably plumper, gaining an astonishing 3 pounds each. This dramatic transformation sent Lin Xuedong into a state of ecstatic joy, so much so that he skipped dinner entirely. Lin Chuan stood off to the side, holding a takeout container in his hands, leisurely eating while sitting on a small folding stool. Watching Lin Xuedong's antics, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. If he didn't know this was his own eccentric elder, he might have already rushed over to kick him to the ground and called the authorities, accusing him of indecent behavior towards spirit beasts. After all, there were indeed height-year spirit beasts with advanced bloodlines that could transform into human forms, and similar cases were not rare across the Federation. However, most spirit beasts bore little resemblance to humans, being entirely different species. Yet, there were always some peculiar humans who preferred these unique forms indeed. The less human-like, the better. Every year, the Federation apprehended thousands of such deviants. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Chuan continued eating his meal. Guagua and Sakura, on the other hand, were quite cooperative with Lin Xuedong's research, standing still and letting him examine them from head to toe. They were already accustomed to this kind of observation and data collection process, carrying themselves with an air of seasoned calmness. By the time Lin Chuan finished his dinner, Lin Xuedong had finally completed his data recording. He looked at his notebook with immense satisfaction, feeling that the money spent on these spirit beasts was worth every coin. Lin Chuan stood up, casually informing Lin Xuedong as he left, and led Guagua and Sakura out of the farm. He got on his bicycle and pedaled at a leisurely pace, with the two spirit beasts joyfully running alongside him. This wasn't any formal training session, just a simple post-dinner exercise to aid digestion. After all, the two little ones had eaten exceptionally well that day, and their rapid weight gain called for a bit of movement. As for Lin Chuan, he was merely using the bike for transportation. Who said cycling wasn't exercise? He mentally grumbled to himself, firmly rejecting any double standards. When Guagua and Sakura eventually grew too tired to run, Lin Chuan stopped his bike, lifted them onto it, and placed them in the front basket. He had an important task to attend to next. Standing up on the bike pedals, Lin Chuan rode toward the most imposing building on the south side of Tianshan Town. It was a towering structure housing the local branch of the Beastmaster Association. Lin Chuan's purpose for visiting today was to update his Beastmaster registration and purchase a beast space device. This errand was originally scheduled for the following day, but he couldn't contain his excitement. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled as a newly minted Beastmaster? The beast space device was an essential tool for any Beastmaster. Beastmasters frequently needed to travel for missions, resource collection, or personal matters, and transporting their spirit beasts posed a significant challenge. Small-sized or fewer spirit beasts were manageable, but for larger, more numerous, or particularly unique beasts such as those with poisonous traits or dragon-like features, travel could become exceedingly cumbersome. Not to mention the safety concerns of leading a massive entourage of beasts through public areas. It was precisely this practical need that led to the invention of the beast space device, a solution born of market demand. The beast-taming space device operates on a principle of utilizing rare treasures with spatial attributes, combined with advanced spirit rune lithography technology and other extraordinary beast-related technologies. This creates an independent sealed space suitable for spirit beasts to inhabit, often referred to as an artificial microrealm. This microrealm is then anchored to a portable item, allowing beast tamers to carry their contracted spirit beasts with them, offering unmatched convenience. Lin Chuan pedaled his bicycle along a countryside path, the rhythmic click-clack of the wheels echoing softly. Two Hua Yi sat cheerfully in the bike basket, their giggles as clear as chimes drifting with the breeze through the woods. Leaving the outskirts of the Lin family farm behind, Lin Chuan entered the streets of Tianshan Town. The glow of streetlights outlined the silhouettes of passers-by and their spirit beasts. The streets teemed with people walking their spirit beasts or being carried by them, their interactions harmonious and natural, like a living, breathing painting. Lin Chuan gripped the handlebars tightly, his gaze drawn to the scenes around him. It was a warmth he'd never encountered in the fragmented memories of his previous life, a mix of admiration and envy that eventually turned into pure affection. This world was truly incredible. Everything about spirit beasts and beast tamers stirred his soul. After half an hour of cycling, Lin Chuan finally arrived at the Beast Tamer Association of Tianshan Town. Parking his bicycle, he stood before the grand building, tilting his head back to take it all in. The heavy doors, carved with intricate spirit runes, resembled the entrance to a majestic fortress. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of awe and power from the structure. He couldn't help but marvel if even a town-level branch could be this imposing. The influence of the Beast Tamer Association must be immense. Without lingering further, Lin Chuan stepped into the association's lobby. Following closely behind him were Guagua and Sakura, the two little creatures trotting along on their short legs, like lively little flames. The interior of the lobby was spacious and bright, with beast tamers and staff members moving about in an orderly manner, each attending to their duties. A female staff member in an association uniform quickly noticed Lin Chuan and approached him. Beside her was a half-meter-tall Jin-Yang fluffy dog, its furry body dressed in a small-sized uniform styled like the association's, giving it a surprisingly formal appearance. The Jin-Yang fluffy dog had an ID badge hanging around its neck that swayed slightly as it moved. Lin Chuan couldn't help but glance at the information displayed on the badge. Spirit beast name, Jin-Yang fluffy dog. Name, Jin Depang. Gender, position, deputy head of security, Tianshan Town Beast Tamer Association. Attribute, fire. Species, animal, canine. Bloodline potential, handsome lower grade. Strength, tier 4, level 7. Skills, classified. Attention, beast tamers, please behave yourselves, and for those with children, keep an eye on them. Do not pet my head without permission, or you'll be escorted to the security office for detention. After reading the badge, Lin Chuan's mouth twitched. Even dogs were getting official positions these days. And not just any position, this one was the deputy head of security. While he hadn't encountered Deputy Head Jin during his previous visits to the association, it was clear this was a recent appointment. The fact that spirit beasts could hold official positions was thanks to the new Federal Spirit Beast Act enacted this year. Though the specifics of the legislation were complex, Lin Chuan hadn't delved too deeply into them. However, it was evident that the act not only strengthened the bond between humans and spirit beasts, but also granted spirit beasts greater social standing. Lin Chuan couldn't help but marvel at how this world was brimming with endless possibilities. The purpose of this golden sun fur dog here is to intimidate rookie beast tamers. After all, this time of year marks the graduation and awakening season, attracting a large number of newcomers. Inevitably, some rookie beast tamers overestimate themselves or dream of turning their fortunes around by attempting to contract with high-potential but prideful and aggressive initial spirit beasts. While a few may succeed by sheer luck, they often lack the ability to tame such beasts, leading to various troubles in the end. With a scrutinizing gaze, the golden sun fur dog carefully examined Lin Chuan, then shifted its attention to the two plump little Hua Yi beside him. These two little creatures, sensing the dog's imposing presence, were trembling as they hid behind Lin Chuan's calves, one on each side. The golden sun fur dog let out a low bark, as if confirming something, then nodded slightly, turned around, and sauntered back to its exclusive soft bed not far away. It lay down lazily, exuding an air of indifference. As the golden sun fur dog walked away, the female staff member standing nearby couldn't help but let a faint smile creep onto her lips, though a trace of regret still showed in her expression. She muttered to herself inwardly, wondering when she might finally get the chance to pat this colleague on the head. "Excuse me, beast tamer, is there something I can help you with?" The female staff member quickly composed herself and asked with a polite smile. "I'm here to update my beast tamer information," Lin Chuan replied calmly, withdrawing his gaze from the distant golden sun fur dog. "Understood, sir. Please follow me." The female staff member gestured politely, then turned to lead the way. Lin Chuan followed her into a small office space of about 10 square meters. The room was simply furnished, with neatly arranged desks and chairs. Behind one of the desks sat a male staff member, focused on his work. The private setup of the room was clearly intended to safeguard beast tamers' privacy and prevent the leakage of personal and spirit beast information. Name, age, place of origin, beast tamer level, contracted spirit beast species, rank, and specific abilities, the male staff member asked in a formal tone, glancing briefly at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan answered truthfully without revealing much emotion. When he mentioned that his initial contracted spirit beasts were two Hua Yi, the staff member paused momentarily, lifting his gaze to give Lin Chuan another look. However, his expression remained composed, betraying no significant surprise. While it was rare to see someone initiate dual contracts with two spirit beasts, a few such cases occurred each year. Some were prodigies from wealthy families who had awakened powerful beast tamer talents, while others were overly ambitious risk-takers. As for which category Lin Chuan fell into, the staff member had no interest in speculating. Unless Lin Chuan managed to secure admission to one of the 8 great academies or achieve greater accomplishments, making headlines in the future, today's registration would remain just another routine task. Besides, even if Lin Chuan did rise to fame someday, the staff member wouldn't have the authority to retrieve today's surveillance footage to brag to his colleagues. "All right, beast tamer Lin Chuan, your information has been successfully updated," the staff member said after typing on the keyboard and confirming the entry. "According to the association's regulations, you are entitled to a registration reward. Based on your current beast tamer level and spirit beast details, the reward is 20,000 Starrock coins. This amount will be transferred to your bank account within the next hour." After a brief pause, he added, "Additionally, your beast tamer starter kit will be delivered to the address you provided within 1 to 3 business days. You will receive a phone call upon delivery, so please ensure you sign for it promptly." Lin Chuan nodded to indicate his understanding. However, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. What could the starter kit contain? After all, he had reported dual talents. While he had concealed the true nature of his beast tamer talent, reincarnation, simply disclosing the skill master talent was enough to classify him as a prodigy. Would the Beast Tamer Association allocate extra resources to him because of this? He couldn't help but feel curious. The male staff member tapped away on the keyboard, efficiently filling out and organizing all the necessary information. With practiced ease, he printed out a document and used a nearby machine to produce a legitimate Beast Tamer ID card, based on Lin Chuan's registration details. The metallic finish of the card gleamed faintly under the light, exuding an air of sophistication. Lin Chuan took the registration slip handed to him by the staff, quickly scanned it to ensure everything was accurate, and casually tucked it into his backpack. As for the Beast Tamer ID card, he carefully placed it close to his chest, treating it as if it were a priceless token of significance. Shortly afterward, he turned and left with Guagua and Sakura in tow, his stride purposeful and confident, as though he had a clear goal in mind. It was already 8 p.m., but Lin Chuan didn't head straight home. He still had an important task to complete, purchasing a beast space device. This device was an essential tool for any beast tamer, but the purchase authorization could only be unlocked after completing the initial registration at the Beast Tamer Association. Lin Chuan had anticipated this requirement, otherwise, he would have acquired one earlier. A 10-minute walk from the service area brought him to the internal commerce district of the Beast Tamer Association. The area was brightly lit, with a variety of shops lining both sides of the street. each catering to the needs of beast tamers. From everyday food supplies and training supplements to heavy-duty equipment, spirit beast materials, and books on taming techniques, this place was a veritable paradise for beast tamers. Lin Chuan's gaze swept across the shops before settling on one named Baitsueda, a mid-to high-end brand store specializing in beast space devices. Pushing open the door, he stepped into a warmly lit interior where the displays were arranged with an air of elegance and luxury. A female sales assistant, dressed in a tailored business suit, immediately approached him. Her attire was professional yet subtly alluring, and her face bore a polished, professional smile. Her enthusiasm was markedly different from the staff at the Beast Tamer Hall earlier. Lin Chuan smirked inwardly, understanding the difference. While the hall staff were salaried employees with secure jobs, this sales assistant was likely a commission-based worker. Her livelihood depended on her sales performance, so it was only natural for her to go the extra mile for potential customers. Handing him a glass of water, she spoke in a polite and slightly ingratiating tone. "Good evening, sir. May I ask your name?" Lin Chuan accepted the water and replied calmly, "My last name is Lin." "Very well, Mr. Lin. Please follow me," she said, her smile widening as a glint of shrewdness appeared in her eyes. She had already assessed Lin Chuan from head to toe the moment he entered the store. His composed demeanor and well-put-together appearance suggested he was no ordinary customer. While she couldn't be certain he was wealthy or influential, he clearly wasn't the type to haggle over a few $100s. Customers like him were exactly the kind she aimed to impress. She led Lin Chuan on a brief walk through the first floor before heading straight to the second floor. It was evident she had no intention of wasting time introducing him to the lower-end products displayed downstairs. Lin Chuan didn't object, wasn't interested in those entry-level beast space devices anyway. The second floor featured an even more refined display, showcasing a wide variety of devices. The beast space devices came in numerous designs: card-shaped, sphere-like, wristwatch style, necklace pendants, rings, and even customizable options tailored to personal preferences. While their external appearances varied greatly, the true measure of a device's value lay in its internal space capacity and additional features related to spirit beasts. Based on these attributes, beast space devices were categorized into 5 levels. Lin Chuan's gaze calmly swept over the array of items, though he already had a clear idea of what he was looking for. The beast-taming space devices are categorized into 5 levels, each offering varying features and price ranges. Level 1. The most basic beast-taming space device, containing a small, sealed space that allows only a few small spirit beasts to rest or sleep. The price ranges from 5,000 to 10,000. Level 2. In addition to resting space, this level includes a dedicated area for spirit beasts to move around and play with small toys, enhancing their mood. The price falls between 10,000 and 100,000. Level 3. With a larger internal space, this device is equipped with healing spirit patterns that can partially treat the injuries of the spirit beasts placed inside. For life-threatening injuries, it automatically initiates a freezing process. The price ranges from 100,000 to 400,000. Level 4. This level includes all the features of the previous levels, but in enhanced versions. Most importantly, it allows spirit beasts to cultivate and absorb energy just like they would in the external environment. Additionally, it filters and purifies natural energy to slightly improve the efficiency of energy absorption and conversion. However, this efficiency boost is still no match for a beast tamer's innate talent. The price ranges from 500,000 to 1 million. Level 5. Fully customizable and priced above 1 million with no upper limit. This level is tailored to the specific needs of the beast tamer and the attributes of their contracted spirit beasts. It creates an internal environment most conducive to the growth of the spirit beasts, often surpassing natural habitats like dragon nests, phoenix lairs, or volcanic lava lakes. For someone short on funds, such luxuries might not be an option. But since Lin Chuan had some savings, he naturally aimed for the highest grade device he could afford to avoid frequent upgrades in the future. Customization was out of the question for now, so he set his sights on a level 4 beast-taming space device. After browsing the store, Lin Chuan narrowed his choices down to 3 options: a watch, a necklace, and a belt, priced at 800,000, 500,000, and 650,000 Starrock coins, respectively. The price differences were due to variations in internal space size and additional auxiliary features. The watch, the most expensive of the 3, offered the largest internal space and the most auxiliary functions. It could easily accommodate a spirit beast up to 30 meters tall, which covered 99 of all known spirit beasts. "I like all 3, Lin Chuan said, turning to his 2 adorable companions, Guagua and Inghua. "You 2 make the final decision since you'll be the ones living in it." Without hesitation, the 2 little cuties pointed their chubby fingers toward the watch. It wasn't because they understood the differences between the devices, but because, through their contract, they could sense how much Lin Chuan preferred the watch over the other 2. He just didn't want to admit it out loud. Realizing what had happened, Lin Chuan felt a little embarrassed and blushed. Guogua and Inghua had seen right through him, truly did prefer the watch. First of all, it was cool. And secondly, it was ridiculously cool. Super stylish. The silver, retro-mechanical, sci-fi design was crafted using futuristic materials but maintained a vintage mechanical aesthetic. The perfect fusion of two styles. Plus, it could project a virtual screen and even had integrated smartphone functions. However, the watch's massive internal space was a bit overkill for Lin Chuan's current needs. Spending all his money on it would leave him with little to no funds for Guogua and Yinghua's future development, potentially depriving them of the lavish, banquet-like meals they had enjoyed today. With the intelligence of 3- or 4-year-old human children, the two spirit beasts couldn't grasp the complexities of the situation. They only knew from the emotional waves transmitted through their beast-taming contract that Lin Chuan really wanted that watch. So, the two little cuties clung to Lin Chuan's legs, bouncing and babbling, their antics melting his heart. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chuan made his decision. Since you both like it, we'll get it, he declared. Money can always be earned again. But if we miss out on something we truly want, it'll be gone forever. Nearby, the saleswoman covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she struggled to suppress her laughter. She couldn't help but smile ear to ear. She had just closed a big sale, and her commission bonus was secured. Of course, buying something you love is exciting, but spending a fortune? That's a different story. Lin Chuan felt a pang of regret as he thought about the hefty price tag. Still, the purchase was made. The money was paid. What else could he do? Gritting his teeth, he pushed the thought aside and happily strapped the watch onto his left wrist. Standing in front of a full-length mirror nearby, he struck a pose. He raised his hand slightly to show off the watch, his expression a mix of cool indifference and quiet confidence. The reflection in the mirror pleased him immensely, and he couldn't help but silently praise himself. Handsome. So ridiculously handsome. How could anyone in this world possibly be more handsome than me? Excuse me, sir. Just a moment. A voice, laced with amusement, suddenly interrupted Lin Chuan's self-admiration. His body froze, and an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over him. He had completely forgotten there was someone else nearby. Damn it, rookie mistake. This kind of posing was definitely best saved for the privacy of his own home. Quickly regaining his composure, he smoothly ran his raised hand through his hair, pretending that all he'd been doing was fixing a stray lock. His expression shifted into one of nonchalance, as if to say, "What? Posing? Me? No, I was just adjusting my hair." The saleswoman standing to the side nearly burst out laughing at the scene. She covered her mouth, her face contorting as she fought to keep her composure. Fortunately, her professional training kicked in just in time. Internally, though, she was battling hard. Don't laugh. Absolutely don't laugh. What if this big sale falls through? Sure, the payment has been made, but the beast space device hasn't been bound and activated yet. If he backs out now, it can still be returned. Stay focused until he activates the device. Mr. Lin, may I please see your Beastmaster ID? It'll help you activate the beast space device and guide you through the setup process, the saleswoman said, quickly regaining her professional demeanor. Lin Chuan cleared his throat to mask his awkwardness and pulled the newly issued Beastmaster ID out of his pocket, handing it to her. Taking the card, the saleswoman walked over to a specialized machine and began operating it with practiced ease. After a few moments, she picked up a signal scanner from the machine and lightly tapped it against the watch on Lin Chuan's wrist. With a soft beep, the watch's screen lit up, signaling that the beast space device had been successfully activated. At that moment, even if Lin Chuan had wanted to back out, it was too late. Seeing the activation complete, the saleswoman finally let out a small sigh of relief and flashed a bright smile. Lin Chuan, however, didn't notice her expression. His entire focus was on the watch. Now activated, the beast space device displayed a full array of advanced features, and in the next instant, a virtual screen the size of a tablet was projected in midair. On the screen was Lin Chuan's freshly registered Beastmaster information, displayed clearly. Please review the information carefully for confirmation, Mr. Lin, the saleswoman reminded him with a polite smile. Lin Chuan glanced over the screen and, finding everything in order, nodded lightly. Everything looks correct. Great. Next, we'll proceed with facial recognition, fingerprint scanning, iris scanning, and the most critical step, binding your extraordinary energy factor, the saleswoman explained. The first three are optional, but the energy binding is mandatory. The so-called extraordinary factor energy refers to the unique energy produced when a Beastmaster's innate talent is activated. The frequency of this energy fluctuation varies from person to person, making each Beastmaster's extraordinary factor entirely unique. This individuality is the key to ensuring that the exclusive beast space cannot be used arbitrarily by others. Without this safeguard, if beast space devices could be operated by anyone, it would inevitably lead to chaos. Under the patient guidance of the female sales assistant, Lin Chuan meticulously bound every available option to the device, determined to maximize its safety features. Once the binding process was complete, the sales assistant continued, Alright, the final step is for you to set the safety distance for the device, Mr. Lin. The safety distance refers to the range within which the beast space device must remain near its owner. If the device moves beyond this range, it will automatically activate and release the spirit beast contained within. This feature exists primarily to address unexpected situations, such as the device being stolen or lost. At this point, the sales assistant mentioned a shocking historical tragedy. About 70 years ago, a small nation experienced a catastrophic event. At that time, beast space devices had just been introduced. A king-level beastmaster, who was considered a pillar of that nation, stored all of his contracted spirit beasts in his beast space device during a break. Unfortunately, his mortal enemy managed to steal the device. Without his spirit beasts, the king-level beastmaster was rendered almost powerless and was ultimately killed with ease. What made it even worse was that his death caused a magical calamity to spiral out of control, resulting in the destruction of several cities and the deaths of at least 300,000 people. It was only after reinforcements from the Holy Tian ancient kingdom arrived that the situation was barely brought under control. The sales assistant's tone was heavy, and Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It was precisely because of this tragedy that the safety distance feature became an indispensable core function of modern beast space devices. Furthermore, this feature absolutely could not afford any errors. After hearing this historical account, Lin Chuan took a deep breath and initially set the safety distance to 10 meters. However, he quickly furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, and changed it to 5 meters. After further consideration, he cautiously adjusted it to 1 meter, finally nodding in satisfaction. Yes, this should be the safest. With that, all the settings for the beast space device were complete. The next step was to test it. Lin Chuan channeled his mental energy into the watch-shaped device on his wrist and issued a command. In the next instant, the device emitted a faint glow, followed by a soft sound, and the two spirit beasts, Guagua and Sakura, vanished from his feet. Lin Chuan glanced at the fingerprint verification button on the side of the device, lightly touching it. A virtual screen projection appeared, displaying a real-time view of Guagua and Sakura inside the beast space. The two little creatures were visibly disoriented by the sudden change in their surroundings, letting out soft, panicked cries, their expressions filled with helplessness. Seeing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. He quickly released them from the device, crouching down to comfort them. "Don't be afraid. This is your new home. Everything's fine." He then patiently explained the situation to the two spirit beasts. To help them acclimate, he repeatedly placed them into the device and released them again, repeating the process several times until he was confident the operation was flawless. Finally, Lin Chuan stored Guagua and Sakura in the beast space one last time without releasing them. He raised his wrist and gazed at the watch-shaped device, nodding with satisfaction. The internal space of the wristwatch beast-taming device was surprisingly vast. At this moment, Guagua and Sakura, having fully grasped their situation and no longer panicked, were brimming with curiosity as they looked around. Sharing a glance filled with excitement, the two little creatures began dashing around, exploring every corner. Guagua dove headfirst into a pool filled with toys designed for small spirit beasts, grabbing a plush ball and rolling around in delight, as if discovering a whole new world. Sakura, on the other hand, acted like a little detective, cautiously poking a metallic device with her paw. Suddenly, a tiny electronic firework popped out, startling her so much that her fur stood on end. She jumped back in fright, her eyes wide with a mix of terror and curiosity. But soon, she gathered her courage and resumed her exploration. The two little creatures played gleefully, their cheerful cries echoing throughout the space. At one point, Guagua ran too fast and took a tumble, landing face first on the floor. Yet, undeterred, she quickly got back up, shook her head, and dove right back into the pile of toys. On the virtual screen, their playful antics were being projected in real time. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile warmly, his heart melting at the sight. He thought to himself that this purchase was absolutely worth it. After confirming that all the device's functions were working properly, Lin Chuan prepared to leave. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when the voice of the saleswoman called out to him. Lin Chuan turned back, his brows slightly raised in confusion. His gaze seemed to ask, "The payment's done, and I've got the device. What else could there be?" The saleswoman maintained her cheerful demeanor, her tone carrying a hint of promotional enthusiasm. "Mr. Lin, don't you think it's a bit plain for your spirit beast to enter or exit the beast space like this? Wouldn't it be more fitting for someone of your status to give their appearances a sense of ceremony? For instance, adding an entrance effect?" Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned, but then nodded in agreement. He realized she had a point. Thinking back to the beast-taming stars on TV, their spirit beasts always made grand, eye-catching entrances with dazzling light effects. By comparison, the simple appearances of his 2 little ones seemed rather underwhelming, as if something was missing. Noticing his interest, the saleswoman's smile grew even brighter, and a glint of shrewdness flashed in her eyes. She quickly brought up a tablet and began her pitch. Take a look at this magical legendary array. Isn't it super cool? If that's not your style, how about the Holy Light Descent? It makes your spirit beasts look absolutely regal. Personally, I highly recommend this combo Blossoms of the Void and Lotus blooming with each step. It's absolutely perfect for your two floral-themed spirit beasts. As she spoke, she deftly operated the tablet, showcasing demonstrations of the effects. On the virtual screen, a vibrant sea of flowers appeared out of thin air, with lotuses blooming gracefully on a lush green carpet. The interplay of light and shadow created a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Lin Chuan stared at the display, his eyes filled with awe and yearning. Despite his internal struggle, he couldn't resist and ultimately splurged, spending 20,000 star rock coins to purchase the two effect combinations. The saleswoman, well practiced in her craft, handed him two tiny data chips, each the size of a fingernail, and guided him on how to insert them into the wristwatch device. Overcome with curiosity, Lin Chuan immediately activated the effects. With a gentle swipe, he summoned Sakura. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded before his eyes. From the void, delicate flowers began to bloom, as if emerging from nothingness. In an instant, the entire space transformed into a mesmerizing sea of blossoms. Ripples spread through the void, and from their depths, a lush green carpet gradually extended outward, like a pathway leading to a celestial realm. Sakura stepped forward gracefully from the void, her every step causing the carpet to stretch further, with lotus flowers blooming in her wake, swaying lightly as if to welcome her grand entrance. In that instant, Sakura's appearance exuded an ethereal and mysterious aura, elevating the atmosphere to an entirely new level. Lin Chuan held his breath, his heart racing with excitement. His mind wandered to the future, envisioning the fully evolved form of the flower spirit, a humanoid spirit beast with the elegance of a flower fairy. Paired with such effects, it would be nothing short of a divine spectacle, like the descent of a flower goddess. However, as his excitement subsided, Lin Chuan couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. This is way too flashy. If I use this casually, I'm bound to draw some unwanted attention or worse, get myself into trouble. Better save it for major competitions, or when I just want to enjoy the view myself. Silently, Lin Chuan switched off the entry effects. After Tsueda left, he stood alone in front of the virtual screen projected by the Beast space device, his gaze fixed on the bank message notification. His fingers trembled slightly, and his heartbeat quickened as it showed a total expenditure of 820,000 Starrock coins. The number made Lin Chuan gasp sharply, as if the air around him had thinned, contributing ever so slightly to global warming. He glanced down at the remaining balance, just over 230,000 Starrock coins. Lin Chuan frowned, quickly doing some mental calculations, and suddenly realized something was off. According to his earlier plans, shouldn't there only be 180,000 left? After a brief moment of reflection, it dawned on him. The registration reward of 20,000 had just been credited, and the remaining 30,000 plus was what he had saved over the years from pocket money and New Year's gifts. This overpriced black market. Never coming here again. Lin Chuan shot a sharp glare in the direction Tsueda had gone, his mouth twitching slightly. Muttering curses under his breath, he turned and left. Though he felt a pang of regret for the massive sum he had just spent, Lin Chuan didn't head straight home. Instead, he continued strolling through the internal commercial district of the Beastmaster Association. He knew there were certain things he absolutely had to buy, especially the skeletal materials of spirit beasts. These materials were crucial for activating his innate talent and complementing the reincarnation inheritance to help Guagua and Sakura learn new skills. Fortunately, these kinds of materials weren't necessarily expensive. Lin Chuan had already planned ahead. For instance, a skill like Rending Claw could be inherited through the heart of a black claw wolf, or even its discarded claws. The latter option was far cheaper but not significantly less effective. To save money, he decisively skipped the high-end spirit beast material stores and instead entered more modest shops. These shops mostly sold materials from mid-tier soldier grade or first and second-tier spirit beasts. The quality was low, and they were often used to make decorative items or small toys. While these materials were worthless to most beast masters, for Lin Chuan, they were potential skill manuals waiting to be unlocked. Patiently, Lin Chuan combed through every low-tier material shop, spending a full 2 hours in his search. It wasn't until Lin Chuan called to ask why he hadn't returned home so late that Lin Chuan reluctantly ended his treasure hunt. In the end, he selected 13 items from countless low-tier materials, spending a total of 15,000 Starrock coins. Although the cost was shockingly low, the materials covered parts of the 2 skill frameworks he had planned. For example, vines shed by wood element spirit beasts could be used to inherit the skill Vine Armor Shield, while a black, seemingly useless seed core could pass on the rare high damage wood element skill, Fruit Bomb. He erased the list of the 13 materials. 3 leaves for inheriting photosynthesis, 2 leaves for inheriting grass whistle, 4 petals for inheriting aromatic healing, 2 vines for inheriting vine armor shield, and the seed core for fruit bomb. As for how Lin Chuan managed to pick out these materials, the method was surprisingly simple. All he had to do was touch the material and slightly activate his Beast Master talent reincarnation inheritance. If the material had no inheritable skills, there would be no reaction. But if it did, he would sense fragmented, blurry memories. These memory fragments usually depicted the magical creature or spirit beast using the skill, fighting, or hunting. Through these scenes, Lin Chuan could roughly determine the type and effects of the skill. Perfect. With these, I can finally start exploiting my cheat abilities. Lin Chuan clenched his fist, a confident smile spreading across his face. Tomorrow, the world will witness a miracle. It was nearing 11 p.m. by the time Lin Chuan took a deep breath and decided to head home. He had briefly considered staying in the Beastmaster Association's guest rooms, but ultimately decided against it. While the training facilities here were comprehensive, Guagua and Sakura didn't currently need intensive training. On the contrary, the environment of the farm was more suitable for their growth, especially during the early morning hours when the sunlight was perfect for absorption. He didn't want them to miss out on that. Exhausting? Sure, but it's worth it. Lin Chuan muttered to himself with a self-deprecating smile, though his heart was filled with a sense of responsibility. He was beginning to understand what it felt like to be a parent. For Guagua and Sakura, he was willing to go the extra mile. Perhaps this was the same feeling his father, Lin Chuan, had for him and his siblings. As the night deepened, Lin Chuan's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, his heart brimming with anticipation for the miracle that awaited the next day. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Outside the window, the chirping of birds mixed with the rhythmic, lively sounds of the Hua Yi creatures as they exercised, creating a unique rural symphony. The soft morning sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, landing gently on Lin Chuan's face, but it still wasn't enough to wake him. His snores continued unabated clearly. The exhaustion from the previous night had plunged him into a deep slumber. Yesterday's schedule had been suffocatingly packed. The awakening ceremony in the morning had drained a significant amount of his energy. Then in the afternoon, he had spent hours simultaneously assisting Guagua and Inghua with their intense photosynthesis practice while also constructing new skills. As the evening rolled in, there was no rest in Sai that had rushed to the Beastmaster Association to register his information, purchase a beast space device, and gather skill materials. Lin Chuan felt that it was one of the most exhausting days of his life. And yet, there were even more grueling days he could recall, like the annual Hua Yi birthing season, when caring for the newly emerged little ones pushed both his mind and body to their absolute limits. Completely wiped out, Lin Chuan had no intention of waking up early today. Even Lin Chuan, his father, seemed to have taken pity on him and refrained from calling him out of bed. As a result, Lin Chuan slept in until past 8 a.m. 8 o'clock? For most people, that might still be considered an early start, but for Lin Chuan, who had just bonded with his spirit beasts and was preparing intensely for the upcoming entrance exams in 3 months, it was a rare indulgence, practically luxurious. After all, most rookie beast masters were already up and training before dawn. Groggily opening his eyes, Lin Chuan managed to stagger through his morning routine on autopilot. But instead of heading out to start his day, he instinctively shuffled back to his bed, curled up with his pillow, and tried to steal a few more minutes of rest. However, just as he closed his eyes, a strange sensation jolted through him. Huh. Lin Chuan let out a puzzled murmur as his consciousness sharpened. Within seconds, he bolted upright, his gaze darting toward the clock on the wall. The moment he registered the time, he froze, then frantically scrambled to get dressed and out of bed. Pulling back the curtains, the morning light flooded in. Lin Chuan leaned out to take a look at the distant farm, and the familiar sight finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. At the center of the farm, under the guidance of Old Deng, all the Hua Yi were lined up in 5 neat vertical rows, grouped by name in ascending order. Like obedient schoolchildren, they were performing Old Deng's self-designed Hua Yi calisthenics, version 3. The lively chirping and humming sounds filled the air, brimming with energy and vitality. This particular set of exercises was one of Lin Chuan's proudest achievements, a result of over 30 years of dedicated research on the Hua Yi species. It was a Wunio-Faken method, meticulously tailored to their unique physical structure. Not only did it serve as a thorough warm-up, but it also allowed them to absorb the natural energy of the morning sunlight with maximum efficiency. For the Hua Yi, it was the perfect, custom-made fitness routine. To ensure that Guagua and Inghua could participate in this morning's exercise session, Lin Chuan had pushed himself to return home late last night. Once he arrived, he immediately released the 2 little ones from the beast space so they could reunite with their companions. Otherwise, if his oversleeping had caused them to miss the session, Guagua and Inghua would undoubtedly have thrown a tantrum. At this moment, Guagua and Inghua were standing proudly at the front of the formation, flanking Lin Chuan on either side as they led the group through the routine. Generally speaking, The leafy creatures who assist Lin Chuan on either side during the exercise sessions are the older ones on the farm. Most of these leafy beings are in their teens, with a few even older than Lin Chuan himself. Their intelligence has long surpassed that of an average 10-year-old human child, and their calm and steady personalities make them ideal for helping Lin Chuan manage the younger, more energetic, and occasionally mischievous leafy creatures. However, today was clearly an exception. Leading the exercises at the front were two new little ones, Guogua and Yingwei, obviously a special arrangement by Lin Chuan. Standing at the very front to lead the exercises undoubtedly comes with added pressure, naturally compelling them to take every move more seriously. From the balcony, Lin Chuan's gaze fell on the two little ones, and he felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness for old Deng's help. Otherwise, Guogua and Yinghua might have missed today's radio calisthenics session. Guogua and Yinghua also seemed to sense Lin Chuan's watchful eyes, along with the encouragement and approval behind them. The two little ones immediately put in extra effort, executing each movement to perfection, stretching their bodies to the limit as if to prove their dedication through action. Their earnestness brought a small smile to Lin Chuan's face, filling his heart with a touch of pride. Half an hour later, the training session ended. Lin Chuan walked over with breakfast in hand, passing soy milk and two large steamed buns to Lin Chuan. He then crouched down, gently patted Guogua and Yinghua on their heads, and softly instructed, "Go plant yourselves in the nutrient soil pots from yesterday. No slacking off." The two little ones chirped a cheerful response and hopped away happily. Breakfast was takeout. Ever since their mother, Su Xiaxia, became busy with her work as a university professor, no one in the Lin household, neither old Deng nor the Lin siblings, bothered to cook. Their daily meals were entirely reliant on takeout, which conveniently came from their own farm's cafeteria. Although Lin's farm was a family business, the cafeteria and convenience store were run by the relatives of a few senior employees, making it both reliable and convenient. Lin Chuan accepted his breakfast, casually sat on the stone steps, took a bite of a steamed bun, and sipped his soy milk. His gaze casually swept over Lin Chuan as he remarked, "In the future, be mindful. You can't rush everything. Manage your time wisely." Lin Chuan nodded awkwardly, understanding that his father was referring to what happened yesterday. According to the plan, he was supposed to visit the Beastmaster Association today to register and purchase a beast space device. However, in his impatience, he rushed there after dinner last night, only to return home late, causing him to oversleep and miss some tasks this morning. It was indeed his fault, and he had no excuses. The father and son chatted casually over breakfast. Lin Chuan's eyes landed on the beast space device watch on Lin Chuan's wrist. Although he didn't know the exact cost, based on the nutrient soil and water Lin Chuan purchased yesterday, he could roughly estimate the price range. He didn't criticize Lin Chuan for spending money so freely. After all, the expenses were justified. Raising battle pets was inherently costly, and considering Lin Chuan's goal of getting into one of the 8 great academies, this level of investment was just the beginning. "Looks like you're almost out of money, huh?" Lin Chuan commented nonchalantly, his tone calm, simply stating the obvious. Lin Chuan sighed helplessly, rubbing his temples. "Yeah, I'm down to just 230,000. Old Deng, do you have any ideas for making money?" He looked up at his father, his eyes filled with a mix of hope and resignation. Newly registered and updated beast tamers can collect tasks from the Beast Tamer Association. Every year around this time, the association deliberately releases a large number of low-difficulty tasks tailored for newcomers, making it easier for them to earn money and get started. However, the rewards for such beginner tasks are undeniably modest. For those from average families, it might be just enough to get by, and for the frugal ones, it might even leave a small surplus. But for someone like Lin Chuan, who started with 2 initial contracts, this was clearly insufficient. Far from it. In fact, Lin Chuan sat at the table, his gaze fixed on the task list in his hand, his expression thoughtful. His goal was to gain admission to one of the 8 great academies, not just an ordinary beast-taming university like the one where his mother worked as an instructor. If he followed the crowd and completed these simple tasks, he might become a professional beast-tamer in a few years. But to get into the prestigious 8 great academies? That seemed like a distant dream. Lin Chuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his mind racing as he considered alternative paths. Looking for ways to make money, huh? Lin Chuan, sitting nearby, rubbed his chin as his eyes fell on the contemplative Lin Chuan. As a father, he had decided not to give Lin Chuan any more money directly. After all, Lin Chuan was now an adult and an official beast tamer. He had already provided his son with a starting fund far beyond what most newcomers received. But how to use these resources and carve out his own path was a challenge Lin Chuan had to face on his own. Even so, Lin Chuan was willing to offer guidance and suggestions to help his son explore possibilities. Suddenly, a hint of inspiration flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. He looked up, a faint smile forming on his lips. "Xiao Chuan, you're aware that every year around this time, there are all kinds of competitions for rookie beast tamers, right?" His tone carried a hint of probing. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up at his father's words, and he looked over with anticipation. He nodded. Yes, you mean the rookie competitions organized by both official and private groups? Lin Chuan nodded approvingly and continued. Exactly. These competitions, especially the Baby Cup, held 3 months before the entrance exams, are specifically designed by the Xingyan Federation as an alternative path for rookie beast tamers to earn money and develop. Instead of grinding through low-reward tasks, why not consider giving this a try? Lin Chuan's mind stirred. He was, of course, aware of the Baby Cup. This competition, co-host with private enterprises, was aimed at providing rookie beast tamers with a fast track to growth. Those with average capabilities would stick to tasks to gain experience, while newcomers with powerful initial contracted beasts often opted to compete, using the prize money to rapidly enhance their beast's abilities. The Baby Cup not only offers quick monetary rewards, but also provides valuable combat experience for your beasts, Lin Chuan said, his tone encouraging. But then his expression turned serious. That being said, this path isn't without risks. Injuries to your beasts are common, and in the case of severe injuries like broken bones, ordinary beast tamers can't afford to hire high-level healers. This could significantly hinder future development. If you're thinking about this route, you need to be fully prepared. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, but his mind was already made up. His initial contracted beast, Huayi, was a classic support-type beast. While it could play a crucial role in team battles, its abilities were at a clear disadvantage in the Baby Cup's 1v1 format with strict rules. Especially with its skill set still underdeveloped, going up against naturally powerful animal-type beasts would mean playing to his weaknesses while exposing himself to his opponent's strengths. Even if he managed to eke out a win, the cost might far outweigh the benefits. With this in mind, Lin Chuan had his answer. He looked up at Lin Chuan, a faint smile on his face, and spoke with determination. The Baby Cup isn't the right path for me. Oh. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He didn't press further, but instead patted Lin Chuan on the shoulder. If you're clear about that, then take your time to think about your next steps. Remember, the most important thing is to choose the path that suits you best. Lin Chuan nodded, his gaze returning to the task list in his hand, his expression growing more contemplative. He knew there were no shortcuts on the road to the 8 great academies. Seeing Lin Chuan's silence, Lin Chuan chuckled softly, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. I know what you're thinking. As a professional researcher of Huai, I'm well aware that Huai isn't suitable for the new Beastmaster tournament. However, what I mean is this: I plan to apply to the federal government to host a Baby Cup, or let's call it the new Beastmaster tournament, under the name of the Lin Family Farm. And you, Lao San, as the representative and host of Lin Family Farm, will be responsible for coordinating with the federal staff to oversee this event. At this point, Lin Chuan paused, his gaze locking firmly onto Lin Chuan. During the tournament, 30% of all farm profits will go to you. If you do well and make a name for Lin Family Farm, they'll consider giving you an even bigger share. Lin Chuan didn't agree immediately. He lowered his head in thought, his brows furrowed tightly. He knew very well that organizing a new Beastmaster tournament was no small feat compared to participating in the competition himself. This required far more effort. Logistics, vetting participants' information, managing farm resources, these were just the basics. What really gave him a headache was the need for subtle maneuvering. That's right. Lin Chuan understood that a successful tournament often relied on a bit of orchestration to make it more engaging. For instance, intentionally pairing 2 spirit beasts that are natural enemies would surely result in an intense battle that drew immense attention. Or arranging for a couple to face off in a critical elimination round. Would they fall out on the spot? Or would it turn into a dramatic scene of spirit beasts clash while the Beastmasters are torn with emotion? Either scenario would undoubtedly become a highlight of the competition. On the other hand, without such carefully designed moments, bad luck could lead to 2 top-seeded contestants meeting in the first round, leaving the finals as a dull match of a strong competitor crushing a weaker one. This would severely impact the tournament's excitement and could even make ticket sales plummet. Lin Chuan exhaled softly, his gaze gradually firming. He looked up and nodded. All right, we'll do it. As long as we can successfully host this tournament and attract journalists or streamers to cover it, the buzz it generates will undoubtedly earn me far more than completing tasks or winning competition prizes. Seeing his agreement, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. However, Lin Chuan's mind stirred. He squinted slightly, his tone probing. Old dang, this idea, did you come up with it on the spot, or have you been planning it for a while? Lin Chuan froze for a moment, then laughed heartily and countered. What do you think? Lin Chuan suddenly understood. This wasn't some spiro-femin idea. Lin Chuan had clearly planned this long in advance, perhaps even months or years ago. Lin Family Farm, while it might seem like an ordinary farm now, was evidently part of a much larger ambition. Lin Chuan's goal was to transform it into the Lin family's Huai breeding base, a private institution officially recognized by the Starrock Federation, not only gaining federal approval but also making it the go-to location in Tianshang Town for new Beastmasters to obtain their first spirit beasts. This path was far from easy. earning official recognition from the Federation required meeting an endless list of criteria environmental standards, funding, spirit beast qualifications. The farm would need to provide at least 30 to 50 contractable spirit beasts annually to ensure a stable supply. But more importantly, it needed reputation and credibility. No matter how exceptional the spirit beasts were, without sufficient renown, who would trust them? Only now did Lin Chuan grasp the true purpose behind Lin Xuedong's plan to host the new Beastmaster tournament. The event wasn't just an opportunity to boost the farm's visibility. It was also the perfect platform to showcase the strength of Lin Family Farm to the outside world. A new Beastmaster tournament hosted by Lin Family Farm. Lin Xuedong murmured to himself, seemingly weighing options for the tournament's name. After a brief moment, determination flashed in his eyes as he made his decision. The Huai Cup. The name is simple, direct, and easy to remember. He turned to face Lin Chuan, his gaze full of expectation and his tone carrying a commanding authority that brooked no argument. The Huai Cup is yours to manage. If you're serious about this, draft a detailed tournament plan for me to review. If it doesn't pass, I'm sorry, but even though you're my son, I want to entrust this task to you. In that case, you'll have to find another way to make money to raise your guagua and Inghua. For anyone else, this might have been a daunting task. When the time comes, although the Xingyan Federation will send staff and professional beast tamers to assist providing referees, support for key roles, as well as treatment and emergency rescue services, the core preparation work for the competition will still fall on the host representative. Such a heavy responsibility would be unbearable for most 16-year-olds. However, Lin Chuan is different. He is no ordinary 16-year-old. During the awakening ceremony, he unexpectedly gained fragments of his past life's memories. In the past, he might have been anxious and worried about whether he could handle such a task. But now, his mindset has completely changed. In his previous life, he was an event planning expert who had worked tirelessly for over a decade. With the awakening of his memories, it was as though he instantly acquired expert-level planning skills. Writing a competent competition proposal? For the current Lin Chuan, it's as easy as breathing easier even than racking his brain yesterday over spirit beast skill combinations. Despite his confidence, Lin Chuan wasn't in a hurry to start writing. Old Deng hadn't submitted the application to host the Bao Bao Cup yet, so there was at least a day or two of buffer time. Reflecting on yesterday's mistake of rushing to finish tasks and ending up sleep-deprived, Lin Chuan realized the importance of pacing himself. This morning's near miss, where Guagua and Sakura almost missed an opportunity for their morning development exercises, served as a wake-up call. From now on, he resolved to take things step by step, focusing on Guagua and Sakura's training during the day and leaving the proposal writing for the evening. All right, it's time to use some cheats today, Lin Chuan thought to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. His beast-taming talent reincarnation legacy was made for moments like this, allowing him to enhance Guagua and Sakura's abilities and teach them new skills. Back in his room, Lin Chuan carefully packed the materials he had bought yesterday and brought them to the rooftop. Guagua and Sakura were comfortably nestled in flower pots filled with nutrient-rich soil, which had been watered just right. Bathed in the morning light, they had just completed their third set of leaf-stretching exercises and were in their optimal growth phase, with their internal energy increasing significantly. Now, they needed about 30 minutes to an hour to absorb and stabilize this energy. At the moment, the two little ones looked as relaxed as people soaking in a hot bath after an intense workout, their expressions full of contentment. Lin Chuan glanced at the sky and remarked, "The efficiency of photosynthesis isn't great right now. This isn't the best time. At noon, when the sun is strongest, we'll use the light-reflecting mirror and the spirit-wood heart to amplify the effects of their training. That's when photosynthesis will reach its peak efficiency. 1 minute, then will be worth 10 minutes now." When Guagua and Sakura noticed Lin Chuan's arrival, they immediately let out soft, excited chirps and waved their tiny, chubby hands, as if trying to leap out of their flower pots and into his arms. However, Lin Chuan gently pressed them back down, stopping their impulsive movements. The two little ones squirmed like small honeydew melons, letting out playful whimpers of protest, clearly unhappy about not being able to cuddle. "Be good. Just stay where you are," Lin Chuan said with a smile, his tone a mix of affection and firmness. Lin Chuan spoke as he walked forward. The Heart of Spirit Wood had already been used yesterday. Since it was a Tier 2 auxiliary item for Tier 0, and its consumption was merely physical stamina, it was nothing more than a trivial matter for him. He handled it with such ease that there was even a faint smile on his face. However, the Rebirth Beastmaster talent was only at Tier 1. A Tier 1 passing down to a Tier 0 was bound to be a significant drain, especially since this time, the cost would be mental energy. A trace of unease crept into Lin Chuan's mind. Overexertion of mental energy was always a high-risk operation. A single misstep could leave someone mentally incapacitated, or even in a vegetative state. He had heard of such cases before, but now that things had come to this, retreat was clearly not an option. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and selected 2 leaves from the skill materials he had purchased the day before, ones capable of passing down the skill of photosynthesis. To play it safe, he decided to start with photosynthesis as a trial. After all, Guagua and Sakura inherently possessed photosynthesis as a natural, instinctive skill. Passing down such a fundamental ability was more about improving proficiency and would undoubtedly consume far less energy compared to advanced skills like explosive fruit. He turned his gaze to Guagua, deciding to begin with it. Lin Chuan held the leaf in his hand, closed his eyes, and activated the Beastmaster talent within him Rebirth Legacy. Instantly, a thread of black and white intertwined energy emerged from his mind and flowed down his arm into the leaf. The leaf began to emit a faint glow, as if it had been imbued with life, pulsating gently. Then, Lin Chuan carefully pressed the glowing leaf against Guagua's forehead. The light rippled outward like water, quickly enveloping Guagua's entire body before gradually sinking into it. Thud! A dull sound echoed. Before Lin Chuan could check on Guagua's condition, it felt as if a sledgehammer had struck his mind. A sharp, searing pain surged through him, draining his mental energy in an instant. His vision darkened, and he nearly lost his balance. Bloodshot veins rapidly spread across the whites of his eyes, and he staggered before collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Beside him, Sakura panicked, letting out distressed cries as it circled him anxiously. Lin Chuan raised a weak hand and gestured faintly. "I am fine," he murmured, his voice feeble but striving to sound composed. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind. This feeling was unbelievably excruciating. It was like taking some bizarre stimulant to push through an all-nighter, only to have all the exhaustion crash down at once when the effects wore off. The mental breakdown that followed was so overwhelming he almost wished he could pass out on the spot. Clenching his teeth, Lin Chuan forcibly suppressed the drowsiness. Drawing on years of experience as an overworked office worker, he summoned the willpower to stay conscious. He knew this was only the beginning. The journey ahead would demand even greater resolve to endure. "Is that all you've got? Such weakness. And you still expect me, the so-called king of grinding, to surrender?" Lin Chuan's words were defiant, but a flicker of apprehension flashed in his eyes. The consumption of this reincarnation ability was far beyond his expectations. Even the basic skill, photosynthesis, at the 0 level of the first-tier inheritance had already drained his mental energy to the brink of exhaustion. If he had attempted to learn a high-power skill like explosive fruit from scratch, he would likely have passed out or worse, been reduced to a mindless fool. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had been cautious and chose photosynthesis as his first trial. He silently congratulated himself on this decision. Otherwise, the consequences of directly attempting the explosive fruit inheritance would have been disastrous. Still, the enormous expenditure of energy had brought equally significant rewards. His gaze shifted to Guagua, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Guagua's body had undergone a noticeable transformation. The 2 leaves on its head had grown visibly larger, their color deepening from dark green to a vibrant emerald, exuding a crystalline, almost otherworldly quality as if imbued with a mysterious spiritual energy. At the same time, Guagua's perception of the world seemed to shift. The moment Lin Chuan pressed the leaf against its forehead, it entered a lucid, dreamlike state. In this dream, Guagua envisioned itself as a tree-like creature it had never seen before. This creature lived deep in an uninhabited forest, basking in sunlight daily to gather strength through photosynthesis while ambushing and preying on passing creatures. Years passed in the dream, and the creature's body grew larger and larger, eventually becoming a towering 10-meter-tall tree, a majestic presence in the forest. Yet its bloodline seemed shackled by some invisible chain, preventing it from growing any taller. No matter how much it continued photosynthesis, its efforts were futile. Decades later, as its life neared its end, a group of humans ventured into the forest and easily hunted it down. They even scoffed, "Only first tier? What a waste of such a massive body." The disdain and bitterness from this encounter transformed into overwhelming resentment, jolting Guagua awake from the dream. The memories of the dream vanished in an instant, as though they had never happened. Yet the decades of instinctive experience with photosynthesis were now etched deeply into Guagua's soul. At that moment, the dazed Guagua looked up at Lin Chuan, its immature mind struggling to comprehend what had just occurred. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, had been carefully observing Guagua's changes. His sharp eyes caught every subtle difference, and a knowing smile tugged at the corners of his lips. With a calm but commanding tone, he instructed, "Guagua, try using photosynthesis." Guagua obediently nodded and began following Lin Chuan's instructions. This time, Lin Chuan refrained from enhancing its cultivation with the Heart of the Spirit Wood boost or using the light-gathering mirror. It was only 9:30 in the morning, and the sunlight was far from intense. Yet even under these ordinary conditions, Guagua's performance left Lin Chuan thoroughly impressed. Guagua was intently absorbing sunlight, as the silver nutrient soil beneath its feet rapidly transformed into black. The speed of this transformation was so fast that it was visible to the naked eye. Its photosynthesis skill had astonishingly reached the mastery level. Just 10 minutes ago, it was only a basic skill at the ordinary level. Without going through the intermediate proficiency stage, it had directly made a leap to mastery. Such an incredible rate of improvement was simply mind-boggling. Typically, for a beastmaster to elevate photosynthesis from the ordinary level to mastery, it would take at least 2 months, along with a significant investment of rare solar energy resources. Even for those from wealthy families with abundant resources and advanced cultivation techniques, it would still take over half a month. Yet, Lin Chuan had achieved this in just 10 minutes. No intricate resource accumulation, no intensive focus on cultivation, simply relying on his reincarnation talent, Guagua had undergone this remarkable transformation. To verify Guagua's photosynthesis efficiency, Lin Chuan turned to let Sakura perform photosynthesis for comparison. However, without the amplification of the heart of the spirit tree, without the midday sun, and without the light-gathering mirror, Sakura's photosynthesis efficiency was pitifully low. Lin Chuan stared at the nutrient soil beneath Sakura's feet, but could hardly detect any changes. Tisk, tsk, tsk. The difference is just too big, Lin Chuan muttered to himself, shaking his head in amazement. Guagua's photosynthesis was already good enough to be used in competitions, especially in the upcoming baby cup. While photosynthesis couldn't match advanced skills like aromatherapy or sweet fruit in healing injuries, its advantage lay in zero consumption, or rather, negative consumption. As long as there was sunlight and the ground beneath wasn't steel, it could not only restore physical condition and stamina, but also heal injuries and replenish energy and mental state. It was essentially an all-encompassing recovery skill. In contrast, advanced healing skills, while powerful, came with significant energy costs, making photosynthesis seem even more practical. Lin Chuan began to imagine. If Guagua's photosynthesis could be further elevated to the expert or even master level, it would practically become a walking fortress. At that point, the spirit beasts of novice beast masters probably wouldn't even be able to outpace Guagua's natural recovery rate, let alone inflict meaningful damage. A vivid scene unfolded in his mind. Guagua stood firm on the earth, facing a horde of roaring spirit beasts, completely unshaken. The spirit beasts unleashed their most powerful attacks, with skills raining down on Guagua, yet they couldn't even scratch its fur. When all the spirit beasts collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to move, Guagua casually raised its chubby little hand to scratch its head, disdainfully glancing at them. Is that all? No strength at all. Are you guys even trying? Did your beast masters forget to feed you? The entire battlefield fell silent. The spirit beasts shed tears of humiliation, returning home to devour food with a vengeance, bankrupting their beast masters in the process. Hee hee. Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself, finding the thought increasingly amusing. 2 minutes later, he snapped back to reality, looking down at his open palm, and sighed. The reincarnation talent, though it consumes a lot, its effects are absolutely absurd. It's downright terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan felt a strange sense of contribution to the greenhouse effect and environmental protection, a slight smile curling at his lips. The reincarnation talent was practically a cheat code. If someone else had it, they'd probably be reported and banned immediately. But since it was his own cheat code, there was no problem at all. Lin Chuan initially had no intention of participating in the baby cup. After all, as a support-type spiritual beast, Hua Ye's species traits were what they were. Without even a basic skill set established, there was no way it could compete with those naturally powerful, physically dominant animal-type spiritual beasts. However, that was then, and this is now. Why harp on the past when the present is what matters? Standing on the edge of the fields at his farm, Lin Chuan's gaze rested on Hua Ye swaying gently under the sunlight in the distance. A subtle, meaningful smile tugged at the corner of his lips. A sudden, resolute thought surged in his mind. This world is full of surprises, and if the rules allow it, why not give it a shot? In that moment, he made up his mind would enter the baby cup, and he'd start with his very own Hua Ye cup. Master-level photosynthesis. Huh? Lin Chuan whispered to himself, clenching his fist as determination flickered in his eyes. And after that, with raw talent and relentless effort, no shortcuts, he'll reach expert level. By then, I'll let those little companions taste despair and show them what it truly means to face an immortal overlord. As the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, his laughter tinged with both arrogance and anticipation. Mwahahaha. As both the host organizing the Hua Ye Cup and a participant in the competition, Lin Chuan's plan was nothing short of flawless. On one hand, he'd earn a salary. On the other, he'd pocket the prize money. Having the best of both worlds, what could be better? He had already sent Lao Deng to submit an application to the Xingyan Federation to host a rookie Beastmaster competition. Thanks to the excellent conditions of Lin's farm, weather in terms of environment or facility it was on par with, if not better than, those run by large corporations. Coupled with the Federation's renowned efficiency, The Huaye Cup could be up and running in as little as a week, or at most 2. Lin Chuan felt elated, as if he could already see the grand opening of the competition. Standing in the center of his farm, bathed in sunlight, he seemed to glow with radiance, his smile deepening ever so slightly. By 10 a.m., the sun was already blazing. Lin Chuan glanced up at the sky, calculating in his mind, it's about time to start strengthening the foundation with some photosynthesis training. However, he soon shifted his gaze to the nearby Sakura. Since fairness was key, he couldn't focus solely on Guagua and neglect Sakura. He resolved to first enhance Sakura's proficiency in photosynthesis. Carefully reflecting on the energy he had expended earlier, Lin Chuan estimated, there's a good chance I can handle one more round of photosynthesis inheritance. Still, being the cautious person he was, he decided to rest first. He strapped on the Beastmaster space device on his left wrist and set an alarm before closing his eyes for a 2-hour nap. When the alarm went off, he opened his eyes slowly, feeling much more refreshed. After brewing a cup of coffee, the slight bitterness sharpened his senses, putting him in peak condition. Once he confirmed his mental energy was sufficient, Lin Chuan took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he activated his Beastmaster talent cycle of inheritance. A single photosynthesis material leaf was carefully affixed to Sakura's forehead. As familiar light enveloped Sakura, the leaf's power seeped into its body, guiding it into a lucid, dreamlike state, where it could absorb the fragments of memory contained within the leaf. Lin Chuan held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on Sakura. However, as the light gradually faded and Sakura awakened from the inheritance process, Lin Chuan froze. There were no significant physical changes to Sakura. Unlike Guagua, whose leaves had become noticeably larger and gleamed with a gem-like green luster, Sakura appeared unchanged. This sight made Lin Chuan furrow his brows, a hint of doubt creeping into his thoughts. Could it be the inheritance failed? That didn't make sense. Lin Chuan rubbed his temples, still feeling a faint headache. The kind of dizziness that came from being hit hard in the head was unmistakable. His mental energy had indeed been heavily drained. The inheritance couldn't have been ineffective. The consumption was real, yet the results weren't showing. It didn't add up. Staring at Sakura, Lin Chuan couldn't help but entertain a thought. If this really didn't work, I'm filing a complaint. But outward appearances weren't the true measure of success. The key lay in how photosynthesis would perform. Lin Chuan took a deep breath and said firmly, Sakura, use photosynthesis. The cherry blossom absorbed the light, tiny specks of brilliance converging like stars onto its 2 leaves, slowly sinking into them bit by bit. Lin Chuan stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the changes unfolding in the cherry blossom. As photosynthesis progressed, the nutrient-rich soil in the pot began undergoing a fascinating transformation. The once dark silver hue was gradually shifting to a deep black. He could clearly sense that the cherry blossom's efficiency in absorbing sunlight had significantly improved compared to before. The sunlight, combined with the nutrients and moisture in the soil, was quickly converted into physical strength and energy. All of this confirmed that his cheat ability was indeed effective. Lin Chuan let out a small sigh of relief, though a trace of contemplation lingered in his expression. His eyes rested on the cherry blossom's leaves, but his thoughts wandered to Guagua. Guagua's photosynthesis had already reached a mastery level, while the cherry blossom was still at a proficient level. An obvious gap between the two. Why was there such a difference? With the same inheritance, the same expenditure of mental energy, and both being plant-based organisms, why were the results so vastly different? Lowering his head, he fell into deep thought and soon came up with 2 possible reasons. The first was that the source species of each skill material differed, leading to variances in the quantity, quality, and compatibility of the skill memory fragments they carried. For instance, consider the iron claw tear, skill material one derived from a tiger-type spirit beast, and the other from an eagle-type spirit beast. If these were respectively passed on to 2 feline spirit beasts, the one inheriting from the tiger material would naturally achieve a higher level of proficiency. This is because the compatibility between the skill material and the spirit beast directly influences the skill's improvement. The second reason lay in the difference in innate talent inclinations between Guagua and the cherry blossom. Here, talent didn't refer to specific aptitude, but rather to their areas of natural strength. Just as among humans, some are naturally inclined toward humanities, others excel in logical thinking suited for sciences, some thrive in artistic creation, and others are born with beautiful singing voices. Perhaps Guagua was extraordinarily gifted in the domain of photosynthesis, excelling at absorbing, storing, converting, and controlling energy. While the cherry blossom wasn't lacking, it was slightly inferior in this particular aspect. Lin Chuan's thoughts became increasingly clear as his gaze returned to the cherry blossom's leaves. Based on his deductions, the second reason the difference in talent inclinations was likely the main factor behind the disparity. After all, both Guagua and the cherry blossom had used photosynthesis skill materials originating from the same tree-shaped magical creature, so the differences in the materials themselves were negligible. So, what should he do next? Lin Chuan glanced at the remaining photosynthesis skill material in his storage space. Should he continue using it on the cherry blossom in an attempt to elevate its photosynthesis proficiency to the mastery level? After a brief moment of consideration, he dismissed this idea. Guagua and the cherry blossom had each used the material once, yet their results were vastly different due to innate talent. Striving for forced equality didn't make sense. Instead, he leaned toward using the remaining material on Guagua. Since Guagua had already demonstrated exceptional talent in energy manipulation, he believed it was wiser to follow this natural advantage and further enhance Guagua's strengths. Only by doing so could Guoguo's potential be maximized. Lin Chuan's gaze grew resolute as the two skill sets he had structured yesterday, physical and magical, flashed in his mind. He knew that every decision he made from here on out would shape the future and determine success or failure. Lin Chuan had been pondering over which skill set to assign to each of his companions. Now it seemed clear energy and spell-based skills were most suitable for Guagua, while Sakura would be trained in physical abilities. That said, Lin Chuan was already mentally drained at this point. Even if he wanted to allocate another skill point to Sakura, he simply couldn't. Forcing himself to perform the skill transfer might result in him collapsing on the spot from sheer exhaustion. He yawned, his eyes moist with fatigue, and mustered the energy to glance at the sky. The blazing sun hung high, its scorching rays beating down on him like fire. Taking a deep breath, he activated all the light-gathering panels, channeling the sunlight into a concentrated area to create an optimal photosynthesis zone. He also added the cultivation buff from the heart of the spirit tree to provide the best growing conditions for Guagua and Sakura. With everything arranged, Lin Chuan finally allowed himself to relax. He brought over a reclining chair and a large sunshade umbrella. After setting up the umbrella to block the direct sunlight, he positioned the chair and eased himself onto it. Though the indoors would have been more comfortable, Lin Chuan insisted on staying here to fulfill his duty as a beast master and to keep Guagua and Sakura company. Closing his eyes, the waves of exhaustion quickly overtook him, and he fell into a deep sleep within moments, soft snores beginning to rise. From Guagua and Sakura's perspective, even with their 3 to 4-year-old level of intelligence, they could sense something significant in Lin Chuan's recent actions. Though he hadn't explicitly praised or reprimanded them, Guagua felt a surge of pride, while Sakura experienced a sense of urgency. Photosynthesis was their innate ability, and the difference in their proficiency was evident. Guagua's advantage filled it with delight, whereas Sakura silently resolved to catch up. Sakura threw itself into absorbing as much energy from the sunlight as possible, strengthening its foundation and accumulating power with determination to close the gap with Guagua. But Guagua wasn't one to back down easily. Deep down, it vowed to remain the leader of the household, refusing to let Sakura surpass it. The two of them engaged in an unspoken rivalry, pushing themselves to their limits in mastering photosynthesis and solidifying their roots. Time flew by as they toiled. The nutrient-rich soil beneath them gradually transformed from a dull silvery gray to a deep, rich black. Guagua's progress was slightly faster, as its photosynthesis had already reached a level of mastery. An hour passed, then another. The sun climbed to its zenith, and by 1:30 in the afternoon, the sunlight was at its most intense, perfect for maximizing photosynthetic efficiency. Suddenly, a low, resonant hum emanated from Guagua's direction, as if some immense force was converging and colliding. In an instant, Guagua's entire body quivered, and it erupted into a dazzling burst of light so brilliant that it was impossible to look at directly. At the same time, even in his dreams, Lin Chuan felt an unusual shift. His body jolted as though submerged in a warm spring or plunged into the depths of the ocean, with pressure from all directions forcing streams of warmth into him. This warmth seeped into every cell of his body, bringing an indescribable sense of fulfillment that made him unconsciously let out a low hum of contentment in his sleep. Abruptly, Lin Chuan's eyes snapped open. Through his hazy vision, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the final shimmer of light fading from Guagua's body. Lin Chuan's eyes gradually widened as he regained consciousness, his gaze falling upon Guagua. He froze for a moment. Guagua's size had noticeably increased since before he fell asleep, its skin now gleaming with a faint sheen, clearly tougher and more resilient. The flower pot that had once been a perfect fit was now riddled with cracks, barely holding together and on the verge of collapsing. This scene made one thing undeniably clear, and Lin Chuan's heart jolted as he realized what had happened. In nature, whether it's a magical creature or a spirit beast, reaching adulthood signifies the formation of an energy core within their body. For magical creatures, it's called a magic core, while spirit beasts refer to it as a spirit core. Despite the different names, they are fundamentally the same. The spirit core enables spirit beasts to fully harness their elemental energy and unleash more advanced abilities. Before this stage, during their juvenile and growth phases, they are classified as 0 tier. Guoguo's current state clearly indicated a breakthrough from 0 tier to Tier 9 had successfully formed its spirit core. What was even more significant was the energy feedback Guoguo's advancement provided to Lin Chuan. When a spirit beast evolves or advances, it channels a portion of its energy back to its beast master. This feedback not only raises the beast master's level, but also enhances their innate abilities. This process is the primary way beast masters increase their strength. While there are alternative methods involving rare treasures or unique opportunities, these are exceedingly rare, and most beast masters rely on their spirit beast's growth for progression. Lin Chuan lowered his gaze, carefully examining his hands. He turned them over repeatedly and clenched his fists. He could feel the changes within his body, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact extent of the improvement. After all, Guogua had only advanced from 0 tier to tier 1, and as a mid-grade soldier-level spirit beast, the energy feedback it provided was limited. But that didn't matter, could measure it. With that thought, Lin Chuan sprang to his feet and dashed toward the farm's tool shed. While he didn't have access to the specialized instruments used by the Beast Master Association to measure spirit beast energy levels, the farm did have some basic diagnostic equipment for examining flowerleaf beasts. Among them was a simple device capable of measuring energy intensity. After rummaging through the shed, he found a flashlight-shaped device with a small electronic screen. All it required was an input of energy to provide a preliminary strength reading. Lin Chuan aimed the device at himself, took a deep breath, and focused his mind as he channeled his energy. With a soft beep, a number appeared on the screen: level 3. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Advancing from level 1 to level 3 wasn't groundbreaking, but it was within his expectations. A faint smile curved his lips as he nodded in satisfaction. The energy feedback from a spirit beast not only boosts a beast master's overall strength, but also enhances specific traits depending on the beast's attributes. For instance, a beast master bonded with a strength-oriented spirit beast would experience greater improvements in physical power and endurance. Some rare spirit beasts even provide unique abilities, such as enhanced memory or photographic recall. In the case of Guogua, a flowerleaf beast, its breakthrough granted Lin Chuan a special ability: accelerated self-healing. Excited by this discovery, Lin Chuan eagerly used the device to test the energy levels of both Guogua and Sakura. He was curious to see just how much this breakthrough had impacted him and his spirit beasts. Guogua is at level 11, or more precisely, stage 1, level 1, while Sakura is at level 8, or stage 0, level 8. Lin Chuan glanced at the numbers displayed on the tester and allowed a satisfied smile to surface. Although the tester wasn't entirely precise, its results were reliable enough. Compared to his own steady progress, the rapid improvement of Guogua and Sakura filled Lin Chuan with comfort. Achieving such results in just 2 days might seem unbelievable to others, but Lin Chuan knew it was entirely within reason. After all, he had spared no effort in fostering their growth. From carefully selected nutrient-rich soil and water to sunlight concentrated through reflective mirrors, combined with the growth enhancement effects of the Stage 2 Spirit Wood core and his mastery-level photosynthesis skill, everything provided the optimal conditions for Guogua and Sakura's development. Moreover, the two little ones were in their prime growth phase, gifted with natural talent, and never slacked off. Coupled with Lin Chuan's meticulous care, their impressive progress was no surprise. Well done, both of you. You've worked so hard. Amazing job, Lin Chuan said warmly, gently patting Guogua and Sakura on their little heads. His gaze was full of fatherly pride. Guogua swayed its leaves slightly, while Sakura brushed its petals against Lin Chuan's fingers, clearly delighted by his praise. Just then, the Beast Tamer space device on Lin Chuan's wristlet Upit was a call. Upon answering, a delivery person's voice came through. Mr. Lin Chuan, your starter package has arrived. Are you available to receive it now? Lin Chuan replied promptly, of course, I'm at home and ready. In less than 10 minutes, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings, a beast tamer riding an iron feather eagle descended gracefully into Lin Chuan's courtyard. After verifying Lin Chuan's beast tamer ID, the delivery person handed him an exquisitely wrapped gift box. Once the delivery was signed for, the courier, clearly pressed for time, swiftly mounted the iron feather eagle and soared back into the sky, likely to attend to other deliveries. Watching the courier disappear into a tiny speck on the horizon, Lin Chuan couldn't help but reflect. These couriers must be incredibly busy lately, rushing to deliver starter packages to every newly registered beast tamer. The workload must be immense. Shifting his attention back to the package in his hands, Lin Chuan examined the carefully wrapped gift box. Attached to it was a greeting card with an elegant message. Congratulations, Mr. Lin Chuan, on becoming a beast tamer. May your journey as a beast tamer be smooth and prosperous. Best regards, Beast Tamer Association. Lin Chuan nodded in appreciation, acknowledging the thoughtful gesture of the association. It was this kind of meticulous attention to detail that earned them widespread support. Even those who ultimately didn't become beast tamers often accepted their circumstances and returned to ordinary life with contentment. He carefully set the greeting card aside and untied the satin ribbon on the gift box. Staring at the box, now only separated by a thin layer of paper, Lin Chuan rubbed his hands together nervously. As a newcomer with dual talent Stage 2 Spiritwood Core and Stage 1 Skill Mastery paired with 2 initial contracts with Flowerleaf Spirits, even Lin Chuan had to admit he was quite the prodigy. What kind of starter package would the Beast Tamer Association prepare for someone like him? To heighten the sense of ceremony, he washed his hands and face, then called Guagua and Sakura to pause their photosynthesis and join him in unboxing the mystery gift. After taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan peeled back a corner of the wrapping paper, while Guagua and Sakura each used their leaves and petals to help tear open the sides. Together, they revealed the contents of the box. When the box was fully opened, a mesmerizing, ethereal glow greeted them. At the center of the box rested an exquisite glass jar, inside which floated a pure white flower, radiating a soft, otherworldly light. The flower was so stunningly beautiful that Lin Chuan was momentarily entranced. This is Lin Chuan frowned, mentally searching for relevant knowledge, but couldn't immediately identify it. His eyes then caught a small card tucked into the corner of the box. Picking it up, he read the detailed description. Lily orchid, also known as the fairy spirit flower, is the most refined bloom shed by a flower spirit upon natural death. Once unsealed, its effective shelf life is 2 months. When worn by flowerleaf spirits or flower spirits, it accelerates growth and significantly increases the likelihood of learning the skill sweet aroma, with smaller chances of learning aromatic healing and mystic fragrance. Additionally, when crushed and mixed with other materials to create plant fertilizer within its effective period, the lily orchid can help flowerleaf spirits partially break through their bloodline limitations. This effect applies exclusively to flowerleaf spirits. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up as he read on. This wasn't just an ordinary starter package, it was a genuinely rare resource. The lily orchid's value lay not only in its ability to boost growth and skill earning chances, but also in its potential to enhance the bloodline quality of flowerleaf spirits. For a beast tamer who began with flowerleaf spirits, this was nothing short of a dream come true. The Beast Tamer Association never disappoints, Lin Chuan murmured as he carefully placed the card back into the box. His gaze returned to the lily orchid, and he began calculating how to maximize its value. The scientific name for this magical plant is Baihalan, but Lin Chuan found the common name, the celestial spirit flower, to be far more fitting and melodious. He carefully retrieved the glass jar containing the celestial spirit flower from the box. His fingertips brushed against the cool surface of the jar, yet he refrained from opening it. After all, once unsealed, its shelf life would start ticking away. Instead, he held the jar up to his eyes, observing it intently. He had to admit, the flower's appearance was truly captivating. Its crystalline petals swayed gently within the jar, exuding a subtle, elegant glow. However, Lin Chuan's gaze held little excitement. If anything, there was a trace of resignation in his expression. Clicking his tongue softly, he muttered to himself, if this had fallen into the hands of any other rookie beast tamer, they'd probably be over the moon by now. The celestial spirit flower certainly lived up to its reputation, and the Beast Tamer Association's generosity was evident. Its 3 main abilities, boosting growth, enhancing skill comprehension, and breaking through the limits of bloodline quality, were enough to tempt anyone. Yet to Lin Chuan, these abilities felt somewhat redundant. The first ability, boosting growth, was the least useful to him. Lin Chuan shook his head slightly, thinking, the growth rate of ordinary spirit beasts has its limits. No matter how many resources you pour into them, that limit can't be exceeded. His own spirit beast, Guagua, a mid-tier soldier class creature, had already reached its peak growth rate thanks to a combination of nutrient-rich soil, water, and the heart of spiritwood, along with Lin Chuan's mastery of photosynthesis. Based on decades of research data inherited from his mentor, Old Deng, Lin Chuan was certain Guoguo's growth potential had already been fully tapped. As for his other spirit beast, Sakura, Lin Chuan was confident it would catch up to Guoguo's progress within a few days. Therefore, the celestial spirit flower's first ability was entirely unnecessary for him. The second ability, enhancing skill comprehension, elicited a faint smirk from Lin Chuan. Confidence gleamed in his eyes. His reincarnation legacy guaranteed a 100% success rate for his spirit beasts to learn new skills, eliminating the need for luck or talent as required by the celestial spirit flower. In his own words, this ability was completely redundant. The third ability, breaking through the limits of bloodline quality, made Lin Chuan's expression grow slightly more serious, though he quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor. As for this one, he mused, I haven't even used my reincarnation rebirth yet. Reincarnation rebirth, a part of his reincarnation talent, was undoubtedly far superior to the celestial spirit flower. The only issue was that his current mental strength wasn't sufficient to activate it. He had a hunch that only when his beast tamer level reached 10 and his mental strength reached the necessary threshold would he be able to unlock this powerful ability. Moreover, Lin Chuan understood that neither Guagua nor Sakura had grown enough to be ready for rebirth. Rebirth, in his view, was like a gamble not on innate talent, but on accumulated growth. A thoughtful look crossed his face as he reflected. It's like those reincarnation novels where a scholar with encyclopedic knowledge gets reborn versus a toddler who's just learned to walk. Who's more likely to succeed? Obviously, the former. The same logic applied to spirit beasts. Without sufficient growth and accumulation, even rebirth would yield limited results. Lin Chuan didn't demand that Guogua and Sakura reach their absolute growth limits before undergoing rebirth, but they needed to reach a significant threshold. Only with adequate accumulation could the effects of rebirth be maximized. At that point, breaking through the limits of bloodline quality would become much more impactful, potentially allowing Guogua to leap from mid-ear soldier class to mid-ear or even high-ear general class. With such a solid foundation, Guogua could evolve into a Hualingling and eventually ascend to a Hualingxian, achieving power comparable to sovereign or even king-class spirit beasts. With this thought, a faint smile played on Lin Chuan's lips as he carefully placed the glass jar back into the box and gently closed the lid. He lifted his gaze toward the window, his mind already formulating a plan. For Lin Chuan, the immortal spirit flower was somewhat of a mixed blessing. If given the choice, he would rather exchange it for an equivalent amount of Starrock coins. However, this was merely wishful thinking. Money could be earned. But the immortal spirit flower was a rare, high-grade resource that couldn't be easily purchased, even with wealth. Furthermore, acquiring such a resource required the authorization of a professional beast tamer, underscoring its rarity. While it might seem less practical, the immortal spirit flower was not entirely useless to Lin Chuan. Its abilities, sweet fragrance, aromatic healing, and enchanting mist were potential skills that could be unlocked. With the help of his unique talent, legacy of reincarnation, he could guide Guogua and Sakura in learning these skills through a point allocation method. In essence, the flower functioned as a valuable, advanced skill book, containing at least 3 clearly defined abilities. Whether it held even more hidden skills was something Lin Chuan couldn't determine just yet. Carefully placing the flower in its glass jar, Lin Chuan already had a plan in mind. In a few days, once Sakura reached the first tier, he would observe its area of expertise, just as he had discovered Guogua's knack for energy manipulation. Identifying Sakura's unique strengths would allow him to fine-tune its training regimen while keeping the overall direction unchanged. In the meantime, Lin Chuan also intended to experiment with the immortal spirit flower. Since the flower could theoretically be ground into fertilizer, he wondered if its petals could be separated and independently extracted for their skills. This approach might significantly reduce the burden during the skill inheritance process. After all, using the entire flower as a skill material in one go would likely overwhelm his current mental capacity. The consequences wouldn't just be dizziness or fatigue, but could lead to mental collapse or worse, leave him in a vegetative state. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine, solidifying his resolve to proceed with a more cautious, incremental approach. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night fell, Lin Chuan called an end to the day's training. Guogua and Sakura wrapped up their exercises, and Lin Chuan crouched down to carefully check their condition. Thanks to its recent breakthrough to the first tier, Guogua had made significant gains in both physical strength and overall capabilities. Although it hadn't yet mastered any offensive skills, its raw strength and agility alone were formidable. Lin Chuan was well aware that he was no match for Guogua in its current state. If it went all out, its short, chubby little hands could easily smash through solid blue bricks. Such power was a stark reminder of just how extraordinary spirit beasts could be. Even a plant-type, support-focused beast like Guogua possessed astonishing strength, let alone the attack-oriented, animal-type spirit beasts that could tear through steel as effortlessly as ripping paper. As for Sakura, it had yet to reach the first tier. For now, Lin Chuan was confident he could still defeat it if he gave his all. But he knew this was only temporary. Sakura's potential was undeniable. After completing his inspection, Lin Chuan began planning the next phase of training. Guogua was ready to start advanced exercises focused on strength, endurance, and agility, while Sakura still needed to consume soil to accumulate more energy. Interestingly, during today's training, Guogua and Sakura had been competing fiercely, pushing themselves to perform better at photosynthesis. The result? Both had noticeably grown larger than the day before, with their physical mass increasing at an impressive rate. Lin Chuan estimated that while he could still manage to lift them today, it might become a real challenge by tomorrow or the day after. With nothing much to do today, Lin Chuan decided to let Guogua and Sakura roam free while he indulged in some leisure time himself. As he waved them off casually, the two cheered with delight and dashed off, disappearing in no time. They happily joined the group of Huai companions on the farm, their laughter soon filling the entire place. The sun had yet to fully set, and fiery red clouds painted the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the farm. Lin Chuan stood by the wooden fence of the farm, looking up at the sky before shifting his gaze forward. He saw a group of chubby little Huai, including his own Guogua and Sakura, frolicking under the sunset. Their elongated shadows stretched across the ground, appearing as if they were dancing. Guogua flapped her wings enthusiastically, while Sakura playfully brushed her tail against a companion's head, eliciting a chorus of giggles from the others. The adorable scene made Lin Chuan, a grown man, break into a gentle smile, a warm sense of contentment welling up inside him. That should be enough, Lin Chuan murmured to himself, withdrawing his gaze. He pulled out his phone and ordered some takeout, planning to start on his work after dinner. He mentally mapped out his tasks. First, he would tackle the proposal for the baby cup, and if time allowed, he would delve into studying the characteristics of the celestial spirit flower. Both tasks were crucial and couldn't afford any delay. Before long, the takeout arrived. Lin Chuan grabbed a small stool and sat in the yard, enjoying the hot meal while watching the Huai continue their playful antics under the setting sun. He was halfway through his food when he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Looking up, he saw Lin Xuedong rushing over, clutching a stack of documents. Good news, Lin Xuedong exclaimed, panting but visibly excited. Old Deng spent the whole day running around the town government, the Beast Tamer Association, and a few other departments. After a whirlwind of effort, he finally got all the application procedures for the Rookie Beast Tamer competition completed. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up as he took the documents and began flipping through them. Lin Xuedong plopped down beside him, grabbing an unopened takeout box and digging in with gusto. Is the application approved? Lin Chuan asked, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Of course, Lin Xuedong replied smugly. Our farm's environment and facilities are leagues ahead of those corporate venues. Who could possibly say no? Lin Chuan nodded, his eyes scanning the critical keywords on the documents. The Rookie Beast Tamer competition was officially named the Huai Cup. The event would span 3 days, with a prize pool of 400,000 for the champion, 200,000 for the runner-up, and 100,000 for third place. Additionally, all participants would receive a gift worth 10,000 Starrock coins, provided by the Lin family farm. The competition was set to begin on July 13, just 10 days away. 10 days, Lin Chuan muttered to himself, quickly calculating the time in his head. His gaze shifted to Guagua and Sakura, who were still playing in the distance, and his brows furrowed slightly. Right now, they don't have any proper defensive or offensive skills. Their combat abilities are still far from adequate. However, with the inheritance of reincarnation, as long as we plan carefully, these 10 days will be enough to help them build a basic skill set and develop some fighting power. Determination filled Lin Chuan's eyes as a confident smile spread across his face. He knew that the next 10 days would be a transformative journey for him, Guagua, and Sakura. After quickly finishing his dinner, Lin Chuan tidied up briefly, took a shower, and sat down at his desk to start drafting the proposal for the Huai Cup. For someone like him, who had inherited expert-level planning skills from his previous life, this task was far from challenging. While it might not be perfect, writing a competent proposal was something he could do effortlessly. However, Lin Chuan didn't intend to approach it carelessly. The success or failure of the Huai Cup would directly impact how much funding he could secure. This money was not only essential for the cultivation of Guagua and Sakura's spirit beasts, but was also crucial for the entrance exams in 3 months. If everything went smoothly, his chances of being admitted to one of the 8 major academies would significantly increase. The Xingyan Federation had been bustling with activity lately, with rookie beastmaster competitions being held everywhere. It wasn't even uncommon for multiple competitions to take place simultaneously in the same city. As the saying goes, scarcity increases value. The abundance of competitions often led to them being drowned out in the public's view. Large-scale events, such as the Baby Cups hosted by major corporations and factories, had no trouble attracting attention. Ticket sales alone could generate substantial profits. However, the Huai Cup, organized by the Lin family farm, was merely a small-scale event. Such competitions typically garnered limited attention, with most participants being ordinary rookies. Rarely would strong and skilled beastmasters bother to join. After all, the prize money wasn't substantial, and aside from the champion, the rewards for other placements were often less than what one could earn from completing beginner-level tasks. For rookie beastmasters with limited time and clear goals, participating in high-reward baby cups was a far more attractive option. As a result, small-scale baby cups often only attracted local rookies, or those who happened to be passing by. Lin Chuan knew that for the Huai Cup to stand out among numerous small competitions, the proposal needed to be carefully crafted. He had to find ways to attract both an audience and participants, possibly even create buzzworthy topics to draw the attention of reporters and streamers. If he could successfully generate enough excitement around the Huai Cup, he stood a chance to make a significant profit. How should I go about this? Lin Chuan tapped his fingers on the desk as he pondered. After a moment of thought, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in his eyes. A confident smile appeared on his face as a plan began to take shape in his mind. In truth, the Huai Cup didn't require overly complicated strategies. While its scale couldn't compete with that of the large baby cups, all it needed was to be more appealing than other small competitions. After all, large baby cups weren't held all the time, and their schedules often spanned a week or longer. If he could seize a small point of interest, create a compelling topic, and capture attention, there was definitely a chance for the Huai Cup to shine. Speaking of which, although Kanglan Star was technologically advanced, its entertainment industry was far less developed compared to his previous world, Blue Star. If it weren't for the fact that this world revolved around the Beastmaster civilization where personal strength could reach extraordinary levels and Beastmasters were considered the most promising career, Lin Chuan might have considered becoming a cultural plagiarist, bringing over the classic entertainment resources from his previous life. At the very least, he could have made a name for himself as an entertainment king. However, in this world, very few people cared about entertainment kings. Even if you could sing, dance, and rap, it couldn't compare to the importance of being a professional Beastmaster. Spending time on flashy pursuits was far less valuable than dedicating oneself to the cultivation of spirit beasts. Once you became a professional Beastmaster, you would have everything you needed. If you failed to achieve that, only then would you need to consider other career options for survival. Lin Chuan shook his head, brushing aside these irrelevant thoughts. His focus returned to the proposal in front of him as he picked up his pen and began meticulously outlining his plan. The idea Lin Chuan had just come up with, strictly speaking, wasn't entirely his own. Instead, it stemmed from fragments of memories from his past life, specifically some classic viral topics on the internet. They weren't necessarily groundbreaking, but they were quirky and attention-grabbing enough to draw in a curious audience and plenty of participants. It was July 10th, 2233, in the Xingyan Federation calendar, just 3 days before the official start of the Huai Cup. The atmosphere at Lin's farm had already become lively. Staff from the federal government and the Beastmaster Association had arrived early to designate the competition area and meticulously set up the space. As the host, Lin Chuan was naturally swamped with work. He was not only responsible for preparing the audience seating but also for organizing snack stalls, drink and jelly booths, and even small shops showcasing the farm's specialty products. Although these tasks were tedious, Lin Chuan understood that they were just the groundwork. The real challenge lay in attracting both spectators and participants, especially those exceptionally talented rookie Beastmasters. If I can get a famous prodigy from some academy or class to join the competition, that would be a real game changer, Lin Chuan pondered as he mentally listed potential targets. A talented participant like that wouldn't just bring their classmates to watch, but might also draw in their mentors, reporters, and streamers. When that happens, the event's popularity would skyrocket, and naturally, the farm's revenue would rise alongside it. Despite being busy with these preparations, Lin Chuan did not slack off when it came to the training of Guagua and Sakura. 4 days ago, Sakura had finally advanced to Tier 1, reaching level 12. This breakthrough not only accelerated Sakura's growth, but also provided Lin Chuan with a wave of energy feedback, elevating his Beastmaster level to level 4. The enhancement in physical fitness made Lin Chuan keenly aware of the difference from his earlier days, especially the improvement in his recovery abilities. In the past, using a basic skill like photosynthesis would almost completely drain his mental energy, requiring half an hour of rest to recover. Now, it only took 10 minutes before he was ready to go again. Meanwhile, Guoguo's level had steadily risen to 14. Although her progress seemed slower, Lin Chuan knew this wasn't due to a lack of effort on her part. Rather, it was because she had already passed the phase of rapid growth. The more solid her foundation, the more time and resources were needed for further advancement. Moreover, breaking through to a higher level required the tempering of battle experience. Lin Chuan wasn't concerned, firmly believed that Guoguo's potential was still immeasurable. In order to further enhance Huaye's combat abilities, Lin Chuan had spent the past few days visiting dozens of Beastmaster shops, purchasing a variety of spirit beast materials that could trigger the cycle of inheritance. These materials primarily included skills that Huai could currently learn, and among them were 2 unexpected finds. One was the skill Dizzying Punch, and the other was Bewitching Words. Both were incredibly rare, and when Lin Chuan stumbled upon them, he didn't hesitate to act, fearing he might miss the opportunity. As the competition day drew closer, Lin Chuan's preparations were nearing completion. Standing on a high point of the farm, he gazed at the neatly organized venue, anticipation building in his heart. The Huai Cup wasn't just a competition, it was a pivotal chance to change the fate of his farm. Lin Chuan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The first skill, Shaking Fist, is a light-based ability that deals physical damage while causing confusion to the enemy. To put it simply, it's like an upgraded version of a little fist bonking your head. On the other hand, Bewitching Words is a demon-based skill, usually mastered only by fox-type spirit beasts or a select few rare creatures. Its effect lies in manipulating the target's emotions through words, with the emotional reaction varying depending on the content, ranging from joy, anger, sadness, to even fear, ultimately breaking down the target's rationality and defenses. In essence, one skill targets the head while the other plays psychological games, each with its own formidable impact. Lin Chuan's skill material inventory has been steadily growing these past days. However, he hasn't rushed to capitalize on it. Instead, he has been meticulously following his pre-established training plan, progressing step by step. He understands well that things must be done gradually, eating one bite at a time, and walking one step at a time, lest haste makes waste. Apart from photosynthesis, Huayi possesses two innate basic abilities, rooting and growth. Rooting restores stamina while slightly increasing defense, whereas growth provides minor all-around enhancements to attack, defense, agility, and other attributes. Currently, Lin Chuan has been focusing on leveling up these basic skills for Guagua and Sakura. Guagua and Sakura's photosynthesis has already been upgraded to an expert level. As for why it hasn't been pushed further to the master level, it's not that Lin Chuan doesn't want to toits the limitation of their bloodline quality. Both spirit beasts possess mid-tier soldier-grade bloodlines, which inherently prevent them from breaking into higher levels. That said, expert-level photosynthesis is already enough to make them stand out among beasts of the same tier. The progress of rooting and growth varies due to limited materials. Guagua has reached the proficient level in rooting, but only the adept level in growth. Sakura, conversely, has adept level rooting but proficient level growth. However, combined with their expert level photosynthesis, Guagua and Sakura boast exceptional survivability. Even the spirit beasts of noble families would exclaim, "What insane tankiness!" Of course, their defenses are not without flaws. Since they haven't learned any specialized defensive skills yet, their defensive sturdiness still has room for improvement, and breaking through their defenses isn't too difficult. Nevertheless, their long and robust health bars, coupled with terrifying self-healing abilities bolstered by nutrient soil, nutrient water, and continuous upgrades to their three foundational skills, are enough to deter most opponents. When it comes to offense, Sakura's performance has been particularly surprising. Through inheritance, she has learned entry-level poison powder and entry-level bewitching words. Lin Chuan was utterly stunned. Sakura actually qualifies to learn bewitching words. In contrast, Guagua not only lacks the ability to learn bewitching words, but also cannot even activate inheritance skills. Lin Chuan couldn't help but wonder just how oddly skewed Sakura's talents might be. Currently, Guagua has no offensive skills, not due to a lack of materials, but because of attribute incompatibility. Bewitching words is out of its reach, and other skills, even if learned, might not align with Lin Chuan's strategy. After all, Lin Chuan has mapped out a path for Guagua as an extreme survival, healing, and tanking specialist, where even a slight scratch of damage would suffice. Therefore, Lin Chuan has decided to hold off for now and wait until Guagua reaches level 5, when its mental strength will be sufficient to inherit a skill more suited to its attributes and talents. Fruit bomb. That day isn't far off, and when it comes, Guoguo's combat power will undergo a qualitative leap. However, Lin Chuan managed to pass on quite a bit of combat experience to Guagua, thanks to a tough piece of keratinous material, likely a resource from a battle-type spirit beast. Although this material didn't directly grant any skills, it resonated with Lin Chuan's reincarnation talent, unlocking fragments of memory within it. These fragments mostly consisted of combat training in a dojo, though they seemed to focus more on enduring beatings, suggesting that the material's previous owner wasn't particularly gifted. Nevertheless, it accumulated a wealth of practical combat experience. While this fighting style might be insufficient against spirit beasts meticulously trained for a year or two by professional beast tamers, it was more than enough to handle baby spirit beasts that had only been nurtured for a week. This, in essence, summarized Lin Chuan's efforts over the past week. With the help of his dual talent advantage, Guagua and Sakura had completed their initial ability development, giving them the capability to stand toe-to-toe with other spirit beasts or more accurately, to dominate them. Except for those spirit beasts carefully cultivated by prestigious beast-taming families, ordinary spirit beasts from average households would likely find themselves overwhelmed when facing Guagua and Sakura, perhaps even doubting their purpose in battling or wanting to withdraw from the competition entirely. That concludes the topic of nurturing for now. Next comes the pre-event hype for the Baby Cup. Standard promotional efforts were already in full swing, with Lin Chuan and the farm staff tirelessly handing out flyers across town. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan took a different approach, focusing on creating a promotional video that promised to deliver a level of ingenuity this world had never seen before. On this day, 3 days before the start of the Huaya Cup and 6 hours before the registration deadline, a promotional video for the Lin Family Farms Huaya Cup Newcomer Beast Tamer competition quietly made its way onto the official website of the Beast Tamer Association's Tianshang town branch. The video opened with a serene and picturesque rural landscape. Amidst verdant mountains and clear waters, a peaceful and idyllic vibe washed over the viewers. The scene then transitioned to rows of Huaya performing morning exercises in the soft light of dawn. Their earnest movements, accompanied by their adorable chirps, instantly captured the hearts of the audience. Whether they were young women or burly men, everyone found themselves softened by the cuteness on display. Next, the camera panned to the farm's unique competition arena. While it lacked the polished professionalism of large-scale Baby Cup venues, it exuded a rustic charm of its own. Just as viewers were soaking in the tranquil atmosphere, the scene abruptly shifted. The perspective zoomed rapidly toward the center of the arena. There stood a young man, dressed in black overalls with a middle-part hairstyle, holding a basketball in one hand. Flanking him were two Huaya, each wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball spun effortlessly on his fingertip, drawing everyone's attention. Then, he moved. Lin Chuan, a newcomer beast tamer with 2.5 years of training, skilled in singing, dancing, and rap. I'm here, waiting for your challenge. His voice was firm and provocative. At his words, Guagua leaped forward with a spirited cry of "Yi!" As if echoing its master's challenge. Not to be outdone, Sakura swayed gracefully, letting out a teasing ing-ing-ing, as though mocking those who hesitated to step up. If you've got what it takes, come at me. If not, you're just a coward. The entertainment industry thrives under the right conditions, much like it did on the Blue Planet in Lin Chuan's previous life. A stable nation and society serve as the foundation, followed by a population of people with enough free time and resources to indulge in leisure activities, creating fertile ground for the entertainment sector to flourish. However, the world of Azure Star is entirely different. Lin Chuan isn't well-versed in the situations of other human nations, as he has never traveled abroad, and the flow of information between countries is limited and unreliable due to strict barriers. But as far as the Xingyan Federation is concerned, while society is indeed stable and secure, there simply isn't a demographic of people with too much time on their hands. To put it more accurately, such a phenomenon doesn't exist in human society on this world. Here, if someone has both spare time and money, they would undoubtedly invest it in nurturing their companion beasts. After all, this is a path to transcendence, one that promises extended lifespans and eternal youth. The allure of such benefits is irresistible. Consequently, Azure Star is destined to remain far removed from the flourishing entertainment industry seen on the Blue Planet, not to mention the emergence of quirky and hard-to-understand subcultures. In this world, the entertainment industry has no future, let alone a fanbase to sustain it. Even so, Lin Chuan's promotional video managed to garner some attention. Despite the lack of prospects or a fanbase, the video's impact was unexpectedly positive. By most accounts, it stood out as unique and eye-catching, eliciting laughter from viewers. The overalls, the middle-parted hairstyle, and the exaggerated dance moves were a combination so comical that it was nearly impossible to keep a straight face while watching. Anyone who could remain stone-faced after seeing it must have undergone professional anti-laughter training. That said, the true highlight of the video wasn't Lin Chuan's outfit or dance moves, but rather the two adorable chirps from Guagua and Sakura at the end. To human ears, their sounds were so endearingly cute that they seemed to melt hearts. Many viewers, both young women and men, filled the comments section with remarks like, "My inner softie can't handle this." However, to the ears of spirit beasts, those chirps carried an entirely different meaning, especially Sakura's playful-sounding bulai, spoken in her mystical language. Though it seemed harmless, this cute sound was actually a taunt in the spirit beast tongue, translating roughly to skinny dog. Even though it was just a video playing through a screen, the effect on young and maturing spirit beasts was profound. Most spirit beasts are innocent and pure, especially those still in their developmental stages, whose intelligence has yet to fully mature. They're like carefree babies who delight in being praised for their cuteness, strength, or charm. But if someone insults them or, worse, taunts them directly, calling them something like skinny dog, the consequences are, to say the least, predictable. Tianshang Town, Hubei East Road, Xinxin Community, Building 8, Apartment 707. Here lived an ordinary family with the surname Sun. The parents and elders were simple, unremarkable folks leading modest lives. But their daughter, a 16-year-old girl named Sun Yinyin, stood out in her own quiet way. Having just reached adulthood, she had a slightly above-average appearance, with a healthy light yellow complexion and a neat, practical single ponytail. Neither too tall nor too short, neither too slim nor too plump, she exuded a refreshing and tidy demeanor. Overall, her looks were not striking. She resembled the kind of ordinary girl you could find blending into any crowd. Sun Yinyin had delicate and graceful features, but what truly made her unforgettable was her exceptional talent as a beast tamer. During her awakening ceremony, she unlocked a rare third beast-taming talent known as Wolf King's Blood. This talent not only accelerated the growth of wolf-type spirit beasts, but also enhanced their ferocity in battle, increasing their attack power and speed, and even provided partial immunity to weakening effects. A third-ear talent was already considered top-notch among commoners, and the uniqueness of Wolf King's Blood made it even more extraordinary. While not the most powerful, the immense potential of wolf-type spirit beasts was enough to spark envy in many. However, no matter how extraordinary her talent was, it couldn't change the harsh reality of her circumstances. Sun Yinin's parents couldn't afford the cross-region fees, so she had no choice but to collect a spirit beast from the free distribution at the Tianshang Town breeding base. By the time she arrived, most options were already taken, and she was left with a single rejected spirit beast, a golden silky werewolf suffering from depression. This creature, with its humanoid body and dog-like head resembling a husky, lacked any sense of intimidation and even appeared somewhat comical. With no better choice, Sun Yinyin formed a contract with it and named it Dayan. The name had no special meaning. She had already envisioned a Yin family theme in her mind. Her next spirit beast, she decided, would be named Aryan. After bringing Dayan home, Sun Yinyin gradually discovered that its depression was not due to laziness, but rather its extraordinary abilities. This golden silky werewolf possessed an unusual fire attribute skill-blazing fist that was entirely incompatible with its natural metal attribute. Golden silky werewolves were inherently metal attribute spirit beasts, and fire attributes countered metal, making it theoretically impossible for them to learn such a skill. Yet, Dayan had somehow mastered it. However, this unique ability came at a cost. The conflict between the fire and metal attributes caused it frequent stomach pain, insomnia, and even loss of appetite. Sun Yinyin was a student at Tianshang Town's 5th Beast-Taming Academy. The school wasn't ranked 5th in the town but was simply named after its founding order. In fact, the 5th Beast-Taming Academy, backed by funding from a wealthy benefactor, far surpassed other schools in terms of teaching resources and student benefits. It even collaborated with academies in major cities. Despite the fierce competition, Sun Yinyin consistently ranked among the top 10 in the school, thanks to her outstanding theoretical knowledge. Her third-tier talent, combined with the remarkable Dayan, allowed her to progress smoothly on her journey as a beast tamer. Her luck didn't end there. While completing a rookie mission, she stumbled upon a spirit beast fossil in a desolate area. Although the fossil had no immediate practical use, it held significant research value. Sun Yinyin sold it to a spirit beast research institute and easily earned 1 million Starrock coins. Recently, she also entered the Baby Cup competition held by a local supermarket with Dayan. Their exceptional performance won them first place, along with a prize of 300,000 Starrock coins. Sun Yinyin's journey as a beast tamer, much like the meaning of her name, was brimming with vitality and endless possibilities. In summary, Sun Yinyin's journey as a novice beast tamer has been nothing short of extraordinary. Like she was handed the protagonist's script. This incredible start has inevitably gone to her head. Simply put, she doesn't know what it means to have a rival. The spirit beasts of her peers? They're practically nothing but weaklings, easily taken down by a single swipe of Dayan's paw. At this very moment, Sun Yinyin was browsing the Beast Tamer Association's online forum. Resting her chin on one hand, she scrolled rapidly with the other, taking in a wealth of competition information displayed on the screen. Her smooth start had completely thrown her original plan of steady progress out the window. Tasks to refresh, slow and steady development? She had no interest in such things anymore. Instead, she was determined to capitalize on her current invincibility, snowballing her way through competitions to amass resources and experience. Her goal: to fight her way to the top and secure admission to one of the 8 grade academies in the entrance exam 3 months from now. Recently, there had been a slew of rookie beast tamer tournaments. Sun Yinyin's target was crystal clear: the Baby Cup tournaments with the biggest prizes and the largest scales. She knew these competitions not only offered lucrative rewards, but also provided valuable opportunities for Dayan to grow stronger through battle. However, her hometown of Tianshang Town didn't host any large-scale Baby Cups. To participate in such events, she would have to travel to a higher-level city, which would mean significant time and travel expenses. Reluctantly, she shifted her focus to mid-sized Baby Cups with decent prize pools and closer proximity to home. Her eyes scanned through competition listings at lightning speed, quickly categorizing details like dates, scales, and prize amounts. Suddenly, a promotional video caught her attention: East River Suburb, Lin's Farm, Tianshang Town, the Flowerleaf Cup. She stared at the screen. The video's thumbnail prominently displayed the event details. Starting date July 13th. Registration deadline 96 hours. The prize structure was listed as 400,000 for the champion, 200,000 for the runner-up, and 100,000 for third place. Even ordinary participants were guaranteed a small gift, worth 10,000 Starrock coins. Not bad. Sun Yinyin nodded slightly, mentally adding the Flowerleaf Cup to her shortlist. While the prize money wasn't as high as that of a large-scale tournament, it had the advantages of being nearby and offering decent participation perks. Clicking on the video, she decided to learn more. The video began with a picturesque rural scene. Morning sunlight bathed the lush green fields, and the fresh, crisp air seemed to waft through the screen. Sun Yinyin nodded appreciatively, thinking, it's been a while since I've been to the countryside. A little trip for some fresh air, and a picnic wouldn't hurt. The footage then shifted to a group of flower leaves neatly lined up, performing morning exercises. Their cute, clumsy movements paired with their cheerful chirps brought an involuntary smile to her face. Dayan's development has been going smoothly. It's time to consider Air Een, Sun Yinyin thought, her eyes sparkling. Flower leaves, known for their supportive, logistical abilities, were a perfect fit for her team's next edition. Maybe I can talk to the farm owner and see if I can form a contract with a suitable flower leaf. With that thought, she had one more reason to participate in the tournament. The video went on to showcase the unique aspects of the competition venue. Though it lacked the polished professionalism of larger Baby Cups, The farm's setting had its own rustic charm. Tall trees stood at each corner of the arena, their interwoven branches casting dappled shadows over part of the field. The distinctive environment intrigued Sun Yinyin, making her look forward to the event even more. As she was engrossed in the video, the scene shifted. The camera zoomed in from a distance, eventually focusing on the center of the arena. There, a boy in black overalls appeared, sporting a middle-part hairstyle and holding a basketball. His expression carried a hint of defiance. On either side of him stood a flower leaf, each wearing a pair of sunglasses. Their eyes were hidden behind the shades, but their puffed-up chests and confident postures exuded an almost comical arrogance. The boy casually tossed the basketball into the air, spinning it effortlessly on his fingertip in a display of flair. The move was so smooth and self-assured, it seemed to silently declare something bold and unspoken. The next moment, he moved. Watching the awkward dance of the boy in the video and listening to his confident yet slightly ridiculous self-introduction, a rookie beast tamer with 2.5 years of training, Sun Yinyin froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. This guy was just too funny. As an opponent, he would definitely be entertaining. Just then, the two tiny Hua Yi in the video let out soft chirping sounds. Their adorable voices, like a gentle spring breeze, instantly filled Sun Yinyin with delight. Her gaze softened, and her determination to contract a Hua Yi as her second spirit beast grew even stronger. Dean, what do you think? Sun Yinyin turned to her contract spirit beast, a slender gold silk wolfman, asking tentatively. She wanted to hear Yin's opinion since harmony between contracted spirit beasts was crucial. If she did contract a Hua Yi and Dean couldn't get along with it, that would be a situation she definitely wouldn't want to face. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden loud bang erupted. Boom! Dean leaped onto the desk, its fist engulfed in blazing flames, and with incredible strength, it punched straight at Sun Yinin's computer screen. The screen shattered instantly, and the flames charred the cracks into a pitch-black mess, leaving a smoking hole in the center of the screen. Sun Yinyin froze, her entire body stiffening in shock. For a moment, her mind went completely blank. When she finally regained her senses, she stared at her spirit beast in astonishment. Dean, what are you doing? What was that for? Dean didn't respond immediately. Instead, it growled, its eyes burning with a complex mix of emotions. Its gaze was fixed intently on the shattered video frame, a low rumble escaping its throat. The fury and frustration in its eyes resembled a long-dormant volcano finally erupting. No one is allowed to call me skinny dog ever again. Sun Yinyin suddenly understood. Dean had always been bullied by its kin back at the breeding base because of its slender build, and skinny dog was a nickname that had become its greatest humiliation. That word was a forbidden trigger it could never tolerate. Woof. Oh woof. Dean barked and howled anxiously, trying to explain itself to Sun Yinyin. Though she couldn't understand its sounds, through their contract, she could feel Dean's pent-up grievances and anger, as well as a surge of intense fighting spirit. Sun Yinyin was silent for a moment before the corners of her lips curved into a confident smile. Looks like this battle is inevitable, she murmured softly, her gaze sharpening. Lin Chuan, is it? I hope your skills are as unique as your dancing. Don't let Dean take you down with just one punch. Meanwhile, at Lin's farm, Lin Chuan was squatting on the ground, assigning skill points to Guagua and Sakura. Suddenly, he sneezed, rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who's bad-mouthing me behind my back?" He glanced around, feeling a slight chill, but quickly shook it off and dismissed the thought. Guagua, Sakura, come on, let's keep going. Lin Chuan refocused his attention on the two Hua Yi, a smug smile appearing on his face. He had just scored some rooting and growth skill materials from the Beast Tamer Association's trading district, perfect for leveling up the two little ones. With their skill proficiency improving, Guoguo's growth skill advanced to the mastery stage, and Sakura's rooting skill also reached the same level. Watching their progress, Lin Chuan grinned with satisfaction. He rewarded himself with a Gugu chicken family bucket, and the leftover chicken bones were ground up in a blender and mixed into Guagua and Sakura's nutrient soil. The two Hua Yi chirped excitedly, clearly thrilled by the delicious nutrient soil. Lin Chuan patted their heads, feeling the texture of their wood-like skin, which had become firmer and smoother after their advancement, a delightful, bouncy sensation he couldn't get enough of. Still, Lin Chuan restrained himself and pulled his hand back. All right, no more acting cute, he chuckled. If I keep petting you, I won't get anything else done. With a thought, his smartwatch emitted a faint glow, and Guagua and Sakura were stored back in the beast space. Looking at the data displayed on his watch, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile. These two little ones are getting tougher and tougher, he murmured before shaking his head. Sigh, I really feel for the other competitors in the Hawaii Cup. Seriously, how is this even fair? With their insane health pools, what are the other beasts supposed to do? 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye, and the Lin family farm's Huayi Cup officially kicked off. Perhaps it was Lin Chuan's promotional video that hit a sweet spot with young beast tamers, sparking their interest. Surprisingly, the number of participants exceeded expectations by 30. However, the real surge in numbers could be attributed to Sakura's provocative remark, "If you don't show up, you're just a loser," which stirred up quite the commotion. For rookie beast tamers, the spirit beasts they form contracts with are usually those that have just transitioned out of their juvenile phase and are in a rapid growth stage. These beasts possess immense potential, but even slight differences in their training can lead to vastly different outcomes, making them the perfect measure of a tamer's skill. That said, these young spirit beasts aren't exactly the brightest, and how could they possibly endure the insult of being called a loser? While the tamers themselves might hesitate to join the competition due to prize money, time constraints, or other reasons, their spirit beasts couldn't care less. Provoked by the insult, they were determined to show up and crush the one who dared call them such a name. With more participants, most of whom were locals, it was only natural for them to bring along their friends and family as cheerleaders. The result? A significant increase in spectators, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere at the event. The larger crowd also meant a substantial boost in revenue for Lin Family Farm. Not only did ticket sales, snacks, drinks, sunflower seeds, milk tea, and popcorn rake in profits, but the farm's signature product Huayi fruits in 5 unique flavors became a hot commodity. Despite their high price, these fruits were considered premium health supplements for ordinary people. And since they were already there, who wouldn't want to buy a couple for their kids or baby spirit beasts to try? Outside a temporary specialty shop set up for the event, Lin Chuan was dressed in his promotional video outfit overalls, paired with a middle-part hairstyle, and was busy catering to customers. With a polite and professional smile, he handed a boy a bag of freshly weighed 5-spice beef-flavored Huayi fruits. "Thank you for your purchase. That'll be 51,000 star rock coins. Since you're a fellow schoolmate, I'll round it down for you. Let's make it 50,000. The boy, after receiving the plastic bag, took out one of the fruits and tasted it himself before offering another to the monkey spirit beast by his side. Dressed in a simple blue and white athletic outfit and wearing glasses, the boy exuded an air of scholarly refinement. His name was Ping Kai, a student from the same school as Lin Chuan Tianshang Town First Beast Taming High School. However, they were in different classes and had never met before, only striking up a conversation while Ping Kai was making his purchase. Lin Chuan was a third-year student in Class 7, performing at an upper-middle level in his grade. Ping Kai, on the other hand, was in Class 3, with slightly lower grades, ranking in the middle of the pack. However, Ping Kai's fortunes took a turn when he awakened a second-tier beast-taming talent. With significant financial support from his family, he paid a hefty cross-district sponsorship fee and successfully secured a contract with a crimson-crested gray monkey of soldier-grade upper bloodline quality at Xinjiang City's advanced spirit beast breeding base. Now, this crimson-crested gray monkey stood by Ping Kai's side. About 70 centimeters tall, its gray fur shimmered faintly with a silvery sheen, and its sharp, lively eyes darted around, taking in the bustling scene with a vigilant demeanor. While the competition had yet to officially commence, the venue was already brimming with noise and anticipation. For Lin Chuan, the busy day was just beginning. The chiding gray-furred monkey, true to its name, is a spirit beast with fiery red fur that resembles flames, giving it the look of a punk-styled monkey. It is of the fire attribute. Beyond that, Lin Chuan didn't know much about it. He wasn't the type to be a walking encyclopedia and hadn't memorized the details of every common spirit beast. Overall, Ping Kai's starting point as a beast tamer was fairly decent. After all, any rookie confident enough to participate in the Baby Cup was already a cut above their peers. Most beginners were still scrambling to complete basic novice tasks. With some time left before the competition began, Ping Kai casually munched on a 5-spiced beef-flavored Huayi fruit while chatting with Lin Chuan. As their conversation picked up, he even helped Lin Chuan tidy up the counter and handed a few items to customers who came to shop. The two had been complete strangers before, but it seemed that wouldn't remain the case for long. Both of them had awakened second-tier beast-taming talents, making them among the first to stand out from their peers. Their paths were bound to cross in the future, especially with the entrance assessments 3 months away, where they were certain to become rivals. However, if they maintained a friendly relationship, they might even be able to support each other in the competition against the other beast-taming schools in Tianshang Town. Ping Kai was clearly here with the intention of forming a connection, not necessarily a deep friendship, but at least to establish some familiarity, enough to exchange greetings. Lin Chuan, of course, understood this after all. He was the one who had extended the olive branch first. Yes, Lin Chuan had knocked 1,000 Starrock coins off Ping Kai's bill earlier as a gesture of goodwill. This small favor was both a token of sincerity and a subtle test. When the entrance assessments come around, don't make things too difficult for me, all right? Of course, that was just Lin Chuan joking to himself. Even if Ping Kai did act ungrateful, Lin Chuan was confident he could defeat him. If he couldn't handle a random rookie, what was the point of having his cheat-like abilities? Where on earth did you come up with that outfit? It's really something else. Ping Kai finally broke the silence, unable to hold back any longer as he stared at Lin Chuan's attire. His lips twitched slightly, finding it amusing but trying his best to remain polite. Lin Chuan certainly wasn't going to admit that he had modeled it after the fashion of a certain internet personality from his previous life. Instead, he made up a quick excuse. There's a kid at the kindergarten next door who dresses like this, and it caught the attention of all the lay-type female teachers. I thought it was interesting, so I gave it a try. Turns out, it worked pretty well for the promo video. Ping Kai was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but crack a smile. As if something had just occurred to him, he looked a bit exasperated but mostly curious as he asked, by the way, what did your Huayi shout in that promo video? My Xiao Hongmao got so worked up after hearing it that it nearly wrecked my bedroom. Lin Chuan froze for a second, his expression stiffening as his gaze darted away awkwardly. He was riddled with guilt. There was no way he could tell Ping Kai the truth. How could he admit that he had taught Guagua to shout, "If you're my bro, come fight me," and had Sakura use beginner-level beast speech to yell, "If you don't, you're a coward"? Composing himself, Lin Chuan sighed deeply, feigning a look of frustration. I wish I knew. You're not the first person to ask me that. Honestly, I have no idea what my Huayi was yelling. I just had them call out to attract other spirit beasts to join the Huai Cup challenge, just like I mentioned in the promo video. I'm here waiting for their challenge. I honestly have no idea what exactly they said. Maybe my Huai picked up some lines from those gangster spirit beast cartoons they love watching. Sigh, these cartoons nowadays are really corrupting the younger generation. They should all be reported. Lin Chuan muttered, his face full of discontent. As he grumbled, he busied himself tidying up the counter, completely unaware that his tone had successfully convinced Ping Kai. Ping Kai frowned, looking as though he was pondering some profound philosophical truth. After a moment, he nodded in agreement and said earnestly, "You're right, those spirit beast cartoons do seem problematic." Hearing this, Lin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but outwardly, he maintained a look of someone who had seen through the darkness of the world long ago. He continued, "You see, these young spirit beasts nowadays, just a few episodes of these cartoons, and they learn to cut down trees, pick fights, and even rebel. Sigh, the cultural harm these cause is truly not to be underestimated." Ping Kai's expression instantly became complicated as he thought about his own spirit beast, the ash-topped gray monkey. Ever since Ping Kai became a novice beast tamer, he had allowed the monkey to watch a few episodes of a certain bear-themed spirit beast cartoon. The monkey learned too quickly. Not only did it spend its days wielding an axe to chop down trees, but it also secretly cut down 2 ornamental trees in the neighborhood, costing him 30,000 yuan in compensation. Thinking about this, Ping Kai sighed helplessly and muttered, "It's a monkey, for crying out loud. It should be climbing trees, not chopping them down." Do you know what those trees were? They were money. Seeing Ping Kai lost in thought, Lin Chuan chuckled to himself, thinking, that was close. He had almost been found out. Previously, a ponytailed girl named Sun Yinin had come to his shop to buy some fruit, and she nearly exposed him. She had brought along a golden-furred werewolf and stormed in, demanding to know what the cherry blossom spirit in the promo video had said to make her werewolf so enraged that it punched and shattered her computer screen. At the time, Lin Chuan had kept a calm facade, but inside, he was incredibly tense, terrified that Sun Yinin was there to demand compensation for the computer. Fortunately, she was just curious. As a beast tamer, she wanted to figure out what on earth the cherry blossom spirit had said to provoke her spirit beast so much. So Lin Chuan used the same excuse, claiming that Guagua and the cherry blossom spirit had watched too many gangster spirit beast cartoons and picked up some strange phrases from them. Sun Yinin had listened thoughtfully, nodded, and then left with her golden-furred werewolf. Before leaving, she even bought 100,000 yuan's worth of special Huai fruits. Thinking back on it, Lin Chuan couldn't help but marvel at how effective the excuse was. It even helped boost sales. Boom, boom, boom. The melodious chime of a clock interrupted Lin Chuan's thoughts. It was already 10 a.m., and the Huai Cup competition was about to begin. Ping Kai snapped out of his reverie, hastily said goodbye to Lin Chuan, and hurried off to the competition venue. Lin Chuan, not wanting to delay any further, quickly tidied up, leaving the shop in the care of the farm staff. He swapped out his promotional overalls for a simple black and white summer outfit, a short-sleeved shirt, and shorts printed with a cartoon Huai design. The look was bright and refreshing, making him seem like the boy next door. After changing, Lin Chuan grabbed a tray and slung a thermal backpack over his shoulder before stepping out of the shop. The tray was loaded with snacks like sunflower seeds, popcorn, dried fish, and tofu bites, while the backpack was filled with drinks such as milk tea, cola, and Sprite. It was clear he was more than ready for the upcoming competition. Although the competition had officially started, Lin Chuan wasn't the first to take the stage. There was no behind-the-scenes manipulation involved. It was simply the result of a random draw. The Baby Cup's small-scale tournament format was relatively laid back. Unlike major events where contestants had to stay on standby in the preparation area, participants here only needed to show up with their spirit beasts when called by the announcer. Outside of that, they were free to move around and manage their time as they wished. For Lin Chuan, this relaxed structure turned out to be a golden opportunity to make some extra cash. While the anticipated profits from the Huaya Cup and the Ultimate Champion's prize money were substantial, Lin Chuan was well aware of one thing. Raising spirit beasts was a bottomless pit of expenses. Any chance to earn a little more was worth seizing. Thus, the snack and beverage stand he set up at the competition venue became his first step toward wealth. Within the Lin family farm, aside from Lin Chuan and a few family-run stands, there were no other vendors in sight. This gave him a complete monopoly over the temporary market. Sunflower seeds, soda, popcorn, milk tea. Lin Chuan enthusiastically hawked his goods, weaving through the semicircular metal bleachers, balancing his sales efforts while keeping an eye on the matches below. The first few rounds of the competition were rather dull, best described as rookies fumbling against each other. It was no surprise, really, considering the new beast tamers had only awakened their abilities 14 days ago. It was impressive enough if their spirit beasts had learned a single decent skill, let alone any sophisticated tactical coordination. Lin Chuan wasn't bothered, though, focusing instead on selling his snacks. That was, until his inventory began to run low, and a truly exciting match finally unfolded. The upcoming face-off was between Ping Kai and Sun Yining, with the referee being Shi Jie, a professional adjudicator sent by the Beast Tamer Association. Shi Jie, a man in his 40s, had a slightly plump physique and a notably balding crown that immediately drew attention. Standing at the center of the arena, he held a small flag and formally announced the rules. This match will follow the open restriction format. Beast tamers are prohibited from personally entering the battle and may only deploy one spirit beast each. No items are allowed during the match, and any violations will result in immediate disqualification. Additionally, each tamer is limited to using their beast taming talent to enhance their spirit beast only once. These rules are clear. Do either of you have any questions? Both Ping Kai and Sun Yining shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. Shi Jie nodded and continued. Before the match begins, please show respect to your opponent. Ping Kai, First Beast Taming High School, Class 33. Looking forward to the match. Ping Kai was the first to speak, his tone carrying a hint of confidence. Sun Yining, 5th Beast Taming High School, Class 31. Please go easy on me, Sun Yining replied, her words polite yet tinged with subtle sharpness. As soon as the pleasantries ended, the two contestants sprang into action. Ping Kai held a redand black card in his hand, his movements understated yet elegant. With a slight twist of his fingers, the card faced forward, and as magical patterns glimmered into view, a blazing flame erupted in front of him. Out of the fire emerged a char-top gray-furred monkey, exuding an aura of proud combat readiness. Sun Yinyin's summoning, on the other hand, was far more dazzling. The ring on her left hand suddenly burst forth with radiant golden light, shooting skyward before transforming into a shower of golden rain. Amid the shimmering curtain of light, a majestic golden-furred werewolf appeared, its imposing presence no less formidable than its opponent. Once both spirit beasts had taken their positions in the preparation zones, they awaited further commands. Shi Jie waved his flag and declared in a deep voice, "The match begins." At his command, the two spirit beasts shot toward each other like arrows released from a bow. Despite the char-top gray-furred monkey holding the advantage in rank being a high-tier soldier class, while the golden-furred werewolf, nicknamed De'en, was mid-tier soldier class, the reality was that De'en was faster and more agile. The gray-furred monkey threw a straightforward punch, but De'en effortlessly dodged it. Taking advantage of the opening, De'en leapt forward and delivered a heavy claw strike to its opponent's chest. The gray-furred monkey stumbled backward, caught off guard, while De'en let out a resounding howl, as if declaring, "From now on, no spirit beast gets to call me a scrawny mutt ever again." Flaming fists, Sun Yining commanded decisively. Responding instantly, De'en's fists ignited with searing flames, which it unleashed toward the gray-furred monkey with unrelenting ferocity. The heat waves rolled through the air as the battle quickly escalated into an intense, fiery clash. Competitions between rookie beast tamers are often quite boring, especially those held within the first month after graduation, when they've just awakened and bonded with their initial spirit beasts. These matches are usually a chaotic mess of inexperienced participants floundering around. The newly contracted spirit beasts on the field are clumsy, unskilled, and their battles resemble street scuffles between children grabbing necks, pushing heads, and rolling into a tangled heap. Meanwhile, the beast tamers on the sidelines flail their arms, shouting classic lines like, "Get up," and "Dodge it." The whole scene is more comical than exciting. These battles rarely last more than half a minute before ending unceremoniously. The baby spirit beasts are simply too fragile. A couple of solid hits leave them teetering on the brink of collapse with their energy depleted. To make matters worse, Most rookie beast tamers can't even train their beasts in basic advanced level skills within a month. At best, they manage to teach them a rudimentary move or two, which only highlights their inexperience. However, exceptions always exist in this world. Gifted prodigies, with their extraordinary talent, often manage to complete the initial training of their spirit beasts in record time. Whether it's due to innate ability or fortunate circumstances, they know how to efficiently utilize resources and maximize their beast's growth potential, laying a solid foundation for their journey as beast tamers. These exceptional rookies can often cultivate combat-ready spirit beasts in just 2 weeks, showcasing remarkable strength. And when these skilled rookies face off against each other, the battles become anything but dull. Clearly, Ping Kai and Sun Yining are prime examples of such exceptional rookies. While they might not yet qualify as geniuses, their talent for beast taming far surpasses that of their peers. They also possess a clear and focused approach to nurturing their spirit beasts. Unlike the average rookie who haphazardly trains whatever skill seems powerful at the moment, Ping Kai and Sun Yining have followed carefully thought-out strategies from the very beginning. Sun Yining has chosen the path of a swift and aggressive offense. Her contracted spirit beast, the golden silk werewolf named Dayan, has undergone intensive training in speed and reflexes over the past 2 weeks. By chance, it also learned the powerful skill, Blazing Fist. With these abilities, Dayan becomes a swift blaze of fire, tearing through opponents with unmatched ferocity. In the recent Baby Cup tournament held at the supermarket park, it swept aside all challengers, with no spirit beast able to withstand its razor-sharp claws. Ping Kai, on the other hand, has taken a completely different approach, opting for a defensive counterattack strategy. He believes that the attack power of rookie spirit beasts is inherently limited, making one-hit knockouts unrealistic. His contracted spirit beast has been trained to endure heavy attacks and patiently wait for opponents to tire and expose their weaknesses. At the right moment, it delivers a well-timed counterattack, often turning the tide of battle with a seamless combo that overwhelms its adversaries. Now, these two outstanding rookie beast tamers are about to face off. On one side is Dayan, renowned for its speed and mastery of Blazing Fist. On the other side is Ping Kai's spirit beast, celebrated for its resilience and counterattacking prowess. Even before the battle begins, the audience is holding their breath in anticipation, eager to witness a Baby Cup showdown unlike any other. Unlike Sun Yining, who had already won a Baby Cup championship, Ping Kai had only managed to secure a second-place finish in the past. In that final match, his opponent controlled an exceptionally rare Ghost-type spirit beast. Ghost-type spirit beasts are naturally immune to physical attacks, and at the time, Ping Kai's scorching-headed gray-furred monkey, Little Red Fur, had yet to master any fire element skills. Relying solely on a basic combo of innate straight punch and claw strike moves, it was unable to inflict any substantial damage on the ghost-type spirit beast. Ultimately, Ping Kai had no choice but to accept a regretful defeat. Now, in the current match, the scorching-headed gray-furred monkey was back, this time facing Sun Yinyan's golden silk werewolf, Dayan. With a thunderous bang, Dayan's flaming fist struck Little Red Fur square in the face. The heavy impact reverberated throughout the arena, causing the audience to collectively gasp, as if they could feel the force of the blow themselves. However, Little Red Fur merely tilted its mouth, its teeth clenched tightly, and let out 2 low, guttural monkey cries through its gritted teeth. It endured the hit heeded, without taking even a single step back. Ping Kai's eyes sharpened as he issued a decisive command. "Grab it!" Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, Little Red Fur sprang into action. Its agile monkey claws darted up to Dayan's shoulder, gripping tightly into the werewolf's fur. Using the leverage, it leapt nimbly onto Dayan's back. In the blink of an eye, Little Red Fur moved like a seasoned fighter, executing a swift series of maneuvers: neck lock, climb, leg grip. In mere seconds, the scorching-headed gray-furred monkey had firmly mounted the golden silk werewolf. "Run, Dayan!" Sun Yinyan's face turned pale as she shouted urgently. But Dayan's movements were already a fraction too slow. It howled furiously, struggling with all its might. But it couldn't shake off Little Red Fur's vice-like grip. The scene became both comical and intense, as the match in the arena transformed into an unexpected spectacle of a monkey riding a wolf. The audience was momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter and cheers. Applause and shouts of encouragement echoed throughout the stadium. Meanwhile, Ping Kai and Sun Yining, standing below the stage, were drenched in sweat, their palms clammy with nerves, as they shouted commands to their respective spirit beasts. The referee and the professional beast tamers on the sidelines exchanged knowing smiles, clearly impressed by the unexpected excitement of this Baby Cup match. Among the spectators, Lin Chuan stood watching the battle intently. From his beast-taming watch, he released Guogua and Sakura to join him in observing the match. "What do you think?" he asked quietly. Guogua and Sakura had very different reactions. Sakura shook its head repeatedly, raising its tiny, chubby hands as if to gesture, No way, no way. Its elegant little eyes revealed a hint of disdain, clearly unimpressed by such a rough, fighting style. Yet, there was also a subtle confidence in Sakura's demeanor, as if to declare, even so, neither that monkey nor that wolf could ever defeat it. With its photosynthesis-based regeneration ability, Miss Sakura had no intention of losing to such brutish opponents. Guogua, on the other hand, was visibly more excited. It bounced twice, waving its stubby hands as if itching to jump into the fray at any moment. Though Lin Chuan couldn't understand spirit beast language, Guoguo's enthusiasm was unmistakable. It wanted to fight, eager to test its strength against Little Red Fur and Dean. Lin Chuan glanced at the two adorable creatures before him, their contrasting personalities making him chuckle. Sakura's calm composure and Guoguo's fiery passion perfectly showcased their unique traits. Indeed, the match continued on, with the monkey and the wolf locked in an intense, evenly matched struggle. Before this, Guogua had been imbued with the combat training experience of a fighting-type spirit beast by Lin Chuan. Although Guogua hadn't been used as a punching bag in the dojo too often, the belief instilled in it was remarkably clear. This fighting-type spirit beast, though mediocre in talent, possessed an unwavering desire to go head-to-head with stronger spirit beasts. This burning battle spirit had subtly influenced Guogua, making it far more combative than the average Huai. It developed a particular obsession with close-quarters brawls where every punch landed with force. Lin Chuan frowned, feeling a pang of regret. If he'd known, he wouldn't have passed on such experience to Guogua. His original plan was to guide Guogua down the path of energy-based spellcasting skills. But now, this little creature had completely veered off course, spending its days shadowboxing and throwing punches with a Haya and a Ho. So, when it comes to facing them, which one of you is willing to step up? Lin Chuan suppressed his inner complaints and asked with a slightly more serious tone. He had always respected the willingness of his spirit beasts to fight. Unless it was an emergency, he usually let them decide who would take the stage. Guogua and Sakura exchanged a glance, then turned their eyes to the monkey and the big dog on the field well, a werewolf. Yip yip, chirp chirp. Sakura pointed to the monkey, while Guogua pointed to the werewolf. Their message was clear. Whoever emerged victorious between those two spirit beasts would determine the next challenger. If the monkey won, Sakura would fight. If the werewolf triumphed, it would be Guoguo's turn to battle. As for the other opponents, Lin Chuan scanned the arena and didn't find anyone besides Ping Kai and Sun Yinyin who seemed worthy of a match. Whether it was Sakura or Guogua, either could easily dominate the competition. They wouldn't even need to use staple moves like photosynthesis, ingrain, or growth. With the solid foundation they'd built over the past 2 weeks eating nutrient soil, drinking enriched water, and soaking in sunlight, they could rely on their basic stats to sweep through the competition. While Lin Chuan, Guogua, and Sakura were quietly discussing their strategy, the battle in the arena was reaching its climax. Victory was hanging by a thread. Sun Yinyin's golden werewolf, Dayan, and Ping Kai's blazing gray-furred monkey, Little Red Fur, were locked in a fierce struggle. The two spirit beasts were evenly matched in strength. Both trainers had clearly put a lot of effort into their development, and the beast's skills were at the early stages of standard proficiency. In such a scenario, the outcome would ultimately depend on the willpower of the trainers and their spirit beasts. Whichever side displayed stronger determination would likely prevail. However, neither Ping Kai nor Sun Yinyin seemed particularly driven to win. They both understood that going all out for a minor baby cup tournament wasn't worth the risk. If something went wrong and their spirit beast got injured, it would be a huge loss. A serious injury could leave a spirit beast bedridden for weeks and jeopardize their chances in the crucial entrance exams 3 months later. Unless they spent a significant amount of money to hire a professional beast healer, they'd also lose valuable time in recovery. While the trainers exercised caution, the two spirit beasts on the field displayed entirely different attitudes. The blazing gray-furred monkey, Little Red Fur, was panting heavily, clearly at its limit. Its eyes lacked a strong desire to win, and its mind seemed blank. At this point, it was purely acting on instinct, fighting as long as it could, and ready to collapse when it couldn't anymore. The golden werewolf, Dayan, was a completely different story. Its fiery wolf eyes burned with intensity, exuding a menacing glare. Its teeth clenched tightly, producing an audible grinding sound, and its entire body radiated an unyielding determination not to lose. It must win. It absolutely, undeniably must win. Oh whoa. From this moment on, no spirit beast shall ever call me a skinny dog again. Yin's wolf eyes ignited with fierce battle intent, the glint in them as sharp as blades, piercing straight at the monkey opposite. Though werewolves could stand on 2 legs, Yin chose the hunting stance of 4 legs this time, lowering its body and tensing its muscles like a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to release. It was the instinct of a wolf and the unyielding roar of its defiance. With the belief of never being a skinny dog again, It let out a howl that shook the entire arena and lunged at its opponent with explosive force. The monkey, unwilling to back down, leapt nimbly into the air, attempting to dodge the fatal strike. However, Yin's speed surpassed its expectations. Like the wind, the wolf's shadow swept across in an instant, its claw striking the monkey midair and slamming it to the ground. The opponent struggled to get up, but Yin gave it no chance to recover. It pounced again, sinking its teeth into the monkey's vulnerable spot, sealing its victory. Match over. Contestant Sun Yin wins. The referee, Shijia, waved his small flag and announced the result. The audience erupted into cheers. Sun Yin, however, did not let the victory go to her head. She immediately ran into the arena to check on Yin. Ping Kai, too, rushed to his spirit beast. Both beast tamers carefully examined their companions and confirmed that, apart from a few minor injuries, neither was seriously hurt. The medical team quickly stepped in to treat them, applying medicine. Yin was then returned to its beast-taming space to rest, expected to recover fully in a short time. After a signal from the referee, Sun Yin and Ping Kai bowed to each other in mutual respect before leaving the arena. Although Ping Kai had lost, his disappointment was short-lived. Back in the stands, the encouragement and support from friends and family rekindled his fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Sun Yin was surrounded by classmates, close friends, and family, all showering her with congratulations. Her classmates even started celebrating early, popping champagne and chanting, Sun Yin is the pride of 5th High. No one can beat her in the Bao Bao Cup. On the special viewing platform, professional beast tamers took note of Sun Yin's and Ping Kai's names, drafting a concise 300-word report on the key battle moments. The Beast Tamer Association always kept a close eye on promising newcomers, creating individual profiles for them, offering growth opportunities, and ensuring they stayed on the right path. The following matches were relatively lackluster, the usual rookie pecking order, typical of the Bao Bao Cup, with little to excite the audience. Time passed, and finally, it was 2 p.m. 13th match of the day, Lin Chuan's match. Hearing his name announced over the loudspeaker, Lin Chuan immediately handed his tray and backpack to Lao Deng, then strode confidently toward the arena. When he arrived, his opponent was already waiting. The other contestant was a burly teenager whose plain appearance was overshadowed by an imposing aura that made his presence hard to ignore. Lin Chuan couldn't help but compare himself internally and thought with a smirk, still, I'm better looking. This match's referee was a young woman named Zhuanglan. With a non-nonsense demeanor, she repeated the match rules. After both contestants nodded in agreement, she raised her small flag and blew the whistle to start the match. The two contestants bowed to each other. The burly teen spoke first. 3rd Beast Taming High, Class 9, Wang Lu. You're the son of the owner of Lin's farm, right? I saw your promotional video, it was pretty well done. Your outfit is interesting too. That video is the reason I decided to join this competition. Lin Chuan chuckled in response. 1st Beast Taming High, Class 7, Lin Chuan. Thanks for the compliment and support, haha. But my Huaye is pretty delicate, only knows how to whimper and pout. So please go easy on us. With the pleasantries exchanged, both moved into action. Wang Lu raised his right hand, and the glazed jade bead on his wrist began to shine. A deep sound of crashing waves echoed as an illusion of a stormy sea materialized in midair. A giant wave surged, and atop its crest stood a proud, blue tortoise. As the wave crashed down, the blue tortoise landed steadily in the arena Beehigh Turtle, with a bloodline rank of mid-tier soldier class. On Lin Chuan's side, he hadn't planned to use any flashy entrance effects, considering this was just a minor Bao Bao Cup match. However, seeing how almost every other contestant had some sort of effect or battle cry, he decided he didn't want to seem out of place. After all, at 16, who doesn't indulge in a little flair? Striking a practiced pose, Lin Chuan raised his left hand, partially covering his face with his palm to reveal the futuristic, sci-fi-inspired beast-taming device on his wrist. The intricate lines on the device lit up one by one, emitting a cold, sharp glow. In the next moment, cherry blossoms bloomed in the air, petals drifting down gracefully as a small spirit beast stepped out of the void. Zhuanglan looked at both contestants and declared loudly, "Let the match begin." There's no unwritten rule that the host has to be overly humble or polite. This is a competition. Despite its name, the Baby Cup is still an officially recognized event by the Xingyan Federation. As soon as the referee's flag dropped, Lin Chuan gave his command without hesitation. His expression was calm and composed, but his voice carried a decisive tone. Root. At his words, the Sakura Blossom responded immediately. Root is a fundamental skill naturally mastered by many wood-element spirit beasts. In fact, certain unique non-wood-element spirit beasts can also learn and use it. Its application can be divided into two scenarios. Take the Hua Yi Yi as an example. The first is the non-combat, everyday use of the root skill. In this case, the skill requirements are not high intro-level proficiency suffices. Hua Yi can firmly anchor its roots deep into the soil, allowing its physical root system to grow naturally. This not only stabilizes its posture, but also enables it to absorb water and nutrients from the ground on a large scale. This form of rooting is more of a survival instinct than a combat technique. The second scenario, however, involves using root in battle, which requires a much higher level of skill proficiency, at least adept level mastery. Ordinary level proficiency is far from sufficient. In combat, Hua Yi's small, stubby legs generate mimetic roots composed of wood element energy at their base. These energy roots burrow into the ground at remarkable speed. Even if the battlefield surface isn't traditional soil, as long as it's not steel plates or special alloys, these roots can penetrate and extract nutrients from the ground with an efficiency akin to plundering. Most importantly, since these roots are energy-based, they can be severed and regenerated at will, ensuring that the spirit beast's mobility remains largely unaffected. The higher the level of mastery, the faster and more numerous the mimetic roots become, and the greater their absorption efficiency. Only with adept level proficiency can the skill be effectively utilized in a competition. Otherwise, if the skill remains at ordinary or entry-level proficiency, the slow generation and low efficiency of the roots not only fail to provide meaningful stamina recovery, but also risk exposing vulnerabilities due to the sluggish pace, giving opponents an easy chance to turn the tables. Seated in the audience section closest to the battlefield, a young man dressed in a black and white robe, a clear indication of his affiliation with the Beastmaster Association, was closely observing the situation on the field. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with a clean-cut buzz cut and a sharp, keen demeanor. His name was Tang Hashan. At this moment, his brows furrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on the Hua Yi in the arena. He let out a soft hum under his breath. His discerning eyes immediately recognized that the root skill displayed by this Hua Yi had already reached the level of mastery. Only 2 weeks? And it's already mastered root at this level? Tang Hashan was stunned, waves of astonishment surging through his mind. Even though root is a basic skill that Hua Yi is naturally born with, this kind of progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Unless this Hua Yi was exceptionally gifted, the credit had to go to its trainer Lin Chuan. His ability could only be described as genius. Even in resource-rich major cities or provinces, he would undoubtedly be among the best. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Tang Hashan's eyes. However, the average audience member clearly lacked his level of insight. Most of them were unaware of the complexities behind the root skill or its intricacies. Lin Chuan's command didn't elicit much reaction from them. But Tang Hashan knew that the outcome of this match had already been quietly foreshadowed. Clearly, Sun Yining was not included in this group. Although she lacked Tang Hashan's professional level insight, she was well aware that mastering the rooting skill to at least a proficient level was a prerequisite for using it effectively in competitions. As one of the top 10 academic elites at the 5th Beastmaster High School, her sensitivity to skill mastery was unparalleled. Just from witnessing the display of the rooting skill, Sun Yining instantly realized that the young heir of the Lin family farm was no ordinary individual. To cultivate the rooting skill to a proficient level in such a short time was something even she couldn't achieve. Even with the backing of the Yi Farm's professional flower cultivation expertise, this level of ability still defied logic. Sun Yining tried to imagine herself in Lin Chuan's position, but no matter how hard she thought about it, she couldn't picture herself reaching that level in just 2 weeks even with the same resources. This combination of talent and effort forced her to see Lin Chuan as a formidable rival, one who could rival even Ping Kai. Interesting. Sun Yining murmured to herself, a faint glimmer lighting up her eyes. Excitement and a hint of battle spirit flickered in her gaze. She whispered, "This opponent is worth fighting." Then, her attention shifted to the doggy by her Sidino, the wolfman. "Don't you think so, Dane?" However, just as she finished speaking, she noticed something unusual. De Yin's wolfish eyes suddenly narrowed, its vertical pupils brimming with intense hostility as it locked onto the sakura flower Lin Chuan's sakura on the battlefield. Its fur bristled slightly, a clear sign that its emotions were on the verge of boiling over. "That's it. It's that flower." De Yin's emotions were practically spilling over. "It's the one from that promotional video, the one that called me a skinny mutt. I have to crush it. Prove that I'm no skinny mutt." "Oh, whoa." With a loud howl, De Yin leaped into the air, ready to charge onto the field. But Sun Yining, having already sensed its abnormal behavior, reacted swiftly. Just in the nick of time, she recalled it into her Beastmaster space device. The situation nearly spiraled out of control, but her quick and precise actions kept the commotion to a minimum. Only a handful of close family members and classmates around her noticed the scene. Though puzzled by De Yin's strange behavior, none of them questioned it in the moment. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sakura's 2 short, stubby feet began to glow with a faint green light. This was the manifestation of wood element energy, transforming into countless root-like threads that quickly burrowed into the ground. Moments later, specks of green light flowed through the energy roots from all directions and surged into Sakura's body. A soft, dreamy glow enveloped it, radiating a serene and ethereal beauty. Wang Lu, of course, wasn't about to sit idly by. He immediately commanded his Biasta large blue tortoise, or rather, the azure water turtle. Turtle, use water gun. The azure water turtle's beady eyes sharpened in an instant. Opening its wide mouth, it unleashed a water jet as thick as an adult's arm, shooting straight toward Sakura with a roaring velocity. Bang! The water jet struck Sakura squarely, sending a spray of mist into the air and completely drenching the target. Seeing this, a flicker of triumph crossed Wang Lu's face. He clenched his fist in silent celebration. Got it. However, Lin Chuan remained calm and composed. He exhaled softly, his gaze steady and even carrying a hint of a confident smile. For this match, he had been fully prepared from the start. After all, he wasn't just talented, had a secret advantage. After all, this was Lin Chuan's very first battle as a beast tamer in the truest sense of the word. How could he not be worried? Standing outside the arena, his palms were slightly sweaty, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the intense fight unfolding before him. His whole body was taut, like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. His adorable companions looked soft and harmless, their squishy, bouncy forms almost begging to be pinched. But when it came to actual combat, could they withstand the opponent's attacks? Lin Chuan had no confidence in the answer. What if his cheat system turned out to be a hoax? What if the opponent's skill wiped out his spirit beast in an instant? These thoughts swirled in his mind, tightening his nerves like a vice. Reality, however, wasted no time in delivering a resounding slap to his doubts, or rather, it gave him an adrenaline-pumping boost of confidence. Not only was his cheat system real, but it was also a top-tier, super VIP-level existence. Practically invincible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan felt the overwhelming power of his cheat system, and the unease in his heart began to dissipate. By comparison, the plight of other beast tamers seemed almost pitiable. Not everyone had a cheat system like Lin Chuan's, enabling them to allocate skill points at will, and not everyone was blessed with the innate talent or extraordinary luck of someone like Ping Kai or Sun Yini. Standing before him now was Wang Lu, a prime example of the struggles of an average beast tamer. His spirit beast, the azure water turtle, appeared majestic on the surface, but in truth, it was still an underdeveloped rookie. Every spirit beast required a unique training approach, tailored to both the beast and its master. Unfortunately, Wang Lu had clearly taken a wrong turn in this regard. A quick observation was all it took for Lin Chuan to discern that Wang Lu had spent the past 2 weeks rigorously drilling the azure water turtle in its water gun skill. The fluidity of the skill's execution made that much obvious. However, energy-based skills like this were practically powerless unless the spirit beast had reached the first tier and condensed its spirit core. Sure enough, the azure water turtle's water gun, though aimed directly at Lin Chuan's Sakura, lacked any real force. The water jet splashed against Sakura, barely producing a faint spray of water droplets on its surface. It didn't even manage to make Sakura take a single step back. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he mused to himself. This attack power is almost touching. As for the minor water element damage it inflicted, Sakura had already absorbed nutrients from the ground to completely recover before the impact could even register. Sakura's regeneration ability was nothing short of terrifying. Its 3-stage healing mechanism, rooting, photosynthesis, and growth was an unparalleled force in combat. At this moment, it had only activated the first stage, rooting, and that alone was enough to completely nullify the azure water turtle's attacks. The effort Wang Lu's spirit beast poured into its water gun skill couldn't even match a tenth of Sakura's regeneration rate. In the arena, Sakura swayed its branches slightly, its delicate pink petals quivering as if mocking the futility of its opponent's efforts. It blinked innocently, a hint of confusion in its expression. Is this supposed to be an enemy? Why does it feel weaker than my daily training? Such a big, powerful jet of water, I thought it would be overwhelming, maybe even unbearable. But this? Really? Lin Chuan's little Sakura beast stood on the battlefield, shaking its ears as droplets scattered everywhere. She squinted slightly, as if evaluating the power of the water gun, and then her expression shifted subtly, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" The water gun's force didn't even come close to the strength Guogua used when wrestling and squabbling with her for the big sister title behind Lin Chuan's back. In summary, thin, ridiculously thin. How could a turtle have such a weak water jet? A word suddenly popped into Sakura's mind. Turtle man. Could this be the turtle man her beast tamer occasionally mentioned? She gave up resisting entirely, narrowing her eyes slightly and allowing herself to enjoy the spray. The water flowed over her pink fur, bringing a familiar sensation just like when Lin Chuan watered her during their daily routine, but with an added touch of soothing massage. Not bad, I like it, Sakura thought, giving the blue water turtle across from her a mental thumbs up. She even mused to herself, if this turtle and its tamer ever lose their jobs, they could work at Lin's farm as watering assistants. I'd recommend them. Sakura, stop enjoying yourself and finish this battle. Lin Chuan's voice broke her train of thought. Sakura turned her head, her gaze asking, how should I end it? Lin Chuan opened his mouth, hesitated, and ultimately said nothing. Initially, he wanted Sakura to use poison powder, but then reconsidered. The water turtle's naturally high defense and health made it a tough opponent, and Sakura's poison powder was just intra-level. Its damage was akin to a light scratch. They might be stuck here until the end of time if they relied on that. Forget it, let's try something else. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. He made an upward flipping motion with his hand. Sakura immediately understood. Taking advantage of the water turtle's pause for breath after its continuous water gun attacks, she trotted over on her short legs. Although her pace wasn't exactly fast, it was much quicker than her opponent's, especially since the turtle wasn't moving at all, still gasping for air. Just as the water turtle finished catching its breath, Sakura reached its side. Before it could react, her small, chubby hands grabbed the edge of its shell firmly. Then, following Lin Chuan's gesture, she gave it a mighty flip. Thudrol clunk, clunk, clunk. The water turtle rolled over spectacularly, landing flat on its back like an overturned stone tablet. Its four legs flailed wildly, and it shook its shell desperately, trying to adjust its center of gravity and flip back over. But no matter how hard it struggled, it just couldn't succeed. Lin Chuan clicked his tongue, muttering to himself, exactly as I thought. If a turtle-type beast doesn't focus on building a strong foundation of strength early on or practice balancing techniques, once it gets flipped over, it's helpless without external aid. On the sidelines, Wang Luji's face had turned ashen. He had initially planned to use Rejuvenating Roar to cheer on his water turtle, but now he didn't even know what to shout, let alone how to command. The audience was dead silent for a moment, then erupted into roaring laughter. Many people pulled out their phones to capture the hilariously absurd scene. Even the referee, Zhuang Lan, couldn't stop the corner of her mouth from twitching. As a professional judge, she struggled to maintain her composure, swallowing down her laughter with visible effort. Taking a deep breath, she raised her flag to warn Wang Lu that if he didn't start giving commands, the match would soon be considered passive play. Wang Lu's face was frozen like a statue, his expression a mix of despair and helplessness. Inside, he was screaming, how am I supposed to command this? Someone tell me how. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The time limit for passive play finally ran out. Zhuang Lan decisively waved the victory flag, her clear voice echoing across the arena. The match is over. Lin Chuan is the winner. The match was over. However, before leaving the stage, the contestants still needed to pay their respects to each other. It was a standard procedure in public competitions, even in smaller events like the Baby Cup, and skipping this final gesture of sportsmanship was not an option. Though these rituals might seem overly formal, their significance could not be overstated. From handshakes and bows to simple fist bumps, each detail subtly instilled a sense of respect for opponents among beast tamers. Respect was essential, even for the defeated. These gestures went beyond mere formalities, they were the moral foundation of a beast tamer's journey. In facing more complex challenges in the future, these ingrained habits of respect and etiquette would serve as a moral compass, helping them hold firm to their principles. It was these rules and customs that ensured the stability and harmony of the beast tamer community within the Xingyan Federation. As an old saying from a distant world, Blue Star, goes, where there is courtesy, there is peace. Where there is none, there is chaos. The referee, Zhuang Lan, gave a slight nod, signaling the next step. Lin Chuan and Wang Lu walked toward the center of the arena. Once they were in position, they began the customary salute. The method of saluting was not fixed. Some chose to shake hands, others preferred to bow, and many opted for a casual fist bump. As long as goodwill was conveyed, the form was flexible. But one rule was clear: there could be no mocking or provocative behavior in a public setting. Beast tamers wielded extraordinary power, and even a verbal slight could escalate into uncontrollable consequences. No matter how dissatisfied one felt, self-restraint was mandatory. According to tradition, the winner would usually initiate the gesture of respect. Lin Chuan raised his right fist, choosing the fist bump, a favorite among teenagers of their age group. Wang Lu caught on immediately, smiling as he raised his own right fist to lightly bump Lin Chuan's. This simple action was enough to convey mutual recognition and goodwill. As their fists met, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Even for the Baby Cup, even for a match that was raw and imperfect, the audience would always offer encouragement to newcomers. This applause was not just a sign of respect for the competition, but also a demonstration of support for rookie beast tamers. Many of today's professional beast tamers had once faltered early in their careers, disheartened by their inexperience. Yet it was these rounds of applause that helped them regain their confidence and eventually rise to the top. Listening to the applause, Wang Lu felt a warmth spreading through his chest. He understood that there might be a hint of teasing or amusement in the applause, but what stood out more was the recognition he had earned. The embarrassment of having his turtle monument overturned and the frustration of defeat seemed to fade in this moment. Your Huai is really strong, Wang Lu said sincerely, his tone carrying genuine admiration. I faced other rookie beast tamers before, and most of their spirit beasts couldn't withstand my turtle's water gun. But your Huai not only held its ground, but even managed to stay unharmed with its rooting ability. That's impressive. As he spoke, his gaze shifted downward to the cherry blossom at Lin Chuan's feet. A trace of curiosity and respect flickered in his eyes. At this moment, Sakura looked like a shy little girl. She nervously clung to Lin Chuan's leg, hiding behind him, peeking out with just half of her little head. Her demeanor gave off an adorable, harmless, and incredibly fragile vibe. Wang Lu's lips twitched as he cursed inwardly. If I hadn't just witnessed this creature's combat prowess with my own eyes, I might have been completely fooled by this act. He recalled the earlier battle, where this seemingly delicate Hua Yi had managed to withstand the relentless water cannon attacks from his family's by Shui turtle without a scratch. Its resilience was absurd, and now it was playing cute again, utterly speechless. Forcing a fake smile, Wang Lu nodded slightly and then turned to Lin Chuan, his tone carrying a mix of curiosity and resignation. Can I ask something discreetly? If you don't want to answer, that's fine, I know the rules. Wang Lu lowered his voice. How exactly did you train it? How is it that an auxiliary-type spirit beast like Hua Yi ended up so ridiculously tough? Did you feed it some special defense-boosting supplements? What brand? Care to share? I'd love to get some for my turtle too. Lin Chuan chuckled and shook his head in response, his gaze falling on Sakura with a hint of affection. Honestly, there's nothing particularly special about it. It's just a combination of natural talent, a clear training strategy, and steady progress, step by step. Oh, and maybe a bit of spinning here and there. His tone was casual, as if this were all perfectly ordinary. But his next words left Wang Lu utterly speechless. That said, the supplement Sakura uses probably wouldn't work for your Baishui turtle. Number 73 Cold Moon Wood Ash Nutrient Soil and number 399 Abyssal Dragon Serpent Fluid Nutrient Water. Apply these, and your turtle's foundation will be solid and its resilience unmatched. Wang Lu's face darkened. Though he had never heard of these high-end supplements, their names alone screamed luxury and exclusivity, far beyond what an average person could afford. Not to mention, one was soil and the other water. Was his turtle supposed to eat dirt? It would probably end up with severe dehydration from diarrhea. Suppressing the urge to retort, he waved his hand dismissively and let it go. The two parted ways after Lin Chuan recalled Sakura into his spirit beast space, each leaving the arena in their own direction. The lively atmosphere of the competition persisted, and the next match soon began. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan didn't idle after leaving the stage. He picked up a small tray, strapped on an insulated backpack, and skillfully weaved through the crowd, selling sunflower seeds, milk tea, popcorn, and soda. This job might seem unremarkable, but so far, he had already made a neat profit of 30,000 Starrock coins. While this amount was barely a drop in the bucket for spirit beast training, it was equivalent to an entire month's salary for the average office worker. His success was largely thanks to the monopoly effect of the Bao Bao Cup tournament. Without it, earning money wouldn't be this easy. Of course, selling snacks and drinks was just a cover. As Lin Chuan busily promoted his goods, his sharp eyes scanned the arena, observing opponents' combat strategies and the characteristics of various spirit beasts. At the same time, he mentally reviewed his own match. Some might wonder, what was there to review in that match? Wasn't it just a straightforward case of bam, rooting down to tank the water cannon as if it were regular watering, followed by boom, flipping the turtle monument with almost no resistance? Clean, decisive, and without suspense. On the surface, it did seem like there wasn't much to reflect on, but Lin Chuan knew better. Reviewing a match wasn't just about the surface-level outcome. He paid close attention to the performance of both spirit beasts during skill execution, evaluated his own effectiveness as a beast master in giving commands, and analyzed whether Sakura's responses during the battle were timely. It was this meticulous attention to detail that allowed him to learn and grow from every match. When he instructed Sakura to deal with the opponent, she unexpectedly turned her head to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion, as if silently asking what exactly he meant by deal with. In that instant, Lin Chuan's heart sank. If it had been an opponent like Ping Kai or Sun Yining, they would have already seized the opportunity during Sakura's momentary distraction to execute a seamless combo and defeat her. Lin Chuan couldn't help but cite his was the gap between him and professional beast tamers. A professional spirit beast would never hesitate or look back for instructions. The moment a command was given, they would react instantly, making use of every second on the battlefield with precision. In truth, this situation was quite common among novice beast tamers, and Lin Chuan was no exception. Even among the current competition participants, aside from a few standout performances, most struggled with communication with their spirit beasts. which often felt clumsy and unrefined. For example, Sun Yining and Ping Kai's commands were overly complex and lengthy, and before they could finish a single sentence, the fast-paced battles between the beasts had already turned the tide. The rapid combat rhythm of the dog and monkey far outstripped their ability to issue commands. This lack of synchronization was not an isolated issue but rather a common problem among most novice beast tamers. However, there were a few contestants who caught Lin Chuan's attention. One of them was a female competitor named Tianqi. The synergy between her and her contracted spirit beast, a small snow rabbit, was astonishing. Tianqi's commands were incredibly simple at times. Just a glance was enough for the snow rabbit to execute complex maneuvers. During battles, the snow rabbit moved with extraordinary agility, darting and leaping in all directions, performing what seemed like acrobatics, leaving the audience dazzled. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength proved insurmountable. The snow rabbit was ultimately no match for the opposing rock-type blotched mouse. A single heat collision left the snow rabbit unconscious. Though Tianqi lost the match, her ability to communicate with her spirit beast left a deep impression on Lin Chuan. The way she could convey complex strategies without words, relying solely on eye contact and subtle movements, was a level of mastery that ordinary beast tamers could hardly achieve. During his post-match analysis, Lin Chuan reflected deeply and finally grasped the essence of her performance. Tianqi's success was likely due to two key factors. First, she might possess a unique beast-taming talent akin to telepathy, allowing her to establish a connection with her spirit beast that transcended language. Second, through the power of the beast-taming contract, she had cultivated a profound bond with her spirit beast over time, achieving a level of mutual understanding. Lin Chuan let out a sigh. The former was beyond his control. His beast-taming talent was already extraordinary, but it clearly did not include the ability of telepathy. Such innate abilities, which could not be acquired through effort, were something he could only admire from afar. As for the latter, however, the power of the contract was something every beast tamer could improve through hard work. By spending time together, training, battling, and embarking on adventures, the bond between a beast tamer and their spirit beast would deepen over time. With the contract's assistance, they could eventually reach a state of perfect mutual understanding. Of course, aside from the accumulation of time, there were also certain special methods that could accelerate this process. Lin Chuan recalled hearing about ancient beast taming schools or family traditions that included unique training techniques. For example, the meditation method, which involved deep meditation to establish a stronger spiritual connection with the spirit beast, or the synchrony dance, a ritual from ancient times where beast tamers and their spirit beasts danced together within a contract formation. Through synchronized movements, they could enhance their physical, mental, and spiritual alignment. While the synchrony dance might seem somewhat comical by modern standards, its effectiveness was undeniable. Lin Chuan's expression gradually grew resolute. If innate talent couldn't be changed, then he would focus on the power of the contract. He was determined to find the method that suited him best and strive to achieve the kind of seamless synergy with his spirit beast where words were no longer necessary. These activities can significantly enhance the bond between the beast master and their spirit beasts. They can even slightly improve the energy feedback quality received by the beast master after the spirit beast advances in growth, allowing the beast master to level up faster. Without access to any meditation techniques or knowledge of cooperative dances, Lin Chuan had to resort to simpler, more straightforward methods. Time slipped by quietly. Lin Chuan sold snacks and drinks to earn a bit of pocket money while observing the matches. Before he realized it, it was already 4 p.m. The day's competition had finally concluded. Out of 46 participants, 23 were eliminated, and 11 others, seeing no hope of competing for the top 3 spots, chose to withdraw. This left 12 contestants to advance to tomorrow's finals. After the competition ended, most of the participants and spectators gradually left Lin's farm. Some, however, opted to stay in nearby lodges to enjoy the scenery and take a short break. Meanwhile, a few defeated contestants requested to rent training grounds at Lin's farm. Leading the group was Ping Kai, who was the first to make the request. Upon seeing this, the other contestants quickly followed suit. "I'm already out of the competition, so there's no pressure anymore," Ping Kai explained. "After today, I'll let Xiao Hongmao take a day off to rest, and then we'll start new training tomorrow." The environment at Lin's farm, especially that hillside orchard, is practically a paradise for the growth of ape-type spirit beasts. After a brief consideration, Lin Laodang approved their request. It wasn't about the rental fees. It was about building good relationships and enhancing the reputation and credibility of Lin's farm. After all, among these beastmasters, a few might become professional players in the future. When that time comes, they could potentially support Lin's farm if it applies to become a breeding base for Huayi. Of course, the core areas of the farm were still strictly off-limits. The exclusive cultivation zone for Huayi was prohibited to outsiders, and Lin Chuan's personal training grounds were only accessible with his permission. This was a fundamental rule of Beastmaster culture. Any unauthorized attempt to spy on another's spirit beast training methods would be severely punished by the Beastmaster Association, ranging from fines to official record penalties. Everyone was well aware of these rules, so there were no objections. Lin Chuan saw no need to elaborate further and allowed them to arrange their own plans. As for Lin Chuan, procrastination was never in his nature. Once he identified his shortcomings during reflection, he would act immediately. That very night, he began what he called special training. However, it was more like playtime with Guagua and Sakura. Lin Chuan rummaged through the storage room and found some building blocks from his childhood, along with a few decks of playing cards. He then carefully designed a series of mini-games. The first game involved the playing cards. He would randomly draw a card, look at it himself, and then use the mental connection from their contract to transmit the information to Guagua and Sakura. Their task was to pick the corresponding card from their respective decks. The reason it wasn't a simple guessing game was that Guagua and Sakura's intelligence hadn't yet reached the level where they could fully recognize all the cards. The second game involved building blocks. Lin Chuan would first construct a shape using the blocks, and then Guagua and Sakura, without seeing or consciously thinking, would rely purely on intuition to recreate their versions. The closer their creations were to Lin Chuan's, the higher their compatibility score. Lin Chuan had many similar minigame ideas in mind, but for now, these two were sufficient. They not only improved their bond, but also added some fun to Guagua and Sakura's daily training. Clearly, both Guagua and Sakura were thoroughly enjoying this special training, even expressing excitedly that they were ready to go all out and play even more. These seemingly simple games were a blend of training and play, yet their value was far from trivial. Compared to card games, building blocks are obviously much more fun, and naturally, Guagua and Inghua prefer them. After all, they're at that playful, energetic age where self-control is practically non-existent. The moment they find a game they like, it's only a matter of minutes before they're completely hooked. And so, just like that, what was supposed to be a quick session turned into a building block marathon with Lin Chuan, Guagua, and Inghua playing from 9 p.m. all the way until midnight. As for the results, Lin Chuan helplessly shrugged, admitting he didn't feel any noticeable improvement. Which made sense. Team coordination is one of those intangible things that can't be instantly achieved through a few hours of simple games. Besides, his cheat system didn't come with a teamwork enhancement feature. True synergy takes time, built up through consistent training and bonding, until a seamless connection is achieved between trainer and spirit companions during battles or competitions. Maybe after a month, there might be some visible progress. Either way, he wasn't in a hurry. This kind of thing can't be rushed, and he wasn't planning to rely on any last-minute efforts to solve the problem. Moving forward, he decided to spend an hour or two each day playing similar games with Guagua and Inghua. Over time, the results would naturally show, but now clearly wasn't the time to dwell on these thoughts. Lin Chuan glanced at the clock on the wall, and suddenly Jolteth needed to get to bed immediately. If he didn't sleep soon, he joked to himself, he might just drop dead on the spot. Of course, that was an exaggeration, but staying up any longer would definitely mess with Guagua and Yinghua's regular schedule, potentially affecting tomorrow's training and even their performance in competitions. As for himself, Lin Chuan didn't mind pulling an all-nighter now, and then it was nothing he couldn't handle. As long as he avoided the kind of chaotic routine where he awakened in the morning, assigned skill points in the afternoon, and went shopping at night, he wouldn't burn out or become glued to his bed. The real concern was Guagua and Inghua. Although they were past their rapid growth phase, they were still in a critical stage of development. Every ounce of their energy and focus needed to be carefully managed. Sticking to a strict schedule was essential to ensure their efficient growth and help them stand out in the advancement exams 2 months from now, securing a spot in one of the 8 grade academies. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan silently cheered in his heart, "You've got this, my little darlings. Big Brother's acceptance letter to one of the 8 grade academies depends on you." But while his inner thoughts were full of encouragement, Lin Chuan's expression remained stoic, perhaps even a bit stern. He issued a firm time to sleep command to Guagua and Inghua. The 2 playful little ones, who had been whining and trying to act cute to get more playtime, immediately froze when they saw his serious face. Their large leafy ears drooped and curled up on either side, wrapping around them like oversized green blankets, turning them into 2 round watermelons. The flowers on their heads, which had been blooming with excitement, slowly closed up and transformed into buds. Yaya, Neen. The 2 made soft, adorable noises as if to say, "We're going to sleep now, we're good babies." Seeing this, Lin Chuan couldn't hold back anymore, burst out laughing. Speaking of which, Lin Chuan had a sudden flash of inspiration. He wondered if it was time to teach the 2 little ones a new skill, something like a proper sleeping technique. If they mastered it, they could instantly fall asleep whenever they wanted. Not only would this make their daily care much more convenient, but it could also serve as an excellent self-recovery method during battles or competitions. After all, while abilities like rooting and photosynthesis were great, they were heavily reliant on the environment. On steel surfaces or during rainy weather, they were practically useless. Sleep, on the other hand, wasn't bound by such conditions. It was definitely worth considering. Nodding to himself, Lin Chuan quickly began mentally drafting a skill development plan. However, as ideal as it sounded, reality was a bit less forgiving. Lin Chuan hadn't yet found suitable materials to teach this skill. While the sleep ability itself wasn't particularly rare, magical beasts or spirit creatures born with this skill were uncommon. Even more scarce were those that could reliably produce the necessary materials for skill transfer. In and around Tianshan town, he hadn't encountered any such creatures. It seemed like he'd have to make a trip to a bigger city to try his luck. Sighing at the thought, Lin Chuan temporarily shelved the idea. Turning his attention back to Guagua and Sakura, Lin Chuan waved his hand and sent the two little ones back into his beast space. Why not let them rest outside like before? The reason was simple: the baby cup. Lin Family Farm was bustling with activity these days. Contestants, their families, spectators, and even some outsiders renting the farm's orchards for special training had all gathered here. At that very moment, Lin Chuan could faintly hear the sound of monkeys chattering from the orchard. Although the Beastmaster Association strictly prohibited certain behaviors, Lin Chuan preferred to err on the side of caution. One of the most common issues for rookie Beastmasters was their inability to fully control their creatures, leading to accidents every year. If some novice failed to restrain their beast, and it ended up injuring Guagua or Sakura, the consequences would be far from worth it. Rather than taking that risk, it was better to let them stay in the beast space for a couple of days. It wasn't a big deal. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Chuan headed into the bathroom. As a teenage boy, he demonstrated an impressive speed when it came to washing up. In just 3 minutes, he had changed into his pajamas and jumped into bed. Just as he was about to close his eyes and drift off to sleep, a sudden thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. It seemed he had remembered something important. Reaching out, he grabbed the beast space device sitting on his nightstand and lightly pressed a button on its side. A virtual screen, roughly the size of a tablet, instantly materialized before him. Lin Chuan expertly tapped and swiped on the screen, quickly completing a series of settings. A small smile tugged at the corners of his lips, as if he was quite pleased with himself. It turned out that he had just activated an advanced feature of his Beast Space device, Night Patrol. This function was an extension of the monitoring system and wasn't available on most standard or basic devices. However, Lin Chuan's device was Topophthalene. The Night Patrol feature was specifically designed to keep an eye on creatures that refused to settle down at bedtime, sneaking off to party while their beastmasters were asleep. It was particularly effective for young or adolescent creatures, whose playful and mischievous natures often made them restless. For them, this feature was nothing short of a nightmare. If a creature failed to rest as scheduled within the beast space, the Night Patrol mode would automatically activate, playing pre-recorded audio or video messages from the Beastmaster. Lin Chuan had heard that this feature was like a nuclear deterrent for naughty creatures, with very few being able to resist its power. Normally, Lin Chuan didn't bother using this function since Guagua and Sakura were always well-behaved and never caused trouble during bedtime. But given the current circumstances with so many people around, thought it wouldn't hurt to add an extra layer of precaution. After all, there was no telling how the bustling atmosphere outside might affect the two little ones. Satisfied with his adjustments, Lin Chuan placed the Beast Space device back on the nightstand and let out a contented sigh. Closing his eyes, he smiled faintly. Guagua and Sakura were such good kids, they'd definitely sleep soundly without a fuss. Lin Chuan had no idea that Guagua and Sakura often snuck out of bed to have their fun while he was fast asleep. Sometimes, they even got into little squabbles over who would be the big sister among them. Fortunately, they always knew their limits and never took things too far. Their tussles were more like playful wrestling matches, nothing serious enough to alert Lin Chuan. However, tonight, Lin Chuan had a hunch that the two little troublemakers might act up again. After all, they had spent a long time enthusiastically playing a block stacking game earlier, and their excitement might carry into the night. To be safe, he activated the bed check mode on his device before settling into bed and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Chuan's internal clock woke him up right on time at 5:30 a.m. He opened his eyes, instinctively reached for the Beast Space device on his bedside table, and strapped it on. Then, he grabbed his phone to check the activation records of the bed check program from the night before. His gaze sharpened as he noticed that the program had indeed been triggered once. This confirmed his suspicion. Guagua and Sakura had sneaked out to play while he was sleeping but had quickly retreated when the program startled them. Seeing only one activation record, Lin Chuan chuckled softly, relieved that the two had behaved relatively well and hadn't caused too much trouble. He decided to let it slide this time. After a quick wash and change, Lin Chuan was ready for the day in under 3 minutes, stepping out of his room full of energy. Outside the cozy little villa, the morning sunlight bathed the small courtyard. Lin Chuan activated the Beast Space device, releasing Guagua and Sakura. As they emerged, both were still wrapped in their leafy coverings. as if they hadn't fully woken up yet. It wasn't until they felt the change in the air's temperature and humidity that they began to stir, their leaves gently trembling before slowly unfurling. Their watermelon-like bodies were gradually revealed, and the flower buds on their heads started to bloom, opening into stunning blossoms. Thanks to Lin Chuan's meticulous care, guagua and sakura's flowers had grown far more unique than the ordinary floral plants on the farm. Guagua's bloom had become crystal clear and slightly firm to the touch, cool and smooth like polished glass. Its color had transformed into a pristine white, resembling a rare flower blooming in the snow. Sakura's flower, on the other hand, was soft and silky, delicate to the touch like a young maiden's skin. Its petals had deepened into a dreamy shade of pink, exuding a sweet and enchanting charm that was utterly captivating. Yaya, inging. Guagua and Sakura chirped cheerfully in unison, greeting Lin Chuan with their sweet, soft voices, tinged with a hint of playfulness. They bounced around him energetically, their lively movements a clear sign that they were warming up. They knew it was time for their daily morning exercise. Lin Chuan smiled faintly, stretched a little, and led the two little ones on a couple of laps around the courtyard. Normally, this role of leading their exercises would have been handled by Lin Chuan, but for the past few months, especially leading up to the crucial entrance exams, Lin Chuan had taken over the responsibility himself. At exactly 6 a.m., Lin Chuan grabbed a watering gun and headed toward the floral fields. He went from plot to plot, carefully watering each section, waking up the flower plants on the farm. As the morning mist settled gently over the fields, the buds soaked up the moisture, becoming even more vibrant and tender. Slowly, they began to bloom, swaying lightly in the breeze. The soft, melodious sounds of ya-ya and ing-ing-ing echoed across the fields, blending into a harmonious symphony of the countryside. The crisp and cheerful notes resonated throughout the farm, painting a serene and enchanting start to the day. Just like in a scene from a kindergarten or elementary school, the little Hua-yi flower leaflings began to wake up one by one, shaking the water droplets off their heads. With their tiny, chubby hands pushing against the ground, they gave a little heave and leaped out of the soil pits. As they jumped, the dirt clinging to their bodies fell away, leaving them clean and sprightly. Soon, these lively little creatures cheered and dashed toward a small clearing in the field, overflowing with energy. Before long, the Hua-yi had lined up neatly in rows, arranged from smallest to largest, shortest to tallest. They even divided themselves into 5 groups based on the flavors of their fruits. Though their movements were still a bit clumsy, there was a touch of pride in their demeanor. At the front of the lineup stood Lin Chuan, who had been waiting for them. He stood on a slightly elevated, wide platform, with Guagua and Inghua at his left and right, like his trusted aides. "Good morning, everyone." Lin Chuan greeted them with a warm smile, his tone carrying a hint of authority. "Looks like you all had a good night's sleep and are full of energy. No one was causing trouble in the middle of the night, right?" His eyes scanned the orderly rows of Hua-yi, who responded with a chorus of cheerful, babbling sounds, their voices young and full of vitality. However, Guagua and Inghua, standing at his sides, both broke into a nervous sweat, their faces betraying a guilty expression. It was clear they had been the troublemakers the night before. Lin Chuan noticed and chuckled to himself. Though he didn't intend to pursue the matter further, a little gentle reprimand wouldn't hurt. Clearing his throat, his tone suddenly became more commanding. "All right, let's get ready for morning exercises." As his voice fell, the morning sunlight spilled over the small clearing in the field, bathing everything in a warm golden glow. With a lively tune playing in the background, Lin Chuan led the Hua-yi in their daily broadcast gymnastics. Set 3. Hua-yi broadcast gymnastics. Let's begin. Lin Chuan's voice carried a mix of sternness and encouragement, his movements crisp and precise. The Hua-yi followed along, their actions deliberate and synchronized with the rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Jump up, raise your hands 3, 2, 3, 4. 4, 2, 3, 4. Spin around, wave your leaves high. In the morning light, their tiny figures moved with energy, their leaves shimmering with a fresh, dewy glow. The whimsical scene was enough to make anyone watching smile. Beyond what the human eye could perceive, strands of energy finer than hair from the warm morning light were gently seeping into each Hua-yi's body. Guagua and Inghua, in particular, performed their moves with extra focus and precision. A faint, fresh green glow appeared between their leaves, signaling their growth and transformation. An hour later, the morning exercises concluded. Lin Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, letting out a satisfied sigh. However, just as he was about to relax, he suddenly felt a surge of warm energy flowing into his body, enveloping him like a comforting current. The sensation was invigorating, instantly restoring his physical strength and mental clarity. He froze momentarily, then a look of surprise and delight crossed his face. "Energy feedback," he murmured to himself, quickly realizing what had happened. His Beastmaster level had just advanced, reaching level 5. This also meant that either Guoguo, Inghua, or both had just leveled up, causing the powerful feedback he experienced. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan pulled out his energy tester to confirm. The results showed that he had indeed reached level 5 at the 0 stage, while Guoguo had advanced to stage 1, level 6, and Inghua to stage 1, level 5. Seeing these results, his mood soared, and a smile spread across his face. Both Guoguo and Inghua leveled up. This makes the competition even more promising. From a 100 chance of winning, we've now doubled that to 200. However, he quickly calmed himself and glanced at the time 7:12 a.m. There were nearly 3 hours left before the second day of the Huayi Cup competition. With plenty of time to spare, Lin Chuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he thought, since Guoguo and Inghua have leveled up, and I've also advanced, why not seize this moment to push things a bit further? Rushing back to his room, he retrieved the skill materials he had carefully selected from the Beastmaster store in recent days. He began to sort through them meticulously. Inghua had already mastered the entry-level damage skill Poison Powder, which, while not particularly powerful, was still better than nothing. Guoguo, on the other hand, lacked a proper damage-dealing skill. Lin Chuan's gaze finally settled on a small, black seed. Explosive fruit, he muttered, his eyes lighting up with excitement. This was an extremely rare and high-powered wood element skill. Previously, he hadn't dared to use it because his mental strength was insufficient. But now, with his Beastmaster level at 5 and his mental capacity significantly enhanced, he was finally confident enough to pass this skill on to Guoguo. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he imagined the possibilities. With Guoguo gaining an active damage skill, today's competition was bound to be even more thrilling. Exploding Fruit. This is an advanced wood element skill that requires a spirit beast to reach at least the first tier and form an energy core within its body before it can be learned. The principle behind this skill appears straightforward. The spirit beast gathers and compresses wood element energy to the extreme, causing a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. The energy is then condensed into a physical fruit-like object, which is thrown to explode and injure the enemy. However, behind this seemingly simple concept lies an extremely high level of operational difficulty and risk. The key to mastering exploding fruit lies in the precision of energy absorption, redirection, compression, and the timing of the throw. Any mistake in these steps could lead to failure at best or energy backlash and self-harm at worst. Even when successfully mastered, the energy reserves of an ordinary first-tier spirit beast are insufficient for frequent use of this skill. According to 30 years of research by Lin Chuan, a level 15 Huayi can only perform exploding fruit up to 3 times a day using energy recovered naturally through photosynthesis. Any more than that would compromise the spirit beast's healthy development. What makes this skill even more dangerous is the high risk it poses during the initial learning phase. A slight miscalculation in energy compression could result in premature detonation within the body, causing severe self-inflicted harm. For this reason, beast trainers typically wait until a spirit beast reaches the second or third tier, when its energy reserves are greater and its control is more refined, before attempting to teach it this skill. Additionally, the learning process demands a substantial investment in expensive recovery potions and healing resources, costing no less than 5 million Starrock coins, and that doesn't even account for the potential losses from failed attempts. But, as with everything, there are always exceptions to the rule. In this world, there are outliers who defy convention. Whether by sheer luck, extraordinary talent, or access to rare family resources or secret techniques, some spirit beasts manage to break the mold. Take, for example, the owner of the black fruit core in Lin Chuan's Handan undeniable outlier. This black fruit core is a material from a first-tier spirit beast, yet it holds the ability to pass down the exploding fruit skill. In other words, this spirit beast somehow mastered exploding fruit entirely on its own, without any assistance from a beast trainer. Such a phenomenon is utterly incredible. For a wild first-tier spirit beast with no access to external resources to successfully learn this high-risk skill is a testament to an unimaginable level of innate talent. But none of that really matters now. What matters is that this skill is about to become Lin Chuan's. The thought brought a smirk to his face as his gaze fell on the black fruit core in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement and possessiveness. He, Lin Chuan couldn't suppress a low, sinister chuckle before quickly straightening his expression. No, it's for my Guoguo. Yeah, same thing. He casually tossed the fruit core into the air like flipping a coin, then caught it with a firm grip, striking a confident pose in the process. To avoid drawing attention, he turned and headed toward the secluded backyard of his small villa private space he had specifically set up for handling special materials. Now, it was time to witness a miracle. There was a tall, solid wall blocking the area, and surveillance equipment was installed outside. It was nearly impossible for anyone to break in casually. Even Lin Laodang would have to use the only entrance, where Lin Chuan would undoubtedly notice him. Lin Chuan called Guoguo over to his side. This wasn't Guoguo's first time receiving a skill inheritance. It could be considered experienced by now. Yet the little creature couldn't hide its excitement and anticipation. It rubbed its chubby little hands together and looked up at Lin Chuan, its round eyes sparkling with eagerness, as if to say, "Big bro, let's go on an adventure." Through the beast-taming contract, Lin Chuan could clearly sense the waves of excitement surging in Guoguo's heart of pure and intense anticipation. In Guoguo's still developing mind, skill inheritance was like entering a strange Draomon adventure through the experiences of other spirit beasts. Although it wouldn't remember anything from the dream after waking up, those experiences would somehow imprint themselves on its body and subconscious, becoming its skills or the lingering will of the spirit beast it connected with. For instance, during its last inheritance, it gained combat experience from a battle-type spirit beast. The process, however, felt more like being a punching bag, beaten black and blue. Yet, it left an indelible mark in its subconscious, a craving to challenge stronger opponents and engage in intense, blow-for-blow combat. Now, Guoguo's desire to fight far surpassed that of Sakura or any other spirit beast on the farm. It sought the exhilaration of hard-fought battles, the satisfaction of growing stronger through relentless training, and the glory of defeating powerful foes. These desires had been deeply etched into its very soul, becoming its truest instincts. Lin Chuan clenched the black seed in his hand, closing his eyes and taking several deep breaths. He knew the upcoming inheritance process wouldn't be easy. His head would inevitably feel like it had been struck with a heavy blow, as it always did. But this time, the impact might be even more intense. He needed to brace himself. After a few more deep breaths, Lin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. His consciousness locked onto the power of the cycle of inheritance. The moment he activated it, a stream of intangible energy, interwoven with black and white, emerged from the depths of his soul, coursing through his meridians before being channeled into the black seed in his hand. In the next moment, the black seed quivered slightly, its surface radiating a faint black and red glow. The light flickered like a candle in the wind, fragile yet exuding an overwhelming sense of danger, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Lin Chuan could distinctly feel the emotions emanating from the seed: rage and destruction, a desperate fury akin to a beast cornered with no escape. His brows furrowed, and a chill crept into his heart. He understood that these were fragments of memories left within the seed, influencing the surrounding mental field. From this, he deduced that the spirit beast from which this seed originated must have endured an unimaginably tragic fate during its lifetime. Otherwise, it couldn't have left behind such intense emotions of rage and destruction. A cold shiver ran down his spine, and Lin Chuan couldn't help but tremble. A fleeting hesitation crossed his mind. Guoguo's intelligence was still immature. Would exposing it to such a dangerous skill essence have adverse effects on its subconscious? But as the thought lingered, he reminded himself that power never came without a price. To grow stronger, one had to embrace the risks. After a brief but intense internal debate lasting no more than 10 seconds, Lin Chuan made up his mind. Taking a deep breath, he slowly pressed the glowing black and red seed against Guoguo's forehead. Thud. As expected, the soul-crushing hammer came right on time. Lin Chuan felt as if his head had been struck by a 10-ton storm hammer, leaving him dizzy, vision blurred with stars, and his very soul on the verge of splitting apart. The excruciating pain surged like relentless waves, crashing against his nerves over and over. Yet, Lin Chuan had mentally prepared for this. He quickly mobilized the energy within his body, wielding energy gifted to him by Guogua and Sakura as they advanced in their growth. This gentle yet vibrant force coursed through him, bringing a sense of renewal. He pushed his self-healing ability to its limits, like parched soil finally quenched by a life-giving rain. The splitting pain in his mind began to subside, and the cracks in his soul slowly started to mend. However, what followed was an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, as though an invisible hand was trying to drag him into a deep slumber. Lin Chuan shook his head vigorously and clenched his teeth. He refused to let the drowsiness take hold of his consciousness. Years of pulling all-nighters in his previous life had trained him well for moments like this. He rubbed his temples and forced himself to adjust his mental state to handle the situation at hand. Taking a deep breath, clarity and determination reignited in his eyes. As long as he avoided further severe depletion, he could still hold out for the rest of today's match. Meanwhile, from Guoguo's perspective, the moment Lin Chuan pressed the black seed, glowing with black and red light, against its forehead, Guogua entered a peculiar stadia lucid daydream. Its consciousness was drawn into fragmented memories originating from the spirit beast tied to the seed. In this haze, Guogua discovered it had transformed into a small spirit beast resembling a pink peach, standing no more than 10 centimeters tall, a creature known as Tao Xiao Tao. This species belonged to the lower rank of soldier-class spirit beasts, known for their gentle, kind, and playful nature. With their adorable appearance, They were beloved by many human women and even tough men, making them a popular choice as domestic companion pets. However, Tao Xiaodao had one significant drawback. Their survival required a large natural habitat filled with peach trees. This made them a rare contract choice among beast tamers, as only nobles with ample resources or specialized breeding facilities could support their needs. Guogua, now transformed into a Tao Xiaotao, lived in a secluded mountain peach forest, spending countless carefree seasons with its tribe. Its lively and intelligent nature even earned it the role of tribe leader. Being the leader didn't grant it much authority. It simply meant drinking water first, claiming the sunniest spot for basking, and occasionally mediating minor disputes within the group. Life was simple and blissful. But this idyllic existence came to an abrupt and devastating end one fateful day. That day, a group of ferocious ape-like monsters stormed into the peach forest. These savage, bloodthirsty creatures quickly captured the entire Tao Xiaotao tribe. Each day, 4 or 5 Tao Xiaotao were devoured as food, turning the once lively and joyous peach forest into a nightmarish hell. Guogua, in the form of Tao Xiaotao, could only watch helplessly as its tribe members and friends were hunted and consumed one by one. Powerless rage and despair burned within its tiny heart. In the end, all that remained of its tribe were scattered peach seeds, and it became the sole survivor. The largest and seemingly most delicious peach of the Tao Xiaotao clan was captured by a monkey demon, moments away from being devoured. But in that critical moment, the clan leader, Tao Xiaodao, unleashed an extraordinary burst of energy. Summoning every ounce of its strength, its essence, its spirit, it detonated itself along with the monkey demon that had captured it. The explosion gravely injured the monkey demon, but the leader also suffered severe wounds in the process. Before it could recover, another monkey demon picked it up and, with a single crunch, devoured it whole. All that remained was a single black pit, imbued with the leader's fury, its unwillingness to accept defeat, its love for the Tao Xiaodao clan, and the entirety of its concentrated power, spirit, and essentia fruit bomb, its final act. Guogua's body trembled slightly, like a branch swaying in a cold wind, as if enduring some kind of pain. Unlike previous adventures, this time, Guogua was experiencing fragmented memories of the clan leader being swallowed by the monkey demon. Anger, defiance, and determination, all these emotions coalesced into a devastating, earth-shattering force in that moment. Boom. The immense explosion engulfed Guogua's dreamscape, obliterating everything within it. The sheer impact of that will jolted Guogua awake, and the fragments of the clan leader's memories receded rapidly, like a retreating tide. Yet, the essence, spirit, and energy from that final strike had been instinctively etched into Guogua's body. The fruit bomb learned. Guogua opened its eyes, a strange glimmer flashing within them. Seeing this, Lin Chuan quickly approached, about to ask what had happened. But before he could speak, Guogua was already eager to try it out. Holding its 2 chubby hands out in front of it, the wood element energy within its body began to flow like a gentle stream, gradually gathering. In an instant, its essence, spirit, and energy aligned with astonishing precision. Guogua let out a determined cry and compressed the wood element energy to its absolute limit. In the next moment, a small, vibrant green, jade-like peach-shaped energy form materialized between Guogua's hands. Its gaze sharpened, filled with boundless anger directed at some imaginary monkey. Then, with a sudden push of its tiny hands, woof, the green energy peach traced a graceful arc through the air, landing precisely on the courtyard wall. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the silence, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust. A powerful shockwave rippled through the courtyard, bending flowers, grass, and trees under its force, even snapping in half. Debris scattered in all directions as the dust began to settle, revealing a massive hole in the courtyard wall. Loose stones crumbled and fell. Then, with another resounding crash, the entire wall collapsed. Lin Chuan's eyes widened as he inhaled sharply only to choke on a mouthful of dust, sending him into a fit of coughing. As he pounded his chest to catch his breath, he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He had anticipated the fruit bomb's power, but never imagined it could be so overwhelming. And this was just Guogua's first attempt at the fruit bomb. Beginner level? No way, this was far beyond beginner. At the very least, it had to be at a standard level of power. How else could it so effortlessly demolish the wall? It wasn't just any wall, after all. This was a structure built from massive green stones. While not as strong as steel alloys, it was far sturdier than ordinary walls. Even first-tier spirit beasts would struggle to damage it. Those specializing in strength might need to chip away at it for a good 10 minutes just to make a small hole. Yet Guogua had brought the entire wall down with a single fruit bomb. Incredible, absolutely incredible, Lin Chuan muttered to himself, his gaze complicated as he looked at Guogua, who could still claim that Huaya Yi was just a support-type spirit beast. With this kind of explosive power, forget support, it could rival assault, rapid strike, or even burst-type spirit beasts. At least in Lin Chuan's experience, he had never seen a first-tier spirit beast unleash such destructive force. Impressive. My Guogua truly has the potential of a great emperor. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, his heart swelling with awe and admiration. Lin Chuan suddenly fell into deep thought, finding the situation a bit strange. He raised his wrist and used the phone function of the beast-taming space device on his watch to quickly search online for videos about the bomb fruit skill. The screen first displayed videos showcasing the skill's flashy applications in competition. Some turned half the arena into rubble with a single explosion, while others generated countless smaller bombs from one blast, resembling cluster munitions and demonstrating advanced techniques of the bomb fruit. Lin Chuan glanced briefly at the titles, but didn't linger. His fingers swiped the screen as he continued searching for content more relevant to his needs. He was more interested in the basics of the bomb fruit, such as its underlying principles, danger level assessments, and the performance differences across various proficiency levels. Before long, he found some explanatory videos and began watching them carefully. As the videos played, Lin Chuan gradually confirmed his suspicion the bomb fruit that Guogua had just used wasn't at the beginner level, but rather at the standard level, perhaps even bordering on the proficient level. This realization sent a jolt through Lin Chuan's heart. Such a situation had never occurred during skill inheritance before. When Sakura inherited skills like Toxic Powder and Bewitching Speech, they had barely reached the beginner level. Why, then, did Guogua start at the standard level right away? Was it mere coincidence? Or was Guogua truly gifted, blessed with extraordinary luck? Could Guogua be the chosen one? Lin Chuan's mouth twitched as he dismissed the ridiculous notion from his mind. He lowered his gaze to the black fruit core in his hand, which had already lost its skill inheritance effect. He gently rubbed it with his fingertips, his thoughts racing as he tried to identify what made this instance different. Recalling the moment he activated the reincarnation inheritance by touching the black fruit core, Lin Chuan vividly remembered the overwhelming sense of mortal danger that engulfed him. Even more unforgettable was the intense, soul-shaking emotion, anger, defiance, and an almost destructive desire to erupt. The sheer intensity of this emotion was enough to tear at one's very soul, setting it apart from the other skill materials had encountered. Perhaps this is why the bomb fruit reached the standard level straight away, Lin Chuan thought, his eyes narrowing as a faint glint flickered within them. Combined with Guogwa's exceptional energy affinity, these two factors may have created this unique situation. With this thought, Lin Chuan temporarily set his speculation aside, feeling somewhat enlightened. However, this was still just a hypothesis, and further testing was needed to confirm its validity. He resolved to seek out other skill materials imbued with strong emotional fluctuations in the future and experiment further. For now, though, he needed to check on Guogwa's condition to ensure it hadn't exhausted itself from using the bomb fruit earlier. After a thorough check, Lin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Not only was Guogwa completely fine, but it also seemed full of energy, in surprisingly excellent condition. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile as he reached out to gently rub Guogwa's small head, relishing the cool, bouncy sensation. His mood improved considerably. Well, since you're in such great shape, today's match is all yours, Guogwa, Lin Chuan said with a lighthearted tone. Hearing this, Guogwa's tiny, bean-like eyes lit up instantly, as if two little flames had been ignited. Its entire body radiated excitement as it waved its chubby little arms, mimicking boxing moves with spirited haya sounds. It seemed eager to jump into the fray and engage in a no-holds-barred battle with its opponent. Nearby, Sakura couldn't help but let out a soft, adorable oomph at the sight of Guogwa's enthusiasm. It mumbled something under its breath, looking a bit displeased, as if complaining that Guogwa's excitement was so overwhelming it hadn't even noticed her presence. Alas, the two were simply too close together, and Guogwa overheard everything. Immediately, Guogwa let out a cry of discontent. Then, the two little cuties began a game of chase. Sakura darted away nimbly like a swallow, weaving quickly through the forest, while Guogwa, like a tiny cannonball, gave it his all in pursuit. The two little ones circled around Lin Chuan, their cheerful laughter filling the courtyard. Occasionally, they'd bump into Lin Chuan's legs, causing him to wobble unsteadily. Watching the lively scene, Lin Chuan's face was adorned with a doting, fatherly smile, his lips curling upward ever so slightly as he seemed to revel in the heartwarming atmosphere. However, the tranquility was soon interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Lin Chuan rushed into the courtyard, clearly drawn by the loud crash from the collapsed wall earlier. As soon as he stepped in, his eyes quickly scanned the area. Only after confirming that Lin Chuan and the two spirit beasts were safe did he let out a small sigh of relief. Lin Chuan's gaze then settled on the fallen wall, his brows furrowing slightly as a complex expression flashed in his eyes. He crouched down to carefully examine the marks and traces at the scene. Based on his knowledge and study of Hui, he already had some guesses in mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan, though astonished by Lin Chuan's cultivation abilities, refrained from asking any questions. This was an unspoken agreement between father and son, as well as a customary rule in the world of beast cultivation respecting each other's secrets. Don't worry about the wall. I'll get someone to fix it, Lin Chuan said, patting Lin Chuan on the shoulder in a calm tone. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, his eyes lit up with excitement, and his entire demeanor shifted. His gaze sharpened with enthusiasm. After today's competition, make sure to bring Guagua and Sakura over for a full checkup. I need their latest data. Clearly, while he could let the wall incident slide, there was no way he would pass up updated data on Guagua and Sakura. Lin Chuan chuckled inwardly and nodded in agreement. After all, it had been prearranged, and he had already managed to negotiate an extra 500,000 Starrock coins from Old Ding for this. A promise was a promise, after all. Leaving the cleanup to Lin Chuan, Lin Chuan turned back to the house to prepare for the upcoming competition. He planned to take a quick 1-hour nap to recharge, then get ready with some snacks and drinks for the event: sunflower seeds, popcorn, milk tea, soda, and the like. No matter how busy or tired he was, his plan to earn some extra cash couldn't be neglected. Lin Chuan calculated in his mind that the 3-day Huai Cup was a golden opportunity to rake in profits and secure funding for future cultivation projects. His goal? To ensure that spending never stops. Time flew by, and before long, it was 10 a.m., marking the start of the second day of the Huai Cup. After yesterday's intense battles, 11 contestants, realizing they had no chance at the top 3 spots, chose to withdraw. This left only 12 competitors in the arena today. According to the competition rules, each contestant would face 2 matches today. First, the 12 would compete to narrow the field to 6. From those 6, 3 would be selected to advance. Tomorrow, these 3 finalists would engage in a round robin, with each contestant facing the other 2. The one who secured 2 victories would be crowned champion, while the runner-up and third-place finishers would be determined by their head-to-head results. As for the scenario where all 3 achieved 1 win and 1 loss, this wasn't uncommon. In such cases, the judges and professional beastmasters would score the contestants based on their performance during the matches. Factors such as the beastmaster's command skills, the spirit beast's teamwork, and the timing and speed of skill execution would all be considered to rank the top 3. To ensure fairness, the judges and beastmasters would publicly disclose their scoring criteria, eliminating any possibility of favoritism or bias. As Lin Chuan watched the arena grow livelier with anticipation, his lips curved into a smile. He couldn't help but look forward to the surprises and rewards that today's matches might bring. Yesterday, Lin Chuan appeared later in the day, only stepping onto the field in the afternoon. Today, however, was different. He showed up earlier, competing in the second match of the day. At 10:12 a.m., the announcer called his name. His opponent was a girl who appeared to be somewhere between a young teen and a child, sporting a bob haircut and large round glasses. Her name was Indestructible, and her delicate features made her quite striking. Indestructible's spirit beast was a vine-leaf frog, standing about 40 centimeters tall, making it shorter than Sakura Guagua. It resembled a plump-toed frog from Lin Chuan's previous life, with a round, adorable appearance. Small vines and leaves grew from its limbs, and it belonged to the wood attribute, classified as mid-ear in the soldier rank. To be honest, Indestructible's abilities were fairly average for a rookie beast tamer from a civilian background. Her fundamentals were shaky, and her beast-taming talent was unremarkable. The vine-leaf frog itself displayed signs of underdevelopment, with slow growth due to the lack of premium nutrition and systematic training. Its skills were limited to 2 basic wood attribute techniques, photosynthesis and rooting. The former was entry-level, and the latter was ordinary level, sufficient for daily use, but ineffective in combat. The only notable aspect of the vine-leaf frog was its unique skill, Charged Leap. This ability allowed it to harness powerful jumping strength to launch itself from high ground, and use its weight and momentum to strike or stomp on an opponent. It was this very move that had helped Indestructible narrowly defeat another rookie competitor the day before. Today, Lin Chuan decided to send Guagua into the match, fulfilling his promise. Guagua didn't use any special skills but relied on its solid foundation to easily counter the vine-leaf frog's attacks. When the vine-leaf frog attempted its charged leap to strike from above, Guagua simply took a step back, effortlessly dodging the attack. Then, with a swift and powerful counter, it delivered a heavy slap that sent the vine-leaf frog tumbling to the ground, leaving it unconscious. The entire battle lasted only 17 seconds from start to finish. This little one is different from the Huai we saw yesterday, remarked Tang Hashan, a professional beast tamer from the Beast Tamers Association, seated in the closest observation area. He nodded slightly, a hint of approval flashing across his face. Both yesterday's and today's Sakura Guagua have demonstrated solid fundamentals. Interesting. Tang Hashan took out his association-issued work phone, snapped a photo of Lin Chuan and Indestructible shaking hands after the match, and wrote a concise 100-word summary of the battle. His account was objective, detailing the match without exaggeration or personal bias. After the match, Lin Chuan didn't linger on the field. Instead, he pushed a newly crafted wooden cart he had made the night before to a spot on the sidelines. There, he began selling sunflower seeds, popcorn, milk tea, and cola. The crowd today was noticeably smaller compared to the previous day, as many spectators had been friends and family of eliminated contestants. With their players out of the competition, they had also left. However, Lin Chuan's business today wasn't much worse than yesterday. Thanks to his growing familiarity with the crowd, he had already established a reputation among the enthusiastic spectators as one of the top contenders for the championship of this year's Huai Cup. His Huai and son Inin's golden silk wolfman were visibly stronger and more solidly grounded than the other competitors' spirit beasts. By 2 p.m., it was time for Lin Chuan's second match, one that many in the audience had been eagerly anticipating. The reason? The two top seeds for the championship were facing off. On the left was Lin Chuan, and on the right, Sun Yinin. In the stands, Sun Yinin's classmates and friends from the 5th Beastmaster Academy stood with arms raised, cheering passionately for her, creating a lively and electrifying atmosphere. Lin Chuan's side, however, was no less impressive. As the local favorite, he had a robust support team as well farm workers, their children, and students from the 1st Beastmaster Academy led by Ping Kyle united in cheering for him. The chants of support from both sides echoed back and forth, but soon, Lin Chuan's supporters began to drown out Sun Yinin's fan base. If not for the tight schedule, the supporters might have already broken into an impromptu cheerleading competition. In contrast to the fiery rivalry in the stands, Lin Chuan and Sun Yinin maintained a cordial demeanor on the battlefield. Standing a few paces apart, they exchanged polite nods and faint smiles. Yet, their eyes betrayed an unmistakable fighting spirit. Both Lin Chuan and Sun Yinin knew full well after observing yesterday's matches that none of the other contestants were on their level. This showdown was the real competition. Whoever emerged victorious here would essentially secure the championship and the 400,000 yuan prize. This was a final match in everything but name. Everyone knew with contestants, the referee, and the audience. It was destined to be the highest quality battle of the Huai Cup. Even Tang Heshan, the professional beastmaster tasked with overseeing the matches, took out his recording device to document the entire fight meticulously, an unusual move compared to his previous brief summaries of other matches. The referee, Shi Jie, stepped onto the field and announced the rules of the match in a loud, clear voice. After methodically ensuring that both contestants understood the regulations, he waved the flag to signal the start, inviting both sides to release their spirit beasts and exchange greetings. Lin Chuan, 1st Beastmaster Academy. Please go easy on me, Lin Chuan said with a confident smile. Sun Yinin, 5th Beastmaster Academy. My Dein has had its eye on your Huai for quite a while now, Sun Yinin replied with a playful smirk, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Chuan's watch and Sun Yinin's ring lit up simultaneously. Amid the dazzling effects of blooming flower shadows and a golden rain curtain, their spirit beasts appeared. On the left was Guogua, and on the right was the golden silk wolfman Ding. The two spirit beasts locked eyes, their gazes sharp and electric. The large screen outside the arena switched to a close-up shot, displaying the cartoon avatars of Huai and the golden silk wolfman beneath Lin Chuan's and Sun Yinin's portraits, with a bold VS flashing in the center, surrounded by crackling electric effects. Huai versus golden silk wolfman Dein. Dein raised its chin slightly, sniffing the air as a low growl rumbled from its throat. Oh whoa, why is it you? Where's that Huai from yesterday? Guogua blinked, tilting its head in thought for a moment before a hint of disdain crossed its face. Iya? What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm not as good as that little green tea from yesterday? Dein bared its teeth, crouching low with a menacing snarl. Its limbs tensed, claws lightly scraping the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. A faint, entry-level pressure emanated from its body, making the air feel heavier. This intimidation tactic was designed to weaken the opponent's attack power. But Guogua wasn't about to back down. Its small, chubby fists clenched tightly as a dangerous glint flashed in its eyes. You mangy mutt, you've got a narrow path ahead of you. Still a scrawny dog. Huh? Today, I'll make sure everyone knows just how well that skinny dog label fits you. The two spirit beasts glared at each other, their tension palpable. The battle was about to begin. Humans cannot understand the language of spirit beasts. At least, neither Lin Chuan nor Sun Yinin possessed the beastmaster talent of telepathic communication to directly comprehend their language. They could only sense the intense fighting spirit in the air through the beasts' movements and expressions. The referee, Shi Jie, glanced at the two spirit beasts, confirming they were ready, then swung the small flag in his hand decisively, announcing the start of the match. In an instant, both spirit beasts sprang into action. Lin Chuan gave a decisive command. Root yourself. This was his go-to opening strategy, steady and cautious, activating the tank mode first to avoid being taken down in one hit. After all, from observing yesterday's matches, he had already assessed that Sun Yinin's golden silk werewolf, Big Yin, was extraordinarily powerful. While its exact level was uncertain, it was at least above Tier 1, and likely around level 12 or 13. Without preparing defensively, Guogua's small frame could very well be defeated in a single blow. Guogua's chubby little legs quickly released a surge of wood element energy. Roots extended from its body like living creatures, burrowing into the ground, while faint green light flowed along the roots and into its body. Once rooted, Guogua's aura became more stable and solid. Sun Yinyin, however, was in no rush to attack. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. Warm up circle around it. Her voice was crisp and assertive. The golden silk werewolf immediately understood and began moving swiftly around Guogua. Its movements were nimble and fluid, its golden fur gleaming under the sunlight, each step exuding a sense of coiled power ready to strike. Warming up wasn't a skill, but rather a combat technique. For both humans and spirit beasts, warming up before a fight helped loosen muscles, boost energy flow, and optimize overall performance. Studies showed such preparation could enhance a spirit beast's combat effectiveness by approximately 10. Of course, this technique was ineffective for inorganic spirit beasts like mineral-type ones, but it was especially beneficial for an agile attacker like the golden silk werewolf. Lin Chuan's eyes sharpened as he immediately issued another command. Catch up to it. Hearing the command, Guogua quickly retracted its roots and lunged forward with its pudgy body, chasing after the golden silk werewolf. Sun Yinyin was momentarily surprised, clearly not expecting Lin Chuan to opt for an aggressive pursuit. She had assumed he would choose a defensive stance, given that the speed of Hua Yi was no match for the golden silk werewolf. Such a chase would only leave Guogua vulnerable to being kite. However, she quickly recovered, a slight smirk tugging at her lips. Keep your distance just a bit faster than it. The golden silk werewolf moved lightly and effortlessly, maintaining a precise distance from Guogua, not too far to lose engagement, but not close enough to be caught. The scene of one chasing and the other evading seemed simple on the surface, but was layered with strategic depth. On the spectator stand closest to the arena, Tang Hashan stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze carrying a hint of approval. He murmured, Lin Chuan's strategy is sharp. Sun Yinyin has already been drawn into his rhythm. But then, his tone shifted, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. Even so, the outcome is still uncertain. After all, Hua Yi is a support-type spirit beast, while the golden silk werewolf, with its speed and attack focus, has a significant natural advantage. This disparity is especially pronounced at the novice beastmaster stage, where tactics alone might not be enough to close the gap. Tang Hashan's gaze alternated between the two competitors as he continued to ponder. Their contrasting command styles are also intriguing. Lin Chuan is concise, delivering short, precise instructions with an emphasis on efficiency. Sun Yinyin, on the other hand, speaks rapidly, issuing detailed commands that aim to cover all possible scenarios. Back on the field, the chase continued, the tension in the air steadily building. Tang Hashan remained silent, offering no comment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He refrained from evaluating Lin Chuan and Sun Yinyin's command performances, or rather, he felt it would be too hasty to make any judgment based on such limited observations. Specific matters must be considered within their specific contexts. He raised his head slightly, his gaze profound, as though weighing something in his mind. The further one progresses along the path of beast taming, the more streamlined battle commands become an inevitable trend. For beast tamers who choose the path of cultivating a select few elite beasts, their emotions and energy are intensely focused on their spirit beasts. As their bond deepens, aided by the power of their contract, they may eventually reach a level of telepathic connection. At that point, words become redundant. A single thought is enough for the spirit beast to understand and carry out commands. In contrast, beast tamers who follow the route of commanding large armies of spirit beasts face a different challenge. With so many contracted beasts, it is impossible to equally distribute emotions and energy among them, making telepathic communication unattainable. Their solution lies in cultivating the independent combat abilities of their beasts. These tamers provide broad tactical directives, leaving the beasts to handle the specifics on their own. This, too, represents a form of command simplification, albeit through a different approach. Thus, Lin Chuan's simplified commands were not inappropriate. As for Sun Yinyin, while her instructions were overly detailed, such an approach is not necessarily wrong for a novice beast tamer. At the beginner stage, the bond between the tamer and their spirit beast is still shallow, and baby stage spirit beasts have limited intelligence. Detailed commands can help maintain control over the battlefield and prevent the spirit beasts from becoming reckless or panicking. Over time, as the bond strengthens and the spirit beasts grow more intelligent, such intricate instructions will naturally become more concise. In the end, as I said, specific matters must be considered within their specific contexts. Tang Hashan murmured to himself, his gaze returning to the field. Clearly, he was more intrigued by the battles yet to come. Thanks to significant investments and a multitude of resources, the accelerated training effect of the spirit wood heart, the support provided by the farm's solar concentrator, and expert-level photosynthesis, Guagua and Sakura's growth had reached an exceptional level. While it might not be unprecedented, their foundations were undeniably solid and reliable. However, the innate differences in talent between species are insurmountable. No matter how stable Huaye's foundation is, it cannot match the strength and agility of a golden silk werewolf. Unless the golden silk werewolf's tamer completely neglects its development, its speed and reflexes will always be beyond what Huai can achieve. Don't waste your efforts. Your Huai could never keep up with my Dayan's speed, Sun Yining said with a light laugh, her tone brimming with confidence. Her gaze fell on Guagua, who was being perfectly kited by the golden silk werewolf, her eyes filled with self-assurance. Lin Chuan's lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. I'm well aware, he said, crossing his arms. His tone was calm but carried a hint of composure. But if I don't have Guagua running as well, chasing after your golden silk werewolf and playing along with your strategy, how could your golden silk werewolf run even faster? And non-stop too. That must be exhausting, right? Sun Yinyan's smile faltered slightly, and her expression changed subtly. She finally realized that Lin Chuan's goal wasn't to confront her Hedon, but to engage her in a war of attrition, draining her golden silk werewolf's stamina. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sun Yining regained her composure. While this approach had caught her off guard, it wasn't entirely unforeseen. After all, with Huai facing off against a golden silk werewolf, the chances of winning in a direct confrontation were slim. A battle of attrition was indeed the most reasonable strategy. Unless Huai suddenly acquired some extraordinary skills, there was no way it could directly confront the golden silk werewolf. Lin Chuan's strategy was to engage in a war of attrition, and while effective to an extent, it wasn't without flaws. Dayan was indeed draining Huaye's spirit beast, Guagua, but at the same time, Dayan's own stamina was gradually being depleted. Meanwhile, Huai was being mentally stretched to its limits. Lin Chuan's goal was clear: to exploit a breakthrough by creating this constant pressure. Huai, as a spirit beast, leaned more towards support abilities. It lacked standout strength, agility, or reflexes. As long as it was forced to keep moving without a chance to counteract, a weakness was bound to appear. Sun Yining clearly recognized this and had a sharp, straightforward tactic: drag the fight out until Huai exposed an opening, then deliver a decisive, thunderous blow to secure victory. And sure enough, the opportunity arose. In the center of the arena, a large boulder stood as a natural obstacle. While circling around it, Guagua failed to break in time, lost its balance, and showed signs of an imminent fall. Sun Yinyan's eyes gleamed coldly as she seized this fleeting chance. Now's the time, she murmured, decisively activating her Beastmaster, talent level 3 Wolf King's blood allowed only once per match under the rules of the Baby Cup. Scarlet energy surged in her palm, transforming into a dark glow that instantly enveloped the golden silk werewolf, Dayan. Empowered by the Wolf King's blood, Dayan's aura surged dramatically, with both speed and strength reaching their peak. In a flash, it became a blur, hurtling straight toward Guagua. At the same time, flames erupted around Dayan's fist, forming a blazing inferno. The flaming punch crashed down with immense force. Guagua, still struggling to regain its footing, had no chance to evade, leaving its most vulnerable side exposed to the oncoming attack. Boom! The dull sound of the punch echoed across the arena. Flames spread from Dayan's fist, sending Guagua flying into the massive boulder. The impact caused the rock to tremble as Guagua bounced off like a rubber ball before finally crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The audience erupted into cheers, particularly Sun Yinyan's family and the students from the 5th Beastmaster Academy. A smug smile formed on Sun Yinyan's lips. She had gained the upper hand, and victory seemed within reach. However, when she glanced at the opposing side, she noticed Lin Chuan's calm demeanor. There wasn't a trace of anxiety on his face. He remained composed, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. This unsettling confidence caused a pang of unease to creep into Sun Yinyan's heart. As the dust began to settle, Guoguo's figure reappeared. Its body was half-charred, its movements shaky, and it struggled to stand. The earlier strike had indeed inflicted severe damage, leaving Guagua trembling and barely able to stay on its feet. If not for the earlier activation of its first-tier Blood Bowl mode, it might have been taken out in a single blow. Root yourself. Photosynthesis, Lin Chuan commanded, his voice steady and firm, showing no signs of distress despite the recent blow. Hearing the command, Guagua let out a determined cry. Its small, chubby fists clenched as it stomped the ground, appearing to gather strength. As it rooted itself, its aura began to recover rapidly. The second-tier Blood Bowl mode quietly activated, and its life force grew even more robust. Lin Chuan calculated silently. If the first-tier Blood Bowl mode almost couldn't withstand the attack, then it's time to use the second tier. There's still the thirder Blood Bowl mode and the ultimate trump card explosive fruit. No need to reveal everything now. The longer I can keep my cards hidden, the better. Ideally, they'll save them for the entrance exams in 2 months to deliver a surprise to my competitors. Guoguo's condition steadily improved, a newfound determination shining in its eyes. Its fighting spirit reignited. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew heavier, and the intensity of the battle reached a new peak. Small chubby legs and the root-like structures formed by the wood element energy under Guoguo's feet extended further, burrowing into the ground to absorb nutrients. Tiny green lights traveled along these energy-formed roots and were drawn into Guoguo's body. Meanwhile, the 2 green leaves beneath the pristine white flower on Guoguo's head, resembling strands of hair, glowed brilliantly, emitting a shimmering and radiant light. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. It was 2:10 in the afternoon, the peak of the day's heat. Countless green specks of light surged from all directions, as if summoned by some unseen force. They converged on the green leaves atop Guoguo's head, greedily absorbed and infused into its body. The roots embedded in the ground frantically extracted nutrients and water, converting the essence of the earth into strength and energy. With the assistance of expert-level photosynthesis, the small charred patches on Guoguo's body quickly faded away, restoring its original vibrant green hue. In just 2 breaths, it was fully rejuvenated, radiating vitality and life. This scene left Sun Yinyin utterly dumbfounded, her mind blank. Tang Heshan, on the other hand, sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Guoguo in the arena, his face etched with shock and disbelief. This efficiency! This must be expert-level photosynthesis, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with incredulity. Tang Heshan was unaware of Lin Chuan's beast-taming talents. Although the Beast Tamer Association had records of Lin Chuan possessing dual beast-taming abilities, Tang Heshan's clearance level didn't grant him access to such files except under special circumstances. At this moment, his mind was clouded with questions. Sun Yinin's previously composed demeanor was now replaced by anxiety and unease. Her spirit beast, Da'in, had expended significant energy to create an opening for its attack, only for the opponent to recover in an instant, as if all her efforts had been in vain. She gritted her teeth, silently cursing in frustration. What kind of disgusting spirit beast is this? Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to stay calm. Her expression hardened as she quickly issued a command. Da'in, charge indirectly. Close combat continuous flame punches. If a single burst attack wasn't effective, then she would rely on relentless strikes to wear the opponent down. She refused to believe that this baby-faced spirit beast could continuously recover and withstand her onslaught. Hearing her words, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he casually uttered 3 words. Fight it, Hedon. His tone was calm yet carried an air of confidence. Guoguo immediately perked up, its tiny sparkling eyes lighting up with excitement. It had been longing for a close combat showdown like this. That big dog had been running around earlier, denying it any chance to engage. Now, finally, it could fight to its heart's content. The situation in the arena shifted dramatically, leading to an unexpected turn of events. The golden werewolf, Da'in, lunged toward Guoguo upon hearing the command, delivering a powerful right-hook flame punch. The punch, engulfed in searing flames, hurtled toward Guoguo with ferocious momentum. However, Guoguo's small frame deftly sidestepped, barely grazed by the punch's fiery wind, and even that minor scratch healed instantly under the effects of photosynthesis, as if nothing had happened. Unfazed, Da'in immediately followed up with a left-hook flame punch. This time, Guoguo dropped its stance lower, shifting its weight downward to evade the attack with agility. In a flash, its 2 small, chubby hands grabbed onto Da'in's paw with surprising speed. In the next moment, Guoguo twisted its body, leveraging its grip and Da'in's momentum to execute a swift counter. With a forceful heave, it hurled Da'in fiercely to the ground. Thud! The heavy impact echoed through the arena as Guoguo's over-thresholder throw slammed Da'in into the ground with such intensity that the ground trembled slightly. The move was not only swift but also utilized Da'in's own strength, delivering a blow just as devastating as Da'in's flame punches. The arena fell into stunned silence. Everyone watching was utterly floored, their perception of reality shattered by what they had just witnessed. Sun Yin was utterly dumbfounded. So was the referee. Tang Heshan looked equally bewildered. The audience? Speechless. But the most stunned of all had to be Sun Yin herself. Her eyes were wide open, staring at the flower-like creature on the battlefield as though it were some kind of incomprehensible monster. What on earth just happened? A support-type spirit beast had just performed a flawless shoulder throw on an agility-based, attack-type spirit beast? Where did it even learn combat skills? Sun Yin's mind went completely blank, her thoughts as tangled as a ball of yarn shredded by a cat. This made no sense. Her Da'in, a golden-furred werewolf spirit beast, had been utterly dominated in close combat by a support-type beast, without even a chance to fight back. Was her Dean just that weak? Or was this Huaye flower leaf simply too overpowered? Sunin forced herself to take a deep breath, trying to calm her shock and regain focus. There was no time to dwell on these questions. The match was still ongoing. Her face hardened as she quickly adjusted her strategy, her voice cold and commanding. Create distance. Stick to the previous tactic. It was clear that Dean wasn't suited for close combat. It needed to revert to an assassin-style approach, strike and retreat immediately, wearing down the opponent's stamina. Hearing her command, Dean struggled to its feet, scrambling away on all fours in a desperate attempt to escape. Its entire body ached, but it didn't dare pause for even a second. However, it had barely managed a few steps when Guagua, the chubby little flower beast, began waddling after it on its short legs, enthusiastically babbling as if calling out, "Don't run. Let's keep fighting. Come on, melee me, you scrawny wolf." Lin Chuan, standing calmly on the sidelines, allowed a faint smile to reach his lips. He uttered nonchalantly, "Chase it down. Keep draining its stamina." The moment Guagua heard this, it was as if it had been injected with a surge of adrenaline. It picked up speed, its chubby little fists pumping energetically through the air. Earlier, Dean could easily kite Guagua around, but after being slammed with that devastating shoulder throw, its stamina and morale had both plummeted. Its speed was now visibly slower. At this point, it couldn't even carry out Sun Yin's assassin tactics, let alone regain its composure. All it could do was flee in utter disarray. Minute by minute, time ticked by. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Dean's stamina drained rapidly, and its pace became increasingly sluggish. Meanwhile, Guagua seemed to be growing stronger, as if fueled by the thrill of the chase. Its dual abilities of rooting and photosynthesis kept its energy levels high, to the point where it appeared even more lively than it had at the start of the match. Each of its steps was light and cheerful, and it wore a smug, triumphant expression on its face. Sun Yin's face grew darker with every passing second, her composure completely shattered. She stared intensely at the battlefield, her teeth clenched so tightly they creaked, yet her heart was filled with despair. Dean couldn't outlast it in stamina, couldn't match its damage, couldn't win in close combat, and now couldn't even outrun it. How was she supposed to fight this? Was she supposed to headbutt the opponent herself? Only one thought echoed in her mind. This Huaye is practically cheating. Finally, Dean collapsed, completely drained of energy. Its limbs felt as heavy as lead, and its body slumped to the ground. Guagua happily scampered over, wasted no time, and leapt into the air, delivering a solid smackdown onto Dean's head, toppling it over completely. To ensure it wouldn't escape again, Guagua decisively climbed onto Dean's neck, grabbed a fistful of fur under its chin with its plump little hands, and began shouting, "Get up, you scrawny wolf! Fight me! Don't sleep! Don't pass out, you scrawny wolf!" Guoguo's voice grew louder and louder with each exclamation, and in the end, it managed to irritate Dean into outright fainting. With one last feeble howl, Dean's body went limp, completely motionless. It didn't even have the strength left to struggle. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, every single person rendered speechless by the absurdity of what they had just witnessed. Jie stood frozen for several seconds before snapping out of his daze. It wasn't until the referee Zhuang Lan gave a subtle cough to remind him that he hastily waved the small flag in his hand and announced the result of the match. "The match is over. Lin Chuan is the winner." Lin Chuan emerged victorious. Sun Yinin's expression, however, was complex and indescribable. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, as if she were caught in deep inner turmoil. She opened her mouth several times, seemingly wanting to say something, but swallowed her words each time. Finally, during the post-match handshake and courtesy exchange, she couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Your Huai, is it even legal?" Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he softly countered, "Are you trying to say my Huai is full of stimulants, not a single drop of water in its system?" "No." Sun Yinin shook her head, her expression turning as serious as if she were about to unveil some earth-shattering secret. "I'm saying your Huai is full of milk. You must have used milk-based nutrients when raising it, right? Otherwise, how could it have such an absurd recovery ability? It's downright disgusting." Her tone carried a hint of gritted teeth, her eyes filled with frustration and unwillingness, with an undercurrent of sarcastic mockery in her words. Hearing this, Lin Chuan wasn't the least bit offended. Instead, he broke into a radiant, sunny smile, his eyes glinting with a mix of pride and confidence. He glanced at Sun Yinin sideways and chuckled. "What are you talking about? Disgusting? No, it's totally adorable." Sun Yinin rolled her eyes, shooting him a look that seemed to say, "Yeah, right, I don't believe a word you're saying, you sly youngster." Then, she reined in her teasing tone, her demeanor becoming more serious. "Lin Chuan, does your farm have any Huai suitable for bonding? Honestly, I've already been planning to bond with the second spirit beast, and after battling with you, I'm even more convinced that Huai is an excellent choice. So, I want to ask, does your Lin family farm have any suitable Huai? Would you allow me to bond with one there? Don't worry, they'll follow all the proper procedures and ensure everything is completely legal and compliant. Plus, I'm willing to offer 50 more than the standard price for bonding with a mid-tier spirit beast at a regular breeding base. Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Sun Yining to proactively express interest in bonding with the Huai as her second spirit beast. His heart stirred. Was the advertising effect of this match really that strong? After regaining his composure, he nodded slightly, already feeling a surge of excitement on behalf of his father, Lao Deng. If more beastmasters like Sun Yining started approaching them, upgrading the Lin family farm to a specialized Huai breeding base would become a breeze. In fact, they might not even need to submit an application. The Xingyan Federation officials would likely reach out themselves, offering various incentives and technical and financial support to persuade Lao Deng to upgrade the farm. After all, in this world, industries related to beast mastering were the true core sectors. A Huai breeding base would be far more valuable to the nation than an ordinary farm. Huai suitable for bonding, huh? Lin Chuan pondered for a moment, his gaze flickering slightly. While he mainly tended to a small number of Huai, he kept a general eye on the farm's operations and had a decent grasp of the situation. Currently, there aren't any ready, but in about half a month, we should have around 3 Huai maturing out of their juvenile phase and entering the prime growth period for bonding. As for whether you can bond with one, that'll depend on my father, Lao Deng. However, as long as your application process checks out, and you have the Beastmaster Association's certified documentation, I'm sure Lao Deng would be more than happy to let you bond with a Huai on our farm. Hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Sun Yinyan's eyes, and a subtle smile curled on her lips. She was already starting to imagine bonding with a Huai of her own, one shed name Er-een. She pictured it being just as formidable as Lin Chuan's Huai, a supersized version. Just the thought of it standing up to enemy attacks with unparalleled recovery abilities, wearing down opponents until they broke down in despair, was enough to make her blood boil with excitement. Her gaze sparkled with eagerness, while Lin Chuan's smile carried a knowing, confident undertone. Just imagining the scene brought an uncontrollable smile to Sun Yining's lips. Yes, indeed. How could there be such an adorably cute spirit beast like Huai? Half a month? Sure, they'll wait. Initially, she had planned to head to Qinghe City, the superior city of Tianshang Town, right after competing in the Huai Cup. With its richer resources and opportunities to participate in large-scale baby cups, she could earn more prize money to further train her golden silk werewolf, Big Een. However, the thought of Huai changed her plans. Since this spirit beast required half a month to form a contract, she decided to wait. Meanwhile, she would continue consolidating resources in Tianshang Town and head to Qinghe City only after forming a contract with Second Een. As for Big Een, there was no rush. The funds she had on hand were sufficient to support its training for the time being. After a brief exchange, Lin Chuan and Sun Yining left the arena. Although the competition was still ongoing, a wave of spectators began leaving the stands. The remaining matches had lost their appeal, becoming somewhat of an afterthought. After all, the highly anticipated showdown between the championship contenders, Lin Chuan and Sun Yining, had already concluded, and the outcome was clear. Lin Chuan's Huai had performed so overwhelmingly that even Sun Yining's golden silk werewolf couldn't stand a chance, let alone the other competitors' spirit beasts. Huai didn't even need to attack. Its rooting skill alone drained the opponent's spirit beasts of their stamina, leaving them utterly exhausted. The moment that match ended, the champion was effectively crowned. As expected by all, on the third day of the Huai Cup, the 3 remaining contestants drew lots on site to determine the match order. According to the rules, the 3 would engage in a round-robin format with matchups as follows: Player 1 versus Player 2, Player 2 versus Player 3, and Player 1 versus Player 3. Lin Chuan drew the number 2 lot. With only 2 battles left, Lin Chuan decided to give both Guagua and Sakura a chance to shine. His first opponent, Player 1, was Zheng Yang, a tall boy from the 3rd beast-taming high school. His spirit beast was a furry ox, a creature covered in fluffy fur, standing over a meter tall, with sturdy limbs. Its attribute was Earth, and its bloodline ranked mid-soldier class. Player 3, Mingya, was a delicate-looking girl with a gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a classic beauty. She came from the 4th beast-taming high school. Her spirit beast was a spotted mouse, 30 centimeters tall, covered in round spots, with a unique upper-level Earth attribute bloodline ranked high soldier class. Lin Chuan had some impression of Mingya because of her appearance, but because of her spotted mouse. 2 days ago, Tian Qi, known for her outstanding beast commanding skills, had been defeated by Mingya. Tian Qi's nimble snow bunny had darted and dodged skillfully but was ultimately knocked unconscious by a simple headbutt from the spotted mouse, leaving the audience in awe. Both Zhang Yang and Mingya, as rookie beast tamers, were already among the best in their field. However, compared to Sun Yining, their strength still fell short, let alone standing against Lin Chuan. In both battles, Lin Chuan only had Guogua and Sakura each use a single rooting skill to completely suppress their opponents. Guogua and Sakura seemed to enter an unshakable tanking mode, firmly rooted in the arena, while Zhang Yahang's and Meng Ya's spirit beasts couldn't budge them at all, no matter how hard they tried to attack. Initially, both Zhang Yang and Meng Ya clung to a glimmer of hope, believing they might not be any weaker than Sun Yining. However, as their spirit beasts' relentless attacks proved utterly futile, like throwing stones into the ocean, and they were instead countered by Huai's extraordinary vitality, their faint sense of defiance gradually turned into an indescribable sense of defeat. They finally understood. If even Sun Yinyan's golden silk werewolf was powerless, their spirit beasts stood no chance at all. Their emotions went through a roller coaster, starting with excitement, transitioning to worry, then numbness, nausea, and finally, despair. Watching their spirit beasts relentlessly attack, only for Lin Chuan's Huaiyi to rise unscathed no matter how hard it was hit, dust itself off, take a deep breath, and instantly heal to full strength, was utterly demoralizing. On the battlefield, Huaiyi's performance was the very embodiment of disgusting. Each time their spirit beasts fought with all their might, Huaiyi would recover effortlessly, while their own beasts grew increasingly exhausted, sluggish, and breathless. In the end, Zhang Yanhong's fire-tailed fox and Meng Ya's speckled mouse were so drained they could barely stand, tongues lolling and eyes rolling back. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's Huaiyi remained as lively as ever, as though the battle had only just begun. What kind of absurdly overpowered and disgusting spirit beast is this Huaiyi? Zhang Yanhong and Meng Ya practically shouted in unison through gritted teeth. But no matter how unwilling they were to accept it, faced with a hopeless situation, they ultimately chose to surrender. Lin Chuan easily claimed the championship, and his Huaiyi became the center of attention, not as a figure of admiration, but as the very definition of nauseating. The fight for second and third place that followed was particularly brutal. Zhang Yanhong and Meng Ya seemed to channel all the frustration and anger they had felt from being disgusted by Huaiyi into their battle against each other. Fire-tailed fox and speckled mouse clashed fiercely on the field, while their trainers barked commands with equal intensity from the sidelines. The match became a heated contest. However, the gap in strength was ultimately insurmountable. Meng Ya's speckled mouse, not yet at the first tier, was no match for Zhang Yanhong's Mao Mao Niu in terms of raw power. In the end, speckled mouse was sent tumbling by Mao Mao Niu's brute force, not only losing the match but also sustaining injuries that would take 3 to 4 days to heal. Meng Ya claimed third place in the 100,000 star rock coin prize, but with her spirit beast injured, it was hard to say whether the competition had been worth it. None of this, however, concerned Lin Chuan anymore. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the scene, Lin Chuan endured the closing ceremony of the Huaiyi Cup and finally enjoyed his moment of glory. The 400,000 star rock coin championship prize was deposited directly into his Beastmaster account, along with a banner and a small glass trophy. The banner read Lin's Farm Huaiyi Cup Champion, while the trophy, shaped like Huaiyi with its round body and silly expression, exuded a vibe of dark humor. But what mattered most to Lin Chuan wasn't the accolades or the prize money, it was Old Deng's promise. According to their prior agreement, if the Huaiyi Cup was successfully held, Lin Chuan would receive 30 of the farm's total revenue over the 3-day event. While the competition hadn't attracted journalists or streamers and couldn't be considered a resounding success, it still earned a good rating, granting Lin Chuan his 30 cut. True to his word, Old Deng promptly transferred 1.8 million star rock coins into Lin Chuan's account. 1.8 million for 30? Lin Chuan stared at the number in disbelief, drawing a sharp breath. In other words, Lin's farm had made a total of 6 million star rock coins in just 3 days from hosting the Huaiyi Cup. That was an astronomical figure. For a brief moment, Lin Chuan felt tempted to organize more baby deer competitions. But he quickly sobered up. Hosting such events required official qualifications, and each eligible entity was only allowed to host one competition per year. This path clearly wasn't scalable. Shaking off these thoughts, Lin Chuan opened his account to calculate his assets. The 400,000 championship prize, combined with the 1.8 million profit share and his existing savings, totaled 2.33 million star rock coins after rounding off the decimals. That's right, 2.33 million. Staring at the number, Lin Chuan fell into deep thought. He needed to carefully plan how to allocate this money to ensure every coin was used to its fullest potential. If he were to go all in on premium resources, the 2.33 million star rock coins might seem substantial, but for a Beastmaster, it would burn through quickly. On the other hand, if he opted for slightly less expensive resources, it would be more than enough to sustain Guagua and Sakura for a month. For the remaining month and a half, he could fund his expenses by participating in other baby deer competitions or seeking alternative ways to earn money. With this plan in mind, Lin Chuan felt a sense of calm return. He looked out the window, where the setting sun bathed the land in its warm glow, as if drawing a close to the day's efforts. Regardless of what lay ahead, the 2.33 million star rock coins now in his account provided a solid foundation for the future. All that remained was for him to put this money to good use and pave the way for his continued growth. There's no need to go to the extreme of spending excessively. Even if you take the most extreme approach, the cost-to-benefit ratio isn't great. With Huaya's mid-tier bloodline for a soldier class beast, even with the best resources, it might barely match a low-tier general class spirit beast, but it could never compare to those whose bloodline naturally ranks as high-tier general class. Besides, he had an ace up his sleeve, the wheel of reincarnation. This trump card was something he wasn't planning to use just yet. After all, he hadn't fully grasped its true effects, and judging by its name, it likely carried the risk of resetting levels. He decided to hold off until after the entrance exams. Regardless of whether he got into one of the 8 great academies, he had already made up his mind to have Guogua and Sakura undergo reincarnation, breaking through the limits of their bloodlines. By then, with higher quality resources, the results would surely be twice as effective. Plus, by that time, his account balance would undoubtedly be much more substantial than it was now. The atmosphere in Lin Chuan's room was warm and relaxed. On the table, 2 plump red envelopes were neatly placed in front of Guogua and Sakura. Lin Chuan looked at them, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Winning the championship and earning the prize money this time was all thanks to you two. Your dedication during training, always giving it your all without slacking off, has made me very proud. His voice was calm, but there was a sense of firm satisfaction in his words. I, Lin Chuan, believe in rewarding merit and punishing fault. So, these 2 red envelopes, each containing 10,000 Starrock coins, are your reward. You can use them to buy anything you like. As he spoke, Lin Chuan handed the 2 red envelopes to Guogua and Sakura. The 2 little ones froze for a moment, their round eyes filled with surprise and joy. Then, clutching the envelopes, they cheered and jumped around excitedly, chirping happily. They even started cuddling up to Lin Chuan, rubbing against him affectionately, their adorable antics enough to melt anyone's heart. However, Lin Chuan's smile only lasted a moment before it quickly faded. His expression turned serious, and his tone became more solemn. But after thinking it over, I realize that considering you're still young, you might not know how to spend money wisely. To prevent you from wasting it, I'll hold on to these envelopes for safekeeping. When you grow up, I'll give them back to you. With that, he extended his hand, palm open, signaling for the 2 little ones to hand over the envelopes. Guogua and Sakura froze instantly. They looked at each other, confusion and disbelief written all over their faces. Their little heads, though not the sharpest, instinctively sensed that something didn't quite add up here. Seeing their reactions, Lin Chuan put on a mock-serious face and said, "What? You don't trust me? Do you think I would pocket your money? Do I look like that kind of beast master? I'm doing this for your own good. The outside world is full of dangerous crooked merchants and bad guys everywhere, just waiting to take advantage of little ones like you. By letting me keep your money safe, I'm protecting you from being scammed. Once you're a bit older, I'll return every single coin." Guogua and Sakura exchanged a glance. Lin Chuan's reasoning sounded convincing, but something about it still felt off. Their little brains worked hard to figure it out, but they just couldn't pinpoint the contradiction. Lin Chuan noticed that his explanation hadn't fully convinced them, so he decided to pull out his trump card. His eyes gleamed as he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 small red paper flowers. Holding them up in front of the 2 little ones, he said, "How about this? If you let me keep the envelopes for you, I'll give you each one of these little red flowers. The envelopes are still yours, I'm just holding them temporarily. And the red flowers will also be yours. See? It's a win-win. You win twice." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 little ones were immediately captivated by the bright red flowers. Their eyes fixed on the flowers, unblinking, as if they thought they were even prettier than the envelopes. Coupled with Lin Chuan's persuasive words, Guogua and Sakura chirped and exchanged a few excited noises, seemingly discussing it. Win. Double win. Win twice. Finally, the 2 little ones shouted excitedly. With their chubby little hands, they eagerly held out the envelopes to Lin Chuan, their eyes sparkling as they waited for the exchange. Lin Chuan, hiding his amusement, maintained a calm demeanor. He took the envelopes and, in return, carefully pinned the red flowers onto their heads. His tone was gentle as he said, "Good, good, very good. Such good little ones, all right. Hand over the envelopes and here's your red flower." Guogua and Sakura were over the moon with their new decorations, hopping and twirling around the room in delight, completely forgetting their earlier hesitation. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan looked down at the envelopes in his hands, a faint, meaningful smile playing on his lips. Lin Chuan took the money out of the red envelope and slipped it into his pocket before handing the now empty but ornate envelope back to the 2 little creatures. The 2 little ones, adorned with small red flowers, held the empty envelope and chirped excitedly, their tails wagging like tiny fans, as if they were about to take off in sheer delight. Standing beside them with his arms crossed, Lin Chuan wore a satisfied smile, resembling a proud father. Internally, he felt quite smug. Clear rewards and penalties, efficient resource recycling. This operation was flawless. Could there be a more outstanding beast tamer than him? He glanced at the two little creatures, now circling him energetically, clearly brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Chuan was already scheming in his mind. During future training sessions, as long as these two thought about the potential rewards of red envelopes and glanced at the little red flowers on their chests, they'd undoubtedly work even harder, train more diligently, and fight with greater determination. For the sake of his acceptance letter to the prestigious 8 academies, they would give it their all, even push themselves to the limit. The thought made Lin Chuan's smile grow even brighter. After rewarding the little ones, Lin Chuan patted his chest and muttered to himself, "Time to reward myself." After all, as the beast tamer, he was the true architect of this victory. Without his unique skills and meticulous planning, today's success wouldn't have been possible. But when he said reward, he wasn't planning anything extravagant. Don't get the wrong idea, he simply ordered a family bucket of fried chicken and cola with some of the money he pocketed, changed into his comfy loungewear, and prepared to enjoy a relaxing evening. When the delivery arrived, Lin Chuan nestled comfortably on the sofa, munching on fried chicken while watching the projection of a virtual screen from his beast space device. The savory aroma of the chicken and the refreshing fizz of the cola lifted his spirits, leaving him completely at ease. He couldn't help but sigh. His feeling of unwinding was pure bliss. However, he reminded himself, this relaxation was for tonight only. Tomorrow morning, he'd have to get back to chasing his dreams. As he browsed through novels on the screen, savoring this rare moment of leisure, one particular title suddenly caught his attention. Strangely enough, he hadn't even clicked on the synopsis or read the content, but a note next to the title intrigued him. It was marked with the words, "Written by a spirit beast." A novel written by a spirit beast? Lin Chuan was momentarily stunned, raising an eyebrow as curiosity flickered across his face. This was the first time he'd ever seen a spirit beast as an author. Could a spirit beast really write novels? He chuckled at the thought, but then remembered that earlier this year, the Xingyan Federation had passed a new Spirit Beast Act, further protecting the rights of spirit beasts and even allowing highly intelligent ones to take on jobs in human society. Thinking of the Jin Yang fur dog working as the deputy head of security at the Beast Tamer Association in Tianshang Town, it didn't seem so far-fetched for a spirit beast to become an author. But seriously, would anyone actually read a novel written by a spirit beast? Lin Chuan wondered, a mix of skepticism and curiosity brewing in his mind. Unable to resist, he clicked on the novel to see what this spirit beast had to offer. The title was Book Like Smoke, and the author went by the name Wan Spirit Beast. The protagonist of the story was a spirit beast named Ru Yin, scientifically known as a book fairy. As Lin Chuan started reading, his expression gradually shifted to one of surprise. Despite following some popular online tropes, the writing was unexpectedly good, far better than many struggling authors out there. He couldn't help but compare it to a certain author had recently come across with the pen name Tree Pig, whose writing was so atrocious it was painful to read. In contrast, this spirit beast author's work was on a completely different level. The novel's setting intrigued Lin Chuan more and more as he read. The book fairy was a unique type of spirit beast, born from books that had absorbed at least 30 years of emotional, mental, and natural energy. Unlike magical creatures from the wild or spirit beasts domesticated by humans, book fairies were the embodiment of human civilization itself. The more Lin Chuan read, the more fascinated he became, deeply impressed by the spirit beast author's creativity. "Looks like this spirit beast author really knows their stuff," Lin Chuan remarked, biting into a piece of fried chicken as he marveled at the story. His eyes stayed glued to the screen, fully immersed in the world of Book Like Smoke. After all, it is humanity that has created books, whereas other intelligent mythical creatures, such as dragons or phoenixes, have their unique ways of preserving knowledge, like dragon pearls or phoenix fire seeds. Books, however, embody the essence of human history, the continuity of culture, the crystallization of wisdom, and the transmission of knowledge. The book spirit, a mystical creature, is born from the accumulation of human civilization. Being born alongside human culture, the book spirit has a humanoid appearance, often resembling a delicate and beautiful little girl. This form is highly favored by beast tamers, especially those with peculiar preferences. However, the only drawback is the size of the book spirit here. Small refers to its physical stature. Book spirits are typically no larger than a figurine and are closely bound to the book from which they were born. Their appearance is somewhat akin to the fairy-like creatures in magical animations of the past, often depicted sitting atop a spellbook, adorable and brimming with charm. As a spirit nurtured by books, the book spirit possesses intelligence on par with humans. Its ability to learn is exceptional, particularly in rote memorization, where it can effortlessly surpass human prodigies. In terms of sheer knowledge accumulation, book spirits are nearly invincible, rivaled only by the most extraordinary human geniuses. However, they have a significant weakness: a lack of creative thinking. Their thought processes are confined to the framework of existing knowledge, making it impossible for them to generate boundless inspiration or original ideas. Even so, their intellect remains far beyond the reach of most humans. That said, high intelligence does not equate to great power. In fact, the abilities of book spirits as mythical creatures are their most glaring weakness. Their bloodline rank is generally very low, with most remaining at the soldier tier. Unlike ordinary mythical creatures such as Hua Yi Yi or others that can evolve and ascend through cultivation, book spirits are inherently limited. Their bloodline is fixed from birth, unable to break through its upper limits through evolution. Over the centuries, countless researchers have poured their efforts into overcoming this limitation, only to conclude that book spirits are among the rare mythical creatures with absolutely no potential for evolution. The bloodline rank of a book spirit is determined by various factors, including the materials used to create the book, the content recorded within, and the passage of time. For instance, a book spirit born from a tome bound in the hide of a legendary creature will typically have a higher bloodline rank than one born from a book made of ordinary paper. Similarly, books containing valuable knowledge tend to produce superior book spirits compared to those born from mundane novels or diaries. Additionally, a book safeguarded by a family for centuries is more likely to give rise to a book spirit with greater potential than a tattered volume unearthed from ancient ruins. However, even with premium materials, rare content, and the weight of history, the birth of a book spirit is not guaranteed. Their formation also requires the natural convergence of spiritual emotions, ultimately leaving the process up to fate. In fact, 99.999% of book spirits are born from unassuming books, such as miscellaneous writings, novels, or diaries. As a result, the bloodline quality of book spirits is generally poor, with most remaining in the lower ranks of the soldier tier. Alright, here's how it goes. The rank of soldier tier is the lowest level of spiritual beast bloodline classification as defined by humans, but it is not the limit for a Shu Zhongxian. If there were an even lower tier, Shu Zhongxian would undoubtedly strive to reach it with all its might. Shu Zhongxian's bloodline talents are generally subpar, with growth potential that is almost stagnant. Under normal circumstances, the combat strength of such a spiritual beast can only reach tier 1 at most. No amount of training or resources can push it to tier 2. This limitation makes them the laughingstock of the spiritual beast world. In contrast, the growth potential of ordinary spiritual beasts far surpasses that of Shu Zhongxian. Take Lin Chuan's spiritual beasts as an example. Within just 2 weeks, he managed to raise Guagua and Sakura to levels 16 and 15 respectively. At this pace, breaking through to tier 2 before the admission assessment is almost a certainty. Meanwhile, Shu Zhongxian, even if it exhausts everything, would be left far behind. The gap between the two is simply worlds apart. But let's set Lin Chuan's situation aside for now, and return to the novel he was reading. The story's protagonists are a Shu Zhongxian named Ruyan and a beastmaster named Jibuochang. The story's premise is quite unique. Ruyan was born from a book on dark culinary arts and naturally excels at crafting bizarre dishes. Thanks to this eccentric talent, it inadvertently caught the attention of Jibuochang, whose sense of taste is extraordinarily keen, and he formed a contract with it as his initial spiritual beast. However, Jibuochang is no ordinary person. He was born with an extraordinary 8-tier beastmaster aptitude, hailed as possessing the potential of an emperor. His family, with its deep heritage, also guards a legendary treasure from the Phoenix clan, the Nirvana Flame. This treasure allows spiritual beasts to be reborn through fire, reshaping their very foundations. Naturally, the story follows a predictable trajectory. Jibuochang uses the Nirvana Flame to evolve Ruyan's bloodline, transforming it from a low-tier Shu Zhongxian into a high-tier emperor-level bloodline. From then on, Ruyan accompanies Jibuochang on his rise to the pinnacle of power. The story ends as one might expect. Ruyan successfully breaks through to the 8th tier, gaining the ability to freely transform into human form, and lives happily ever after with Jibuochang. The comments section, however, completely overshadowed the story itself. Shinong Lanlanlu. Diagnosis complete. I've died from the poison. Riding pigs to watch the moonlight. This is so weird. Let me read it again. Huh. Ruyan. You rebellious beast. Let go of Buochang and come at me instead. 8837. Is Emperor Ruyan going through another love tribulation? Is today the pure romance route? Emperor Ruyan didn't betray Buochang this time? Love it. Can't get enough. Write more. Author 11. Quick, get on the train. No time to explain. The train has all the content you love. FanFan 999. Beep, child card activated. Sage mode. Beep, baby card activated. Honestly, the comment section was much more entertaining than the story itself. Lin Chuan chuckled as he read, happily munching on fried chicken and fries, occasionally sipping on his soda. The humor and banter in the comments made him feel relaxed, but an idea began to form in his mind, an idea inspired by this very novel. Xu Zhongxian's bloodline is inherently weak, with no evolutionary forms and almost zero growth potential. Without a legendary item like the Nirvana Flame from the novel, they are practically doomed to mediocrity, forever unable to break through to Tier 2. This inherent limitation starkly contrasts with ordinary spiritual beasts, which can easily break through Tier 2 with proper training and even grow stronger through evolution. Moreover, in reality, a miraculous item like the Nirvana Flame would almost never be wasted on a Xu Zhongxian, as there are far more promising spiritual beasts worth nurturing. But what if it were him? What if his cheat skill, reincarnation cycle, came into play? Could it, like in the novel, help a Xu Zhongxian break free from its bloodline constraints and achieve an unimaginable breakthrough? If it were possible, a naturally intelligent book spirit with extraordinary learning abilities and a bloodline tier reaching the king level, or even the emperor level, would certainly rival the likes of top-tier mythical beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants. In fact, it might even faintly touch the legendary status of mythical creatures. After all, the book spirit possesses dual attributes of immortal and illusion. These two attributes are among the rarest and most powerful of superior special attributes, and when combined, their strength becomes unimaginable. For a moment, Lin Chuan felt a surge of desire to form a contract with a book spirit. However, as soon as this thought emerged, he shook his head silently and suppressed it for the time being. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he understood that the idea was far too ambitious. Although book spirits are generally considered inferior in bloodline ranking, their rarity in terms of birth conditions makes them incredibly hard to come by. Unlike ordinary spirit beasts, which can be easily contracted by visiting a breeding facility, holding a certified beast master license, and paying a set fee, contracting a book spirit is a far more challenging endeavor. It not only requires luck, but also demands immense strength and considerable financial resources. Moreover, the birth environment of a book spirit is highly unique, making the idea of a wild book spirit almost non-existent. Unless a specific book happens to give rise to a book spirit under extraordinary circumstances, these beings, once born, quickly use their human-like intelligence to register with the Beastmaster Association. From that point on, they effectively become Iron Rice Bowl employees under the protection of the federal government and the Beastmaster Association. Book spirits are typically assigned to critical locations like libraries, archives, or skill manual repositories, where they take on roles of maintenance and management. Nearly all book spirits follow this trajectory, making it exceedingly difficult to contract one. To do so, one must first navigate the twin barriers of the federal government and the Beastmaster Association, an ordeal comparable to gaining the approval of strict in-laws. To get past the federal government, one must accumulate sufficient federal contribution points, which can only be earned through perilous tasks. These include responding to federal missions such as defending cities, repelling powerful magical creatures, or gaining admission to one of the 8 great academies. On the other hand, the Beastmaster Association requires points, which are earned by completing various association tasks. These tasks range from simple errands like finding lost pets to high-stakes missions like capturing rare spirit beasts. As long as the required points are met, approval is granted. Even if one successfully overcomes these 2 hurdles, the final obstacle, the book spirit itself, remains the most challenging. Book spirits are innately as intelligent as humans. Although their combat potential is minimal, their standards for choosing a beastmaster are exceptionally high. Once contracted, a book spirit primarily handles daily chores, records information, and provides logistical support, serving as a full-time secretary of sorts. This secretary, however, offers absolute loyalty. Once a contract is established, a book spirit adheres unconditionally to the terms of the contract and will never betray its beastmaster, unless the beastmaster violates the agreement or mistreats them. Some beastmasters even entrust their most private matters to their book spirits, who become not only reliable assistants but also the best confidants and keepers of secrets. Yet, precisely because of their intelligence and character, book spirits will never serve an ordinary beastmaster. At the very least, the beastmaster must possess the potential of a heavenly king, or have other extraordinary qualities to attract them, such as exceptional looks. Yes, to this day, there hasn't been a single exception. All book spirits are avid admirers of beauty. They are, without a doubt, the ultimate connoisseurs of appearance. The reward of a night off was short-lived. By the next morning, Lin Chuan's internal clock woke him promptly at 5:30 a.m., and he immediately returned to his relentless work ethic. The early morning mist blanketed the Lin family farm, and the air carried the fresh, earthy scent of damp soil. Stretching his body and loosening his stiff shoulders, Lin Chuan dove straight into his daily training routine. As usual, he started with a warm-up jog around the courtyard, accompanied by Guagua and Sakura. Guagua, a lively green plant, exuded a refreshing vitality through its leaves, while Sakura, a delicate pink flower, swayed gracefully in the morning breeze. Both plants followed Lin Chuan's steps with an almost animated energy, their movements breathing life into the courtyard. After completing his laps, Lin Chuan moved on to his next task, watering the rest of the plants on the farm. With gentle care, he awakened these slumbering natural spirits. The sound of water droplets landing on leaves was crisp and pleasant, and the sunlight refracting through the droplets created a dazzling display of colors. Next, as the leader of the group, he guided Guogua, Sakura, and all the other plants through the third set of their plant-inspired exercise routine. Guoguo's leaves swayed rhythmically, and Sakura's petals danced like elegant performers. The entire scene was both whimsical and harmonious. The exercises continued until 7 a.m., when Lin Chuan finally called it a wrap. Afterward, it was time for a half-hour break. Lin Chuan brought his breakfast to a small wooden table in the courtyard, savoring the tranquility of the morning. Guogua and Sakura, on the other hand, returned to their nutrient-rich soil pots, soaking up their energy supplements. They sat quietly nearby, occasionally swaying their leaves or petals gently as if responding to Lin Chuan's gaze. Typically, after breakfast, Lin Chuan would select suitable skill materials and use his beast-taming talent, cycle of inheritance, to transfer and enhance skills for either Guogua or Sakura. By carefully controlling his mental energy consumption, he could compress 100 mental energy points down to just 40, ensuring he could maintain his activities throughout the day and fully recover by the next morning. However, today he decided to set aside this routine, as he had more pressing matters at hand. Lin Chuan's goal for the day was to leave the Lin family farm and head to Qinghe City to further his growth. While Tianshang Town had been his starting point, its limited resources had become a bottleneck. Qinghe City, with its abundant resources for spirit beast cultivation and a larger community of skilled beast tamers, offered far greater opportunities. To grow stronger, Lin Chuan knew he had to challenge himself against more formidable competitors rather than remain stagnant in a mediocre environment. More importantly, Qinghe City was a treasure trove of spirit beast materials. Lin Chuan had already scoured Tianshang Town's beast-taming shops, nearly depleting their supply of affordable materials with skill inheritance potential. The rarer, high-priced materials were beyond his means for long-term purchases, even with the 2.33 million yuan he had saved. Instead of wasting time waiting for new opportunities to arise in Tianshang Town, it was better to take the initiative and seek out more resources in Qinghe City. However, one unresolved concern weighed on Lin Chuan's mind: the celestial spirit flower, a newcomer gift from the Beast Tamer Association. This precious skill material contained multiple abilities, such as sweet aroma, healing fragrance, and enchanting mist. Unfortunately, the mental energy required to utilize it was overwhelming for Lin Chuan at his current stage. He had attempted to divide the celestial spirit flower into smaller fragments to extract individual skill memory pieces, but 2 nights of experimentation had ended in failure. Even when reduced to tiny petal shards, the skill memories within remained chaotic and immense, leaving him at a loss. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan gathered his thoughts and steadied his resolve. He looked toward the distant horizon, his eyes gleaming with determination. Qinghe City was his next destination and the key to breaking through his current limitations. Indeed, it's no wonder such an extraordinary material for advanced spirit beasts comes from the final evolutionary form of Hua Yai, the Hua Lingxian. The spirit flower, imbued with the purest essence of Hua Lingxian, truly lives up to its reputation. Yet, for Lin Chuan, it remains a coveted but currently unattainable resource for his skills. Lin Chuan found himself momentarily lost in awe, but quickly composed his thoughts and refocused on the task at hand. After finishing breakfast, he began packing his belongings. To call it luggage might be an overstatement. It was merely 2 sets of clothes, less than 2 pounds of nutrient soil, and 4 pounds of nutrient water. He tossed everything unceremoniously into his beast space. The beast space, while primarily meant for housing spirit beasts, also served as a storage space. However, one had to be cautious not to place anything too valuable inside. After all, spirit beasts could sometimes be mischievous, and if something got damaged, it could be quite troublesome. Once everything was packed, Lin Chuan opened the farm gate, ready to set off. Just as he reached the entrance, his father, Lin Laoding, approached him with teary eyes and an expression full of reluctance. However, Lin Chuan instantly saw through the truth behind his father's emotions. Those tears weren't for him, but for Guogua and Yinghua. With Lin Chuan leaving, these 2 spirit beasts would naturally go with him. For a Hua Yai enthusiast like Lin Laoding, losing these 2 precious data treasures was nothing short of devastating. To make matters worse, Lin Chuan had previously promised to stay on the farm for 3 months to provide continuous data support. Now, leaving so abruptly felt like a betrayal of that promise. Still, Lin Laoding only grumbled about it internally. He wouldn't actually hold it against Lin Chuan. After all, his son's victory in the Hua Yai Cup and his rapid progress in starting a career as a beastmaster had already made him, as a father, immensely proud. Lin Chuan had far surpassed his older brother and sister, who had taken a month and a half just to move beyond their hometown of Tianshang Town and head toward Qinghe City. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, had outgrown the small pond of Tianshang Town in just half a month. Could it be that my third son, Lin Chuan, truly has the potential to become a great emperor? Lin Laoding mused as he waved goodbye, his imagination running wild. But he quickly dismissed such fanciful thoughts. As a father, his expectations for Lin Chuan had always been grounded. Becoming a professional beastmaster would already be a success. Anything beyond that would be a delightful surprise. If Lin Chuan one day rose to the level of a heavenly king-tier beastmaster, it would be nothing short of a miracle. On the other hand, if Lin Chuan failed to even reach the professional level, Lin Laoding wouldn't be disappointed. In fact, he might secretly be pleased, as it would mean Lin Chuan would have to come back home to inherit the family business and continue running the farm. The future Hua Yai breeding base would then have its heir. Though he felt a twinge of regret, Lin Laoding had come to terms with it. Lin Chuan could always upload Guogua and Yinghua's physical data online after conducting tests, which, while not as satisfying as taking the measurements himself, was better than nothing. Nevertheless, for a devoted Hua Yai enthusiast like him, missing out on the Hansen experience still left him itching with longing. After bidding farewell to his father, Lin Chuan hopped onto his mode of transportation, a brand new bicycle. That's right, a bicycle. It wasn't so much about being environmentally friendly as it was about combining travel with some training for his beasts. The distance from Tianshang Town to Qinghe City wasn't too far, about a 6-hour ride. Lin Chuan calculated the time and figured that if he left now, he'd arrive just in time for dinner in Qinghe City. And so, with a simple pack on his back, Lin Chuan set off on his journey to become a beastmaster. Leaving the Lin family farm, Lin Chuan had barely cycled a short distance before he pulled the brakes and released Guogua and Yinghua from the beast space. As soon as the two spirit beasts touched the ground, they began circling around him joyfully, their short, chubby legs pattering noisily, full of energy. However, Lin Chuan's expression remained serious. He looked down at them, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint, meaningful smile. This time, it's not a stroll, it's training, Lin Chuan said, balancing one foot on the ground as he steadied his bike. His gaze swept over the small figures of Guogua and Yinghua, his tone taking on a sterner edge. No skills allowed. Rely solely on your physical abilities and push yourselves to the limit. When you can't go any further, wait for my signal to activate photosynthesis. The two little creatures looked up at him, chirping and babbling in response, seemingly unaware of how grueling the task ahead would be. Through their bond, Lin Chuan could sense their eagerness and determination, which made him nod in satisfaction. His smile deepened. Good, that's the spirit. Now, let's begin. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Chuan pressed hard on the pedal, and the bicycle shot forward. Guogua and Yinghua froze for a second. Then their little legs started spinning like windmills as they dashed after him. Glancing back over his shoulder, Lin Chuan called out with a laugh, "Faster! Come on, catch up to me, and there'll be a reward." Hearing the word reward, the two spirit beasts' eyes lit up with excitement. They gritted their teeth and pushed themselves harder. Guoguo's tiny tail wagged furiously, while Yinghua swung its pudgy little arms with determination. Their movements were clumsy, but brimming with an unyielding spirit. However, as support-type spirit beasts, their stamina was limited. Without any skill assistance, their energy drained rapidly. After just 10 minutes, Guogua was gasping for breath, and Yinghua had collapsed onto the ground, its chubby hands propping it up as if it were ready to give up. Seeing this, Lin Chuan's eyes gleamed with understanding. He knew this was the crucial moment. The energy stored within them was enough to push them past their limits, but only if they could tap into their own potential. Taking a deep breath, he raised his voice. "Think about yesterday's red envelopes. Don't you want even bigger ones? And how about those little red flowers? Don't you want more and prettier ones? Get up, catch up to me, and I'll give you bigger red envelopes and another little red flower." At the mention of red envelopes and red flowers, the tired expressions on Guogua and Yinghua's faces suddenly brightened. Their limp bodies began trembling slightly. They glanced at each other, as if drawing strength from the determination in one another's eyes. In the next moment, Guogua let out a low growl, and Yinghua chirped softly. The two spirit beasts stood back up simultaneously. "Yaya yaya, ing." They let out cries filled with newfound resolve. Lin Chuan's eyes sharpened as he sensed the nutrients within their bodies rapidly breaking down and transforming into surging energy and vitality. Their movements became quicker, still somewhat clumsy, but each step carried an unwavering tenacity. A smile of satisfaction spread across Lin Chuan's face as he applied more force to the pedals, increasing the speed of his bike. He wanted this training session to be a breakthrough moment for them, a chance to surpass their limits. And as he watched the two little creatures grow stronger through their pursuit, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and delight. Seeing this, Lin Chuan seized the momentum and continued his motivational barrage. "Remember this. When your physical strength reaches its limit, your willpower will drive you to break through. His voice was firm and powerful, like the beat of a war drum. Although Guogua and Inghua couldn't understand his words, through their contract, they could feel Lin Chuan's fiery determination, a blazing flame that ignited their potential. Persevere, persevere. Only through perseverance can you surpass your limits. Lin Chuan's tone remained steadfast, his gaze sharp as a blade. Come on, catch up with me. The rewards are here in envelopes and little red flowers. Come and earn them. As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang to his feet, pedaled with all his might, and shot forward on his bicycle like an arrow loosed from a bow, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Guogua and Inghua, inspired by his energy, let out sharp cries and chased after him with all their strength. Their limbs moved like the wind, and their speed rivaled that of Sun Yinin's golden wolf beast, Jindan. During a competition, this scene happened to catch the attention of a few passing pedestrians, who stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with astonishment. Among the onlookers was none other than Sun Yinin herself. She was carrying a small basket of fruit, on her way to visit the Lin family farm to check on her Sunto-contracted Hua Ye, Heir Yin. At that moment, her eyes were fixed on Lin Chuan and the two Hua Ye. The speed and determination displayed by the two little creatures left her utterly speechless. Beastmasters' methods for training their spirit beasts are typically kept secret, prohibited from being observed by outsiders without explicit permission. However, if a beastmaster trains in a public setting, it is generally considered an implicit allowance for others to watch. At this moment, Lin Chuan clearly didn't care if others saw his training methods. In fact, he seemed completely indifferent. He understood that the true essence of his success lay not in these surface-level techniques, but in his unique beastmaster talent reincarnation. So, this is how Hua Ye trained. Sun Yinin murmured to herself, her brows furrowed in confusion. She stared at Lin Chuan's retreating figure on the bike and the two relentless Hua Ye chasing after him, a look of realization dawning on her face. It really does seem like an effective way to improve speed and endurance. She glanced down at Jean Dayan by her side, her expression shifting to one of resolve. Dayan, get ready. Tomorrow, no, today, we're trying this too. But you're an agility-based spirit beast, so a bicycle probably won't cut it. I'll rent a motorcycle. After we visit Arene, we'll start running laps around the Lin family farm. Hearing this, Jean Dayan tilted its head, its eyes filled with a mix of disbelief and resignation, as if silently asking, are you serious? Time passed, and half an hour later, Guogua and Inghua had reached their limits under Lin Chuan's relentless encouragement and motivational speeches. Their bodies seemed to have burned through every last ounce of energy, their spirits on the verge of collapse, teetering on the edge of passing out. Seeing this, Lin Chuan finally stopped his bike. He quickly placed the two exhausted Hua Ye into pre-prepared flower pots filled with nutrient-rich soil and water. The two little creatures quietly rooted themselves and began photosynthesizing to recover their strength. As for Lin Chuan, he hopped back on his bike and continued pedaling forward. His destination wasn't Qinghe City, but the Beastmaster Association in Tianshang Town. He wasn't there for any pressing matter. His main goal was to pick up a few tasks. Every year during the graduation season, leading up to the advancement exams, the Beastmaster Association issues numerous beginner-friendly tasks. For novice Beastmasters, these tasks not only provide valuable training opportunities, but also offer the necessary funds to nurture their spirit beasts, helping them steadily progress on their path. These beginner-level tasks usually involve finding lost pets, delivering letters, or helping to drive away small pests. The most challenging ones might require heading to the breeding base or serving as the lowest-level sparring partner in the Beast Tamer Association's training area. But now that Lin Chuan was preparing to leave Tianshang Town for Qinghe City, how could he not take on a few letter delivery tasks bound for Qinghe City along the way? After all, why miss out on easy money? With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile, a shrewd gleam flashing in his eyes. While packing his belongings, he muttered softly to himself, the Beast Tamer Association's points are truly valuable. This trip has to be worth it. He knew that these points could not only be exchanged for rare resources, but, more importantly, for access to certain knowledge about the secrets of beast evolution, which often lay beyond the reach of money. Take Hua Yi, for example. Lin Chuan couldn't help but picture its vibrant green form in his mind. Hua Yi could naturally evolve, typically transitioning into Hua Ling Ling once it reached the strength of Tier 2. But that was just the most common method. If one could master advanced evolution techniques, it was even possible to push Hua Yi to evolve early at Tier 1 through special methods or enhance its evolution with rare materials. This would significantly boost its bloodline potential and future capabilities. These evolution secrets, however, were tightly controlled by the Beast Tamer Association, safeguarded as proprietary knowledge. Lin Chuan understood that such knowledge wasn't easily accessible. To obtain it, one could either exchange points through the association or gain admission to one of the 8 great academies, certain dojos, or professional organizations like Beast Tamer clubs for systematic training. However, Extracting such knowledge from other beast tamers who owned Hua Lingling was nearly impossible. Unless there was a formally certified mentor-apprentice relationship through the association, private sharing of this information was strictly prohibited. Furthermore, this knowledge was incredibly valuable, and no one would willingly pass it on to someone irrelevant. Of course, if a genius beast tamer personally developed unique insights, that would be a different story. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan sighed inwardly. History had yet to see a beast tamer generous enough to freely share their findings with anyone outside their bloodline or direct disciples. As for knowledge legally acquired from the association, it was often tied to stringent confidentiality agreements. Anyone foolish enough to leak it would face consequences ranging from having their reputation points deducted to outright violating association laws, potentially resulting in criminal charges. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chuan's resolve grew even stronger. He understood that the world of beast tamers was governed by strict rules, and to carve out a place for himself, he needed to move forward cautiously, building up both resources and knowledge. This mission was a solid first step. He slung his pack over his shoulder and gently patted Hua Yi by his side. Let's go. This trip isn't just about earning points, it's about our future. Hua Yi seemed to sense his determination, its leaves quivering slightly as it let out a crisp, cheerful sound in response. Lin Chuan lifted his gaze toward the horizon, where the outline of Qinghe City was faintly visible. A faint smile returned to his lips. This time, he was stepping onto a larger stage. The Tier 4 beast-taming space device can absorb and slightly refine natural energy from the environment, providing a small boost to the growth rate of spirit beasts within the space. However, for certain types of spirit beasts, this enhancement can be somewhat lackluster, particularly for wood-attribute spirit beasts. These creatures rely on their surroundings far more than other animal-type spirit beasts. Beyond natural energy, they require high-quality soil, abundant nutrients, and sufficient water. Most importantly, their growth is heavily dependent on a unique strand of solar energy present in natural sunlight, something artificial light cannot replicate. Without this solar energy, wood-attribute spirit beasts can barely grow, often developing abnormally with stunted bodies, frail constitutions, and significantly weaker foundational attributes compared to others of their kind. Of course, if a Tier 5 custom beast-taming space device could be paired with a restricted level item like a solar energy jet and a dedicated sunlight chamber constructed within the space, it would perfectly substitute natural sunlight, providing the ideal conditions for wood-attribute spirit beasts to thrive. However, for Lin Chuan, such a setup remains a distant goal for now. Back to the matter at hand. After a half-hour of intense sprinting, Lin Chuan's companions, Guogua and Sakura, were utterly exhausted, unable to even lift a finger. At this moment, what they needed was not growth resources, but rest and recovery. Lin Chuan promptly returned the two little ones to the beast-taming space for a proper rest, while he made his way alone to the Beast Tamer Association in Tianshang Town. At the entrance of the Tianshang Town Beast Tamer Association, a golden sun furball dog named Jean Depang was lazily napping in its kennel. As the deputy director of the security department, it seemed to vaguely remember Lin Chuan's face, casting him a half-hearted glance before closing its eyes again to continue its relaxation. Watching this scene, Lin Chuan couldn't help but silently comment to himself, even spirit beasts are slacking these days. What is the world coming to? Still, he kept his thoughts to himself, refraining from stirring up any trouble, and headed straight through the lobby into the service area of the association. The task reception area of the Beast Tamer Association consisted of 3 rows and 10 columns of small cubicles, totaling 30 windows. Lin Chuan approached the nearest empty cubicle, where no other beast tamers were present. He glanced at the staff member behind the counter, a young woman in her 20s with large round glasses, giving her an adorable and slightly nerdy appearance. Without wasting any time, Lin Chuan asked directly, "Hello, do you have any beginner career tasks heading to Qinghe City?" Hearing his question, the young woman looked up at Lin Chuan, seemingly a bit surprised. It was currently graduation season for new beast tamers, and many rookies were taking on beginner tasks to accumulate initial funds and experience. Compared to the Battle Baby Cup mode of gaining experience through combat, this steady and methodical approach was clearly more popular. Beginner tasks came in all varieties, ranging from simple jobs like finding lost pets to slightly more challenging sparring assignments. Among them, the most sought after by rookie beast tamers were courier tasks. These missions were low risk, provided a chance to familiarize oneself with the geography, and were often snapped up as soon as they were posted. This type of task is straightforward and easy. Just open a navigation app, input the address, and follow the directions. Although the reward for a single delivery task is minimal, with proper planning, you can take on 3 or 4 tasks at once, making the total earnings comparable to, or even better than, other beginner-level tasks. Plus, the Beastmaster points gained are slightly higher. After all, no matter how simple the task, it always rewards at least 1 point. So completing 3 or 4 delivery tasks in one trip means earning 3 to 4 points. On the other hand, tasks like finding lost cats or dogs, while seemingly simple, often prove more challenging than expected. The cunning nature of these animals can catch people off guard, and the lack of experience of rookie beastmasters and their contracted spirit beasts often leads to amusing mishaps. For example, a cat hiding on a ceiling beam right above their heads, yet remaining undiscovered, resulting in an entire day wasted. As a result, delivery tasks have become the go-to choice for beginner beastmasters, quickly snapped up whenever they appear. However, these tasks are usually limited to local areas. For instance, beastmasters in Tianshan Town typically only take on tasks within the town. Cross-regional delivery tasks are considered less cost-effective due to the time investment. So, when Lin Chuan asked if there were any delivery tasks to Qinghe City, the staff member couldn't help but glance at him curiously. After all, rookie beastmasters who voluntarily take on cross-regional tasks usually have one of two reasons. Either they have an urgent matter, such as visiting a sick relative in Qinghe City, or they are exceptionally talented and see the small pond of Tianshan Town as too limiting, choosing instead to head to Qinghe City for greater opportunities. Which category did Lin Chuan fall into? The young woman couldn't help but wonder, but her professionalism kept her from asking. Instead, she followed protocol and asked for Lin Chuan's Beastmaster ID. After confirming he was a recent graduate, she skillfully operated the computer and quickly filtered out tasks that met his criteria. 10 seconds later, the screen displayed 4 tasks. One involved delivering a letter to an individual, 2 were shipments to a Beastmaster supply store in Qinghe City, and the last was delivering a sealed box labeled Important Documents to the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association. Of course, the so-called important documents were mostly a pretense truly critical items would never be entrusted to a rookie beastmaster. Instead, such tasks were designed to test a beginner's ability to safeguard items. If the sealed box sustained any damage, the task would be considered a failure. Lin Chuan briefly reviewed the task details and, without much hesitation, accepted all 4 tasks. Shortly afterward, a staff member brought over the 4 items: a letter, 2 black courier packages, and a temperature-controlled box for the important documents. Looking at the temperature-controlled box, Lin Chuan couldn't help but think, are these so-called important documents actually frozen food? After confirming the items, he stored them in his Beastmaster space and gave a voice command to remind Guagua and Sakura, who were resting inside, not to touch the items, especially the important documents. With everything settled, Lin Chuan left the Tianshan Town Beastmaster Association, hopped on his beloved bicycle, and set off toward Qinghe City. Along the way, he kept a close eye on the situation inside his Beastmaster space, ensuring the 2 little ones wouldn't cause any trouble out of curiosity. Seeing that they had almost recovered, Lin Chuan released Guagua and Sakura from the beast space. As soon as the 2 spirit beasts appeared, he assigned them to run alongside the bicycle. While cycling, Lin Chuan encouraged them with motivational words, inspiring them to push their limits. Once the 2 spirit beasts were exhausted, he returned them to the beast space for rest. After a brief recovery, he released them again to continue their training. This cycle repeated 6 times, putting Guagua and Sakura through rigorous rounds of training. Finally, Sakura managed to level up, advancing from level 15 to level 16, matching Guagua's level. Meanwhile, Guagua was just a step away from reaching level 17. As Sakura leveled up, Lin Chuan received a portion of energy feedback. Although his own level remained at level 5, the energy revitalized him, easing the fatigue from cycling for such a long time. At 4:30 p.m., Lin Chuan finally arrived at Qinghe City. Standing at the city's entrance, he surveyed the surroundings. The towering skyscrapers, the bustling traffic, the lively crowds, and the various spirit beasts wandering the streets all showcased the city's prosperity and vitality. In contrast, Tianshan Town seemed much more modest, even shabby, with the stark difference between rural simplicity and urban sophistication laid bare. As the evening approached, Lin Chuan began to think about where he would stay for the night. The letter delivery task wasn't urgent and could be postponed until the next day. The immediate priority was to find suitable accommodations. He weighed a few options: an ordinary inn, a luxury hotel, or a rental apartment provided by the Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association. Ultimately, he decided on the association's small apartment. Compared to other choices, it offered proximity to the association, complete facilities, and basic training grounds. It also provided access to professional beast tamers who worked as part-time coaches and sparring partners. With enough money and points, one could take full advantage of these training resources. Additionally, the association's internal marketplace made purchasing nutritional supplements and training tools incredibly convenient, with a delivery service available straight to the door. Of course, such excellent conditions came at a high price. The rent for the Beast Tamer Association's apartment was 50 times that of an ordinary in 300,000 Starrock coins per month, plus 1 association point per day. For a newly graduated Beast Tamer, this price was astronomical, comparable to the prize for winning a small-scale competition. However, for those committed to becoming professional beast tamers, it was a manageable expense that could be covered by completing a few tasks. For Lin Chuan, this investment was worth it. With only 2.5 months left until the advancement assessment, Guagua and Sakura had completed their basic training. The next step was specialized intensive training, which required specific nutritional supplements, professional facilities, specialized tools, and even sparring services. Renting the Beast Tamer Association's apartment would not only save him the hassle of daily travel, but also maximize the use of available resources to boost their strength. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan gazed at the vibrant Qinghe city and made a firm resolve. This time, he was determined to make full use of the city's resources to pave the way for Guagua and Sakura's growth. Currently, Lin Chuan's Beastmaster account holds a total of 2.33 million Starrock coins. As for his Beastmaster points, thanks to the rewards from winning the Rookie Beastmaster competition, his account now has an additional 50 points. While these resources seem abundant, considering the potential need to purchase specialized supplements and consumables for future enhancements, Lin Chuan decided to rent accommodation for just 1 month for now and leave the rest of the time for further planning. With his plan set, Lin Chuan didn't hesitate any longer. He set aside his curiosity about the bustling sights of Qinghe City, opened the map navigation on his watch, and prepared to ride his bike to the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association. However, plans rarely keep up with reality. As he pedaled and glanced at the map, a suffocating realization struck him had miscalculated. The 6-hour bike ride from Tianshan Town to Qinghe City was feasible, but the sheer size of Qinghe City far exceeded his expectations. It was over 30 times larger than 10 Tianshan towns combined. What made matters worse was that the distance from the outskirts of the city to the Beastmaster Association in the city center was almost equivalent to the entire journey from Tianshan Town to Qinghe City. Feeling defeated, Lin Chuan came to a stop, let out a long sigh, and stored his bicycle in his beast space. He decided to try the local aerial transportation services instead. Pulling out his phone, he chose Blue Feather Air Transport, a local service in Qinghe City that uses blue feather eagles as its foundation for aerial passenger transport, a kind of Beastmaster version of a ride-hailing app. Blue feather eagles, known for their dual wind and water attributes, are famous for their gentle temperament and massive wingspans, making them perfect for aerial rides. A few minutes later, a crisp and resonant eagle cry echoed through the air as a massive blue feather eagle descended from the sky. Its body was predominantly blue with black accents, its wings spanning an impressive 10 meters. The feathers atop its head shimmered like crystal-clear sapphire. Lin Chuan waved at it, and the eagle swiftly dove down, coming to a sharp halt just 3 meters away from him. The gust of wind from its enormous wings forced Lin Chuan to take several steps back. Lily, the blue feather eagle, let out a soft cry and lowered its head to nudge a small badge hanging from its chest. It was an employee identification tag, displaying its name Lan Xiaoji, along with its years of service and riding instructions. Lin Chuan carefully read through the instructions, paying special attention to the last line. Do not pluck the blue feather eagle's feathers during the flight, or face the consequences. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, wondering what sort of stories might be behind such a warning. Got it. Don't worry. He'll behave, Lin Chuan assured the eagle. After his confirmation, Lan Xiaojiu crouched lower to make it easier for him to climb onto its back. The eagle was equipped with a high-tech saddle-like riding device, with handlebars positioned near its neck. With a light leap, Lin Chuan landed steadily on its back and began fastening the safety harness as instructed. The harness was meticulously designed, securing not only his shoulders and waist but also his legs and knees, ensuring complete safety during the flight. All set. Let's go to the Beastmaster Association. Oh, and please fly slower and lower. I want to take some photos and videos, and let my contracted spirit beasts enjoy the view from above, Lin Chuan said. Lily. Lan Xiaojiu let out a soft cry in acknowledgement, then spread its enormous wings and began to flap them gently, stirring up a gust of wind. It lifted off steadily, carrying Lin Chuan higher and higher until they seamlessly merged into the vast blue sky. The services provided by Blue Feather Airborne and other spirit beast-related offerings are exclusively available to beast-tamers individuals who are at least 16 years old and have passed the awakening ceremony. Children under 16 who have yet to awaken their beast-tamer talents are not permitted to use spirit beast services, except for a few instances where absolute safety can be guaranteed. This is because only those who have become beast tamers experience extraordinary physical enhancements through the feedback from their spirit beast contracts. In the event of an accident such as a Blue Feather Airborne crash, even a level 1 beast tamer would have far greater resilience than an ordinary child without awakened abilities. Injuries sustained would have a significantly higher chance of being managed until medical help arrives, greatly increasing the probability of recovery. Lin Chuan, despite having recently stepped out of the small pond of Tianshan Town, had only been a registered beast tamer for just over 2 weeks. Without a doubt, this marked the very first time in his life that he was riding a flying spirit beast. Flying has always been a dream of humanity, both on the blue planet of his past life and the azure planet of today. On the blue planet, humans invented hot air balloons, paragliders, airplanes, and other modes of transportation to fulfill this dream. On the azure planet, however, the process is much simpler. Those who eventually return to ordinary lives after failing to progress far on the path of beast taming can still fulfill their dream through services like spirit beast air travel. Meanwhile, those with the potential to advance further on the beast tamer journey often contract a flying spirit beast at an appropriate stage, allowing them to soar through the skies. While not universal, around 99 of beast tamers take this path. The remaining one consists of those afflicted with severe acrophobia. These individuals, who freeze or even faint when airborne, are humorously nicknamed ground moles within the community. Lin Chuan was clearly not a ground mole. On the contrary, he harbored a natural love for high altitudes. Sitting on the back of the blue feather eagle, he felt the rush of wind against his face and the playful tug of the breeze on his hair, filling his heart with boundless exhilaration. He almost couldn't resist shouting out loud in joy. However, he managed to suppress the urge after all. Soaring above a bustling metropolis, yelling might not only tarnish his image but could also result in curious onlookers snapping photos and sharing them online, which would be quite embarrassing. More importantly, this blue feather eagle was not his contracted spirit beast. He was merely a passenger. While he could request minor speed adjustments, altering the flight path on a whim was out of the question. Lin Chuan resolved that once he contracted his own flying spirit beast in the future, he would find a remote, uninhabited place to unleash his inner cheers and embrace true freedom. Though he refrained from shouting, Lin Chuan couldn't resist the urge to capture the moment. Lifting his left hand, he lightly tapped the beast space device on his wristwatch. After a quick fingerprint scan, a virtual screen materialized before him. With a few simple actions, he activated the recording function and began documenting the breathtaking aerial view. From above, the towering skyscrapers below seemed insignificant. The streets crisscrossed like spiderwebs, and the distant mountains and rivers unfolded like a magnificent painting. The scenery was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The blue feather eagle he was riding, named Lan Xiaojiu, appeared to be an experienced veteran. Noticing Lin Chuan's recording, it even slowed its flight and occasionally circled around to give him better angles for his footage. Touched by this thoughtful gesture, Lin Chuan gave it a thumbs up, silently vowing to leave it a glowing 5-star review later. Half an hour later, the blue feather eagle landed gracefully at the Beast Tamer Association in Qinghe City. If it weren't for the need to stop and take photos or videos along the way, it would have taken him no more than 15 minutes to arrive. The Beastmaster Association in Qinghe City is far more grandiose compared to the one in Tianshang Town, resembling a modern-day castle. It boasts not only a dedicated spirit beast airport for flying creatures to take off and land, but also multiple high-rise observation decks and functional zones, showcasing the flourishing and profound Beastmaster culture of a big city. Standing outside the airport, Lin Chuan took in the bustling scene before him. The air above the Spirit Beast airport was alive with activity as numerous flying spirit beasts hovered, gracefully landed, or rapidly ascended, creating a spectacular aerial tableau. With a quick count, he estimated there were at least 50 flying spirit beasts in the airspace, the majority being Blue Feather Hawks, which were clearly the exclusive mounts of Blue Feather Airlines. A smaller number of spirit beasts, with their diverse appearances, were evidently contracted by other individual beastmasters. To contract a flying spirit beast, pass the rigorous flight assessment, and obtain a flight permit for Qinghe City's airspace, these achievements were a testament to the exceptional capabilities of these beastmasters. Among them, some skillfully showcased their abilities, guiding their spirit beasts to dive and land with an air of effortless precision. Meanwhile, a few young riders, sporting flight goggles, propelled their spirit beasts skyward like cannonballs. Their beasts, unburdened by secure harnesses or saddles, instead used unique abilities to whip up powerful gusts of wind, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Their jubilant cries of woo, woohoo, echoed behind them, resembling shooting stars streaking across the clouds. This scene reminded Lin Chuan of the thrill-seeking street racers of his previous life on Blue Star, bold, flamboyant, and full of adrenaline. Clearly, Qinghe City's spirit beast culture extended far beyond practicality, incorporating elements of competition and entertainment. Speaking of which, the city is home to two highly distinctive events that epitomize this culture: the Qinghe Cup Surf Fishing Tournament and the Skyclear Cup Flying Spirit Beast Rally. These two events are the highlights of Qinghe City, drawing countless visitors and participants each year. The Skyclear Cup, in particular, sees clubs of flying enthusiasts flocking to the city to compete for lucrative prizes and the coveted title of Skyclear Champion. Although such titles have no practical value and cannot be exchanged for association points, they symbolize unparalleled prestige and represent the ultimate dream for countless enthusiasts. Unlike the showy spirit beasts, the blue feather hawk carrying Lin Chuan was steady and composed as it made its landing. Around the Spirit Beast airport, numerous staff members from the Beastmaster Association bustled about, maintaining order. As soon as Lin Chuan dismounted, a staff member quickly approached him. The person was a young man who appeared to be about the same age as Lin Chuan. His features were attractive, and his expression exuded confidence, though his non-mainstream purple-dyed hair inevitably drew a second glance. He wasn't dressed in the association's standard uniform, but instead wore casual attire with a work badge hanging around his neck and a black and white striped armband indicating his status as a temporary worker for the Beastmaster Association. Lin Chuan instantly recognized that this youth was likely a temporary Beastmaster taking on a beginner's task from the association. Sure enough, the young man greeted him warmly and introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Tianyan. Are you a new beast tamer too, my friend? Just arrived in Qinghe City? Visiting from another big city? Or are you from one of the towns under Qinghe's jurisdiction?" The barrage of questions caught Lin Chuan slightly off guard. This almost interrogative small talk quickly led him to conclude that the person in front of him was not an official staff member of the Beast Tamer Association. After all, true association employees, even when dealing with newcomers, maintained a certain level of professionalism and wouldn't ask such blunt and intrusive questions. Clearly, this person was most likely a temp. Although the questions weren't exactly private, the abruptness of the inquiry was somewhat unsettling, especially for someone new to the environment and unfamiliar with the people. However, Lin Chuan showed no outward reaction. He wasn't socially anxious, but neither was he the kind of person who enjoyed overly casual interactions with strangers. He simply gave a slight nod and replied calmly, "Lin Chuan, from Tianshang Town?" Hearing this, the other person's eyes lit up, as if he'd just stumbled upon something interesting. "Impressive, my friend. It's only been, what, half a month since your graduation awakening, and Tianshang Town's already too small for you? Did you dominate the baby cup there and decide to move on to Qinghe City?" There was no hint of mockery in his tone. Instead, it was filled with genuine excitement. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow slightly, gaining a bit of goodwill toward the stranger. If it had been any other ordinary Qinghe City newcomer, or perhaps one of those condescending middle-aged busybodies, they might have already looked down on him for being a country bumpkin from a small town. But this person clearly wasn't that type. The young man, Tianyan, seemed to have a naturally outgoing personality and was visibly excited. His family wasn't well off, even less so than Lin Chuan's modest middle-class background. Tianyan's parents worked in media-related roles, one as a photographer, the other as an archivist. Though their jobs were ordinary, years of exposure to the industry had given Tianyan a deeper understanding of the beast tamer community than most average Qinghe City residents. For lower-level beast tamers, whether they came from a provincial capital, a city center, a small town, or a village, the differences were negligible at best. Everyone started from roughly the same place. Owning spirit beasts with limited bloodline potential, a starting budget of just a few thousand Starrock coins, and even needing to carefully weigh the cost of entering the baby cup. Forget about affording advanced materials or rare resources. Most would be eliminated by the harsh realities of the profession, eventually giving up their dreams of becoming beast tamers and returning to the mundane path of ordinary life. What truly set people apart were the prodigies with exceptional talent. Someone like Lin Chuan, who had managed to stand out in Tianshang Town within just 2 weeks and dared to step into Qinghe City, was undoubtedly a rarity. Tianyan knew very well that Lin Chuan's abilities would surpass 99 of Qinghe Town's newbie beast tamers, and might even hold their own against the city's local prodigies. Even if Lin Chuan couldn't defeat them, he certainly wouldn't be someone ordinary beast tamers could look down on. "Lin Chuan, are you heading to the service area? Or maybe the shopping district?" The Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association is massive inside, with over 10 underground levels. Its capacity is probably 10 times that of your Tianshang Town facility. Even with signs, newcomers can easily get lost. "If you need help, I can show you around." Tianyan's tone was warm and sincere as he patted his chest. "Don't worry, it's free. This is part of my newbie task." His smile carried a hint of playful teasing, but it was mostly filled with genuine friendliness. It seemed that Tianyan was just naturally outgoing and sociable, rather than someone who deliberately pried into others' backgrounds to judge them based on where they were from. This realization made Lin Chuan feel a bit embarrassed. Nodding slightly, Lin Chuan accepted Tianyan's offer to show him the way. Tianyan's enthusiasm only grew after hearing this, as if he feared Lin Chuan might change his mind. He nearly placed an arm around Lin Chuan's shoulder, but Lin Chuan, noticing the movement, subtly stepped back half a step, creating some distance. "Let's stop by the service area first. I need to complete a letter delivery task and register for a rental," Lin Chuan said calmly, clearly not too invested in Tianyan's eagerness. However, Tianyan's eyes lit up instantly, like stars in a night sky, as though he had just uncovered some earth-shattering secret. His mind raced. Delivering a task? Fairly common. Could be a genius. Could be ordinary 50-50 chance. But renting a place? At this time of year, a rookie trainer renting through the Beast Tamer Association? That's no ordinary individual. It was almost certain this had to be a talented beast tamer. Why was Tianyan so enthusiastic? It all tied back to the rookie beast tamer competitions in Qinghe City. Every year, Qinghe City hosted various rookie tournaments, most of them small or medium-sized and not particularly noteworthy. But the two flagship events, the Qinghe Cup and the Qingkong Cup, collectively known as the Super Rookie Cups, were the highlight of the beast-taming world. Sponsored respectively by the Qinghe Anglers Club and the Qingkong Flyers Club, these competitions drew nationwide attention from reporters and spectators alike, even attracting scouts from the prestigious 8 grade academies to observe the top talents. Yet the Super Rookie Cups weren't just about the competitions themselves. Around the events, intelligence brokers sprang up like mushrooms after the rain, collecting information on promising contestants' spirit beasts and strategies, and then selling it to other competitors or underground betting organizations for a tidy profit. But that was just small change. The real money lay in the art of networking, building connections with talented rookie beast tamers. Tan Yin was well versed in this art. He understood that if he could meet a potential champion before the Super Rookie Cups, even something as simple as exchanging social media contacts or maintaining friendly communication could yield immeasurable benefits in the future. Better still, if he could become an exclusive reporter, documenting their journey or even live streaming it, that would be his ticket to success. Even if the individual didn't win, just being part of a talented beast tamer circle would be enough to bring him significant advantages. As for local talents, they were already swarmed by reporters and intelligence brokers, each surrounded by a crowd of eager followers. Tan Yin had no chance of getting close to them. On the other hand, an outsider like Lin Chuan, who had yet to attract those attachments, represented a golden opportunity. To Tan Yin, Lin Chuan was a potential ticket to success. While he couldn't be certain whether Lin Chuan had the skills to win the Super Rookie Cups, anyone who could make it out of Tianshan Town at this time of year was bound to have exceptional abilities. Tan Yan's goal was clear. Add him as a friend, get acquainted, and establish a connection. More connections meant more opportunities, an idea instilled in him by his media-savvy parents since childhood. It was also the key to how he managed to thrive in the competitive environment of his beast-taming school, despite his average talent and modest background. In this world, there's no such thing as unmotivated enthusiasm. Tan Yan's eagerness was nothing more than his determination to climb higher. Lin Chuan had no idea that as soon as he arrived in Qinghe City, he had already caught the attention of a peculiar individual who, surprisingly, seemed to have some ulterior motives toward him. If Lin Chuan were aware of this, he might have said, "Well, you've got some damn good taste. You saw right through me in an instant. That's right, I'm a genius. And not just any genius, a genius with a permanent supreme VIP cheat code." Alright, enough joking around. Following the purple-haired youth, Tan Yin, Lin Chuan walked through the long corridor of the Spirit Beast Airport. The walls on either side were smooth and reflective, made of polished alloy. Occasionally, he could spot a few spirit beasts passing by, some majestic and imposing. Others adorably clumsy, clearly the contracted companions of beast tamers. Tan Yin walked briskly ahead, his vibrant purple hair catching the light and drawing the attention of many passers-by. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, trailed behind at a leisurely pace, occasionally glancing around at his surroundings. Inwardly, he marveled at the grandeur of the Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association. It was indeed on a whole different level. After a brief elevator ride upward, Lin Chuan finally arrived at the main hall of the Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association, following Tan Yin. And yes, this was just the main hall. The ceiling here was astonishingly high, and the surrounding walls were embedded with sleek, futuristic floating screens displaying the latest announcements and mission updates from the association. The main hall served as a social hub for beast tamers, with small groups scattered about, some strolling with their spirit beasts, others engaged in quiet conversations. Occasionally, the low growls or chirps of spirit beasts could be heard. Lin Chuan, however, felt somewhat out of place after all. He had just come from Tianshan Town, a small and unremarkable place, whereas everything here exuded sophistication and modernity. "This place is huge, feels like a maze," Lin Chuan muttered under his breath, glancing at the intricate directional signs. He silently thanked his luck for having Tan Yin as a guide. Otherwise, given how unfamiliar he was with the place, he'd probably spend half a day wandering around aimlessly trying to find his destination. Tan Yin glanced back at him, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "First time at the Qinghe City Association, huh? You'll get used to it. When I first came here, I was just as lost, walking in circles until I finally figured it out." He gestured for Lin Chuan to keep up, his smile warm and disarmingly friendly. It made Lin Chuan lower his guard just a little. As they walked, Lin Chuan couldn't help but take in the advanced facilities that were a far cry from anything in Tianshan Town's humble Beast Tamer Association. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and a sense of wonder at the unfamiliar surroundings. Meanwhile, Tan Yin proved to be quite the chatterbox, enthusiastically pointing out various areas and explaining their functions. Lin Chuan noticed that Tan Yan's talkativeness wasn't the annoying kind. He had a knack for reading the room, always finding topics that could pique interest. If a subject got too sensitive, Tan Yin would seamlessly steer the conversation elsewhere, displaying an almost uncanny social finesse. In the middle of their conversation, Lin Chuan suddenly noticed a notification pop up on his beast-taming smartwatch's virtual screen. It was a message from the Blue Penguin chat app. You have added Qinghe Info Hub as a friend. Lin Chuan frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to Tan Yin. This nickname was undoubtedly referring to the purple-haired youth in front of him. When did he add me? A sense of unease crept into Lin Chuan's mind. He had been careful not to reveal any crucial personal details during their conversations, like his beast tamer rank, his abilities, or the specifics of his contracted spirit beasts. Yet now, it seemed like Tan Yin was subtly closing the distance between them without him even realizing it. Could he be up to something? Lin Chuan tensed up, running through various scenarios in his head. But then he reassured himself, after all, this was the official Qinghe City Beast Tamer Association. Even if Tan Yin had any questionable intentions, he wouldn't dare act recklessly here. "We're here, the service area is just ahead," Tan Yin suddenly announced, stopping in his tracks and pointing forward. Lin Chuan followed his gesture and saw a bustling area up ahead. It was packed with people, with 5 rows of 10 service counters, each 50 in total. Almost every counter had a line, and any vacant spot was quickly filled. The crowd was a mix of beast tamers, some accompanied by their spirit beasts and others on their own, all busily attending to their tasks in an orderly fashion. While Lin Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue softly in amazement. Internally, he marveled at the stark contrast between this place and the modest service area back in Tianshang Town's association. There was simply no comparison. Sure enough, the metropolitan area is truly different. If nothing else, the sheer number of people is astonishing. Lin Chuan stood amidst the bustling crowd at the service center, marveling at the lively scene before him. After bringing Lin Chuan here, Tan Yin prepared to leave. Though he was tempted to chat a bit longer, to make a stronger impression and build rapport, he couldn't forget about his own rookie task. If he slacked off and failed to complete it, the reward would slip through his fingers. "If there's anything you're unfamiliar with or unsure about in Qinghe City, feel free to ask me on Blue Penguin." Tan Yin suddenly stopped after taking a couple of steps, turning back to speak. His tone was casual, but carried a hint of genuine enthusiasm. Lin Chuan nodded slightly in response. Seeing this, Tan Yin added, "If you ever need help, I might not be able to manage anything big, but for small tasks, you can always count on me. Of course, just a tiny service fee, something like the reward for a rookie task. I'm sure you wouldn't miss that small amount of money." As he spoke, he pinched his thumb and forefinger together, leaving a small gap, and then broke into a hearty laugh. "Haha, don't take it seriously, I'm just joking." Tan Yin waved his hand, a mischievous grin on his face. "Well, I've got other people to assist, so that's it for now. If there's nothing else, they'll be heading off." Without waiting for Lin Chuan to respond, he waved goodbye, turned around, and walked away briskly, disappearing into the sea of people without looking back. Once he was far enough and certain he had blended into the crowd, Tan Yin pulled out his phone. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he stared at the Blue Penguin friend list on the screen. Lin Chuan's nickname, Lin Family 3rd Young Master 003, was prominently displayed. Clenching his fist in triumph, Tan Yin felt a surge of exhilaration. Although he wasn't yet sure what kind of genius Lin Chuan was, whether he was the type destined for one of the 8 great academies, a top-tier beast master, or simply someone a cut above the average rookieite, didn't matter. What mattered was that Tan Yin was convinced this purple-haired boy was bound for an extraordinary future. And today, Tan Yin had taken a solid first step on the path to building their connection. After Tan Yin left, Lin Chuan stood in place, lost in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that this purple-haired youth was a bit peculiar, but after some consideration, he couldn't identify any immediate threat. Since that was the case, he decided not to dwell on it. As the saying goes, having more friends means more opportunities. Shaking off his thoughts, Lin Chuan looked ahead at the crowded service area. Realizing how long the line might be, he opted to head straight to one of the machines. Using his Beast Master ID, he took a queue number and then found an empty seat in the waiting area, settling in patiently. Luck was on his side, or perhaps the efficiency of the service center staff was simply exceptional. In just 10 minutes, his number was called. Hearing the announcement, Lin Chuan stood up and quickly made his way to the designated counter. Behind the counter sat a male staff member who appeared to be in his early 30s. Sporting a buzz cut, he would normally give off a sharp and professional vibe. However, at the moment, his eyes were shadowed with heavy dark circles, and he exuded an air of exhaustion, as though he might collapse at any moment. Lin Chuan couldn't help but glance at the name tag on the man's chest. It read, "You fucking, age 27, Beast Master Association Task Receptionist." The photo on the badge showed a bright and energetic man, still handsome despite being nearly 30, completely unlike the overworked figure before him. Lin Chuan felt a pang of sympathy, silently acknowledging the hard work of these receptionists. Without wasting any time, he spoke directly, explaining his purpose. "I'm here to complete a message delivery task and to register for rental housing." His tone was concise and straightforward, devoid of any unnecessary pleasantries. He understood that in this situation, engaging in small talk with these overburdened receptionists would only hinder their efficiency. After listening to Lin Chuan's explanation, You fucking lifted his head. Though his eyes betrayed his fatigue, his movements were swift and precise. Picking up a form from the desk, he began processing Lin Chuan's request. Looking at his current state, even though his clothes and hair were meticulously groomed and perfectly tidy, those dull, lifeless eyes of his Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened. Drawing on his rich experience from over a decade of relentless hard work in his past life, he concluded that this man had been working overtime for at least a week straight, with no more than 3 hours of sleep per day. Lin Chuan glanced at you fucking a couple more times, but the latter seemed completely oblivious to his presence, not even lifting his head. Like a machine, you fucking mechanically reached out to take the Beastmaster ID card that Lin Chuan handed over. His movements were so stiff they seemed devoid of any vitality. He swiped the card lightly through a nearby reader, and with a beep, the cold, synthesized voice of the machine announced, "Identity confirmed. Beastmaster Lin Chuan." Only after hearing the machine's confirmation did you fucking finally speak. "Ah, a delivery task. You can take the letter out and leave it on the counter. Someone will come to pick it up shortly." His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a sense of exhaustion as though he might collapse at any moment. Lin Chuan gave a slight nod, reaching into his beast space to retrieve the insulated container holding the valuable document. He placed it steadily on the counter. But in the next moment, Lin Chuan noticed Yu Fucking's movements suddenly freeze for a brief instant. The man's deeply shadowed eyes blinked stiffly a few times, gradually focusing as his pupils contracted sharply. Before Lin Chuan could react, Yu Fucking reached out and tore open the insulated container, completely disregarding the task confirmation process. Lin Chuan frowned slightly but didn't intervene, simply watching the man's actions in silence. Inside the container were neatly arranged small bottles of what appeared to be some kind of beverage. Yu Fucking, as if parched in a drought, eagerly grabbed one, skillfully inserted a straw, and took a deep gulp. The drink was gone in an instant. Without hesitation, he grabbed another bottle and repeated the process. "I'm alive again." Yu Fucking exhaled deeply, a look of near bliss spreading across his face. The lifelessness that had enveloped him moments before vanished entirely. He looked like a traveler on the verge of collapse in a desert, suddenly revived by the discovery of life-saving spring water. His entire demeanor radiated newfound vitality. Lin Chuan. It was only then that Yu Fucking seemed to realize his unprofessional behavior. Scratching his head awkwardly, he gave an embarrassed smile. "Ah, sorry." Quickly glancing at the information on the screen, he tried to cover up his lapse with a casual tone. "So, Beastmaster Lin Chuan, right? According to your file, you're from Tianshang Town. Then you must know it's the town's specialty, red-orange fruit energy drink. It's great for boosting energy and staying alert." Lin Chuan nodded, understanding immediately. Of course, he was familiar with the red-orange fruit energy drink. It was a product of Ha-Sisi, an old, small-scale workshop in Tianshang Town. The drink's main ingredient, the red-orange fruit, was a specialty crop of the town, with a portion of the supply coming directly from the Lin family farm. In fact, the drink was essentially part of the downstream supply chain of his family's agricultural business. The Lin family farm, located on the outskirts of Tianshang Town, cultivated a large orchard of red-orange fruit trees, accounting for a staggering 40% of the town's total production. The drink's ability to refresh and energize was indeed remarkable. Lin Chuan himself had consumed it a few times, especially when mentally drained, to alleviate fatigue. However, he also understood that the drink didn't truly replenish one's mental energy. Instead, it worked by stimulating the cerebral cortex to enhance mental alertness. In other words, while it could temporarily keep you going, you'd still wake up the next day with a splitting headache. That being said, it wasn't entirely without restorative effects. The red-orange fruit energy drink did provide a slight recovery in mental energy, though the effect was minimal. To quantify it, if one's mental energy was at 100 points, drinking a bottle might restore just 1 point. Reflecting on this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but glance at Yu Fucking again, sighing inwardly. Just how exhausted must this man be to rely so desperately on such a drink? Lin Chuan used the reincarnation inheritance to allocate skill points for Guogua and Sakura, which consumed at least 40 points of mental energy each time. This meant he needed to drink 40 bottles to recover. Thinking about this, he frowned. Although the bottles were small, consuming 40 of them was truly overwhelming. If he really drank that many, he'd probably have to set up camp in the bathroom the next day. Red-orange fruit nutrient drinks like this were fine for dealing with everyday work fatigue, and were indeed more refreshing than coffee during overtime. However, when it came to nurturing spirit beasts for beast tamers, especially for high-intensity training of combat pets, the effectiveness left much to be desired. While Lin Chuan was calculating in his mind, he didn't rush to show any reaction. Meanwhile, Yu Fucking, standing nearby, relaxed a bit and decided to take the opportunity to slack off and catch his breath. Pretending to look serious, he struck a pose as if discussing tasks with Lin Chuan, but then he deliberately changed the topic. Every year, The Beast Tamers Association intentionally arranges a lot of newbie tasks to give rookies like you a chance to gain experience. But do you know? Truly eligible newbie tasks are actually quite rare. After all, tasks that are too simple are hardly worth posting. Taking a sip of his nutrient drink, you fucking continued. In reality, most newbie tasks are just made up by us task receptionists. This time of year is the busiest for us. During the day, we assist beast tamers with task assignments, and at night, we stay up late fabricating tasks. For 3 months straight, we're burning the candle at both ends, and even if we fall sick, we can't easily take leave. As he spoke, he skillfully took another bottle of nutrient drink from the thermal box, inserted a straw, and began drinking. He added, of course, the association doesn't completely ignore us. When we fabricate tasks, if we need any materials, as long as it's not excessive, the association will reimburse us. Like this. He shook the bottle in his hand, his tone carrying a trace of helplessness, but mostly a calm acceptance of the situation. Although you fucking's words were lighthearted and somewhat irrelevant, Lin Chuan didn't show any impatience. On the contrary, he listened quietly, because he understood the immense effort these overworked receptionists endured. During the annual graduation season, they silently handled tedious tasks like beast tamer information registration, talent archiving, distribution of rookie packages, and the creation of newbie tasks. It was their dedication that made the path of growth smoother for new beast tamers. Lin Chuan felt grateful for their hard work and was happy to let you fucking take a moment to breathe. Just then, a short-haired woman in the same uniform hurried over. She appeared to be in her late 20s and looked visibly anxious. Without hesitation, she called out, Yuga, I just got notified that my nutrient drinks have Ayurveda right here at your counter. Before she could finish speaking, her gaze fell on the thermal box in front of you, fucking, and the 3 empty bottles beside it. She froze in place. Then, like a startled prairie dog, she let out a sharp scream. Ow! The scene immediately drew the attention of those nearby, and many curious eyes turned toward them. When a few people noticed the thermal box and the empty bottles in front of Lin Chuan, they exchanged subtle but knowing smiles. Well, such incidents weren't common, but they weren't unheard of either. Around this time of year, these task receptionists work overtime to the point of exhaustion, often pushing their limits and occasionally doing something laughably absurd. What are you doing? Put it down. Put it down right now. Leave my nutritional drink alone. A short-haired woman stormed over in a frenzy, her voice tinged with hysteria. Yet, you fucking acted as though he hadn't heard a word. Moving swiftly, he stuffed the insulated box under his counter, clapped his hands, and looked at her with an expression of pure innocence. Yours? This is task-related communal supplies, all reimbursed by the association. You fucking declared matter-of-factly, pointing to the counter. According to the rules, anything that appears during my shift and on my counter is obviously mine. You just happened to get the notification, that's all. The short-haired woman was left fuming at his twisted logic, her frustration bubbling over without a proper rebuttal. She could only glare at him, stomping her foot in anger. But you fucking remained entirely unfazed. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Chuan, who was waiting nearby, and instantly switched to a professional smile. All right, I need to get back to work now. Please don't disturb me, he said, completely ignoring the short-haired woman as he lowered his head to open the workstation in her face. Mr. Lin Chuan, let's get your task settlement processed quickly. Oh, by the way, do you also need help finding a rental? Let me check for you and find a good location. As soon as he finished speaking, you fucking seemed to transform. Gone was his earlier slouchy demeanor, replaced by the energetic and diligent man from his ID badge photo. His lips curled into a faint smile, his expression focused, and his fingers darted across the screen with remarkable speed. Clearly, he was in a great mood. Seeing this, the short-haired woman realized there was no point in arguing further. She let out a defeated sigh and dropped onto a nearby chair, staring blankly at the ceiling like a fish out of water, muttering incoherently under her breath. Her antics were so comical that they began to draw the attention of others. Before long, a colleague, seemingly unable to stand by any longer, handed her a different type of energy drink, similar to the nutritional drink she had been so fixated on. She took a sip, and as if by magic, her vitality was instantly restored. Her eyes sparkled, and she sprang to her feet, bouncing away as if the earlier slump had never happened. The scene was so animated that it drew laughter from those around her, even prompting Lin Chuan to shake his head with an amused smile. Lin Chuan had initially assumed that the Beastmaster Association staff would all be serious and meticulous individuals. But now, he saw that wasn't entirely the case. These people, though undoubtedly busy, were full of life, even endearing in their quirks, making them all the more relatable. This was the Beastmaster Association, the organization silently providing logistical support for all Beastmasters across the Xingyan Federation. No wonder it garnered so much affection and respect. Just then, Yu Fucking's work was finally completed, and his terminal let out a soft notification sound. Simultaneously, Lin Chuan's smartwatch Beast Space device displayed a virtual pop-up, showing a message from the Beastmaster Association. Task details: safely deliver confidential documents from the Tianshang Town Beastmaster Association to the Qinghe City Beastmaster Association. Completion rating: 5 stars. Task reward: 5,000 Xingyan coins. Points: 3. The reward has been deposited into your Beastmaster account. Please confirm and contact the assigned task receptionist if there are any discrepancies. Lin Chuan gave a slight nod, verifying the details before looking up at you fucking. He couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for these staff members who, despite their hectic schedules, retained their human touch and warmth. Having completed the task of delivering the valuable letter, Lin Chuan still had 3 undelivered assignments left. One was a regular personal letter, while the other 2 were packages for a shop. These tasks didn't have strict deadlines and were likely impromptu assignments made up by the receptionist. Lin Chuan wasn't in a hurry and decided to handle them the next day. Afterward, you fucking registered Lin Chuan's rental information as requested. The final choice was Villa Apartment A113, an external rental property of the Beast Tamer Association. You mentioned that the villa was in a relatively good location. Although Lin Chuan wasn't familiar with the specifics, he nodded slightly in approval, expressed his thanks, and agreed. The rental term was 1 month, with a cost of 300,000 Starrock coins and 30 Beast Tamer Association points. After confirming the rental arrangements, Lin Chuan checked his account balance. His Beast Tamer account still held 2.03 million Starrock coins and 23 association points. The Starrock coins were self-explanatory, while the points included 3 newly earned from completing the valuable letter task, plus the 50 points awarded for winning the Huaya Cup, totaling 53 points. After deducting the 30 points for the rental, he had 23 points remaining. Lin Chuan double-checked and confirmed everything was accurate. With no other tasks to handle and no intention of taking on new ones, Lin Chuan left the service area. He didn't head directly to his newly rented villa. Despite having cycled for nearly 6 hours, he still felt in decent condition, both physically and mentally. As long as he avoided activities that drained his mental energy, such as skill point allocation, he figured he could last until midnight. Using the beast space monitoring system on his watch, Lin Chuan checked on his 2 beasts. Guogua and Sakura had wrapped themselves up with their own leaves into ball-like shapes, nestled in pots of nutrient-rich soil. They looked completely drained of energy, having thoroughly exhausted their stamina and focus during today's long-distance training. After confirming there were no abnormalities, Lin Chuan decided not to disturb them and resolved to let them rest well before planning their next training session tomorrow. Glancing at the time, Lin Chuan noticed it was 5:13 p.m. While it wasn't his usual dinner time, eating earlier today wasn't an issue. He headed straight to the Beast Tamer Association's internal cafeteria and ordered a simple dinner. After finishing his meal, Lin Chuan pulled out his phone and gave Lao Deng a call to check in. He assured him he was safe and mentioned that today's data logs were unavailable, and both Guogua and Sakura needed rest. On the other end, Lao Deng mumbled something, but Lin Chuan didn't pay much attention and casually ended the call. Next, Lin Chuan made his way to the trading and shopping area to look for spirit beast materials for skill inheritance. Such purchases often required a significant amount of time, but Lin Chuan wasn't in a rush. His beast space already contained a decent stock of skill materials, all curated for Guogua and Sakura's use items like grass flute and vine armor shield. These skills were carefully selected based on the initial training plan. At this stage, Guogua and Sakura had established a solid foundation, making it the perfect time to advance their specialized abilities. Lin Chuan prioritized skill point allocation for foundational abilities such as rooting, photosynthesis, and growth, ensuring their basics were solid. Without an expert-level mastery of photosynthesis, reaching their current foundational level would have taken at least half a month longer. To ensure his beasts wouldn't become easy targets in battle, Lin Chuan also prepared offensive skills for them. Guogua had a combat skill called Big Smash and a trump card, Fruit Bomb, while Sakura possessed a sustained damage skill, Poison Powder. Each had their own unique strengths. Now, it's time to focus on defense and control skills. Once these skills are fully developed, Lin Chuan's initial concept for a skill set will have reached a basic version. At that point, the match can start with a shield to stack up armor, then switch to the tank mode to activate powerful healing. Finally, a sprinkle of poison powder and a few explosive fruits will be enough to drive opponents into despair. Just imagining the scene brought an amused smile to Lin Chuan's face, as if he could already see the look of frustration on his opponents. Of course, the initial construction of the skill set is just the beginning. Further refinement, adjustments, and optimizations will be necessary. Meanwhile, Guogua and Inghua will need to develop their specialties based on their unique traits. For Guogua, delving deeper into energy-based spells is an obvious direction, while Inghua's potential focus remains unclear for now. Lin Chuan pondered that the vast amount of data he had uploaded to Old Deng recently should provide some clues. When the time comes, he plans to consult Old Deng to see if they can pinpoint Inghua's area of expertise. For now, it will tentatively be set to focus on physical abilities. As for the flaws in the skill set, the tank mode does have some obvious weaknesses. Photosynthesis relies on sunny weather and adequate sunlight. The rooting skill requires suitable soil rather than hard steel plates, and the growth skill is dependent on the first two to be effective. While these limitations are unlikely to be triggered in the Baby Cup competition since matches are typically held during the day and on standard Terranswat about the future. For instance, in exams like advancement tests, which take place in mysterious realms, the environmental conditions could vary greatly, and such loopholes might be magnified. Therefore, once the basic version of the skill set is complete, Lin Chuan plans to find additional healing skill materials to patch up the tank mode. He has already considered a skill that almost all spirit beasts can learn: sleeping. Though simple, it serves as an excellent supplementary solution. However, now is not the time to browse the beast stores or search the streets for spirit beast materials with inherited skills. Such tasks can be done casually during training breaks or while wandering around stores. At the moment, Lin Chuan's primary purpose in coming to the trading district is to purchase advanced cultivation materials for Guogua and Inghua, specifically specialized nutritional products they will need starting tomorrow. Advanced cultivation refers to the process of further enhancing a spirit beast's foundational abilities. To use a human fitness analogy, regular exercise can make the body healthy and strong, but building rock-hard muscles and extraordinary strength requires more than just talent. It also demands supplements like protein powders and specialized aids. While the comparison isn't entirely accurate, advanced cultivation nutrients for spirit beasts serve a similar purpose. After wandering around the trading district for a while, Lin Chuan found a store called Flourishing Growth. This shop specializes in cultivation supplies for wood element spirit beasts, offering everything from basic daily supplies to advanced nutritional products, including various nutrient-rich soils and waters. Lin Chuan didn't plan to purchase basic supplies here. He intended to contact Old Deng later to source these items directly from the farm's supply chain at a more affordable price. His goal for this visit was, of course, the advanced cultivation nutrients that the farm's channels couldn't provide. The store, named Xinxin Xiangrong, truly lives up to its reputation as a specialty shop for nurturing supplies for wood element spirit beasts. The interior design completely abandons the futuristic vibe of modern stores, resembling instead a traditional herbal pharmacy. The air is filled with the subtle fragrance of rare flowers and herbs, creating the sensation of stepping into a serene forest. Even in the bustling and noisy environment of the Beastmaster Association's trade district, customers entering this shop are immediately enveloped by a sense of tranquility and relaxation. As Lin Chuan stepped into the shop, he was greeted by a female clerk dressed in a flowing green silk gown, exuding a touch of classical elegance. With a polite tone and a professional smile, she asked, "Good day, Beastmaster. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Yes, I need advanced nurturing supplements," Lin Chuan replied concisely. Hearing this, a spark lit up in the clerk's eyes, and her smile became even warmer. Clearly, such significant purchases were always exciting. She carefully brought over a cup of steaming spiced tea and handed it to Lin Chuan. "Please enjoy this special herbal tea we've prepared. It's perfect for relaxation." Lin Chuan accepted the cup, took a small sip, and allowed the subtly sweet and slightly bitter notes to linger on his tongue, leaving a soothing aftertaste that lifted his spirits. The clerk then guided Lin Chuan to the second floor. Unlike the natural ambience of the first floor, the upstairs area was more refined. Rows of antique wooden cabinets stood neatly arranged, each divided into 5 tiers, with each tier further sectioned into small compartments. Inside the compartments were black ceramic jars of varying sizes, their clay-sealed lids wrapped with twine, emanating a faint woody aroma. These jars contained exactly what Lin Chuan was seeking: advanced nurturing supplements. Turning to Lin Chuan with a gentle smile, the clerk asked earnestly, "Sir, what type of advanced nurturing supplement are you looking for? If it's convenient, could you share some information about your spirit beast? For example, the species and its current tier." "Rest assured, our store's confidentiality is certified by the Beastmaster Association. Should there be any breach of privacy, you're entitled to file a formal complaint." Lin Chuan nodded slightly, without hesitation. "Hua Yi, first tier." "A first tier Hua Yi," the clerk repeated softly, a look of understanding flashing in her eyes. "You must be a new Beastmaster." "Ah, forgive me, I didn't mean to presume. Please, follow me." She led him to one of the wooden cabinets and pointed to a specific row of compartments. "Here, you'll find supplements suited for wood element spirit beasts that are relatively fragile and delicate, particularly those in the first tier." As she spoke, she retrieved a small, fist-sized black ceramic jar from one of the compartments, gently tracing her fingers over the label. "This is the basic floral bark balm. It enhances the resilience of the spirit beast's skin, improving its base defense. However, it does come with a minor drawback: it slightly reduces the beast's agility. That said, if your beast's combat strategy relies more on remaining stationary and less on mobility, this shouldn't be a significant issue." Lin Chuan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the jar as he weighed his options. Noticing his contemplation, The clerk brought out 2 more jars. This one, she explained, holding up another jar, is geared towards boosting strength. It has no side effects, but it might not be the most suitable choice for Hua Yi, which is more of a support-type spirit beast. She paused before presenting the third jar. And this one focuses on enhancing vitality, ideal for spirit beasts that need to endure prolonged battles. As Lin Chuan listened to her detailed explanations, a glimmer of admiration appeared in his eyes. It was clear that this clerk was not only well-versed in the products, but also had a deep understanding of spirit beast characteristics and combat needs. This is an advanced nutritional product for enhancing metal resistance. If you're planning to develop your Hua Yi towards a role focused on sustained presence on the battlefield or battlefield healing, you'll need to improve its resistance to countering attributes. By using this nutritional product, you'll also have to adjust its daily watering routine accordingly, increasing the amount as needed. Lin Chuan was utterly overwhelmed. Standing in front of the dazzling array of advanced nutritional products, his mind was buzzing. He had known that advanced cultivation required specialized resources, but he hadn't anticipated such a bewildering variety of options and directions. What frustrated him even more was that, besides their primary effects, these products came with a slew of conditions and side effects, additional watering requirements, periodic adjustments to formulas, and even the potential risk of spiritual energy backlash. At that moment, Lin Chuan realized with a sinking heart that his cultivation plan would need a complete overhaul. Advanced cultivation wasn't just about choosing a direction. It required careful selection, consideration of side effects, and a calculated evaluation of cost versus benefit. And the cost wasn't limited to money, it also demanded time, effort, and mental energy. Thinking about all this, he wanted to throw his head back and scream, "MMP!" Unfortunately, that iconic exclamation was swallowed back down before it escaped his lips. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. One step at a time, he reminded himself. Even advanced cultivation starts with the basics. I'll take the basic defense nutritional product intra-level plant bark bomb and the advanced energy adaptability supplement, Lin Chuan said decisively, his tone steady yet firm. When it came to basic defense, there was no room for doubt. Stack it hard. The defensive capabilities of both Hua Yi and Guagua needed to be fortified, especially Hua Yi, as its future role was battlefield healing. As for mobility and agility, Lin Chuan had his own considerations. While today's intense long-distance training had left them utterly exhausted, he had no intention of pursuing an agility-focused development path. Competing with speed-oriented spirit beasts in terms of agility was simply unrealistic. Energy adaptability, however, was Lin Chuan's top priority. This attribute directly impacted the speed and power of skill execution. For instance, with Guagua's fruit bombs, improved energy adaptability would enhance both their explosive force and release speed. Similarly, skills like rooting and photosynthesis would see significant improvements. Energy adaptability was a critical factor for boosting a spirit beast's overall strength. "Give me a 2-month supply of both products," Lin Chuan ordered without hesitation. 2 months supply? The female sales assistant blinked in surprise, momentarily thrown off. She had assumed Lin Chuan was just another rookie beast master who would likely purchase a week's worth, at most newbies often tighten their belts on such investments, wary of overspending. But Lin Chuan had boldly requested a 2-month supply, a rarity indeed. However, the sales assistant quickly masked her surprise with a professional smile. The more Lin Chuan bought, the higher her commission. She wasn't about to complain. "Of course, sir. Please hold on for a moment while I contact the warehouse to prepare your order. Let me calculate the total for you." She pulled out a terminal, swiftly crunching the numbers before looking up with a bright smile. "We'll round down the total for you. That'll be 2 million Starrock coins. With our 20 discount for new beast masters, your total comes to 1.6 million Starrock coins." Lin Chuan, even though he had mentally prepared himself, hearing that number still hit him like a sledgehammer. 1.6 million Starrock coins. That was no small sum. He gritted his teeth, feeling a sharp pang of pain in his chest, as if the very act of breathing had become a struggle. Yet, the sales assistant's radiant smile, warm and dazzling like the sun, seemed to melt away any lingering thoughts of refusal. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, steeling himself as he reluctantly pulled out his Beast Master account's QR code and handed it over. The sales assistant's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she reached for the scanner. Just as she was about to complete the transaction, Lin Chuan instinctively took half a step back. Clearly, his rational mind was still putting up a last-ditch resistance. Observing this, the sales assistant's smile grew even more charming, her tone soft yet carrying an unmistakable firmness. "Sir, if you've changed your mind and no longer wish to make the purchase, please put your QR code away." Lin Chuan took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions surging within him. Closing his eyes, he stretched out his arm with the watch on his wrist, and the QR code for his Beast Master account was projected onto the virtual screen. The female sales assistant deftly steadied his hand, and, with a few quick taps, completed the refining process in an instant. Beep, a crisp notification sound came from the card reader. Transaction amount, 1.6 million. Lin Chuan's heart clenched as if stabbed, the pain sharp and unrelenting. He forced himself to suppress the ache, managing to squeeze out a faint smile, as if comforting himself. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. No spending, no power-ups. His thoughts spiraled like a storm. If I don't spend, they'll get crushed by those who do. If I don't spend, how will I ever get an acceptance letter from the 8 great academies? He roared inwardly, as if to bolster his own resolve. There's no other way. I have to spend. I must spend. Spend like there's no tomorrow. Half an hour later, Lin Chuan stepped out of the flourishing shop, his gaze falling on the virtual screen of the beast space device on his watch. His account balance was clearly displayed, 350,000 Starrock coins. His steps faltered slightly, the wound in his heart seemingly torn open again, throbbing with pain. Huh. Lin Chuan paused, frowning slightly. That's not right. Shouldn't there be 430,000 left? After a moment of recollection, he quickly found the reason. In addition to the advanced cultivation nutrients, he had also impulsively purchased a few bottles of stamina and mental recovery supplements. While these supplements were indeed effective, their actual usage for someone at his current level was quite limited. With his level 5 physical strength, excessive intake wouldn't just be ineffective, it could even be harmful. Sigh. If only I could break through to Tier 1, then I'd be able to use more of these, Lin Chuan muttered with a bitter smile, shaking his head. His mind couldn't help but conjure up a fantasy of adding points 10 times a day, maxing out all skills to expert or even master levels. Unfortunately, reality didn't allow for such indulgence. Not to mention, even if he could add points 10 times, gathering the necessary materials would be another story altogether. Now, with only 350,000 left in his account, the everyday expenses looming ahead were going to be a significant burden. Especially considering the food for Guagua and secure just the nutrient soil and water alone would cost at least 100,000. Although the foundational phase had passed, allowing for a slight reduction in usage, the cost of advanced nutrients remained high. Lin Chuan let out a helpless sigh. Raising battle pets really is a bottomless money pit. He glanced at his watch, as if speaking directly to Guagua and Sakura. This money I just earned, it's practically gone in the blink of an eye. Guagua, Sakura, you'd better make it worth it. Lin Chuan muttered like a nagging parent, his voice low. Look at how much your beast master is willing to spend on you open-handed, sparing no expense, even giving you all the perks. So, you'd better secure those acceptance letters from the 8 great academies for me. But these words were nothing more than self-directed grumbles. Lin Chuan would never pressure Guagua or Sakura with thoughts like, I've invested so much in you, so you must repay me. Instead, he cherished them deeply, showering them with care, giving them little rewards, and filling their spirits with motivational words to encourage them to surpass their limits. Keep it up, my little ones. A hint of helplessness mixed with affection played on Lin Chuan's lips as he looked into the distance, determination flickering in his eyes. After purchasing everything he needed, Lin Chuan, with no other immediate tasks at hand, decided to head back home, or rather, to the small villa apartment he had just rented near the Beastmaster Association. He opened the navigation map, logged into his Beastmaster account with practiced ease, and activated the voice navigation program. A gentle electronic voice began guiding him in the right direction. Following the navigation, Lin Chuan weaved his way through several underground pedestrian passages, moving with a light but cautious step. Eventually, he found himself standing in front of a small villa apartment marked with the number A113. He looked up to take in the sight of the building. The exterior of the villa was almost identical to the surrounding structure's walls, tiled in pristine white ceramic, a modern 2-story design that was both simple and elegant. A high wall enclosed a small courtyard, providing a sense of privacy, while surveillance cameras positioned at the entrance, corners, and even the rooftop silently assured a high level of security. Lin Chuan didn't rush inside. Instead, he stood outside for a moment, carefully observing his surroundings and mentally comparing the area. It didn't take long for him to notice the subtle advantages of his specific location. As the task receptionist, had mentioned, this particular spot was a prime location because it was near the underground corridor leading to the entrance of the combat training grounds. For a newcomer just stepping into the profession of Beastmaster, this proximity was undeniably crucial. Currently, it was graduation season, and every young person aspiring to excel on the extraordinary path of Beastmasters was pushing themselves to the limit, racing against time in an intense competition. The Beastmaster Association provided specialized training equipment and facilities, but these resources were limited. Private training rooms, in particular, were considered the best option for enhancing the abilities of contracted spirit beasts. However, demand far exceeded supply. Whenever a training room became available, it would be immediately claimed by eager rookie Beastmasters, leaving no chance for others. As a result, securing a suitable training room for one's contracted spirit beast became a vital survival skill for rookies. For example, those with wood element spirit beasts needed to arrive early to claim a sunlit room. If they missed their chance, they might have to settle for a general-purpose training room. Any further delay could leave them with no choice but to use an open public training room or even train in an outdoor field. Each of these alternatives had significant drawbacks. In public training rooms, unique cultivation methods could be observed and copied by others. Outdoor training, on the other hand, was far less effective than using professional facilities. Clearly, the importance of securing a prime location couldn't be overstated. Some might wonder why rookies didn't train overnight or hire scalpers to reserve rooms. The truth was, neither of these options was feasible. First, most domesticated spirit beasts had sleep cycles that aligned with humans, especially baby spirit beasts, which required plenty of rest to ensure healthy growth. Forcing them to train at night would not only yield poor results but could also backfire, leading to distractions or even injuries. Second, the training rooms themselves required regular maintenance. If used non-stop around the clock, even the highest quality facilities would wear out within weeks. For this reason, the Beastmaster Association had strict regulations. All combat training rooms must close from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. for maintenance. Of course, exceptions could be made for spirit beasts with nocturnal or ghostly attributes, but such cases were rare among rookies. Standing at the door, Lin Chuan quickly processed all this information in his mind. His gaze swept once more over the villa's high walls and surveillance cameras. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, silently grateful that he had managed to secure such an advantageous location. Spiritual beasts like bats are relatively easier to deal with. While rare, they are still somewhat attainable. However, ghost-type spiritual beasts are a different story. For rookie beast tamers capable of forming contracts with such creatures, unless they're extraordinarily lucky and seem to have the protagonist's script in hand, most of them come from families with immense wealth and influence. Contracting ghost-type spiritual beasts is incredibly challenging, requiring resources and training environments far beyond the reach of ordinary people. These rookie beast tamers not only have access to advanced and specialized training rooms, but often benefit from private teams of professional beast tamers to assist in nurturing their beasts. Even if their families don't own such facilities, they can easily afford to rent high-end training grounds, making it impossible for them to compete with ordinary rookie beast tamers for training space at the Beast Tamer Association. As for scalpers reserving training spots, the Beast Tamer Association has long established strict regulations to ensure fairness. If caught engaging in such practices, the consequences escalate. A fine for the first offense, deduction of points for the second, and for the third a more severe penalty, the loss of beast tamer reputation points. Reputation points are a core symbol of a tamer's identity. Any damage to them can have devastating effects on their future prospects. As such, most people wouldn't dare take the risk unless they're utterly reckless. For now, Lin Chuan hasn't needed to use the association's training grounds. At this stage, Guagua and Sakura are focused on strengthening their foundations, and the farm's sunlight mirror training area is more than sufficient for their needs. In fact, its effectiveness rivals that of the association's sunlight chambers. However, starting tomorrow, things will be different. To carry out specialized advanced training for Guagua and Sakura, Lin Chuan will need more professional training rooms and a variety of cultivation tools. With this in mind, he's already devised a plan tomorrow. He'll have to get up early to secure a suitable training room for them. Fortunately, the location of the A113 Villa apartment is incredibly convenient, situated very close to the entrance of the underground passage that leads to the combat training grounds. As long as Lin Chuan gets up on time, he's confident he can secure an ideal spot. After entering the apartment, Lin Chuan glanced around, feeling quite satisfied. The apartment was fully equipped with high-end appliances, television, computer, refrigerator, washing machine, and even included a small swimming pool. While not as lavish as a presidential suite, it was comparable to a five-star hotel's luxury rooms. Considering the monthly rent of 300,000 Starrock coins and 30 points, it was a deal well worth the price. After a shower to wash away his fatigue, Lin Chuan decided to skip the pool. It wasn't the time for relaxation yet, there was still much to be done. He changed into some comfortable loungewear and headed to the study to organize the day's gains. On the desk were the advanced cultivation supplements he had purchased earlier in the day. 62 bottles each of primary floral bark paste and primary floral meridian enhancer. The paste was for external use, while the enhancer was taken internally. However, since Hua Ye's mouth was just a tiny black line and incapable of normal eating, the enhancer would have to be administered via injection. Thankfully, the blossoming prosperity store had thoughtfully provided a professional injection kit, which Lin Chuan had thoroughly inspected and confirmed to be in perfect condition. After a short break and a sip of water, Lin Chuan sat at his computer and began revising and expanding the cultivation plan. The earlier plan had been somewhat rough due to a lack of details. Factors like side effects, watering frequency, and light intensity hadn't been fully accounted for. Now, he needed to address these details one by one and refine the plan. As time passed, the night outside grew darker and deeper. It wasn't until 1:23 a.m. that Lin Chuan finally finished drafting the cultivation schedule for the upcoming week. Yes, just 1 week. After all, spirit beasts grow, and with growth comes change, requiring adjustments to their training methods. Lin Chuan knew that the growth rates of Guagua and Sakura might exceed his expectations, and this schedule might not even last 5 days before needing revisions. He uploaded the schedule to the beast-taming space device on his smartwatch and printed a hard copy using the nearby printer. Picking up the freshly printed schedule, Lin Chuan carefully reviewed it, ensuring every time slot was meticulously planned. Wake up at 5 a.m., complete washing up and preparations within 10 minutes. The opening instruction already carried a military-like precision. Following that, from 5:10 to 5:40, warm up with laps around the courtyard. From 5:40 to 5:50, take a brief rest and play 2 rounds of block stacking games to improve synergy. At 5:50, head to the Beast Tamer Association's battle training grounds to secure a specialized training room suitable for wood element spirit beasts. Lin Chuan's eyes scanned the schedule, the level of detail almost overwhelming. From 6 to 7 a.m., perform the 3rd set of flower leaf calisthenics. From 7 to 7:30, take a break, eat breakfast, and play a card game to further enhance synergy. From 7:30 to 8, engage in intra-team sparring. He understood that while skill proficiency could be improved through inheritance, neglecting practice would still lead to rustiness. And as for battle experience, it could only be gained through actual combat. The rest of the day was dedicated to specialized advanced training, scheduled all the way until 9 p.m., when the training rooms closed. There was almost no downtime in between. Staring at the densely packed schedule, Lin Chuan couldn't help but marvel. This intensity. Even my senior year in high school wasn't this grueling. And yet, this was only the plan for Guagua and Sakura. Lin Chuan had also created an equally rigorous schedule for himself. Summarizing his experiences over the past 2 weeks of using the cycle of inheritance, he quantified his mental energy into clear metrics, 100 points being the maximum. Inheriting skills that spirit beasts have already mastered, like photosynthesis, consumes 40 points. Learning new skills, like poison powder, requires 60 points. For special skills imbued with strong emotional intent, like explosive fruit, the cost can go as high as 80 points. Lin Chuan jotted these figures down on paper, frowning slightly as he continued calculating. Natural recovery during the day is 10 points per hour. Intense physical activity consumes 5 points per hour. Sleeping 4 hours at night restores 60 points. He structured his daily routine to push his mental energy to its limits. When to rest, when to take supplements to replenish stamina and mental energy, and when to exercise were all clearly marked. His goal was clear: to add skill points for both Guagua and Sakura once a day, while simultaneously improving his own physical fitness. Lin Chuan understood this well. While public competitions like the Baby Cup prohibited beast tamers from participating in battles themselves, in the wild, or within secret realms, a beast tamer's personal combat ability was essential. Without a strong body, forget about fighting. Just not being a burden to the spirit beasts would already be an achievement. Worse still, if faced with an unbeatable enemy, he might not even have the chance to escape. He reviewed the schedule from start to finish 2 more times, ensuring nothing was overlooked, then finally felt at ease. Turning off the lights, he climbed into bed. The next morning, according to Lin Chuan's internal clock, he was supposed to wake up at 5:30 a.m. According to his schedule, Lin Chuan set an alarm and got up at 5 a.m. stretching lazily. He opened his beast space and released Guagua and Inghua. The 2 little creatures landed on the ground, still half asleep, but Lin Chuan gently roused them. While checking their condition, he skillfully operated the testing equipment to collect their physical data, which he then sent to Laoding. Guagua and Inghua were in even better shape than expected. After the intense long-distance run yesterday, all their physical attributes had shown significant improvement. Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, the solid foundation he had laid for them was paying off, with the nutrients and energy stored in their bodies fully utilized. All right, time to start today's training schedule, Lin Chuan muttered to himself. However, instead of diving straight into the training, he first took out 2 small items, a red envelope and a little red flower. The moment the 2 little ones saw these familiar rewards, their sleepy little black eyes lit up with excitement. They didn't pounce on him but stared at his hand with eager anticipation, their longing unmistakable. Lin Chuan chuckled softly, reaching out to gently rub their heads. Guagua's head was smooth and cool to the touch, while Inghua's was soft and warm, both offering a delightful tactile experience. After enjoying this moment, Lin Chuan finally spoke. Yesterday's endurance run training, unfortunately, you couldn't catch up to my bike the whole way. This remark instantly dimmed the bright sparkle in Guagua and Inghua's eyes. Their little heads drooped low, looking as dejected as wilted eggplants. But Lin Chuan quickly changed his tone, adding a touch of encouragement. Still, the fact that you managed to complete the entire course is quite impressive. You deserve some recognition and praise. So, today, you'll get half the reward. With that, Lin Chuan tucked the red envelope back into his pocket, wasn't filled with money but served as a psychological strategy tool. Then, he picked up 2 little red flowers and stuck them on Guagua and Inghua's chests, giving their heads another affectionate rub. The 2 little creatures looked down at the bright red flowers on their chests, and their earlier disappointment vanished in an instant. They chirped excitedly, Guagua waving its chubby little hands, and Inghua circling around Lin Chuan with cheerful squeaks. They clung to Lin Chuan's legs, rubbing against him affectionately, their joy so contagious that Lin Chuan almost lost himself in the moment. After a while, Guagua clenched its tiny fists and waved them with determination, while Inghua chirped beside it as if cheering itself on. Though Lin Chuan couldn't understand their language, their resolute eyes and gestures spoke volumes. Clearly, they were saying, "Next time, we'll get both the red envelope and the little red flower." Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile, and a glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes. Good. Looks like the motivational speech worked. He picked up the paper training plan he had prepared the night before and laid it out in front of the little ones. Here's the training schedule for the next week. Work hard, both the red envelope and the little red flower are waiting for you. Guagua and Inghua leaned in to examine the paper filled with dense writing. Though they couldn't read a word, the sheer number of complicated symbols left them feeling uneasy. Their initial enthusiasm wavered, replaced by a sense of dread, as if they could already foresee the grueling week ahead. Noticing their hesitation, a sly glint appeared in Lin Chuan's eyes. He let out a light sigh and, as if by magic, produced a delicate little box. Slowly opening it, he revealed a pink paper flower inside, faintly scented. With a tone of regret, he said, "Sigh, if you really can't handle it, then this custom-made pink flower will have to go to another spirit beast. Oh, by the way, isn't Sun Yinyin planning to contract a Huai? This would make a perfect gift for her." Guagua and Inghua's little black eyes locked onto the pink flower immediately, their breathing quickening as they stared at it. They bristled with energy. Guagua waved its tiny fists and made indignant noises, while Inghua chirped anxiously, as if to protest. "No way, master. This flower mustn't go to another spirit beast, not even one of our farm friends." Seeing their fiery determination, Lin Chuan's smile deepened. "Excellent, this is exactly the spirit I want to see," he thought to himself. Outwardly, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, "In that case, prove it with your actions. Listen up, you two, training officially begins now." A moment ago, they seemed overwhelmed and ready to back down at the sight of the densely packed training schedule. Now, however, they're brimming with determination, as if they're on fire. Guagua and Inghua look like little warriors ready to charge onto the battlefield at any second, prompting Lin Chuan to chuckle quietly. Who doesn't have a little cunning in them? A few well-placed words, and these two are completely under his control. Lin Chuan couldn't help but marvel to himself. How could the world produce such an exceptional beast tamer as himself? Could anyone else pull this off? Could they? After indulging in a brief moment of self-satisfaction, Lin Chuan quickly composed himself, his gaze returning to the intensive training schedule. The time was just right. It was time to begin today's specialized training. The first task on the list was a warm-up. However, he decided to make a slight adjustment, not skipping the warm-up, of course, but altering its execution. According to the original plan, this warm-up session involved running laps around the small courtyard. But Lin Chuan suddenly remembered he still had a few errands to run. The documents he submitted to the Beast Tamers Association yesterday had been processed, but he still had 3 letters to deliver, 2 packages for different beast taming shops, and 1 personal letter. His plan was to deliver 1 letter a day over the next 3 days. Conveniently, today's running warm-up could double as an opportunity to deliver one of them. Lin Chuan weighed his options. This running warm-up wasn't exactly a groundbreaking or unique technique. Nearly every beast tamer did it. Whether it was running in the courtyard, on the streets, or on a high-tech treadmill, the essence was the same. Only the setting differed. So why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone by combining the warm-up with his delivery task? Clapping his hands decisively, he announced, "Guagua, Inghua, get ready to head out." Of course, to be precise, Guagua and Inghua would be doing the running, while Lin Chuan would leisurely follow on his bicycle. The sky was still a little dim, but the streets were already coming to life with activity, mostly from young beast tamers around Lin Chuan's age. As he pedaled along, he observed his surroundings. Some people were lining up, waiting for the association's battle training grounds to open, while others had started warming up on empty patches of land by the roadside. Some were jogging, others were doing frog jumps, and the more enthusiastic ones were already engaging in light sparring matches with fellow rookies. Among the crowd, Lin Chuan caught sight of a familiar figure dressed in purple tan yen. Though the two had added each other as friends on Blue Penguin, they weren't particularly close. Lin Chuan didn't make an effort to greet him and simply gave a slight nod when their eyes met before continuing on his way. Guagua and Inghua kept pace on either side of his bicycle. Despite the grueling, long-distance sprint they had endured yesterday, it had allowed them to fully convert their accumulated nutrients into energy, resulting in a noticeable improvement in their physical capabilities. Now, even running at a normal pace, the two little creatures were almost keeping up with Lin Chuan's bike, their steps light and powerful. Glancing back at them, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, looks like yesterday's training paid off. Maybe today I can push them a little further. How could this be? If they catch up to me, I'll have to give those two little ones red envelopes. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, wry yet slightly mischievous smile playing on his lips. Handing out red envelopes wasn't the issue. He wasn't short on money. The problem was that he couldn't let the two little ones earn a reward so easily. After all, the harder something is to obtain, the more valuable it becomes. The motivational message behind the red envelope would carry more weight that way. With that thought, Lin Chuan took a deep breath, gripped the handlebars tightly, leaned forward, and stood up on the pedals. In an instant, his bike shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The wind whipped past his ears as the wheels spun furiously, carving through the air as if even the breeze itself made way for his speed. A blur streaked through the streets, and in the morning light, Lin Chuan became a knight racing with the wind. Behind him, Guogua and Yinghua were doing their best to keep up, their tiny legs pedaling frantically, kicking up a faint trail of dust on the ground. But soon, they realized that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't match the speed Lin Chuan reached after standing up to pedal. They simply weren't built for agility. Even though Huai possessed mid-ear bloodline quality at the soldier level and their support-type racial talents were impressive, they couldn't compete with the speed of agile spirit beasts, such as Sun Yinyan's golden silk werewolf. Of course, if it were a test of endurance, that would be a different story. Guogua and Yinghua could activate their rooted skill, combine it with photosynthesis, and outlast most beginner spirit beasts, even those belonging to wealthy or influential families. However, when pitted against the prodigies of ancient beast-taming families, like the descendants of the Li, Song, Wang, Qin, and Nangong clans, their advantages seemed insignificant. After all, the heritage of these families was built on centuries, if not millennia, of accumulation, something an ordinary beast-tamer like Lin Chuan couldn't hope to match easily. But Lin Chuan didn't care about that. These families' prodigies had their own paths to follow, and they wouldn't bother competing with ordinary rookie tamers during the early stages. For tamers from humble backgrounds, the only way to prove themselves as 9 million talents was to carve a path through the masses and earn the right to stand on equal footing with the heirs of such families. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Lin Chuan focused on pedaling harder. Thanks to Guogua and Yinghua's progress, he sped through his tasks at lightning speed. What was meant to be a simple letter delivery turned into the completion of 2 additional package deliveries, both for beast-taming shops. Now, he only had 1 letter left to deliver, addressed to an individual. However, it was already nearing 6 a.m., and the Beast Tamer Association's training grounds were about to open. Lin Chuan glanced at his watch and decisively decided to save the final delivery for tomorrow. After all, the rewards from the 2 tasks he had just completed were already substantial. Each task earned him 3,000 Starstone coins and 2 points of contribution, totaling 6,000 Starstone coins and 4 points. More than enough to leave him satisfied. Wasting no time, he recalled Guogua and Yinghua back into the beast-taming space and pedaled even faster toward the entrance of the Beast Tamer Association's training grounds. By the time he arrived, a decent crowd of rookie tamers had already gathered, chatting in small groups and exchanging insights. The atmosphere was lively, but not chaotic. Lin Chuan took a quick look around and silently thanked himself for grabbing a ticket earlier, number 023, the 23rd in line. When the training grounds opened right on time, the first 22 tamers entered one by one, and it was soon Lin Chuan's turn. He easily secured a sunlit training room, ideal for nurturing wood element spirit beasts, and successfully booked it for a whole day. The Beastmaster Association's specialized training rooms are designed for nurturing and training spirit beasts. The most basic training room, suitable for first-tier or lower-tier spirit beasts, costs 10,000 Starrock coins and 1 point of credit per day to rent. However, newly graduated rookie Beastmasters can enjoy a limited-time discount, paying only 3,000 Starrock coins per day with no credit required. The Sunlight Room was one such facility. Lin Chuan did not enter immediately, but instead stood at the doorway, carefully reading the usage instructions posted on the door. The instructions were quite detailed. Lin Chuan scanned through the lines, committing the key points to memory. The room's sunlight is artificially simulated using rare tools, providing shadowless illumination from all directions. The temperature can be adjusted from 0 to 40 degrees Celsius, and the humidity can also be modified as needed. All tools and facilities are available for use, but damages must be compensated at their original cost. Upon entering, Beastmasters are advised to wear protective goggles immediately and then adjust the light intensity, temperature, and humidity settings as required. After reading the instructions twice and ensuring he had memorized the essential details, Lin Chuan took out his Beastmaster ID card, swiped it, and entered the room. The room was rectangular and spacious, spanning an area of 600 square meters with a height of 8 meters, providing ample space for spirit beasts to train. At the center of the room was a patch of ordinary soil, soft and loose, with an automatic fountain nearby clearly designed as a resting area for wood element spirit beasts. In the left corner, there was a closed-off rest area resembling a small security booth, specifically for beastmasters. This was because, once the sunlight room was activated, the intense light could be overwhelming for novice beastmasters, requiring them to periodically retreat to the rest area to recover. On the right side, against the wall, stood a neatly arranged row of shelves filled with various training tools. Weighted backpacks of different gravities, energy detectors, skill impact logs, treadmills, trampolines, and automatic ball launchers for reaction and evasion practice. All the essential equipment for basic training was readily available. The room's control panel and protective goggles were also stored inside the rest area. Lin Chuan stepped into the rest area, retrieved a pair of goggles, and put them on, adjusting them for a comfortable fit. He then pressed the main switch for the sunlight room. With a series of 3 beeps, the initially dimly lit room was suddenly bathed in dazzling artificial sunlight. Light sources from all directions activated simultaneously. Even the ground seemed to glow. The entire room transformed into a shadowless, pristine space, so bright and clean that it felt almost surreal. Lin Chuan quickly adjusted the light intensity to dawn mode and set the temperature to 19 degrees precisely within the optimal comfort zone for Hua Yi. According to Old Deng's research data, after confirming the environmental settings, he stepped out of the rest area and into the center of the training field under the full brilliance of the room's light. Although the goggles effectively shielded his eyes from most of the intense glare, Lin Chuan still felt a slight discomfort at first, especially as his skin warmed under the light. However, he quickly adapted to the sensation. His vision cleared, and his body began to adjust to the cozy warmth of the environment. Meanwhile, Guogua and Inghua, the 2 spirit beasts he released from his beast space, showed no signs of initial unease. They landed gracefully on either side of him, stretching their bodies in the radiant light. It was as if they were basking in real sunlight, their faces brimming with pure joy and contentment. Surrounded by such a comfortable environment and bathed in sunlight streaming in from every direction, Guogua and Sakura instinctively began their expert-level photosynthesis. The endless energy of the sun converged from all around and entered their tiny bodies, enveloping them in a faint green glow, as if draped in a sheer veil. Already adorable, the 2 little ones now seemed even more ethereal, like magical beings straight out of a fairy tale. Standing to the side, Lin Chuan stared in a slight daze before clicking his tongue in amazement. "This sunlight chamber is absolutely insane," he exclaimed. However, he quickly regained his composure, mentally comparing the environment to the farm's light-reflecting mirrors. He concluded that while the mirrors performed decently under the intense summer sun, the sunlight chamber's true advantage lay in its controllable light intensity. This feature was especially crucial for nurturing spirit beasts during their advancement stages. For now, though, as Guogua and Sakura were still building their foundations, the difference wasn't too pronounced. Not wasting any more time marveling, Lin Chuan promptly began the planned training regimen round 3 of the flower leaf exercise routine. For him, performing this routine for an hour was just a warm-up, easy as pie. However, the all-encompassing sunlight in the chamber added an unexpected challenge. Within just 30 minutes, he was drenched in sweat, which poured down his face and soaked his clothes, leaving him looking as though he'd been fished out of a lake. Finally, the hour was up. Lin Chuan collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, completely drained. He struggled to his feet, leaning on his knees for support, and muttered under his breath, "What a miscalculation! This sunlight chamber might be heaven for wood element spirit beasts, but for humans, it's pure hell." Despite his complaints, he gritted his teeth and pushed through for the sake of setting an example for Guogua and Sakura. Otherwise, he would have fled to the Beastmaster's lounge long ago. Back in the lounge, Lin Chuan plopped onto a chair, grabbed a bottle of water, and gulped it down like his life depended on it, finishing half the bottle in one go. He rubbed his sore shoulders and made a mental note. Future training intensities must account for his own limits. Fortunately, it was now time for a break and breakfast. The delivery had arrived half an hour earlier. As he ate, Lin Chuan played a card-drawing game with Guogua and Sakura. The 2 little ones, nestled in their nutrient pots, absorbed energy while playing, and Lin Chuan used the opportunity to subtly strengthen his bond with them. Time quickly flew to 7:30 a.m., and as planned, Guogua and Sakura began their free sparring session. Lin Chuan emphasized the importance of stopping before any harm was done and restricted some of their abilities. Guogua was prohibited from using exploding fruits, and Sakura wasn't allowed to use poison powder. As the sparring began, the 2 little ones seriously saluted each other, mimicking the formal stances seen in Beastmaster competitions. Their antics were so comical and endearing that Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh, wondering where they had picked up such theatrics. The sparring soon commenced, with both using their skills, rooting, photosynthesis, and growth. Their health regeneration was maxed out, turning them into unyielding tanks. The result? Neither could break through the other's defenses, and the fight reached a stalemate. Realizing that their skill-based duel was going nowhere, the two shifted tactics to a street brawl style. They tumbled together, rolling around on the ground in a chaotic mess. Lin Chuan couldn't stop laughing and quickly activated his watch's Beast Space feature to record the hilarious scene with its built-in camera. In the end, Guoguo's superior combat experience gave it the upper hand, pinning Sakura beneath it. Sakura struggled fiercely and eventually wriggled free, but it had clearly learned its lesson. Aware it couldn't win in close combat, Sakura switched to a Hitandran strategy. It darted away, turning back occasionally to let out indignant chirps, as if protesting Guoguo's brutality. Lin Chuan had no idea what Sakura was saying, but he could tell that Guoguo was getting angrier and angrier, her little furry face turning redder by the second. Finally, unable to contain her fury, she stomped her foot hard. Unfortunately, in her frustrated state, she failed to notice the flat ground beneath her and ended up tumbling forward. A sly glint flashed in Sakura's eyes. Without hesitation, she darted forward with the agility of a nimble raccoon and pinned Guoguo beneath her. Given Sakura's short legs and round, chubby figure, it was impossible for her to hold Guoguo down for long. But she didn't need Tohat, she wanted was a fleeting moment of triumph. Sure enough, as soon as she had Guoguo pinned, Sakura waved her plump little paw in Lin Chuan's direction, her face beaming with smug satisfaction as she flashed a victory sign. Lin Chuan's lips twitched in amusement as the recording device in his hand faithfully captured the scene. Guoguo's eyes widened in fury, and just as she was about to retaliate, Sakura nimbly leaped away, leaving Guoguo momentarily frozen in place. The whole scene left Lin Chuan both exasperated and amused. He had assumed that Guoguo, with her combat experience, would easily overpower Sakura. But to his surprise, Sakura's cunning and agility had Guoguo running in circles. Guoguo stomped her feet in frustration, while Sakura bounced around gleefully, her smug demeanor fully on display. As time ticked by, the half-hour sparring session came to an end. The final score? Guoguo managed to pin Sakura 3 times, but Sakura outmaneuvered Guoguo 5 times, emerging victorious. Unsurprisingly, Guoguo was far from pleased with the outcome. She hopped around, demanding a rematch and vowing to reclaim her honor. However, Lin Chuan stepped in just in time, reminding her that they had advanced training scheduled next. The sparring could wait until tomorrow. Though reluctant, Guoguo was ultimately convinced by Lin Chuan. She shook her fists with renewed determination, her fighting spirit undimmed, clearly marking tomorrow's rematch as her top priority. Meanwhile, Sakura lounged leisurely nearby, seemingly unfazed by Guoguo's challenge. She even waved her chubby paw nonchalantly, as if to say, "Bring it on anytime." Just as Lin Chuan was retrieving some advanced nutritional supplements from the beast space, his communicator buzzed. The name Lao Deng flashed on the screen. Lin Chuan paused, slightly puzzled. He had just checked in with Lao Deng yesterday, sending him the latest physical data for the 2 little ones. It seemed too soon for any updates. If Lao Deng was calling, it had to be something important. "What's up, Lao Deng?" Lin Chuan answered, getting straight to the point. On the other end, Lin Xuedong's voice carried a hint of excitement. "It's about Sakura." Hearing this, Lin Chuan's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of focus. He straightened up, his gaze sharpening. "Sakura? What about her? Remember how you asked me to look into whether Sakura had any special abilities or talents? Like how Guoguo has exceptional aptitude in energy manipulation? Well, I couldn't figure out much before because the data was incomplete. But with the new data you sent this morning," Lao Deng paused, as if carefully considering his words. "Well, the details of the research might be too technical, so I'll just give you the conclusion. It's still just a hypothesis, but I believe Sakura may have an extraordinary talent when it comes to floral fragrances." After reminding Lin Chuan not to forget to upload Guoguo and Sakura's physical data daily, Lin Xuedong hung up the phone. "Fragrance? Scent?" Lin Chuan murmured to himself. Leaning back in his chair, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his mind racing with thoughts. This particular talent seemed rather peculiar. Guoguo's energy-related talent was easy to understand. Any skill involving energy would see an increase in proficiency during inheritance, along with slightly faster execution and enhanced power in practical use. But Sakura's scent talent? That was baffling. It sounded like an enigma. Furrowing his brows, Lin Chuan pondered for a moment before deciding if he couldn't figure it out by thinking, he'd just have to investigate directly. At that moment, Sakura was happily splashing around in the small fountain at the center of the sunlit room. It had just won 5 consecutive matches against Guoguo during practice and was feeling quite pleased with itself. Its chubby limbs flailed in the water as it let out a series of cheerful squeaks. Meanwhile, Guoguo squatted gloomily in the dirt, drawing circles with its little stubby hands, brooding over its losing streak. "Sakura, come here," Lin Chuan called out. Hearing its master's voice, Sakura paused mid-splash, shook off its wet leaves, and waddled over on its short, stubby legs. Its face still bore a hint of smugness. Ing. It chirped affectionately, tilting its head as it looked up at Lin Chuan, as if asking what he needed. Nothing much, just a quick health check, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Sakura blinked, looking a little confused. A health check? Didn't they already do that this morning? Still, it didn't ask further questions, or rather, even if it had doubts, it couldn't express them in human language. So, it obediently stood in front of Lin Chuan, relaxing its body and waiting quietly. Lin Chuan bent down and picked Sakura up, feeling the weight in his hands. He couldn't help but remark, getting a bit heavy, huh? By now, both Guagua and Sakura had grown to weigh about 40 pounds each, far surpassing the average for regular flower-like creatures on the farm. Then again, that was to be expected, given that they were being raised as battle companions. He lifted Sakura up high, inspecting it from every angle, but found nothing unusual in its appearance. Next, he brought it closer to his face and sniffed around, hoping to catch a distinct, floral scent, but still, nothing stood out. Finally, Lin Chuan decided to go all in. He buried his face into Sakura's soft, squishy belly and took a deep, exaggerated sniff. Sakura froze. Oh? The earlier lifting and sniffing could barely be considered normal, but what was this final move about? Feeling Lin Chuan's face pressed against its belly and the sudden inhale, Sakura shivered from head to toe. It was ticklish beyond belief, letting out a series of shy yet excited squeaks as its leaves quivered uncontrollably. This scene didn't go unnoticed by Guagua, who was still sulking nearby. The little one froze for a moment, then sprang up in outrage, letting out a series of indignant squeals, its voice brimming with accusation and jealousy. Guagua's mental state was in shambles. It had only turned away to draw circles, and here Sakura, this little green tea, was already getting belly sniffs from their master. Such intimate treatment was something Guagua had never experienced. Furious, it felt an overwhelming urge to unleash an explosive fruit attack on Sakura right then and there. But in the end, Guagua held itself back. After all, the earlier sparring session had been fair, and it had lost. Sakura had won. The victor enjoying special privileges seemed reasonable. Clenching its tiny fists tightly, Guagua made a silent vow. During the next round of training, it would give everything it had, 1,000% effort. As long as it didn't break, it would push itself to the limit. Next time, it would not lose. Unaware of Guoguo's inner turmoil, Lin Chuan was entirely focused on his experiment. After taking a few more deep sniffs against Sakura's belly, he smacked his lips and frowned slightly. No special scent at all, just a mouthful of dirt. Considering that Sakura and Guagua spent most of their downtime either training or planted in nutrient pots, this wasn't surprising. Standing up, Lin Chuan dusted off his hands, clearly a little disappointed with the results of this checkup. Lin Chuan leaned forward and took a deep breath near the pink blossoms on Sakura's head. The faintly sweet fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, almost imperceptible. He furrowed his brows, carefully discerning the scent, only to realize it was not much different from the ordinary flowers and leaves on the farm. How exactly had Old Deng determined that Sakura had a talent for floral fragrance? Doubts began to creep into Lin Chuan's mind. Perhaps Old Deng's judgment was mistaken. After all, during their phone call, Old Deng had admitted it was merely a hypothesis and not necessarily accurate. Still, despite his skepticism, Lin Chuan decided to trust Old Deng one last time. After all, Old Deng had over 30 years of expertise in the study of flowers and plants. Even if it was just a hypothesis, it carried far more weight than Lin Chuan fumbling around aimlessly. At this point, the only plausible explanation he could think of was that Sakura had yet to develop any skills related to floral fragrance, which was why no unique traits had emerged. Lin Chuan quickly flipped through his skill archive, and his gaze landed on a suitable option: healing aroma. This wasn't an advanced skill book like the kind tied to mystical flowers, which contained fragments of numerous abilities far beyond his current capability to handle. Healing aroma, on the other hand, was different. It was one of the common healing skills among plants and flowers, alongside skills like rooting, photosynthesis, and sweet fruit. Rooting and photosynthesis were more focused on self-recovery, while sweet fruit was a branch skill derived from explosive fruit. It was a powerful single-target healing ability that could not only restore health but also remove certain abnormal statuses from others. However, its effectiveness depended on factors such as skill proficiency, the nature of the abnormal status, and the level difference between the two parties. For instance, if Guagua, currently at level 16, mastered sweet fruit with expert-level proficiency, it could remove abnormal statuses caused by skills from spirit beasts up to level 29, as long as those skills were below expert level. However, if the abnormal status was caused by a gold element skill, such as a bleeding effect from tearing, it could only remove statuses caused by skills from spirit beasts up to level 19. In comparison, healing aroma didn't offer as much raw healing power as sweet fruit, nor was its single-target healing ability as strong as rooting or photosynthesis. Its main advantage lay in its area effect healing. Once mastered at a proficient level, Healing Aroma could even cure certain mental abnormal statuses, such as confusion or loss of control. However, it was ineffective against physical abnormal statuses like poisoning or paralysis, which was a fundamental difference from the comprehensive cleansing capabilities of sweet fruit. That said, in a 1v1 restricted match, an area effect healing skill like Healing Aroma could feel somewhat redundant. Whether in small, medium, or large-scale beast tamer tournaments, the rules clearly stipulated that each tamer could only send out one spirit pet to compete. In such scenarios, Healing Aroma's range advantage became irrelevant. Its self-healing effects were outclassed by rooting and photosynthesis, and it even risked healing opponents due to its area effect nature, potentially backfiring. Lin Chuan's thoughts raced as he weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he decided to let Sakura try learning Healing Aroma first. Perhaps this skill could unlock some hidden potential in Sakura's floral fragrance talent, unraveling the mystery behind Old Deng's hypothesis. Achieving a high level of proficiency in removing abnormal statuses does have some effect, but in the baby cup, very few beastmasters focus on abnormal control strategies. This is primarily because the 3-month training period is too short to develop an effective set of skills for abnormal control. With low mastery of such skills, Lin Chuan can simply rely on healing power to endure the effects, while other beastmasters can even counter them with moves like Rejuvenation Roar. Because of this, Lin Chuan placed the sequence for learning Healing Aroma toward the end of his skill inheritance plan. His approach was to first construct a simplified version of the skill set, address any gaps, and then proceed with further expansion, leaving Healing Aroma for the final stages. Based on his timeline, he estimated that allocating skill points to this ability would happen during the last week of intensive preparation before the entrance examination. However, to test whether Sakura's talent truly lay in floral aromas, Lin Chuan decided to advance the inheritance of Healing Aroma to the present. The materials for this skill had long been stored in his beast space. Among them were 2 petals containing the inheritance of the Healing Aroma skill. Lin Chuan selected one petal and carefully held it in his hand. Though the petal was dried and shriveled, a faint purple sheen could still be seen. If his guess was correct, this was a petal from the purple moon rose. The purple moon rose is a spiritual beast with a bloodline rank of high soldier class. It resembles a violet rose and is a purely healing type spirit beast, extremely rare. Encountering one in the wild is nearly impossible. They are cultivated exclusively in specialized human-operated breeding facilities for medical spirit beasts. Due to its highly specialized skill system, beastmasters rarely choose the purple moon rose as their starting spirit beast unless they are committed to a healing-focused path from the beginning. In contrast, the flowerleaf spirit, though also a support-type spirit beast, has a more diverse skill set that includes both offensive and control-oriented abilities. The purple moon rose, on the other hand, is a quintessential pure healer spirit beast, possessing little beyond its healing abilities. Before reaching Tier 3, its only skills are its 2 innate basics, rooting, and photosynthesis, along with Healing Aroma, which it automatically learns upon reaching maturity. Of course, there are rare cases where individuals with poor aptitude fail to awaken this skill. While the purple moon rose may not be suitable as a starting spirit beast, it becomes an excellent choice as a 3rd or 4th contracted beast. The reason it is not typically chosen as a second beast is that the second spirit beast is usually selected to compensate for the first one's combat weaknesses. By the time a beastmaster contracts their 3rd spirit beast, they often begin considering support or logistics-oriented options. For now, though, these considerations could weigh. The immediate focus was on the skill inheritance. As soon as Lin Chuan retrieved the skill material, Sakura immediately understood his intent. The little spirit clenched its chubby hands, exuding an eager and excited energy as it fixed its gaze on the purple moon rose petal. To Sakura, this wasn't just a skill inheritance, it was an adventure into a whole new world, much like Guag was experienced before. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, concentrating as he activated his Beastmaster talent reincarnation of inheritance. An invisible energy, interwoven with black and white, emerged from his spiritual sea, flowing through his meridians and into the shriveled purple petal in his hand. In an instant, the petal seemed to come alive, gradually regaining its fullness and vitality. A sweet, gentle floral fragrance began to emanate from it, not overpowering, but soothing and refreshing. As Lin Chuan inhaled the scent, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, as if all his fatigue had been swept away. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan pressed the purple petal onto Sakura's forehead. The mental impact struck as expected, but his expression remained unchanged. He was already accustomed to such shocks and silently endured it. A gentle purple glow began to radiate, enveloping Sakura's entire body and guiding her into the skill inheritance state of the lucid daydream. The fragments of memory embedded in the petal unfolded like ancient windows, opening themselves to Sakura. As Lin Chuan had anticipated, Sakura transformed into a purple moon rose within the dream. It was a petite and delicate spirit beast, standing no more than 20 centimeters tall, with a blooming purple rose atop its head, adorable at first glance. However, The memory was far less dramatic than the explosive inheritance of Guogua's fruit bomb skill. The story of the purple moon rose was simple and unremarkable. From its birth, it lived in a breeding facility, growing steadily but unremarkably. Unfortunately, its talent was mediocre, ranking among the lower tiers of its peers, and it ultimately failed to be chosen for a contract by any aspiring beastmasters. The purple moon rose's fate was thus destined for ordinariness. It was sent to a spirit beast medical center, where it served as a regular assistant spirit beast. Since it had not been cultivated as a battle pet, its level remained stagnant at stage 1, unable to break through its limits or extend its lifespan. After 10 uneventful years, the purple moon rose passed away of natural causes. Its body was carefully laid to rest by the medical center staff, while its 2 essential petals were sent to the herb storage room, originally intended for use in crafting healing potions. Yet fate has a way of weaving unexpected twists. Due to improper storage by a staff member, the petals lost their medicinal properties. They were eventually mixed with other leftover spirit beast materials such as post-surgery claws and fur and sold as ordinary spirit beast materials to a beastmaster supply store. It was there that Lin Chuan happened upon them, acquiring them as a lucky find. 10 minutes later, the purple glow around Sakura gradually faded. She opened her eyes, blinking groggily as if just waking from a dream. When her gaze landed on Lin Chuan, clarity returned, and she let out a soft, delighted chirp, her face brimming with joy. Though she couldn't clearly recall what had happened in the dream, a warm feeling lingered in her heart, as if she had experienced a beautiful journey. Sensing Sakura's happiness, Lin Chuan couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle her little head. Then, with genuine concern, he asked about her progress in learning the healing aroma skill and encouraged her to give it a try. Sakura nodded enthusiastically, clenching her small, chubby fists as if gathering strength. In the next moment, the pink flower atop her head began to glow faintly, releasing a sweet and refreshing fragrance that filled the air. The scent was natural and intoxicating, as if it wrapped one in a soft, dreamlike embrace. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, instantly feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. His fatigue vanished, and even the energy he had expended during an hour of aerobic exercise seemed to recover in no time. However, an unexpected sensation followed a hazy, dreamy feeling. His consciousness began to blur, as if he were being drawn into a soft, ethereal world, enveloped by the fragrance and forgetting everything else. Iya. Suddenly, Guoguo's chirping voice came from near his feet. The little spirit beast was tugging at Lin Chuan's pant leg with all its might, trying to snap him out of the haze. Lin Chuan jolted awake and quickly regained his senses. Once calm, he assessed the effects of the healing aroma and immediately noticed the hallucinatory aspect of the experience. He was stunned, his eyes flashing with astonishment. This wasn't just healing aroma, it was hallucinogenic. Sakura had awakened a phantom attribute. This was extraordinary, as the phantom attribute was typically only accessible to evolved forms like Hualingling, and not all Hualinglings naturally develop phantom skills. Rare abilities like dreamy mist fragrance usually required exceptional talent or specialized training from beastmaster associations. Yet Sakura had directly mastered it through inheritance. Lin Chuan's heart raced as he analyzed Sakura's potential. He realized that her true strength wasn't merely in her healing fragrance, but in the hallucinatory effects it could induce. This meant Sakura possessed potential far beyond that of an ordinary spirit beast. Looking at Sakura, who was chirping happily in front of him, Lin Chuan's lips curved into a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation. He murmured softly, "My Sakura, destined not just for greatness, but perhaps for the throne of a phantom deity." Sakura's talent lies in the realm of illusion attributes. This means the previously tentative plan for cultivating her physical combat abilities needs to be revised. Or rather, it should be completely discarded, and a new mental cultivation plan should be drafted instead. Lin Chuan furrowed his brows slightly, quickly organizing his thoughts. Fortunately, the initial cultivation strategies for both Guogua's energy-based spells and Sakura's mental illusions shared common ground. Focusing on defense and energy adaptability as advanced cultivation paths would be a fail-safe approach. A glance at the clock showed it was already 8:10. According to the cultivation schedule he had set yesterday, this was the time to begin advanced training. However, plans often fail to keep up with changes. After a brief moment of consideration, Lin Chuan decided to delay the advanced training by an hour. He shifted his gaze to Sakura, intending to use this time to further test the hypnotic effects of her floral fragrance and gauge its potency. Recalling what had just transpired, Lin Chuan still felt a lingering unease. Despite being a level 5 beast tamer, he had nearly succumbed entirely to Sakura's floral illusion without any prior preparation. If it hadn't been for Guogua tugging at his pant leg to wake him, he might have remained trapped for much longer. With this in mind, Lin Chuan's expression sharpened with resolve. He decided to personally test it again, but this time, he will be fully prepared. Sakura, activate healing aroma. Lin Chuan instructed calmly, though his eyes carried a sharp edge. Sakura let out a soft, obedient chirp, her petals trembling slightly as a faint, soothing fragrance filled the air. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, immediately feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth. That light, floaty sensation began to take hold again. However, this time, he was vigilant, repeatedly reminding himself, stay focused. Don't let go. Don't give in. Healing aroma was a continuous skill, and unless Lin Chuan gave the command to stop, Sakura would keep releasing it. Seconds ticked by 10, 20, 30. By the 45-second mark, Lin Chuan finally started to feel his mental state falter. His consciousness grew hazy, as if he were sinking into a soft, endless cloud, unable to extricate himself. Guogua. Lin Chuan had already made arrangements. Seeing Lin Chuan's eyelids slowly close, Guogua immediately began chirping anxiously, waving her tiny paws to signal Sakura to stop the skill. Sakura obediently ceased releasing the healing aroma, and Lin Chuan gradually opened his eyes about 10 seconds later, his awareness returning. He rubbed his temples, took a deep breath, and his gaze became even more contemplative. Guogua, it's your turn next, Lin Chuan said steadily, looking at Guogua. To ensure more comprehensive test results, he decided to let Guogua become the next test subject. For the first test, Lin Chuan instructed Guogua to completely relax and not resist the effects. It didn't take long for Guogua to fall under the influence of the healing aroma. Within 3 minutes, she was entirely entranced. Lin Chuan softly called her name a few times, and Guogua quickly snapped out of it, as though she had merely woken from a brief, pleasant dream. For the second test, Lin Chuan directed Guogua to focus her mind and actively resist the hypnotic effects. Sakura released the healing aroma again, this time sustaining it for a full 30 minutes until her energy was completely depleted. Throughout the entire duration, Guogua remained unaffected, showing no signs of succumbing to the illusion. Lin Chuan lowered his head in thought for a moment, arriving at a conclusion. While the test conditions were limited, based on the current data, it could be inferred that Sakura's floral hypnotic ability might have some effect on lower-level beast tamers or ordinary humans. However, for spirit beasts, especially those with a certain level of strength, the effect was negligible at best. With this realization, a trace of helplessness flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He gently patted one of Sakura's petals and offered her a faint, reassuring smile. It's okay. This is just the beginning. We still have so much untapped potential to explore. At this stage, at least in the Baby Cup 1v1 competition, there isn't much tactical value in using this strategy. Even if you put your opponent's spirit beast into a state of hallucination and trance, their beastmaster can simply call out to wake it up. Lin Chuan's gaze darkened slightly as his fingers tapped lightly on the table, his thoughts racing. Some might think, wouldn't the hallucination-induced trance create a 1 or 2 second opening in the opponent's spirit beast? Maybe you could use that window to execute a smooth combo. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint, helpless smile. It's a nice thought, but it's not realistic, Lin Chuan murmured to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear. His eyes swept over the 2 busy spirit beasts on the training field, and his mind was made up. If it were Sun Yinyan's golden silk werewolf or Pink Kai's blazing top gray monkey, it might be possible because their speed is fast enough and their explosive power isn't weak. But Guogua and Sakura? Not a chance. Their speed and reaction time are simply insufficient to execute such a high-speed maneuver in 1 or 2 seconds, let alone a fast attack strategy. Turning his gaze to Guogua, he sighed softly. While Guoguo's explosive fruit has considerable power, it requires time to gather and compress energy, making it unsuitable for such instantaneous burst tactics. As for Sakura's healing aroma, it's still at the beginner level and has limited effectiveness. Lin Chuan thought to himself that perhaps, with higher proficiency, the hallucination effect could become stronger. But today was clearly not the right time to continue testing. No more risks, he muttered, rubbing his temples. His mental energy was already nearing its limit. He knew full well that if he continued with skill inheritance or testing, his condition might not recover to its peak by tomorrow, and it could even affect the subsequent nurturing tasks later today. With that in mind, he made a decisive decision. He would wait until his mental strength recovered tomorrow before passing the remaining healing aroma petal to Sakura and conducting a detailed test then. For now, Sakura's talent testing was temporarily concluded, and adjustments to the cultivation plan for the mental illusion direction were postponed until the evening. Lin Chuan glanced at the time and realized he was already an hour behind schedule. Standing up, he walked over to the experiment table and retrieved 2 jars of beginner-grade floral bark ointment he had prepared in advance. As soon as he opened the seal on the black ceramic jar, a pungent odor hit him. It was an overpowering mint scent. While mint is typically refreshing and pleasant, its intensity at this concentration was overwhelmingly sharp. Lin Chuan's nose tingled, and tears involuntarily welled up in his eyes, with even his nose starting to run. The two spirit beasts immediately grew anxious at the sight. Guogua, in particular, began pacing in circles in a panic, while Sakura tried to approach and check on Lin Chuan. Raising a hand to signal them to stay put, Lin Chuan, despite his reddened face from the stinging scent, maintained his composure. Taking a deep breath and holding it in, he donned gloves and carefully began applying the light green ointment evenly onto their skin. His movements were slow and meticulous, ensuring every inch of their skin, especially around joints and vulnerable areas, was covered. During the process, he had to pause twice to catch his breath, nearly suffocating himself in the effort. After 5 grueling minutes, the task was finally done. Lin Chuan removed his gloves, gasping for air, silently vowing to prepare a gas mask next time this was simply too torturous. He looked at the now ointment-covered Guogua and Sakura and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Was enhancing their physical defense really necessary? After all, both spirit beasts were more aligned with spellcasting and focused on energy-based attacks, and the other specialized in mental illusions. Improving their physical defense seemed like a waste. But Lin Chuan quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. He understood that even energy and mental abilities rely on the body as a foundation. As the old saying goes, a strong body is essential for fostering a resilient mind and steadfast will. From the perspective of spirit beast science, energy doesn't materialize out of thin air, nor can it be projected without a physical medium. A solid physical foundation is crucial. Taking a deep breath to steady his somewhat disrupted breathing, Lin Chuan patted the heads of the two spirit beasts, signaling that they could move around. Rubbing his slightly sore nose bridge, his eyes gleamed with determination. Now, it's time to begin the advanced nurturing phase. Energy is absorbed by spirit beasts through nutrients, water, and the natural energy of the world. This energy is then further transformed within their bodies into various elemental energies, which are compressed and stored in their spirit cores. When a skill is required, the energy is channeled from the spirit core through the meridians and released via specific body parts, creating the desired skill effect. Since energy needs an outlet, there must be a designated output point. For instance, fire element spirit beasts commonly breathe fire through their mouths or throats, making these areas their energy output points. Similarly, for attack skills like blazing fist or water wings, the output points are the fists and wings, respectively. The principle is simple. Enhancing the energy output point naturally increases the power of the skill. Take blazing fist as an example. Sun Enin's golden silk werewolf is a typical case. If fire element energy of the same level and quality is released through fists nourished and conditioned to align with fire energy, its power will far surpass that of fists that are unmaintained. In the latter case, the fists might even sustain damage due to the backlash from the fire energy. This explains why Sun Enin's golden silk werewolf initially appeared frail and was dismissed by other spirit beasts as a skinny dog. It had, due to its rare talent, inadvertently learned blazing fist, a skill unsuitable for it. However, the fire energy conflicted with its metal-aligned constitution, causing pain in its meridians, loss of appetite, and eventual emaciation. A similar principle applies to defensive skills. Many defensive skills rely on the skin as the energy output point. For example, in the case of the wood element skill Vine Armor Shield, toughened skin can release a thicker, sturdier shield, while fragile skin would struggle to achieve the same level of defense. At this moment, Guogua and Sakura were covered head to toe in a layer of basic herbal bark ointment. The ointment seeped into their skin, causing an itching sensation akin to countless ants crawling over them, making it nearly impossible to resist rolling on the ground. Just then, Lin Chuan's voice came at the perfect time. "Don't move, hold on, focus your attention." The two little creatures gritted their teeth and endured the discomfort. Though their bodies trembled slightly, swaying like branches in a winter breeze, they managed to persist. "Don't rush, stay calm, and take it easy," Lin Chuan said in a steady tone, patiently guiding them through the process. Use the rooting skill to slowly absorb the nutrients from the ointment. Then, through photosynthesis, fully digest it and finally channel the effects into your skin using the growth skill. According to the instructions on the herbal bark ointment, spirit beasts could naturally absorb its effects simply by applying it to their bodies and resting. However, this method was inefficient, often taking an entire day to fully absorb a single jar of ointment. Moreover, nutrients could evaporate or break down during the process, leading to wastage. Therefore, the instructions recommended a more efficient method: actively absorbing the ointment using the rooting skill and converting it through photosynthesis. Lin Chuan was now guiding Guogua and Sakura to adopt this more effective approach. The medicinal effects were fully directed towards the skin to accelerate the transformation. Guogua and Sakura sat on either side, bathed in the gentle sunlight streaming through the sunlit room, each enduring the effects of the primary floral bark balm. Sakura struggled to focus, her tiny body trembling uncontrollably as if tormented by the unbearable itchiness akin to ants crawling all over her. On the other hand, Guogua began to calm down. Though her body still shivered slightly, her small, bead-like black eyes burned with fierce determination. She recalled the earlier sparring session, the humiliation of being pinned down by Sakura 5 times. She thought of Lin Chuan's affectionate praise for Sakura, contrasted with his dismissive attitude towards her. Most importantly, she remembered the vow she had just made to never lose again. This sense of indignation and resolve completely ignited her fighting spirit. Ya. Guogua let out a low growl, as if channeling her inner determination into strength, suppressing the maddening itch that could drive anyone to the brink. Thin, thread-like roots formed from wood element energy began to spread across her small body, enveloping her in a misty green sphere. Guogua carefully manipulated these energy roots, beginning to absorb the nutrients from the primary floral bark balm applied all over her. However, absorbing these nutrients was no easy task. If the nutrient soil and water from before were like a royal feast, the primary floral bark balm was more akin to a stale, moldy piece of bread, unpalatable and difficult to digest. Fortunately, Guogua's mastery of the rooting, growth, and photosynthesis skills was at the proficient, and expert levels, respectively. Her proficiency in rooting allowed her to swallow the unpleasant medicinal effects, while her expert-level photosynthesis quickly converted them into energy. Her proficiency in growth then precisely concentrated the medicinal effects on her skin. As these skills worked in harmony, Guogua's skin transformed, visibly shifting from light green to dark green, cracking and revealing fresh, light green skin underneath. The process of transformation was remarkably efficient. Seeing this, Lin Chuan quickly fetched a water hose from the fountain in the center of the sunlit room, spraying a fine mist over Guogua to aid in her shedding and growth. In comparison, Sakura's progress was slower. Perhaps witnessing Guogua's rapid improvement had triggered Sakura's competitive spirit. Her small body gradually stopped trembling as she forced herself to suppress the overwhelming itchiness, beginning to activate her rooting and photosynthesis skills. However, even with the same skill levels, Sakura's pace lagged slightly behind Guogua's, and her results were less impressive. This discrepancy wasn't due to a difference in capability, but rather a gap in willpower. Lin Chuan did not fault Sakura for this. He understood that simply maintaining skill activation under such extreme conditions was already a commendable feat. It required not only immense willpower, but also a high tolerance for the medicinal effects, qualities not easily achieved by most spirit beasts. Time ticked by. After 2 hours, Guogua was the first to complete the absorption process. As the rooting skill deactivated, the green sphere enveloping her body slowly dispersed. Guogua collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, unable to muster the strength to stand. However, her skin now gleamed with a noticeable sheen, appearing as if coated with a thin, protective layer that radiated resilience. Lin Chuan nodded in approval. Achieving such results from the first application of the primary floral bark balm was within expectations. However, he knew that subsequent uses would yield diminishing effects as Guogua's skin became increasingly resilient. An hour later, Sakura also completed her absorption. Unlike Guogua, Sakura's transformation appeared gentler. She fainted on the spot, completely exhausted. Lin Chuan carefully picked her up and noticed that her skin had become smoother and more supple, with an elasticity that made it sink slightly when prodded. This contrasted sharply with Guogua's tough, glossy transformation. Why did two spirit beasts, with identical skill levels and training methods, exhibit such distinct outcomes? Lin Chuan pondered deeply. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of spirit beasts. Each one, even within the same species, could reveal its own extraordinary traits if nurtured with care and effort. Sakura had already fainted from exhaustion. Normally, Lin Chuan would have gently placed her back into the beast-taming space, allowing her to rest and recover naturally in peace. However, at this moment, that was not an option. Sakura had just absorbed the nutrients from a vial of beginner-grade floral bark ointment. Using her expert-level photosynthesis and mastery in growth skills, she had concentrated the medicinal properties in her bark, triggering an astonishing transformation. The old bark cracked and peeled away, while new bark grew rapidly. Yet, this miraculous change was far from over. The medicine's effects had not fully taken hold, and the newly formed bark was still tender and fragile, requiring further reinforcement. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, his expression serious. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he firmly picked up the watering gun near the small fountain and sprayed a cool stream of water onto Sakura. The droplets splashed over her, and she slowly regained consciousness, her eyes hazy and unfocused, clearly not yet fully alert. Guogua has already started making progress, Sakura, Lin Chuan said, his tone calm but resolute, carrying an undeniable authority. Are you just going to keep sleeping? If you don't pull yourself together, during tomorrow's sparring session, Guogua will completely overpower you. He paused deliberately, his deep gaze fixed on Sakura, his voice lowered, striking straight to her core. You wouldn't want to be overshadowed by Guogua from now on, would you? The words hit Sakura like a heavy blow, jolting her awake. She shuddered, her eyes clearing instantly, and instinctively glanced around. In the distance, she caught sight of Guogua in the training area. How could the newly transformed bark rapidly mature? How could the wooden fiber layers harden quickly? The answer was simple yet brutal: by taking hits, and taking them hard. Only through a cycle of injury and recovery could the medicinal effects be fully activated, and only through relentless trials could the bark grow tougher and more resilient. At that moment, Guogua stood in the automatic ball launching machine, a facility originally designed for reaction and dodge training. Lin Chuan had repurposed it into an automatic pummeling machine. Guogua stood completely still, using no skills, enduring the onslaught of balls with nothing but its body. Lin Chuan had even adjusted the machine to its maximum settings: 3 balls per second, each with the impact force of 150 kilograms, roughly equivalent to the punch of a golden wolfman. Guogua stood in the storm of projectiles like a lone boat in a violent tempest, letting the balls strike its body with incredible speed and force. Within just a minute, it collapsed, its body covered in bruises and dark marks. The machine's sensors detected Guogua's fall and ceased fire, while the display screen showed a score of 10 points. Considering this facility was designed for dodging practice, using it for endurance training and still scoring 10 points was nothing short of a miracle. Gritting its teeth through the searing pain, Guogua struggled to push itself back up with its small, stubby hands. It closed its eyes, activating photosynthesis, and a soft green glow enveloped its body. Half a minute later, Guogua was fully healed, the bruises and marks completely gone. Restored to its peak condition, Guogua's eyes burned with unyielding determination. It let out a spirited battle cry toward the ball-launching machine. The device registered the sound command, and the balls fired again with relentless intensity. The storm of attacks resumed, but Guogua stood its ground, unwavering in its resolve. Sakura watched this scene, her emotions swirling. Her gaze gradually hardened with resolve. She knew she could no longer back down. Da-da-da-da-do-do. The barrage of pinballs rained down on Guogua like a storm, their relentless impact forcing it to stagger backward. Bruises and dark marks quickly spread across its skin. Yet, Guogua didn't flinch. Its small frame stood firm, enduring the fierce onslaught with sheer determination. On the other side, Sakura watched the scene unfold, and a wave of instinctive fear welled up inside her. But almost immediately, her unyielding spirit ignited. Lin Chuan's words from earlier still echoed in her mind, like an invisible force urging her forward. If she didn't pull herself together and rise to the challenge, by tomorrow, Guogua would completely overshadow her. The thought made all the petals on Sakura's body tremble, slightly, not from fear, but from anger and resolve. If Guogua, this tough little fighter, could do it, then she, the elegant Sakura, could absolutely do it too. No, she would do it even better. Eep, eep, eep. Sakura let out a determined chirp, then stomped her short, stubby legs forward, charging into the pinball zone where Guogua was. This was the only automatic pinball device in the sunlit room, so Sakura had no choice but to share it with Guogua. Lin Chuan had already adjusted the machine to its maximum power and speed. Previously, it was just right for Guogua alone, but now that Sakura had joined in, the number of pinballs hitting each of them was naturally halved. Fewer pinballs meant the training effects would inevitably be reduced, the hardening of their plant fiber layers would take longer, and the absorption of medicinal energy would be slightly delayed. However, this minor setback didn't significantly impact Lin Chuan's overall plan. But for the two little ones, this was a competition they couldn't afford to lose. Standing still and passively taking the hits? That was clearly not their style. So, Guogua and Sakura began actively charging toward the pinballs, using their bodies to catch them. They even competed to see who could catch more, or who would end up with more visible bruises. The scene turned bizarre and intense. What was originally a device meant to train reflexes and dodging had been stubbornly turned into a face-it-hidden game by the two of them. Lin Chuan shook his head in exasperation, but a faint smile formed on his lips. Well, I guess this counts as another form of reflex training. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon it was noontime for their scheduled break according to the plan. Lin Chuan walked over to the two little ones, intending to stop them for a rest so he could have lunch himself. However, both Guogua and Sakura insisted on continuing their training. Their reasoning was simple. With their ability to root themselves and perform photosynthesis, this level of exercise was nothing. Besides, with Lin Chuan promptly spraying water on them to keep them hydrated, they were perfectly fine. As for nutrients, while the primary flowerwood sap paste wasn't as rich as the number 73 lunar frostwood ash nutrient soil they had used before, it was still sufficient to support their high-intensity training. Their enthusiasm filled Lin Chuan with pride and a sense of warmth. At the same time, he couldn't help but reflect. Sometimes, the presence of a rival can unlock potential far better than any motivational speech ever could. During lunch, Lin Chuan occasionally glanced over at the pinball zone. Guogua and Sakura were still at it, scrambling to catch every pinball. The automatic pinball machine kept flashing 0 points on its display, indicating that the two had successfully caught every single pinball with their bodies, not missing a single one. A device originally designed to train reflexes and evasion had been forcibly repurposed into a unique meat shield training session. Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. If the developer of the machine ever saw this, they'd probably be torn between laughing and crying. While eating his takeout lunch and scrolling through his phone, Lin Chuan briefly glanced at his training schedule. For now, it was only planned out for a week, but he'd already roughly calculated the expenses for the next month of training. As he chewed on a piece of fried chicken, his mind raced through the current cash flow. If nothing unexpected happened, the remaining money he had should be enough to support the current plan. Initially, he had intended to purchase some of Old Deng's number 73 Moonshade Grass Ash Nutrient Soil and number 399 Abyssal Dragon Serpent Fluid Nutrient Water. However, it now seemed like he could significantly cut back on that budget. He would still need to buy some as a precaution, but at least he could save more than half of it, around 100,000 Starrock coins. That amount could be redirected to picking up low-tier but skill-inherited beast materials at the pet store in the future. However, Lin Chuan knew that this was only a one-month plan. Beyond that, he'd be running out of resources. Although he didn't need to rush into making money right now, planning ahead was always a wise move. He needed to figure out a way to generate income and time it perfectly for when his funds would run dry a month later. His goal was to maximize the current resources to boost Guagua and Sakura's growth potential seamlessly. As for how to make money, Lin Chuan decided without hesitation competing in the Baby Cup tournaments was by far the most efficient choice. Other rookie tasks? Too troublesome, they were time-consuming, exhausting, and the pay was meager, not even enough to cover the cost of a single jar of basic Flora Bark ointment. It simply wasn't worth the effort. Small-scale baby cups? Too uninteresting and didn't align with his objectives. Lin Chuan quickly opened his virtual screen and began searching for information on medium and large-scale baby cups, especially those scheduled to take place a month from now. Before long, the Xiao Qingkong Cup and Xiao Qinghe Cup caught his attention. These two tournaments were no strangers to Lin Chuan. As annual events held in Qinghe City, their reputation was well known throughout the city and its subordinate towns and villages. Being from Tianshang Town, a district under Qinghe City, Lin Chuan had naturally heard of them before. However, these two tournaments were fundamentally different from ordinary baby cups. Regular baby cups were typically hosted by private businesses, factories, shops, or individual entities like the Lin family farm. The federal government and the Beast Tamer Association would usually only send a few people to assist, while the hosting party handled everything else, from venues to promotions, often using the opportunity to advertise their products. In contrast, the Xiao Qingkong Cup and Xiao Qinghe Cup were entirely different. These two events were hosted by the Qinghe City federal government and the Beast Tamer Association, with financial backing from the Anglers Club and the Speedsters Club. The venues, staff, and regulations adhered strictly to the highest standards of professional beast tamer tournaments, making them almost indistinguishable from official professional matches. With such high standards, the requirements for participants were naturally stricter. After all, once the event went public, the performance of the contestants directly reflected on Qinghe City's reputation. If unqualified participants made a mockery of the competition, it would undoubtedly displease the audience, and the media wouldn't hesitate to capture and broadcast the embarrassing scenes. Other cities would then have reason to question the skill level of Qinghe's beast tamers. To maintain the quality of the tournaments, the Xiao Qingkong Cup and Xiao Qinghe Cup implemented strict entry criteria. Not just any rookie with a beast tamer ID could sign up. To qualify, participants needed to achieve notable results in any baby cup within Qinghe City or its subordinate towns and villages. Specifically, one had to win a championship in a small-scale baby cup, secure either first or second place in a medium-scale baby cup, or place in the top 3 in a large-scale baby cup. These layered selection rules effectively filtered out unqualified contestants while enhancing the tournament's competitiveness and entertainment value. Lin Chuan stared at the screen, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. His goal was clear. What lay ahead was to give it his all and prepare for the upcoming challenge. Lin Chuan stared at the information on the screen, his fingertips lightly tapping the table as his mind quickly analyzed the value of this competition. The Xiaoqingkong Cup and Xiaoqing Cup, these two tournaments were undoubtedly prestigious. In other major baby cups, players only received prize money if they reached the top 16. But in these two events, even making it to the top 32 guaranteed both prize money and ranking points. The rewards for the top 32 were 200,000 Starrock coins, doubling to 400,000 for the top 16, soaring to 1 million for the top 8, 3 million for the top 4, 5 million for third place, 7 million for the runner-up, and a staggering 10 million for the champion. For an ordinary rookie beast master, this sum of money was life-changing. What's more, even the consolation prizes for these tournaments were enticing enough to make participation worthwhile for all contestants. If one could place in the top 3, securing funds for nurturing spirit beasts ahead of the entrance exams would no longer be a concern. The only exception to this were those prodigies who had already contracted top-tier bloodline spirit beasts, such as dragons, phoenixes, or cheilants. Such creatures required millions of Starrock coins to raise from the start, putting ordinary beastmasters on an entirely different playing field. Lin Chuan pondered as his eyes scanned the tournament details on the screen. The King Kong Cup and King Cup were held only once a year during the second month of graduation season, with fixed timing but a variable order. This year, the King Kong Cup would kick off first, scheduled to begin in a month and last for 1 week, followed immediately by the King Cup, which would also run for a week. Why weren't the two tournaments combined into one? The reason was simple: the sheer number of rookie beastmasters. A single event would mean many promising contestants could be eliminated early due to bad luck, losing the chance to progress further. Having two tournaments not only attracted more sponsors, but also boosted Qinghe City's reputation nationwide. Additionally, it provided participants with a second opportunity to prove themselves. If someone failed to perform well in both tournaments, they could only blame their lack of skill. More importantly, the timing of the events was carefully calculated. If held too early, rookie beastmasters' spirit beasts wouldn't have been fully trained, and their combat potential wouldn't be realized. If delayed until the third month, it would coincide with the entrance exams, and the prize money wouldn't be converted into resources in time, missing the critical window for growth. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chuan hesitated no longer. His finger lightly tapped the screen, and he pressed the registration button. However, the button didn't immediately trigger a confirmation message. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, staring at the screen in doubt, wondering if something had gone wrong. Moments later, a pop-up finally appeared. Beastmaster Lin Chuan, upon verification, you have been confirmed as the champion of the Tianshang Town Lin Family Farm Rookie Beastmaster Tournament, the Hui Cup. Your eligibility has been approved. Congratulations, you have successfully registered for Qinghe City's major Rookie Beastmaster Tournament, the King Kong Cup. There are 27 days, 9 hours, and 32 minutes until the competition begins. Please prepare in advance and diligently train your spirit beasts. We look forward to your performance and wish you great success in the King Kong Cup. Lin Chuan gazed at the pop-up, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile as he clenched his fist in quiet determination. Without any hesitation, he closed the pop-up and turned his focus to his spirit beast training plan. With less than a month until the competition, he needed to make every second count to enhance his spirit beast abilities. After all, this wasn't just about prize money and glory, it was his first step as a beastmaster toward a higher realm. 27 days. Lin Chuan murmured softly, his eyes gradually sharpening with resolve. He knew this tournament would be the stage where he truly began to make his mark. After completing the registration for the King Kong Cup, Lin Chuan finished his lunch. He glanced up at the two little ones, who were still diligently training in the automatic ball pitching area. Their rhythm was steady, and no unexpected incidents had occurred. Feeling reassured, Lin Chuan stretched lazily and prepared to follow his schedule and take a midday nap. A nap? Was this really part of Lin Chuan's supposedly intense training regimen? The original plan had been a grind-it-out, no-worries kind of schedule, so how did a nap sneak in? However, Lin Chuan's decision wasn't made on a whim. Technically, his initial training plan didn't include this break, but reality often deviates from plans. In this case, Lin Chuan had just used the cheat system to add a new skill, healing Aroma, to Sakura's repertoire. This skill wasn't originally part of Sakura's abilities, so the mental energy required to activate it far exceeded the usual consumption for skill upgrades. Now, Lin Chuan's mental energy had nearly hit the danger zone. If he didn't rest and recover soon, the effectiveness of the afternoon's training would be significantly compromised. Half an hour for a nap, or waste the entire afternoon's training by powering through? Lin Chuan weighed his options and quickly made the smart choice. Understanding the importance of balance, he decisively adjusted his schedule. Returning to the beast tamer rest area, Lin Chuan pushed open the door of the sunlit room and looked around. Aside from Guagua and Sakura, there was no one else present, and no surveillance equipment either. This was a completely private space. He casually took off his shirt, revealing a lean, muscular upper body. His well-defined abs stood out prominently under the sunlight. Changing into a pair of loose shorts, he reclined on the lounge chair, closed his eyes, and began his midday rest. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the alarm clock rang right on time. Lin Chuan opened his eyes, reached out to silence the alarm, and got up. He walked over to the small fountain in the center of the room, splashed some cool water on his face, and felt instantly refreshed. Grabbing a towel to dry off, he turned his attention to the automatic ball pitching area where Guagua and Sakura were still hard at work. The two little ones were training with unwavering focus. After nearly 2 hours of high-intensity ball-catching practice, their wooden fiber skin layers had largely hardened and stabilized. At the beginning, the impact of the balls would leave them battered and bruised within a minute, forcing them to rely on rooting and photosynthesis to recover. Now, though, Guagua could withstand the same intensity for nearly 5 minutes without being knocked over, while Sakura could hold out for 4 minutes. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, satisfied with their progress. Guogua's advantage clearly stemmed from its stronger willpower when absorbing the introductory floral wood resin ointment, which allowed it to use skills more effectively. As a result, Guogua had completed the absorption process an hour earlier than Sakura and was able to begin intensive training sooner. To Lin Chuan, this disparity was entirely acceptable, even expected. He had no intention of artificially leveling the playing field. This was only the first day of advanced training and the first jar of ointment, after all. If Sakura could maintain its determination and keep working hard, there was no reason it couldn't catch up to Guogua in the future. Lin Chuan's role was to provide encouragement and guidance as needed, but he wouldn't go out of his way to give Sakura special treatment or force it to surpass Guogua. That's enough for today's defensive attribute training, Lin Chuan decided internally, shifting his focus to the next phase of the plan. Next up was the advanced training for energy adaptability. This phase required a nutritional supplement called the Introductory Floral Wood Meridian Fortifier. Unlike the previous ointment, this was an oral medication. However, the Huaya leaf species had a peculiar trait: their mouths were nothing more than a small black line. They could produce sounds but couldn't actually open their mouths to eat. As a result, the medicine could only be administered through injection. Lin Chuan reached into his storage pouch and pulled out an enormous syringe, almost as thick as his arm. The glinting needle tip exuded a chilling aura that could make anyone shudder. Upon seeing this, Guogua and Sakura both trembled instinctively. Even though they were spirit beasts, they couldn't suppress their primal fear. Despite being plant-type would attribute spirit beasts with lower sensitivity to pain compared to animal-type spirit beasts, the sight of the massive syringe still made their legs weak. If it were highly tactile animal spirit beasts in their place, they would have likely flared up in alarm, possibly even attacking to defend themselves. But Lin Chuan's gaze was as steady and unyielding as a rock, leaving no room for doubt or resistance. His resolute expression made it clear to Guogua and Sakura that there was no way to escape. Normally, these two little creatures would compete to be the first to jump into Lin Chuan's arms, vying for his attention. Yet now, they uncharacteristically began pushing each other, trying to pass on the opportunity. Guogua used its chubby little hands to nudge Sakura, while Sakura, on the other hand, shrank back a step, clearly unwilling to go first. Lin Chuan noticed their little schemes and couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at the corner of his mouth. But he didn't have time to humor them. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed Sakura, who was closest to him. With a flick of his wrist, the needle pierced through with precision. Eek! Sakura let out a sharp, pitiful cry, her eyes brimming with tears. Guogua, seeing this, turned pale and instinctively stepped back. But Lin Chuan was prepared. In just a few quick steps, he caught Guogua before it could react. In a flash of cold light, the needle was mercilessly plunged into Guogua's body as well. Plop! A crisp sound echoed as Guogua collapsed dramatically, just like Sakura. The primary wood meridian enhancer was successfully injected into the two spirit beasts. Moments later, their bodies began to change. Like balloons being inflated, Guogua and Sakura's previously round forms swelled even more, becoming even chubbier and more endearing. At this point, they lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly unable to get back up. Seeing this, Lin Chuan shook his head with a sigh of resignation. He reached out and helped the two pudgy little creatures sit upright. Only then did he take out the instruction manual for the medicine. As he read, he began asking the two spirit beasts about their feelings. While he couldn't understand spirit beast language, through their contract bond, combined with their movements, cries, and emotional fluctuations, he could roughly gauge their state. First, Lin Chuan confirmed one thing. This primary wood meridian enhancer wasn't as stimulating as the primary wood bark salve. As for the taste, Lin Chuan had no intention of finding out. This advanced cultivation medicine designed specifically for spirit beasts was not something humans should mess with. Doing so could lead to far worse consequences than just an upset stomach. Judging by the satisfied expressions and cheerful cries of the two little ones, it was clear they found the medicine quite palatable. Next, Lin Chuan asked if they were experiencing any discomfort. Both Guogua and Sakura shook their heads in unison. Their chubby little hands even patted their now rounder bellies, signaling that while they felt full, it was a warm and comfortable sensation. Seeing this, Lin Chuan gave a slight nod, feeling a sense of relief. Everything aligned perfectly with the description in the manual. The medicine had been successfully absorbed, and the next step was digestion. Unlike the primary wood bark salve, this meridian enhancer wasn't absorbed passively through rooting, photosynthesis, or other natural processes typical of plant spirit beasts. Instead, it required active use of energy skills, allowing the medicine to flow with the energy within their bodies, gradually nourishing every meridian. This method was more proactive and efficient. Looking at the two now perfectly round little creatures in front of him, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. The next step was to witness their growth. The key is to keep using energy skills repeatedly until the body sheds its excess form and returns to its natural state. Lin Chuan stood off to the side, his gaze fixed intently on Guogua, his mind already formulating a clear plan. Guogua's energy abilities included 3 basic skills: rooting, photosynthesis, and growth, as well as the more advanced explosive fruit. While the first 3 were reliable, their efficiency was far too low for the current situation. Therefore, Lin Chuan decided to have Guogua use explosive fruita skill that instantly mobilizes and compresses energy for release. Its high energy efficiency made it the perfect choice for digesting the primary floralwood meridian enhancer. Even better, it would also enhance skill proficiency. After all, the materials for explosive fruits inheritance were extremely rare. Lin Chuan couldn't count on stumbling upon more. If they ran out, the only option would be to spend a fortune acquiring high-level spirit beast materials, an expense he preferred to avoid. Guogua began its training with clear instructions from Lin Chuan. Expend as much energy as possible while maximizing its comprehension to use the least energy needed to execute explosive fruit. Specifically, it needed to gather energy without immediately releasing it, controlling the process to the limit before throwing the fruit. Guogua, with its extraordinary talent, demonstrated remarkable aptitude for energy control. In just 3 attempts, it successfully condensed a miniature explosive fruit the size of a thumb. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up with delight at the sight. This miniature explosive fruit was a prerequisite for the advanced skill of cluster bomb. The core technique of cluster bomb involves splitting a single explosive fruit into countless miniature bombs upon detonation, creating a carpet bombing effect. Guogua's breakthrough was clearly laying the groundwork for future skill advancement. Meanwhile, Sakura was undergoing its own training. Lin Chuan instructed it to repeatedly use healing aroma. Although this skill was only entry-level, its energy efficiency rivaled the combination of the 3 basic skills. More importantly, frequent use of healing aroma rapidly increased its proficiency. While Lin Chuan had a petal of inheritance material for healing aroma, he had no intention of relying too heavily on such external aids. Skill proficiency could indeed be boosted through materials, but what would happen if they encountered a powerful skill in the future with no inheritance materials available? Giving up was not an option. Thus, Lin Chuan needed his spirit beasts to develop the habit of actively honing their skills rather than depending entirely on inheritance materials. Sakura performed admirably, consistently using healing aroma to create a 2-meter radius of soft green-pink energy surrounding itself. The air within this space seemed to shimmer with an enchanting magic, exuding a mesmerizing fragrance. Standing on the perimeter, Lin Chuan could feel its almost hypnotic allure. He knew that this effect could become a formidable supportability in battle. Once everything was in place, Lin Chuan applied the second-tier spirit wood heart cultivation buff to both spirit beasts, ensuring they could absorb energy more efficiently during training. As for himself, he turned his attention to his own fitness regimen, following his training schedule with precision. And so, the 2 little companions worked diligently while Lin Chuan quietly pushed himself to improve. The entire training ground was alive with energy and determination. For a beast tamer, especially a novice, what is the most important quality? Is it physical strength, reaction speed, observational skills, or perhaps the ability to control and utilize that faint energy within their body? None of the above. The primary quality for a rookie beast tamer is agility. Endurance comes second. Lin Chuan sat on a treadmill, recalling the advice of his seniors when he first entered the beast tamer circle. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. When a novice beast tamer faces danger, their priority isn't to confront it head-on, but rather to ensure they make it out alive. Agility is the key to survival, while endurance provides the stamina needed for escape. Although Lin Chuan possessed a cheat-like advantage, and the growth of Guogua and Yinghua far surpassed that of ordinary beasts, he had no intention of leaving his fate to what-ifs. If faced with an unsolvable crisis, he wanted the ability to Chisido fight or to flee. As a result, running became the core of his fitness routine. On the treadmill, Lin Chuan pushed his speed higher and higher. The weights strapped to his body made each step heavy yet powerful. His legs moved like springs, finding new limits through weighted jump rope and frog jumps. Whenever his energy was depleted, he would gulp down a stamina drink, take a short rest, and dive back into training. The room was filled only with the hum of the treadmill and the sound of his labored breathing. Time slipped by unnoticed. A week passed, and Lin Chuan's life followed his planned schedule to the letter. While the first day saw some adjustments due to unexpected events, he rigorously completed every training task in the days that followed. On the second day, he delivered the remaining letters to their designated location, earning 3,000 Stara coins and 2 points of merit. It was one of his rare moments of ease, but his focus quickly shifted back to Yinghua's illusion talent. That day, he used another healing fragrance petal on Yinghua, hoping to enhance its proficiency. The result? While healing fragrance advanced from beginner to intermediate, its hallucinogenic effect showed little to no improvement. Lin Chuan frowned in thought, speculating that this path might be a dead end. After all, healing fragrance was inherently a healing skill, not a true illusion-based ability. It seemed that for Yinghua's illusion skills to undergo a significant breakthrough, it would need to learn a genuine illusion skill or wait until it evolved into Hualingling, gaining dual wood and illusion attributes. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Lin Chuan began summarizing the results of the past 6 days. Every day, he allocated points to Guoguo and Yinghua, and their skill progress had been impressive. Guoguo's skills: rooting, expert; photosynthesis, expert; growth, advanced; grass flute, proficient; vine armor shield, intermediate; with spirit shield, beginner; explosive fruit, proficient. Yinghua's skills: rooting, expert; photosynthesis, expert; growth, advanced; grass flute, proficient; vine armor shield, proficient; healing fragrance, intermediate; poison powder, intermediate; bewitching words, beginner. Special mention should be made of the 2 shield skills, vine armor shield and with spirit shield. Vine armor shield originally belonged to Guoguo, and thanks to 2 skill materials Lin Chuan recently acquired from the beast tamer shop, its proficiency increased significantly. With spirit shield, on the other hand, was a newly acquired pure energy-based shield skill. Each had its own strengths. With spirit shield was quick to deploy but had lower defense and was particularly vulnerable to countering attributes. Vine armor shield, on the other hand, was more of a physical shield. Once activated, the beast's skin would transform into vines, providing high defense. At the proficient level, the beast could even peel off the vines to create shields, walls, or barriers, offering protection for itself or others. In terms of skills, Lin Chuan was satisfied with Guoguo and Yinghua's performance. However, he was somewhat frustrated with their level progression. Despite applying the Heart of the Spirit Wood cultivation buff daily, their progress remained slow. This wasn't due to a lack of effort, but rather the bottleneck imposed by their beast bloodline levels. Both were at soldier tier medium, which had started to limit their growth rate. Even so, Guoguo and Yinghua both managed to reach level 17 within the week, and Lin Chuan himself, benefiting from their level up feedback, advanced from beast tamer level 5 to level 6. It took Lin Chuan a week to level up from 16 to 17, and he found it frustratingly slow. Crossing just 1 level in 7 days made him frown. At this pace, wouldn't it take 2 weeks or even longer to reach level 18? And from 18 to 19? A month or more? Then what about 19 to 20? If each rank truly spanned 11 levels, the time investment would be maddening. Lin Chuan had originally planned to evolve both Guoguo and Sakura into Hualingling before the entrance exams. With Hualingling's mid-year bloodline potential, combined with his almost cheat-like skill points allocation, acing the exams was practically guaranteed. The admission letters from the 8 prestigious academies would be his for the taking. However, it now seemed that this plan was becoming less realistic. That said, Lin Chuan's progress was already far ahead of most rookie beast tamers. For most beginners, their initial spirit beasts were only around level 9 on average. Many hadn't even reached rank 1, and typically only had 1 beast. But Lin Chuan? He had 2 spirit beasts, both at level 17, which placed him firmly at the top of the rookie ranks. And all this wasn't just because he was willing to spend money. His cheat-like abilities played a far greater role. From the very start, Lin Chuan had maxed out the proficiency of 3 foundational skills that boosted the growth of wood attribute spirit beasts: rooted, photosynthesis, and growth. This approach maximized his spirit beast's growth efficiency. Coupled with the 50 efficiency bonus from his rank 2 talent, the Heart of Spirit Wood, his progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Time flew by, and 3 more days passed. At the Beast Tamer Association in Qinghe City, in the B303 training room of the Rank 1 Daylight Zone, Lin Chuan was completely absorbed in directing his training. To avoid interference, he had Guoguo and Sakura practice in separate corners of the room. At the moment, they were both absorbing basic floral and would attribute fortification agents, which was akin to cultivating their skills. Sakura was primarily working on healing Aroma, occasionally using rooted and photosynthesis to regain stamina and energy. As for Guoguo, it had temporarily paused training for the explosive fruit skill. That skill was simply too challenging and resource-intensive. Even with expert-level combinations of rooted and photosynthesis, keeping up with its energy demands was nearly impossible. Continuing to train it in the short term wouldn't yield significant results, nor would it provide much help for the entrance exams. Lin Chuan calculated that it would be wiser to wait for an opportunity to acquire new explosive fruit inheritance materials and then use his cheat-like skill points to enhance it. Moreover, there was a higher priority skill for Guoguo to focus on right now: Vine Armor Shield. The materials for this skill weren't particularly rare, and Lin Chuan had scavenged some in Tianshang Town. Combined with his recent bargain finds at Qinghe City's beast shops, he had managed to gather a total of 7 spirit beast materials. In fact, Vine Armor Shield wasn't just essential for Guoguo. Sakura needed it too. Its defensive capabilities were simply too appealing, thick, and reliable enough to provide peace of mind. For the upcoming entrance exams, this skill was undoubtedly an important safeguard. The beginner-grade bark toughening ointment has been used consistently for a week now, and the basic defense capabilities of Guogua and Sakura have improved at least threefold. Although there would fiber outer layers appear unchanged on the surface, the toughness, hardness, and density of the fibers have undergone a qualitative leap. Guogua's Vine Armor Shield skill has become even more formidable. Once activated, it can almost completely nullify the attacks of most novice Beastmaster's spirit beasts. For instance, if Sunny Nin's Golden Silk Werewolf were to face Guogua again, Guogua could simply stand still without activating its rooting skill and let the werewolf attack for a whole day and night without breaking its defense. Of course, Lin Chuan isn't one to be overconfident. He understands that Sunny Nin and her Golden Silk Werewolf are improving as well and might eventually find a way to break through. However, Lin Chuan remains unfazed by this possibility, thinking, if the defense is ever breached, I'll just activate the rooting skill again. It's as simple as that. Back to the main topic, Lin Chuan was currently leading Guogua and Sakura through an intense physical training session at the training ground. He himself was running with weights and performing weighted frog jumps, drenched in sweat, while Guogua and Sakura pushed themselves to keep up with his pace, spurred on by his motivational speeches. As he trained, Lin Chuan used his knack for creative pep talks to inspire the two little ones to unleash their potential. Focusing on Guogua, Lin Chuan wore an expression of urgency and anticipation. His tone was fervent as he encouraged, "Come on, Guogua. Sakura is catching up to you. You don't want to be overtaken, do you? Push yourself. Prove your strength." Guogua, fired up by these words, turned red with excitement, letting out spirited cries as its eyes sparkled with determination. It seemed as though flames of passion were ignited all around it, and its movements quickened instantly, raising its training intensity to a new level. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan adopted a different approach with Sakura. He put on a look of satisfaction tinged with mild regret, speaking in a gentle yet subtly provoking tone. Sakura, you're doing quite well. I can see all the effort you're putting in, but never mind. In the future, just let Guogua protect both you and me, okay?" Sakura fell silent for a moment, lowering its head, but in those small, beady eyes of its, a flame of defiance was lit. Its tiny chubby hands clenched into fists as an air of determination surged within it. Without a word, it turned back to its training, improving the speed and precision of its healing aroma skills significantly. It was as if it had undergone a complete transformation. And so, with Lin Chuan skillfully playing both sides, stoking the fire on one, and using reverse psychology on the other, Guogua and Sakura pushed themselves to their limits, honing their skills while fully absorbing the effects of the ointment. Watching the two little ones give it their all, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, thinking to himself, as expected of me, how could there be a beastmaster as outstanding as I am in this world? 2 more days passed, and inside room B301 of the Beastmaster Association's combat training zone in Qinghe City, sunlight streamed through the windows, adding a touch of warmth to the room. Lin Chuan observed Guogua and Sakura as they trained, silently calculating in his mind. It had been nearly 2 weeks of high-intensity training. While Guogua and Sakura had shown remarkable resilience, he knew that constant pep talks and pushing them to their limits every day wouldn't yield the best results. Proper rest was essential for maximizing the effects of their training, and truth be told, even he was beginning to feel the strain. However, Lin Chuan wasn't about to simply declare a day off. Instead, he planned to frame it as a reward, making the two little ones feel like the break was a result of their hard work. This way, not only could they rest, but it would also inspire them to train even harder in the future. At this moment, Lin Chuan had already set a small goal for each of them. Complete these, and you'll earn a day off as a reward. With a confident smile, he looked at Guogua and Sakura, who were visibly eager to take on the challenge. The atmosphere in the training room instantly became even more charged with energy and determination. These past few days, it seems Lin Chuan's luck has been particularly bad. He hasn't been able to find any skill materials suitable for Hua Ye. All he's come across are water and fire element materials. The cheap ones he bought on a whim, but he passed on the pricier ones. In total, he ended up with 2 sets of water gun materials and 1 set of small fireball materials, but there wasn't a trace of any wood element materials. That said, since there were no suitable materials, Guogua and Sakura have had to rely on practicing their skills on their own to improve proficiency, as they couldn't benefit from Lin Chuan's cheat-like assistance. Currently, Guogua's Vine Armor Shield skill proficiency is on the verge of reaching mastery, while Sakura's healing aroma has hit the upper limit of the beginner level. With just a bit more effort, both could break through. To motivate them, Lin Chuan made a promise. "If you can break through today, you'll get a holiday starting the moment you succeed, and tomorrow I'll take you out to play." Guogua and Sakura, being quite young at heart, had already grown tired of the intense 2-week training regimen. Although Lin Chuan's motivational speeches had kept their spirits high, their patience was wearing thin. But upon hearing the promise of a break, their energy was instantly renewed, their enthusiasm for training reaching its peak. It was as if their stamina bars had been completely refilled. Guogua was the first to make a move. It pushed its vine armor shield skill to the limit, channeling wood element energy through its skin. Within moments, the surface of its skin began to stir as wood fibers started to grow rapidly, forming slender vines. These vines intertwined and wove together, eventually creating an armor-like shield that tightly enveloped Guoguo's entire body. But that wasn't enough. Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened as he reminded, focus on activating the vitality within the wood element energy. That's the key to advancing from beginner to mastery. Guoguo nodded, signaling its understanding. The vitality of wood element energy essentially had healing properties. Over the past few days, constantly being exposed to the healing aroma released by Sakura had given Guoguo a thorough understanding of this energy's characteristics. In fact, Guoguo felt that if it spent a few more days around Sakura, it might even be able to grasp the healing aroma skill on its own. However, it kept this thought to itself, planning to surprise Lin Chuan when the time came. Proving that it was better than that little green tea Sakura, Guoguo focused its attention, channeling the wood element energy into the wood fibers on its skin, attempting to activate the vitality within. As it worked, a faint cracking sound could be heard crack, crack. Upon closer inspection, a small patch of wood fiber on its chest peeled away. However, instead of losing its vitality, the detached piece began to grow rapidly. Tiny vines sprouted from it, intertwining and expanding as if they were alive, growing with astonishing speed. Even more surprising, the detached wood fiber remained under Guoguo's conscious control. With a single thought, the vines on the detached piece surged, growing even faster and extending into more branches. It moved with such agility and lifelike motion that it seemed almost like a living creature. Within 3 seconds, the vine in Guoguo's hand had rapidly expanded into a wobbly wooden shield, about 30 centimeters wide. Though its appearance was rather crude, it was clearly practical. With chubby little hands gripping the shield tightly, Guoguo's face lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan smiled approvingly and nodded. The casting time is still a bit long, but this is undoubtedly a proficient-level vine shield. Mission accomplished. He calculated in his mind that with more practice, the activation time could likely be reduced to less than a second. On the other side, Sakura was diligently working on mastering healing aroma. The key to this skill lay in energy balance. More life force within the wood element energy wasn't always better. Activating the life force increased energy consumption, so finding the optimal balance was crucial. While Sakura's energy talent was slightly inferior to Guoguo's, her dedication and focus were second to none. A delicate green-pink mist began to spread within a 1-meter radius around Sakura. She closed her eyes, concentrating on adjusting the flow of energy. Moments later, the mist suddenly expanded to a 3-meter radius, its color growing deeper and richer, resembling specks of stardust floating in the air, brimming with vitality. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Sakura, proficient-level healing aroma achieved. Watching the progress of the two little ones, Lin Chuan clapped his hands in satisfaction. Excellent. You've both worked hard today, so, vacation time. No, scratch that starting now. You're officially on vacation. Guoguo waved his chubby hands excitedly, letting out a series of gleeful yay 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 sounds, while Sakura shyly covered her mouth, giggling softly with a string of delicate hee-hee sounds. The two little ones threw themselves onto Lin Chuan's legs, hugging tightly as if declaring that vacation meant spending all their time playing with him. Guoguo and Sakura nuzzled their cheeks against Lin Chuan's legs before raising their little hands, bouncing up and down, signaling for him to pick them up and lift them high. Seeing their adorably clingy behavior, Lin Chuan felt his heart melt, and a smile crept across his face. All right, we'll grant your wish. Both Guoguo and Sakura had grown to about 60 centimeters tall, each weighing around 50 pounds. While they were no longer as easy to lift as when they were smaller, it was no problem for Lin Chuan. He, too, had grown stronger. His Beast Master rank had reached level 6, significantly enhancing his physique and strength. Combined with his recent fitness training, lifting the two little ones was still a breeze. Heave-a-ho! Lin Chuan lifted Guoguo and Sakura, one in each arm, raising them high above his head. The two little ones cheered joyfully in midair, their laughter ringing out, pure and full of childlike delight. But vacation and playtime weren't just about cuddles and being lifted high. Lin Chuan glanced out the window at Qinghe City, an idea forming in his mind. We've been cooped up training for 2 weeks. It's time to go out and have some fun. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to his friend Tianyan, also known as the Qinghe informant, a spirited purple-haired youth. Lin Chuan asked if there were any fun places near the Beastmaster Association, like amusement parks, food streets, or circus performances. Barely 3 seconds after sending the message, Tianyan's reply came flooding in like a rapid-fire barrage. Whoa dude, your training retreat is finally over? You're the most hardcore person I know. Total respect. Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, his lips twitching in amusement. Even though had been in intense training during this time, he occasionally used his phone to chat casually with old classmates, family, and new acquaintances like Tianyan. Ever since Tan Yin learned about Lin Chuan's rigorous training schedule, his attitude had grown increasingly enthusiastic. After all, the ability to sustain such high-intensity training not only demonstrated immense determination but also implied considerable resources. In Tan Yan's eyes, Lin Chuan's potential had been upgraded from ordinary talent to top-tier talent, with a real shot at becoming a professional beastmaster. Naturally, Tan Yin was more determined than ever to hold tightly onto this valuable connection. Qinghe's little know-it-all. Tan Yin, is this a fun place? You've asked the right person. There's not a single fun spot in Qinghe City that I don't know about. Tan Yin patted his chest confidently, a trace of pride flickering in his eyes. He paused briefly, as if suddenly recalling something, and a mischievous smile curved his lips. No circuses or anything like that, but there is an airshow competition. Want to check it out? An airshow competition? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the suggestion. Exactly. And let me tell you, this event is going to be something special. Tan Yin lowered his voice, adding a hint of mystery. The young master of Blue Feather Aviation, Li Ziyu, is participating in this competition. Li Ziyu? Lin Chuan frowned slightly, evidently unfamiliar with the name. You don't know Li Ziyu? He's this year's rookie beast tamer graduate. Qinghe City is full of talented beast tamers, and Li Ziyu is easily in the top 3, maybe even number 1. His initial spirit beast is a mutated blue feather eagle with a bloodline ranking of High General, and it's already been trained to level 15. Tan Yan's tone carried a mix of admiration and envy. Lin Chuan was visibly surprised. Level 15? That kind of leveling speed is insane. Well, what can you do? The guy's got the backing of Blue Feather Aviation. With abundant resources, it's no wonder his spirit beast's growth is lightning fast. Tan Yin shrugged, his tone tinged with resignation. And let's not forget, his Blue Feather Eagle has a High General bloodline. How can us regular beast tamers even think about competing? Lin Chuan fell silent, carefully processing the information Tan Yin had just shared. It's true that a spirit beast's bloodline rank determines its growth potential and ultimate limits, but actual combat strength depends on more than just bloodline. It also hinges on the beast's level, attributes, and skill proficiency. A High General bloodline may be powerful, but it's not invincible. Guagua and Sakura should be able to hold their own, right? Lin Chuan calculated in his mind. His 2 spirit beasts had already reached a high level of skill proficiency, and their simplified skill system was nearly complete. Especially Guagua, whose shield and triple-layer tanking mode boasted unparalleled defense. Based on countless beast battle videos he'd studied, Lin Chuan deduced that as long as the opponent couldn't quickly break through Guagua and Sakura's shield and heal synergy, he'd have the upper hand in a prolonged fight. However, Tan Yan's next words dampened Lin Chuan's confidence slightly. Rumor has it that Li Ziyu recently contracted a second spirit beast. While the specifics are still unknown, word is its bloodline ranks at martial level. Martial level bloodline? Lin Chuan's expression grew grave. He knew all too well that a spirit beast with a martial level bloodline, if on par in level with Guagua and Sakura, could very well dismantle their shield and heal strategy. The shields weren't thick enough, and the healing wasn't strong enough. More reinforcement was necessary. Clenching his fists, Lin Chuan's eyes burned with determination. He made up his mind. No slacking off. After a good rest tomorrow, I'll push myself to the limit with high-intensity training. But the grueling training could wait until later. Since Lin Chuan had promised the 2 little ones a break as soon as they reached their goal, he wasn't about to go back on his word. It was currently 2 p.m., and the afternoon sunlight streamed lazily through the curtains of the small apartment in the villa, adding a cozy warmth to the space. After checking out of the sunlit apartment, Lin Chuan returned to the rented villa with Guagua and Yinghua. Following a brief rest, he changed into fresh, comfortable clothes and headed out with the 2 little companions. The flying performance competition mentioned by Tan Yin was scheduled for tomorrow morning at District 3 of Qinghe City's commercial park, a 2-hour bike ride from the Beastmaster Association. While booking a Blue Feather Air ride would be much faster, that was a matter for tomorrow. Today, Lin Chuan had a simple goal: to spend a fun day with the 2 little ones and, if possible, keep an eye out for opportunities to snag some skill materials. The first stop was the children's amusement park. The carousel lights sparkled under the sunlight, bumper cars collided with cheerful bangs, and the Ferris wheel turned slowly in the background. Lin Chuan took Guagua and Yinghua on nearly every ride. The 2 little creatures were so excited they chirped and squeaked non-stop, their eyes shining brighter than the neon lights of the park. Unfortunately, their tiny black-lined mouths couldn't open, so they couldn't enjoy ice cream cones or cotton candy. Watching other kids giggling with their cotton candy in hand, Lin Chuan glanced at the 2 little ones and muttered, if only they could evolve into Wallinglings, then they'd be able to eat these, right? He imagined the 2 holding ice cream cones and couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. After the amusement park, Lin Chuan took the 2 little ones to the neighboring cinema to watch a movie. The film, titled The Jewel Cat Thief, told the story of a jewel cat that stole gold, gems, and rare beast-taming tools to save its gravely ill owner. In the end, It was caught by a beastmaster detective and his loyal spirit beast, a guardian dog. While the plot was somewhat cliched, Guogua and Inghua were utterly captivated, their tiny eyes glistening with tears when the jewel cat risked everything for its owner. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, found the movie dull and even dozed off in his chair. When the movie ended, he woke up groggily to find Guogua and Inghua hugging his leg, chirping excitedly. Their tiny, shiny black eyes sparkled as if holding entire galaxies. Confused, Lin Chuan squinted at their movements and expressions. Using their contract bond, he tried to sense their emotions, attempting to decipher what they were trying to say. After a moment, Lin Chuan's brow twitched violently. He could hardly believe what had just deduced. To confirm, he asked again, only for Guogua and Inghua to nod firmly. Lin Chuan's face twitched uncontrollably. The two little ones were saying, "Don't worry, master brother. If you ever fall ill, we'll steal things to earn money and get you treated. So, when are you planning to get sick?" What on earth? Lin Chuan groaned, facepalming. Were these really his spirit beasts? How had their thoughts gone so awry? He silently berated himself, should have known better than to bring them to this movie. It was a terrible influence. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone, opened the movie review app, and left a scathing 1-star review for the Jewel Cat Thief. He even added a complaint, a bad influence on spirit beasts. Reporting this, by the time Lin Chuan finished leaving his review, the sky had darkened, and the streetlights cast a warm glow on the streets. He took the two little ones to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Although Guogua and Inghua couldn't eat, their cheerful chirps and excited movements lifted Lin Chuan's spirits. After the meal, Lin Chuan clapped his hands and flashed a sly smile. Now it was time for his favorite part of the day. Let's see how his luck turns out today. Before stepping out, Lin Chuan had meticulously washed his face several times, even using face wash, leaving his complexion fair and rosy, as if reflecting the glow of dawn on freshly fallen snow. Quietly cheering himself on, he thought, today, I'm bound to score some great finds. With that, he confidently set out with Guogua and Sakura, ready to explore the nearby shops specializing in beast-related items. Whether it was a high-end store in a bustling shopping district or a small shop tucked away in a quiet alley, Lin Chuan stepped into every store that carried those low-grade, purely decorative spirit beast materials. When curious shopkeepers occasionally asked, why not buy more functional spirit beast items instead of these seemingly useless trinkets? Lin Chuan would always respond with a smile, "These are just toys and decorations for my two little cuties." While his answer often left the shopkeepers puzzled, Guogua and Sakura seemed to understand perfectly. They chirped and squeaked with excitement, clearly thrilled by these little treasures. After all, they knew these toys were part of the elaborate dreamland adventures Lin Chuan designed for them, experiences that not only brought them joy but also helped them learn new skills and improve their proficiency. Each adventure left them wagging their tails with delight. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 8 p.m. Lin Chuan's energy was nearly drained, and even his steps felt heavy. He sighed, glancing at the empty bag in his hand, wondering if today was yet another day of bad luck. Just as he was about to give up, he walked into an unassuming, old, privately owned beast shop, and that's when fate seemed to smile upon him. Under the dim yellow light, his eyes were drawn to an item tucked in the corner of the counter, a small, gray-black bow tie. Its unique material shimmered faintly with an unusual luster, as if it held some mysterious power. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and he could barely contain his excitement. Carefully, he picked up the bow tie, his hands trembling slightly. "Oh, that? It belonged to my grandpa Xiong Xiaohuan," a young voice piped up. Lin Chuan looked up and saw the shopkeeper was a little girl, no older than 10, with twin pigtails and a floral dress. Petite and wide-eyed, she seemed to be helping out in the shop temporarily. She blinked her clear eyes, recognizing the bow tie in Lin Chuan's hands. "Your grandpa's Xiong Xiaohuan?" Lin Chuan's heart tightened. Could this be some kind of keepsake? If they weren't willing to sell it, he'd be sleepless all night. Holding his breath, he waited for her response. The girl seemed to notice his unease and shook her head with a sweet smile. "It's not a keepsake or anything. It's not worth much, really. Xiong Xiaohuan spirit beasts just love all sorts of little bow ties, especially ones made from their naturally shed fur. My grandpa made this one by hand." Lin Chuan exhaled in relief, though a trace of doubt lingered in his mind. He was familiar with Xiong Xiaohuan. These Earth Element spirit beasts, with a mid-tier general-grade bloodline, were adorable, resembling a mix between a panda and a raccoon, though leaning more toward the raccoon side. Known for their lack of significant weaknesses and their ability to learn a wide range of skills, Xiong Xiaohuan was often considered the ideal starting spirit beast for beginner beast tamers. However, the idea that they loved bow ties, especially ones made from their own fur, that was news to him. Maybe this particular Xiong Xiaohuan was just a bit unique. Lin Chuan thought to himself, though his gaze never left the gray-black bow tie in his hand. Just like how my mom loves buying all kinds of high heels, my grandpa's little raccoon, Xiong Xiaohuan, collects its fallen fur every year and turns it into hundreds of tiny bow ties. This one must be one of them. I wonder how it ended up here, the little girl continued, her gaze resting on the gray-black bow tie in Lin Chuan's hand. Her eyes held a mix of curiosity and fondness. If your little Huaya loves it, big brother, you can just take it. It's really not worth much, the girl said, tilting her head with an innocent smile. Then, a bit shyly, she poked her fingers together and added, but, big brother, could I hold your Huaya for a bit? When it came to cuteness, Huaya certainly wasn't outshined by Xiong Xiaowan. Lin Chuan chuckled softly. Such a small request was nothing to refuse. He nodded toward Guagua and Sakura. The two little ones instantly understood, excitedly running over to the girl, rubbing their fluffy heads against her cheeks and arms, playfully charming her. Her laughter, crisp and sweet like chimes, filled the air. Amid the girls' delighted giggles, Lin Chuan successfully acquired the bow tie, which carried a legacy skill. 2 minutes later, the girl finally had her fill of cuddles and reluctantly let go of Guagua and Sakura. Though she repeatedly insisted that the tie wasn't valuable and she only wanted a hug in exchange, Lin Chuan still took out some money. After all, the price wasn't high, just 10-star rock coins. He wasn't about to skimp on that. Unexpectedly, the girl waved her hand firmly, refusing. A promise is a promise. Once said, it can't be taken back. If the other kids found out, they'd never take me seriously as their big sister. Big sister? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. The girl looked no older than 7 or 8. Yet she called herself a big sister? Noticing his confusion, the girl's eyes darted mischievously, as though she had just thought of something clever. She flashed a sly smile. How about this, big brother? You help me with a small favor, and we'll call it even. This bow tie will be your reward. It's super easy, just something you can do in a few seconds. Lin Chuan glanced at the bow tie in his hand, but didn't immediately agree. He was always cautious, even with seemingly simple things. Rushing into something that might cross moral or ethical boundaries wouldn't sit well with him. Seeing his hesitation, the girl pouted and looked up at him with pleading eyes. Why don't you tell me what it is first? If it's reasonable, it'll help, Lin Chuan said gently but firmly. Hearing this, the girl's face lit up with a triumphant grin. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. She glanced around, especially toward the store's back room, where her parents were busy organizing the stock, completely oblivious to the situation out front. Then, she quickly pulled a piece of paper from her cartoon backpack and carefully handed it to Lin Chuan. Big brother, help me sign this, pretty please, she whispered, her tone sweet and pleading. Sign it? Lin Chuan blinked, puzzled. He wasn't anyone famous. What use would his signature be? Could it be that his achievement in the Huaya Cup, or his nickname Milk Overlord, had somehow reached Qinghe City? The nickname Milk Overlord had been coined by Sun Yining and a few other playful friends. Hardly anyone knew about it. Besides, the Huaya Cup was just a small-scale baby competition. It was unlikely to have garnered much attention in Qinghe City. If anyone did know about it, it would probably be the record keepers at the Beastmaster Association, not a young girl helping out at a store. Just as he was lost in thought, he glanced down at the paper and immediately understood everything. Name, Su Xiaoqing. Score, 30,100. Failed. Lin Chuan's mouth twitched. Well, this adorable and seemingly well-behaved little girl was a struggling student. She wanted him to forge her parents' signature, didn't she? He let out a soft sigh and shook his head. Forging someone else's signature, especially a parent's, is not the right thing to do. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, Lin Chuan thought to himself. He didn't consider it a big deal just signing his name. Maybe by doing this little favor today, he could save the little girl, Su Xiaoqing, from her parents' wrathful bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat punishment. Then again, it might just make it worse. The corners of Lin Chuan's mouth lifted slightly as he found the situation amusing. What name should he sign? He pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to help her out. After all, if Su Xiaoqing really refused to sell him the item out of spite, he might lose sleep over it tonight. Just sign your name, big brother, Su Xiaoqing said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her tone carried a hint of pride. The teacher only asked for a parent's signature but didn't specify it had to be mom or dad. They'll just say you're my distant cousin who dropped by unexpectedly. It'll be foolproof. Lin Chuan was momentarily speechless. This little girl actually dared to exploit such a loophole? Shaking his head, he couldn't help but tease her. With that clever mind of yours, how did you manage to score only 30 points? Aren't elementary school questions supposed to be easy? Su Xiaoqing pouted, clearly unwilling to dwell on the topic. Seeing her reaction, Lin Chuan didn't press further. After all, she wasn't asking him to impersonate someone else's parent just to sign his own name. He felt no moral burden about it. If it ever got exposed, it would be Su Xiaoqing facing the bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, not him. Picking up a pen, Lin Chuan casually wrote Lin Chuan in a refined, elegant script honed in his previous life. The characters were sharp and graceful, carrying a unique charm. Su Shaoqing, upon seeing the handwriting, smiled so widely her eyes turned into slits. She let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Lin Chuan's handwriting might be too sloppy, which could lead the teacher to suspect she had forged the signature herself. That would have been a disaster.
And so, the two completed a tacitly understood shady deal.
Lin Chuan gained the butterfly bow tie imbued with inherited skills, while Su Shaoqing walked away with a signed test paper. If she played her cards right, she might just escape a family storm. Back in his villa apartment, Lin Chuan eagerly took out the butterfly bow tie. The memory fragments he had glimpsed through its inherited power had already given him a hint of its value. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind and began analyzing the skill information embedded in the inherited item. Skill name, assist, skill attribute, neutral, universal skill, skill effects, basic, allows the user to transfer their own energy attributes to a spirit beast with the same attribute. If the recipient is of the same species, energy loss is negligible. Extended. Once mastery reaches the proficient level, the user can transfer enhancement effects to other spirit beasts. Ultimate. At the master level, the user can synchronize their own enhancement effects, spreading them to a certain number of nearby spirit beasts. As Lin Chuan stared at the information, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This skill, though seemingly simple, carried immense potential. Take the example of Li Ziyu, the young scion of the Blue Feather Airlines crew, whom Tan Yin mentioned in the Blue Penguin chat. How does Lin Chuan compare to him? First and foremost, the disparity lies in wealth and resources. The Lin family, while comfortably middle class, is ultimately just a notch above average. Li Ziyu, on the other hand, clearly belongs to the elite. Lin Chuan's starting capital was a hard-earned 1 million yuan scraped together by his family. For someone merely aiming to embark on the path of beast taming, attend a decent university, and become an ordinary beast tamer, this amount would have been more than sufficient. But Lin Chuan's ambitions stretch far beyond that. He wants to get into one of the 8 great academies, become a heavenly king, and even earn the title of a crowned heavenly king. Such lofty aspirations demand far more resources. He not only needs to make money but also participate in the baby cup, using the prize money to purchase advanced nurturing supplements. To boost his combat abilities, he must also train intensively in the Beast Tamer Association's battle training zones. All of this requires an immense financial foundation. And Li Ziyu? While Lin Chuan doesn't know the exact amount of starting funds Li Ziyu received from his family, it's safe to assume it's no less than 10 million yuan, not to mention the rare and premium nurturing resources at his disposal. With such abundant resources, Li Ziyu has no need to toil in the baby cup like an ordinary beast tamer. Lin Chuan has often thought that, if he had access to such resources, he could simply retreat for 3 months of intensive training and emerge as a standout during the entrance assessments. This would not only prevent exposure of his information, but also avoid any targeted exploitation of his weaknesses. As for the so-called invincible spirit, that's nothing more than a trope in fantasy novels. In reality, caution and meticulous planning are the keys to survival for novice beast tamers. Yet, Li Ziyu chose to act boldly, even dominating a major baby cup event. Lin Chuan couldn't wrap his head around this. Wasn't this equivalent to prematurely exposing his trump cards? It could either be sheer arrogance or a deliberate move by Blue Feather Airlines to uphold its brand image. After all, Blue Feather Airlines' reputation wasn't built out of thin air but through consistent promotion and maintenance. Back to the main point. Lin Chuan has largely bridged the gap in wealth and resources through persistence, hard work, and a touch of luck. Take Guagua and Sakura, for instance. Even with access to top-tier resources, their growth efficiency wouldn't drastically improve. So, where does the real gap between Lin Chuan and Li Ziyu lie? The answer is glaringly obvious: the bloodline tier of their contracted beasts. Lin Chuan has to admit that Guagua and Sakura, with their mid-level soldier tier bloodlines, simply cannot compare to Li Ziyu's mutated blue feather eagle, which boasts a high-level general tier bloodline, let alone the rumored second beast he recently contracted, said to have a commander tier bloodline. Even so, Lin Chuan remains confident in his ability to defeat Li Ziyu at this stage, possibly even outshining him at the upcoming Shao Qingkong Cup to claim the championship. He has unwavering faith in his shield support poison system, a strategy that is nearly invincible among novice beast tamers. No beast can break through his defenses, and they'll eventually succumb to attrition. However, Lin Chuan is well aware that victory in the Shao Qingkong Cup is only a short-term goal. His true objective is the entrance assessments and the coveted admission letter from one of the 8 great academies. He cannot afford to lose sight of the bigger picture for the sake of a temporary win. His vision must remain fixed on the long-term prize. Currently, Guagua and Sakura have both reached level 17, while Li Ziyu's initial spirit beast, the mutated blue-feathered eagle, is only at level 15. However, Guagua and Sakura's mid-tier soldier-grade bloodlines have already shown clear growth bottlenecks. Their cultivation speed is gradually slowing down. To break through to Tier 2, not only would a significant amount of time be required, but also an abundance of resources. Lin Chuan knows that before the entrance exam, it's almost impossible for these two little ones to advance to Tier 2. In contrast, Li Ziyu's mutated blue-feathered eagle doesn't face such challenges. Its height-ear general-grade bloodline grants it exceptional growth potential. Before reaching Tier 3, as long as resources are sufficient and cultivation is properly managed, its leveling speed will not be hindered by any limits or bottlenecks. Lin Chuan estimates that Li Ziyu's mutated blue-feathered eagle has a very high chance of breaking through to Tier 2 by the time of the entrance exam. What's even more concerning is that Li Ziyu's second spirit beast is rumored to possess a commander-grade bloodline. Although there are only 2 months left until the exam, it's nearly impossible for this spirit beast to reach Tier 2 in such a short time, but it could very well reach level 17 or 18. The actual combat strength of a commander-grade bloodline spirit beast often far surpasses that of soldier-grade bloodline spirit beasts of the same or even higher tiers. This disparity has placed unprecedented pressure on Lin Chuan. Li Ziyu's dual spirit beast combination could very well dismantle his milk shield poison system. With the gap in bloodline tiers so evident, how could he possibly make up for it? Up until now, he had no clear solution. He could only rely on his initially devised double cream strategy to barely hold on, using Guagua and Sakura's double shield synergy to heal each other and create a frustrating system that opponents would find too troublesome to deal with. Since the entrance exam doesn't impose a 1v1 restriction, his dual spirit beast synergy strategy might at least persuade opponents to give up on targeting him due to the high cost in time and effort. But now, the situation has changed. Lin Chuan recently obtained a key item, a bowtie accessory imbued with the inherited skill Assist, which gave him a glimmer of hope in overcoming the bloodline tier gap. At the end of the day, bloodline tiers, potential limits, and growth levels all boil down to the energy within a spirit beast. The quality of the energy determines the caliber, while the total amount of energy determines the capacity. Individually, neither Guagua nor Sakura can match the mutated blue-feathered eagle in terms of energy quality or quantity, let alone a commander-grade bloodline spirit beast. But what if Guagua and Sakura's energy could be combined? While their quality might remain unchanged, their total energy could effectively double. In that case, their combined energy might not only rival Li Ziyu's spirit beasts, but even surpass them. Thus, the key lies in how to use the assist skill. Should it be given to Guagua or Sakura? Lin Chuan didn't hesitate for long. The answer was Sakura. This decision wasn't a matter of favoritism, but rather a calculated move to maximize the skill's effectiveness. Guagua already possesses a powerful offensive skill, Explosive Fruit. While transferring the Assist skill to Sakura would allow her to continuously channel her wood element energy to Guagua. This would instantly double Guagua's energy bar, significantly amplifying the power of Explosive Fruit. With this strategy, this trump card could unleash devastating effects at a critical moment. If timed perfectly, Lin Chuan is even confident that this move could one-shot Li Ziyu's mutated blue-feathered eagle, and possibly even the commander-grade bloodline spirit beast. If Guagua transfers energy to Sakura, it might help sustain her healing abilities for a longer time. But beyond that, it doesn't hold much value, at least not until Sakura learns a true illusion attribute skill. As for illusion attribute skills, Lin Chuan has yet to come across even one by chance. And that's to be expected. How could such rare skills possibly be found among low-level, trash materials? Lin Chuan stood at the table, his eyes falling on the neatly arranged skill inheritance tools as he weighed his options. Normally, he would wait until tomorrow to proceed with the skill inheritance process. A good night's sleep would ensure he was fully refreshed and mentally prepared. However, tonight's circumstances left no room for delay. The skill Assist was one Lin Chuan had decided to inherit immediately. First, to avoid any unforeseen complications that might lead to losing the skill entirely. Second, and more importantly, tomorrow morning still fell within Guagua and Sakura's rest period. Lin Chuan planned to visit Commercial Park Zone 3 to watch a flight performance competition, which meant he wouldn't have to wake up at dawn for intense training like he had the past 2 weeks. This would allow him to sleep in and recover his mental energy more effectively. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chuan made up his mind. He washed his face, drank a bottle of the energy potion he had purchased earlier, and spent 10 minutes adjusting his mental state to its peak. Then, he carefully picked up the small bow tie and gently placed it around Sakura's neck. "Are you ready?" Lin Chuan asked in a low voice, his gaze warm but tinged with anticipation. Sakura gave a slight nod, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Lin Chuan took a deep breath, reached out his hand, and activated the reincarnation inheritance. Instantly, his arm became enveloped in black and white ethereal energy, which writhed like a living thing before flowing into the small bow tie around Sakura's neck. In that moment, the bow tie emitted a soft, warm white glow, which cascaded over Sakura, enveloping her entire being. Closing her eyes, Sakura was filled with expectation. In a hazy state, she felt herself transforming into another creature. Her body shrank, becoming a peculiar small bear about 50 centimeters tall. However, It didn't quite resemble a bear, it looked more like an oversized plush toy, with chubby, brown and gray fur, and a long, thick, round tail. A raccoon bear, Sakura thought to herself, marveling at the transformation. From her new perspective as the raccoon bear, she observed the scene before her. It was a lush, verdant forest, shrouded in mist, teeming with insects and birds. The setting was nothing like human society. It wasn't a human breeding facility or part of any human territory. This was an untouched wilderness, far removed from humanity. And the raccoon bear was a native of this forest, a wild magical beast, never domesticated by humans. Time flowed quietly. 1 year, then 2. The raccoon bear grew up within its group, leading a simple and uneventful life, spending its days playfully wrestling with its fellow cubs. Despite the carefree existence, the raccoon bear often felt a sense of monotony. It was smarter and more thoughtful than the other cubs in its group. It began to wonder, would life always remain this way? Then one day, a migrating bird-like magical beast flying over the forest told it about a more exciting world beyond the wilderness. A place with towering buildings, food sweeter than honey, and games far more entertaining than wrestling. That day, something ignited within the raccoon bear's heart. For the first time, it realized it wanted to find that world. Years passed, and the raccoon bear finally came of age. It bid farewell to its group and embarked on a journey to pursue its dream. It crossed towering mountains, forded rushing rivers, traversed endless forests, and even faced off against powerful magical beasts. The journey was fraught with danger and adversity, yet the raccoon bear never wavered. Finally, it arrived in the wondrous world described by that bird-like magical beast. It was a starry night, with a cool breeze brushing over the hillside. Standing atop a high point, Xiong Xiaohuan gazed at the dazzling city below, where vibrant neon lights intertwined into a dreamlike spectacle. It stared in awe, its heart brimming with longing. Surely, this world was far more exciting than the monotonous life in the forest. Without hesitation, it dashed toward the city. However, reality turned out to be far less enchanting than it had imagined. Xiong Xiaohuan had barely set foot in the city when it was surrounded by a group of people in matching uniforms. Swiftly and skillfully, they bound it and took it to a place called the Magical Beast Training Facility. Trapped inside a foreign iron cage, Xiong Xiaohuan looked confused, unable to understand what it had done wrong. It wasn't until the other captured magical beasts explained that it realized the reason for its capture. It was considered a magical beast from the forest, unlike the spiritual beasts that had been domesticated for centuries and had seamlessly integrated into human society. Magical beast? Spiritual beast? Xiong Xiaohuan was baffled and couldn't grasp the distinction, but it didn't dwell on such matters. Its goal was simple: to experience the richness and variety of this vibrant world. It wanted to live in skyscrapers, taste foods sweeter than honey, and play games more thrilling than rolling around or wrestling. During its 2 years at the facility, Xiong Xiaohuan behaved exceptionally well, never showing aggression. The trainers held it in high regard, and eventually, it was allowed to enter human society in one condition. It needed to find a beast master willing to form a contract with it. Fortunately, the trainer who had been feeding it all along chose Xiong Xiaohuan, signed a contract with it, and took it home. From that moment on, Xiong Xiaohuan's dream life truly began. Skyscrapers became its new home, and an endless array of treatscakes, burgers, fried chicken, honey-glazed roast chicken filled its days. Toys like miniature cars and bouncing balls kept it endlessly entertained. The human world turned out to be even more magical than it had imagined. Xiong Xiaohuan was completely captivated by the splendor, even believing that the moon here seemed rounder and the air sweeter than in the forest. As time passed, Xiong Xiaohuan grew increasingly immersed in human culture. It developed a fascination for spiritual beast cartoons, particularly a show called The Butler and the Lady. The character of the raccoon butler with the tiny bow tie left a deep impression on it. Inspired, Xiong Xiaohuan began practicing tying a bow tie, dreaming of becoming just as refined and elegant. Day after day, year after year, Xiong Xiaohuan's life was tranquil and fulfilling. Time slipped by unnoticed. 20 years, then 30 years passed. Its contract owner aged from middle-aged to elderly, and Xiong Xiaohuan itself near the end of its life. In its later years, it no longer craved cakes or toys. Instead, it found solace in its collection of bow ties, changing into a new one daily. Crafting bow ties from its own shed fur became a source of spiritual comfort. In its final moments, Xiong Xiaohuan lay beside its owner, reflecting on its life. It felt no regrets, only one wish. If there were a next life, it hoped to be born directly into human society as a true spiritual beast. It wanted to accompany its humble trainer on the path of a beastmaster, to fight by their side, win victories, and stand atop the podium at a national competition, fulfilling the dreams they had left unrealized. For this, it was willing to give everything. At that moment, a selfless desire surged in Xiong Xiaohuan's heart. It comprehended the meaning of assistance, a skill that few spiritual beasts ever mastered, as it required the purest form of wholehearted dedication. The inheritance process was unusually long this time. Lin Chuan waited anxiously for half an hour, worried that something might have gone wrong. Fortunately, as the warm white glow gradually faded, Sakura finally awoke. Lin Chuan froze, caught off guard by the look in Sakura's beady black eyes, a mix of confusion and deep affection. Before he could say a word, Sakura suddenly leapt forward, landing with a soft thud in his arms. Pressing its small face against his chest, it nuzzled him fervently. Inging. Sakura let out a series of endearing cries, clinging to him in a way that left Lin Chuan utterly perplexed. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. Sakura didn't reply, continuing to snuggle against him, as if trying to etch this moment into its memory forever. Yingi and Jianjit couldn't quite explain why. All it knew was that, right now, it wanted nothing more than to stay in its owner's arms, basking in the warmth that felt like the safest place in the world. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.